My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 320 to chapter 484. Xianxia stood on the side with a chuckle and crossed her arms. She calmly looked at her proud and arrogant third junior sister. Haha, you kicked an iron plate. Small fry, you started a fight as soon as you arrived, right? You're out of luck. Xianxia and Xianxia usually sparred with the little fellow, so they naturally understood their little junior sister's actual combat level. If you think little junior sister is merely a level 8 mystic cultivator, then you're not far from death. Little junior sister didn't just comprehend the ultimate technique of levitating and teleporting in actual combat. Even Master once said that although she and senior sister Sue had broken through to become great level 10 mystic cultivators, they might not be able to defeat little junior sister in terms of actual combat ability even if they worked together. From this, it could be seen that the portion little junior sister displayed was definitely not her full strength. Perhaps only Master knew how many trump cards little junior sister had and what level of actual combat ability she had. Morongsun's figure fluttered and arrived in front of her youngest disciple. She pulled the little fellow to her side and stroked her head. All right, good child. Don't be angry with your third senior sister. Your third senior sister doesn't have any bad intentions. She just has high standards and an eccentric personality. You can just beat her to vent your anger, but you mustn't beat her to death. We're going to fight the 5 factions in 2 months, so if you injure her, we'll lose a fighting force. Be good and eat with Master. You must be starving, little fellow. Yi Lingmin had just recovered from the shock of being defeated by little junior sister, but then she was struck by Master's words until she was utterly disheartened. Wasn't Master's heart too biased? Anyone could tell who was Master's true disciple and who was a fake disciple that she picked up. Yi Lingmin felt extremely stifled and struggled to stand up from the ground. Her pretty face darkened as she said, I request to fight again. Morongsun's face also darkened. She turned around and yelled at her third disciple, can't you have a proper meal? If you don't want to eat, then get out. Don't cause trouble here. Look at how many tables and chairs you've smashed. You'll have to find someone to fix them again tomorrow. You'll have to pay for the repairs. Yi Lingmin's face turned completely green. Did she smash the tables and chairs? Okay, she was the one who smashed it. But why? That was because she was punched out by little junior sister, okay. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be the one to take the blame. Master, I don't believe you. I'm a level 10 mystic cultivator. There's no way I'll lose to her. Yi Lingmin stiffened her neck and refused to back down. Xianxia sighed. She stepped forward and gently tugged at her. She patted her shoulder and said, Third junior sister, this isn't a matter of cultivation level. In fact, even I am not junior sister's match. Yi Lingmin turned to stare at Xianxia in shock. After a while, she sneered, liar. Eldest senior sister, you must have deliberately gone easy on her. Because she was the little junior sister that Master doted on the most, so all of you must be impatient to befriend her. Morongsun's face completely darkened, and she coldly stared deeply at Yi Lingmin. She snorted and said, it looks like you haven't improved at all after going out for so many years. Now, immediately go to Sky Peak's Duantian Cliff and reflect on your past. If you can't figure out why Master wants you to face the wall for 1 day, then you'll stay there for 1 day. If you can't figure it out in 2 days, then you'll stay there for 2 days. If you can't figure it out in 8 to 10 years, then you'll face the wall for 8 to 10 years. Scram. Yi Lingmin's eyes misted over, and she stared deeply at Morongsun. She abruptly stomped her feet and ran out of the dining room. When the disciples saw their master getting angry, they all kept quiet out of fear and stood there with their heads bowed, not daring to make a sound. Only a crisp and cold voice rang out. She's so slow-witted that she might not be able to figure it out even after 100 years. Did you want her to pass away in a sitting posture there by throwing her on that cliff? What cliff? Everyone, little junior sister's venomous mouth was truly unparalleled. She either acted like a saw-toothed gourd all day and didn't utter a word, or she would make people feel uncomfortable all over and so ashamed that they wished for nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. Morongsun looked back at her little disciple with a stifled heart and walked up to hold her little hand. Can't you comfort Master? Arbor shook his little head. If she wasn't your disciple, I would have had 100 ways to kill her in 3 breaths. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at this little junior sister who only reached their shoulders. All the disciples of First Peak knew that the little stoic never told a lie. Since she said it, it was naturally the truth. It was also because little junior sister went easy on her when she saw the abnormally dangerous and quick battle just now. However, third senior sister was completely unaware and didn't even appreciate it. There was nothing wrong with being arrogant in itself, but being arrogant to the point of being condescending and blindly arrogant and conceited was a bit unreasonable. Morongsun only wanted her third disciple to understand that there was always someone better than her in this world. Morongsun was a bit disappointed that her temper still couldn't be properly ground down after having people accompany her for so many years. Among her 4 personal disciples, her eldest disciple, Xianxia, had a cold and apathetic personality. Her talent and strength were decent, but she could stick to her nature and treat people very mildly. She wouldn't be overly arrogant and conceited. Her second disciple, Xiao, had a bit of a reckless and impulsive personality. Thankfully, she was obedient and could strictly abide by her master's orders and restrain herself. Morongsun only wanted to sigh when her third disciple, Yi Lingmin, was mentioned. Yi Lingmin was originally excessively arrogant, and she didn't know what she experienced after being sent out for so many years, but her temper didn't improve at all. Instead, she became even more rampant. Among the 4 disciples, the one who was the most reassuring and also the most heartbreaking was probably her youngest disciple. Although this child was young, she was extremely intelligent. Although her temperament was cold, her interpersonal skills were not inferior to that of an adult. She did not need to worry too much about anything. It was also because of this that Morongsun's heart ached for her youngest disciple even more. Dinner was disrupted, and everyone could only squeeze at the remaining few round tables to have a simple meal. After that, Morongsun announced the name list for this year's 3 sects and 5 factions competition. Each of the 3 peaks sent out 10 disciples, making a total of 30 people to participate in the competition. Yi Lingmin's name was removed from the list of 30 names by Morongsun. When Yi Lingmin heard the news, she did not eat or drink for 5 days and 5 nights at Duantian Cliff. She knelt and did not get up until she fainted. When someone informed Xiaomu of this news, the little stoic merely lifted her eyelids indifferently. She then closed the book in her hand and stood up to leave gracefully. Several days later, all of the Holy Water Sect's disciples from the 3 peaks who were heading to Xianxia Valley to participate in the competition were gathered in the open space in front of the sect master's peak's bamboo building. The girls, who were around 20 years old on average, all stood in front of the bamboo building with graceful figures and high spirits. Faint confident smiles hung on their lips. The sect master stood in front of everyone with a benevolent countenance and said with a chuckle, "Children, you will depart for Xianxia Valley in 3 days to represent our holy water sect in this competition. Before this sect master will allow you all to head to the lowest level of the mystical treasured land. I implore Lady Holy Water to bestow a drop of holy water to each of you." The sect master said with a grin as she lovingly looked at these young grand disciples with outstanding talent. When the sect master finished speaking, wild joy appeared on all the disciples' faces. The senior and junior sisters from the 3 peaks all looked at each other, and they could see a trace of joy spreading from each other's eyes. Only the little stoic expressionlessly stood in First Peak's team behind Xianxia and Xiao. She coldly stared ahead without a trace of joy in her eyes. The disciples from the 3 peaks stood in 3 rows, and the little stoic stood in the 3rd row of the first row. Standing in the same row as the little stoic was Second Peak's disciple, Xianxia. She was also one of Second Peak's peak master, Yang Shirong's personal disciples. Miss Chong stealthily peeked at the little stoic and suddenly cleared her throat. "Sect master." This disciple heard that people from the 5 factions will also participate in this 3-sect competition. The competition is abnormally intense. The disciples our sect sent to participate in the competition are mostly mystic cultivators level 10 and above. But among them, little junior sister, this level 8 mystic cultivator, seems to have replaced First Peak's senior sister Ye's spot. This seems to be a bit against the rules. In the 2nd row of the 3rd row, a 15-year-old girl in red hastily turned her head to look at the aloof and expressionless Miss Chiao. The sect leader made an sound, and just as she was about to say something to smooth things over, she heard a clear and cold voice. Senior sister, do you want to spar with me? Morong Sun's lips twitched when she heard this. Chang Yushi crossed her arms in front of her chest and turned to Arbor with a light chuckle. Could it be that little junior sister can voluntarily withdraw from the team this time if she loses? What if senior sister loses? The little girl also turned her icy face and expressionlessly looked at Chang Yushi in front of her. Chang Yushi inexplicably felt a chill invade her body. If senior sister loses, then of course I'll accept my loss and be your follower for the rest of the journey. What do you think? After he finished speaking, his eyes flashed craftily. His fist was wrapped in profound energy and he quickly swung it in front of Arbor. Arbor neither dodged nor evaded. He directly stretched out a white and tender fist and collided with the fist. In a split second, the fluctuation of profound energy caused a violent gust of wind to blow, causing everyone's clothes and hair to flutter high up in the air. Yang Shirong raised her head to take a look, only to see that idiot disciple of hers flying out of the sky like a deflated ball, drawing a perfect arc in the air before crashing into the sovereign's bamboo forest with a loud boom. The sect master's expression changed immediately. He slapped his thigh and rushed into the bamboo forest anxiously. Oh, my bamboo! The disciples of the Three Peaks stared at the little girl with their mouths agape. None of them made a sound for a long time. It wasn't until the sect master angrily returned with Chang Yushi in tattered clothes that all the disciples recovered from their shock. Their gazes uniformly turned towards the unlucky Chang Yushi. Oh, my waist. Chang Yushi placed one hand on her waist, her entire face scrunched up as she whined, "Little junior sister, you're too ruthless." Fine, senior sister lost. Senior sister accepts her loss and will be your follower from now on. Yang Shirong covered her face with her hands and thought, how did I end up with such a foolish disciple like you? I don't need it. These three cold words immediately petrified everyone present. Eh? Chang Yushi struggled to get down from the sect master's hand. She clutched her waist with one hand and stared at Arbor with wide eyes. Little junior sister, why don't you need it? I'm someone who accepts defeat and dares to admit defeat. What a waste of food. Miss Chow threw Chang Yushi an emotionless gaze before spreading her arms and flying out. With two whooshing sounds, the delicate and small figure instantly leaped onto several tall bamboo tips. Her toes lightly tapped on them, and she swiftly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Wow, what a fast speed. Is she really only a level 8 mystic cultivator? The disciples whispered into each other's ears, their gazes deeply fixated in the direction of their little junior sister's departure. Yang Shirong clasped her hands and looked up at the sky with a bitter expression. She was originally my disciple. In the afternoon, Arbor received news that she was to head to the mystical treasured land. Several years ago, the little girl who needed her master's help to successfully reach the mystical treasured land was now able to enter and exit the treasured land on her own without needing anyone's assistance. When she bent down and entered the cave in the mountain wall, she discovered that all the senior sisters who had gathered together in the morning had arrived. Everyone was gathered in twos and threes, talking excitedly about something. When Arbor entered the cave, all the voices abruptly stopped. At this time, a little girl with a round face and dressed in bright red ran out from the Third Peaks team. She grinned as she walked up to Arbor with her hands clasped behind her back, completely ignoring her cold face. She pointed at herself and asked, "Do you still recognize me? You are Doya from the Alava tribe." The little stoic gazed at her. Doya immediately smiled sweetly, and the small dimple on her left cheek deepened. "Little junior sister, I've heard a lot about you. Please take care of me in the future." Doya cupped her fists and raised them slightly as she looked at Arbor with a chuckle. A faint, almost imperceptible smile slid across Arbor's lips, and she lowered her head to glance at Doya's hand. "I didn't expect it to be nearly 5 years since we parted at the mountain gate." Doya pulled her little hand and walked towards the Third Peaks team. "Little junior sister, although you're not on the Third Peak, all the senior sisters on the Third Peak know about you. Especially senior sister Lee, she praises you in front of us every day. You're the best junior sister in her heart. All of us added together can't compare to you." The senior sister Li Doya mentioned was Li Ling, who had participated in the Qinghe town operation with Arbor and the others. At this moment, Li Ling ran over and patted Doya's head lightly. "What nonsense are you talking about in front of junior sister? After saying that, she turned to Arbor and smiled. Junior sister, ignore her. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's go and have a chat with senior sister Yugoe. The sect leader deliberately raised her voice, causing everyone to stop what they were doing and look at her in unison. The sect leader and the 3 peak leaders stepped into the cave one after another. Looking at the 30 energetic young faces in front of them, they smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Children, follow me to the lowest level right now. The sect leader looked at them and reminded, remember, you can only beg once. If Lady Holy Water rejects you, you must not pester her and continue begging to avoid negative consequences. Yes, the disciples answered in unison. Afterwards, they turned around and followed the sect leader and the 3 peak leaders into the underground passage. It was also Arbor's first time going to the 3rd floor of the mystical treasure land. She usually cultivated on the 2nd floor and had never set foot on the 3rd floor. As they descended the stone steps, everyone held their breaths and did not dare to make any noise. At the entrance to the 3rd floor, everyone was blocked in front of a huge circular stone slab. The sect master and the 3 peak masters worked together to inject dark force into the stone slab. 4 dark forces formed 4 corners and twisted the stone slab slowly. After a series of creaking sounds, the stone slab suddenly opened inwards. Come in. The sect master ordered, and everyone hurriedly followed in. When Xiaomu saw so many people squeezing forward, she retreated backwards. Only after everyone had rushed in did she slowly enter. Raising his eyes to look around, his gaze indifferently swept across the entire cave. This stone cave was not much different from the place she cultivated on the 2nd floor. The only difference was that it was extremely cold here, much colder than the 2nd floor. There was an oval platform in the middle with a few flights of stairs. A circle of stone troughs was lit with flames, illuminating the entire cave. The 30 disciples all stared at the oval platform in the middle. There was an offering table on it with 3 animals, fruits, and vegetables. A blue ball of water, the size of 2 fists, was swaying in the middle of the offering table. It trembled slightly and emitted a faint light. A female disciple swallowed her saliva and was the first to rush forward. She knelt down in front of the offering table and kowtowed. Lord Holy Water, please give me a drop of holy water. I will engrave it in my heart and will never forget Lord Holy Water's gift. Arbor only felt that the scene was a little funny. Why did she kneel down and kowtow without saying anything? The ball of water did not respond at all. It kept rolling on the offering table, and the small ball of water emitted a faint halo. After a long time, the group of female disciples below looked at each other and secretly raised their heads to look at their master. Cough, child, come down. The sect master shook her head. Woo. The female disciple failed to beg for water and ran down the stairs while wiping her tears. She rushed to the back of the group with a grief-stricken look. Arbor only felt that it was very strange. Wasn't it just a drop of water? Beg for what? Beg my ass. Sigh, Lady Holy Water is becoming more and more arrogant and unapproachable. The sect master sighed emotionally. Lady Holy Water, I'm Doya. I hope you can give me a drop of God's water. I want to represent the sect in battle. I want to raise my cultivation level before the battle. Thank you, Lady Holy Water. Doya cheerfully finished what she wanted to say and stared with wide eyes at the gently trembling water ball on the offering table. Gulp. The crowd, who thought that the holy water was still unresponsive, watched as the ball of water began to sway. The round water ball gradually stretched and turned into the shape of a water droplet. Suddenly, an opening appeared in front of the water droplet, as if the water droplet had opened its mouth and spat out a small water droplet. The sparkling water droplet swayed in the air and flew into Doya's hands, who was holding it with a smile on her face. Doya hurriedly took out the bottle that she had prepared beforehand and filled it with a drop of water. She hugged and kissed the bottle happily. Master, I got a drop of God's water. Doya looked back at Lu Yun happily. Lu Yun had a smile on her face as she thought that her disciple was indeed a good child with good fortune. Arbor only felt that it was a little shocking and turned his face to the side expressionlessly. Next, all the senior sisters began to show off their abilities and asked for the blessing of the holy water. The scene made people laugh a few times. One of the big sisters hugged the leg of the offering table and cried for the blessing of the holy water, as if she was going to save the whole world. However, the holy water did not respond at all. This big sister should have left, but she insisted on showing her existence in front of the holy water. In the end, she was dragged away by the second peak's peak master, Xianxia, with a dark face. When she was being dragged away, the big sister was crying the entire way. She grabbed onto the legs of the senior sisters and hugged them like pillars, making the senior sisters feel extremely embarrassed. In the end, Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. She slapped the devilish brat's head, knocking her unconscious before dragging her away. Arbor was speechless. She finally realized that the second peak was a place that specialized in producing funny people. The process of the first peak's disciples begging for water was more normal. However, what angered Xiaomu was that even her eldest senior sister, Xianxia, did not obtain a single drop of that lousy water's gift. Only 2 people in the entire first peak received a drop of water. How preposterous! Thus, Miss Qiao's impression of the holy water rose from disdain to disgust. Out of the 29 senior sisters, only 9 had asked for the holy water. Regarding this, the sect master even heaved a sigh of relief and happily told everyone that the holy water was in a good mood today. Arbor could only chuckle in response. Suddenly, everyone turned to look at her. Xiaomu was baffled as she stood there without moving. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Little junior sister, it's your turn. Go." Doya clenched her fists at her and encouraged her, "Little junior sister, work hard and beg the holy water. You can definitely do it." Arbor did not even think of begging that sunder a holy water. Heh, would she beg someone? What a joke. Even in her previous life, she had never begged for anything. Now, she wanted to beg for a drop of water? Humph. Go wherever you want to go. No need. Xiaomu was disinterested, and she turned around to leave. However, after taking a small step, she could not move forward no matter how hard she tried. Her entire body stiffly turned her back to everyone, and she forcefully dragged her small steps. King hell, it didn't move. Only she knew that her feet were entangled by a transparent tree vine, and she was not allowed to move no matter what. What the hell? Ball is starting to trick its owner again. Master Silver, go. Don't be a coward, go up and take down that ball of water. Wah, that's holy water that's hard to come by in 10,000 years. Awoo. You're just a tree, yet you're actually howling like a wolf. Do you have to be so excited? Besides, who was scared? Which eye of yours saw that I was a coward? That's called disdain. How could the other people in the sect know about the little girl's current situation? They even surrounded her and tried to persuade her. Little junior sister, this is necessary. My dear disciple, the divine water you obtained here is different from the divine water you fused with the mountain gate a few years ago. This concentration is more than 8 times that of yours. 1 drop is equivalent to the 8 drops you had back then, so don't foolishly give up on this opportunity. Yang Shirong's earnest advice was immediately met with an eye roll from Murong Sun. Who are you calling your disciple? Taking in random disciples all day long, how many years has it been? Murong Sun harumphed. Miss Qiao pulled back her steps and turned around with a dark face, glaring at that drop of water with a sharp gaze. Why did she feel like little junior sister came with ill intentions? All the disciples took 2 steps back. Arbor ran up the steps and waved her hand, and the black ferrule appeared in her hand. The sect master and the 3 peak masters were stupefied and reached out their hands at the same time with trepidation. Give me 8 drops of water. I'll beat you to death if there's one less. Without another word, she swung her ferrule at the water droplet's head. Everyone stared at her, dumbstruck. Was this the attitude one should have when asking for holy water? No, The sect master stretched out her hand and watched as her little grand disciple swung her ferrule at Lady Holy Water's water droplet's head. Guru. If the water droplet had fur, it would definitely be bristling right now. Bold little girl. She dared to hit Lady Holy Water, eh? The little girl was so fresh. Her body was filled with Lady Holy Water's favorite moisturizing scent. She smelled so good, TSK, it would be great to use her as Lady Holy Water's host, A water droplet swayed and abruptly pounced at the little girl. Arbor furrowed her brows and reflexively stroked her chest. She seemed to feel a burning sensation quietly rising. "What are you doing?" Morongsun's face darkened, and she threw a ball of mystic energy at the water droplet without a second thought. However, in the blink of an eye, the water droplet had already touched Arbor's small hand at close range. A cold and seeping aura instantly spread out and wrapped around her, directly drilling into the skin of her palm. "Ha ha ha, Master, this idiot wants to use you as a host. Great! I'll drag it to the star domain while I'm at it," the sapling shouted excitedly. She was originally pondering how to trick it into coming here, but all her worries were gone now. That's why it's called courting death. "Very good. Remember to beat it to death for me." Arbor was expressionlessly enveloped by the enlarged water droplet, and her vision was hazy and transparent. Suddenly, the large transparent water droplet enveloping Arbor was grabbed by two tender tree branches and fiercely pulled. Lady Holy Water dumbfoundedly discovered that she had been pulled into a pitch-black star domain in the blink of an eye. Who could actually grab Lady Holy Water's transparent body? In the distance, there was only a faintly shining star to the left. A strange tree that was shaking its leaves and swaying excitedly appeared in front of her. The tree was not tall, its leaves were green, and its branches were very thin and soft. You, who are you? What is this place?" The droplet of water admitted defeat and shrunk itself to the size of a fist, drifting back and forth in the dark galaxy. "How dare you? Let me out. How dare you be rude to Lady Holy Water?" Arbor secretly observed the Danteon star field. He was almost flipped over by Lady Holy Water's soft and cute voice. The little treant jumped down from its main body and swung its arms proudly. It grinned sinisterly at Lady Holy Water before pouncing on the little treant and punching it. In the outside world, Morongsun nervously grasped her youngest disciple's hand and looked back and forth. "Jojo, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Arbor shook his head. "Where's Lady Holy Water?" Doya blinked curiously and asked the question in everyone's mind. Arbor's face was stoic, so no one could discern anything from his face. The sect master and the others were all confused. Arbor used his inner vision and saw that the arrogant divine water droplet was almost unrecognizable from the sapling's beating, so he aloofly transmitted his voice to the sapling to stop. "Accept your fate, wahaha." Chocho smugly grinned. "Hurry up and give your essence water to my master, or else I'll kill you." The fist-sized water droplet shook its small body. Gurgle, gurgle. The little water blob flickered with blue light for a while. Seeing that the violent little treant was about to rush up and beat it to death, the little water blob shrank back in fright and let out a pitiful sob. It looked quite pitiful. The little treant had just slowed down when it heard its master's cold voice. "Don't be fooled by it. It's just pretending to be weak." This arrogant water blob called itself Lord Holy Water all day long. Such a narcissistic water droplet couldn't be subdued so easily. As it spoke, the little water blob suddenly swelled, and a blue aqua-colored light shot out from the inside of the water blob, heading straight for the treant. With a howl, Chocho charged forward without dodging or evading, F***CK. It actually wanted to attack Lord Chocho in the star field. It was simply wishful thinking, brainless and uncultured. The little water blob stared at the treant, dumbfounded. Huh? That fellow actually completely ignored its water wave attack and directly passed through the blue light of the holy water, arriving in front of it in an instant. How can this be? The little water blob let out a soft and cute voice. Chocho then stepped on the bottom of its foot, and a tree branch stretched out, whipping that blob of water. Who told you to act? Who told you to be dishonest? Don't you know? In this star field, other than Master, I'm the boss. I'm God. Its smugness shot straight to the 9 heavens, and no one could compare to it. Stop hitting, it hurts, sob sob sob. The water blob pitifully begged for mercy. Master, I know I was wrong. Please tell the treant to stop hitting me. Who's the treant? This guy was asking for a beating. Who's your master? Miss Chiao's cold voice rang out. Chocho, throw it out. But master, this is holy water that's hard to find in 10,000 years. If Master fuses with it, you'll definitely throw it out. Arbor's voice grew colder and colder. This was an unquestionable tone. Xiao immediately agreed obediently. Otherwise, with little Master's ruthlessness, if it didn't listen to her, it was very likely that it would be thrown out as well. To Arbor, this was his sex treasure, not hers. This drop of water was an eyesore to her, so she could just beat it up to vent her anger. How could she take the divine object of her sect as her own? Oh, that's right. Remember to give me 8 drops of holy water. Miss Chiao's voice was indescribably cold and emotionless. The water ball suddenly shuddered. Suddenly, there was a gurgling sound, and a drop of clear and flawless water separated from the ball of water. It was shining with a sparkling blue light, and it shook a little. With a whoosh, it flew straight into Arbor's mystic ruins. At the same time, the little tree Xiao automatically opened its roots at the speed of light, revealing the Dantian's mystic domain buried inside the roots. It happily accepted this drop of lifeblood essence water that had rushed over. The two worked well together, and Arbor couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. The moment the lifeblood essence entered the mystic domain, it blended perfectly with her Dantian, becoming one with her without any hindrance. Arbor stared blankly. She didn't even feel the slightest bit of discomfort, as if this drop of lifeblood essence belonged to her from the moment it was born. The pitch-black star field suddenly lit up. Arbor used this opportunity to see a fist-sized star hanging high in the center of the star field within the boundless star field. It was the main star. Her sharp eyes discovered that the main star was surrounded by 4 stars of almost the same size but of different colors. Among them, one blue star was especially eye-catching. When her gaze rested on this blue star, her heart nearly skipped a beat, and an indescribable surge of emotion instantly swelled up her entire heart. It seemed something was about to overflow from the tip of her heart, making her wish for nothing more than to shout out loud. However, the entire star domain only faintly lit up for an instant before slowly dimming again. Xiao's somewhat tired voice rang out in her mind. Master, my current ability is only enough for you to take a look at the entire star domain. I'm a bit sleepy right now, so I might need to sleep for a while. This life essence water, I will temporarily seal it in your mystic ruins. You need to slowly fuse with it. The essence water's power is very rich, so you might need 1 to 2 months to completely assimilate it. The sapling murmured softly. After completely assimilating the essence water, Master will probably be able to break through to become a level 10 great mystic cultivator and completely open your inner world. Arbor's gaze relaxed slightly, and he couldn't help but ask softly, Xiao, how long are you going to sleep for? It will take about 2 to 3 months, maybe longer. The sapling's sleepy voice rang out. I used up a lot of energy dragging the sacred water into the star domain. I didn't feel it earlier, but now I feel more and more sleepy. Arbor, cough, you're probably tired from beating it up. You were so overbearing just now, beating the little water droplet until it cried for its parents and instantly cementing your position as the boss. Master, I can't drag you into Paradise Planet in these 2 to 3 months. You have to be careful and don't make me worry. Arbor's heart warmed slightly, but he also felt that this childish tone was a bit funny. You should worry about yourself. Go into seclusion properly and don't think so much. I can handle it myself. Xiao didn't say anything. Arbor somewhat worriedly opened his inner vision and glanced at his Dantian. He saw that the sapling's branches and leaves had all gathered together like a tree ball, completely enveloping itself. Even that lively treant was currently lying on its back at the foot of the sapling, completely motionless. The sapling had once said that it was probably still in the early stages of its infancy. When the divine water entered her mystic domain, it would definitely nourish the growth of the little tree's roots. Otherwise, it would not want to go into seclusion so quickly. Oh no, how do I get this drop of water out? Arbor's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of this. This was a divine object that everyone in the sect worshipped like an ancestor. Yet, he had placed it in his Dantian's mystic ruin realm. This method was too unkind. Master, I can go out by myself. Steamed Bun's soft and cute voice sounded. Then you can leave. Arbor calmly retracted her inner vision. Only then did she discover that her master and senior martial sister Sue were holding her hand and gently shaking it with slightly anxious expressions. She had been immersed in her inner vision for so long that she did not even remember that she was still in the cave of the mystical treasure. "It's all right, master and senior sister." Arbor hurriedly gave him a reassuring look. Morongson asked with a dark face, "What did the holy water do to you just now?" Swoosh. A ball of watery light suddenly appeared in the air and floated next to Arbor's ear, emitting a watery blue light. Everyone's hands trembled defensively, and they assumed an attack posture. However, when they saw that it was Lady Holy Water, they all breathed a sigh of relief and lowered their arms one after another. Gurgle. Suddenly, 4 chubby, lotus-like little hands and feet extended from both sides of the ball of water. Immediately afterward, the top of the water blob swayed, and a small head that looked like an onion poked out of the water blob. It stretched its limbs and turned into a transparent little onion person. Wow! Looking at this chubby and smooth little onion head person, all the holy water sect's female disciples' hearts nearly melted from her cuteness. So Lady Holy Water's original form was such an adorable little water doll. Master. The little water doll's naked body fluttered onto Arbor's shoulder. Its transparent arms hugged her neck and rubbed against her head. Xiaomu only felt goosebumps erupt all over her body. This soft little thing was cold and slippery as it lay on her shoulder, making her think of a creature that lived in the dark, a snake. She disliked snakes the most. This would make certain memories that she had purposely forgotten rush back to her. It would make her remember bits and pieces of her previous life when she was locked up in a dark cage by that perverted friend. They let in a lot of soft and slimy snakes. They slithered inside the cage, burrowed in and out of her body and legs, gnawed at her, bit her, and devoured her. Was she afraid? Was she afraid? No. She wasn't afraid. She wasn't afraid at all. She would kill them. Those filthy and dark creatures were only worthy of being ground into the mud. She would crush them beneath her feet for all eternity. They would never be able to harm her in the slightest. Arbor stood there petrified. Her hands were tightly clasped together and dug into her palms. She did not notice that beads of blood had seeped out. Chow chow. Morongson immediately noticed Chow chow's abnormality and grabbed her hand. When that gentle warmth enveloped her hand, Xiao Mu immediately peeled herself out from her wandering soul heart palpitation state. Suddenly, her gaze was as cold as an arrow and abnormally vicious as it shot towards a certain adorable creature lying on her shoulder. Under everyone's stupefied gazes, Arbor ruthlessly slapped that adorable transparent water doll and sent it flying. The water doll fell to the ground with a splash and turned into a drop of water. Scram! Following that cold shout, the entire place was silent and flabbergasted. Everyone kept quiet out of fear as they looked at their junior sister. At that moment, the little water droplet felt that its heart was about to break. Master's fierce and terrifying gaze was filled with hatred and loathing. What a hateful gaze. It was divine water, so it didn't have a fixed form. It didn't hurt, but it felt uncomfortable. Xiaomu darted out of the cave in a flash and ran out of the mystical treasured land in a sorry state. Too cold, this place was too cold. Once the cold aura enveloped his entire body, he simply couldn't disperse it. She thought that she had overcome this coldness after so many years. She could even let go of herself and cultivate in seclusion in the extremely cold mystical treasured land for so many years. However, once one of her memories was triggered, all the dark and cold things that were buried deep within her would come back to haunt her. Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have deluded myself into wanting to find you as a host body. I won't do it again. Master, please forgive me this time. Master, woo-woo. The little water droplet trembled and turned back into a lustrous ball of water. It chased after Arbor, bouncing and hopping. Arbor rushed towards the snowy peak, and the little water droplet mindlessly followed behind her. Arbor stopped. She stood on a protruding boulder on the snowy peak, allowing the sunlight to completely envelop her. Her small hand tightly gripped a hard rock, and her knuckles turned slightly white. She couldn't control her body from trembling slightly. Master, I'm sorry, Master. The water ball circled around Arbor, but it didn't dare to get close. Arbor did not expect her emotional breakdown to come so quickly. She had always thought that she had buried her wounds perfectly and even thought that she had completely forgotten the past. But from the looks of it now, there were some things that couldn't be forgotten even if you deliberately chose to. If the rotten flesh around the wound was not removed, it would never heal. Xiaomu took a deep breath and looked up at the faint sunlight spilling down. When he turned his head, Arbor looked at the wailing ball of water in surprise. This little thing was originally made of water. When it cried, 2 streams of tears shot out from the ball of water and flowed onto the ground with a splash. Arbor quickly took out a bottle and filled it with water. Is this holy water? 8 drops are enough. Why do you need so many? The little water blob took a deep breath and almost suffocated herself to death. However, she quickly stopped crying. Looking at the little master who had just shot her a murderous look, she stammered, "Master, Just now, the look in its master's eyes was extremely cold and merciless, causing the ball of water to sink into a terrifying fear. Just now, it wasn't towards you. Arbor knew very well that at that moment, she saw the water blob as a crooked snake. The snake's cold face and mocking expression overlapped with the friend from her previous life. In that instant, she lost control of her emotions and her actions were completely out of control. I'm sorry. Arbor looked at the water blob apologetically. She wanted to say something to comfort her, but she was not good at expressing her feelings. In the end, he could only sigh faintly. Let's go back. Master and senior sister should be worried. Master. The little ball of water flew in front of her, sparkling with blue light. It looked like it was begging to be touched and hugged. Junior sister, junior sister. Su Shanshan and the others followed behind Murong Sun. When they reached the summit of the snowy peak and saw that Arbor was fine, they involuntarily relaxed. Arbor was reaching out his hand when he heard the call and looked up. When he was half an inch away from the ball of water, Arbor's small hand suddenly retracted. He subconsciously clenched his small fist and quickly walked towards his master. The blue light covering the water blob slowly dimmed, and the blob followed behind Miss Chow listlessly. 3 days later, Arbor left the water blob at the Holy Water Sect's mystical treasured land and left the sect with the disciples from the 3 peaks on a crane. The villagers of Xianxia village were rushing out of their houses when they heard the cries of cranes. They hurriedly looked up. More than 30 Holy Water Sect disciples, whose faces could not be seen clearly, were either sitting or standing on the backs of the cranes. Following the waves of cranes' cries, more than 30 Holy Water Sect disciples flew into the distance. Mother, are those immortals? The little girl pointed at the flying crane shadows and asked. That's right. Those immortals have always been protecting us in their own way. The flock of cranes sent them down the mountain all the way to the Mingshui River before returning. Xianxia Valley was located at the edge of the western wilderness and bordered Shuang City. They had to pass through the Great Swamp. The Holy Water Sect group planned to travel by water and would reach the vicinity of the Great Swamp in about 10 days. After calculating the distance, they had to hurry because it might take some time to cross the Great Swamp. Master, there's a boatman up ahead. I'll go ask him. A disciple from the 3 peaks dashed towards the river like a bird released from its cage. That boatman was sitting by the river with his back facing the Holy Water Sect group. The disciple from the 3 peaks patted his shoulder with a grin. Uncle, are you running a boat? Send us too. The boatman abruptly turned around. His nose and mouth were all sunken in on his flat face, and only his blackened teeth were exposed. He abruptly opened his mouth and pounced at the disciple from the 3 peaks, opening his mouth to an unimaginable width. The Holy Water Sect disciples couldn't help but scream. With a whoosh, a jet-black iron arrow pierced through the boatman's throat and exited from the back of his neck. 3rd Peak's disciple, Xianxia, broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, she could almost smell the stench of blood spewing out of the zombie's gaping mouth. That flat face was covered in rotting flesh and was abnormally terrifying. The two were less than half a foot away from each other, but Xianxia's heart nearly stopped from fright. In the blink of an eye, the iron arrow pierced through the corpse hag's throat and sent it flying into the river. The water splashed loudly, creating a splash half a person's height. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and her gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on the last person. Arbor was dressed in a flawless white robe and had a straight and beautiful figure. She held a pitch-black repeating crossbow in her delicate hand and calmly looked over. Little junior sister's decisive arrow had undoubtedly saved her life. Xianxia nodded gratefully at little junior sister from afar. "Hanzi, hurry and come back!" Lu Yun shouted at her disciple with a dark face. Xianxia was about to run back when she heard the sound of water splashing from the riverbank. A water-based vine abruptly shot out of the river mud and headed straight for her ankle. Lu Yun's expression changed, and she abruptly flew up. She hastily untied a belt and flung it out, wrapping it around Xianxia's arm with a swish. Xianxia borrowed this force and decisively jumped into the air. However, the water-based vine wrapped around the sole of her left shoe, and Xianxia's body sank down slightly. Fortunately, Lu Yun tightened her belt with one hand and quickly rushed to Xianxia's side. She released a ball of mystic energy and smashed the water-based vine to the ground. She brought Xianxia back several steps before barely managing to stabilize herself. Xianxia looked back and saw one of her shoes being shredded to pieces by the writhing water-based vine at any moment. She immediately shuddered all over. "Are you all right, senior sister Chen?" Doya breathed a sigh of relief and grabbed Xianxia. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Xianxia blushed and looked at her master, Lu Yun, who had an unsightly expression. In the next instant, a huge wave suddenly surged from the riverbank. Morongsun extended her hand to block the disciples and sternly ordered, "Retreat." Suddenly, 7 or 8 water-based vines as thick as a person's wrist shot out from the bottom of the water. A few of them formed a group and swept towards the crowd. "What is this? Is it a demonic plant?" The holy water sect disciples all drew their swords to hack at the aquatic vines that swept over. "This is a level 2 corpse-eating vine." Arbor's cold voice sounded. "It's best not to get caught by it. Pay attention to protect your exposed skin. Don't get scratched by it to avoid infection." Although level 2 corpse-eating vines were not like level 3 corpse puppets, which would definitely mutate and become infected when scratched, level 3 corpse-eating vines would not be infected. But to be on the safe side, it was better not to get caught. He should not have any wishful thinking, lest he be unaware of the impending disaster. "It seems that the more you cut, the more there are." Chang Yushi couldn't help but exclaim. After these corpse-eating vines were chopped off, they were still wriggling on the ground. They looked very disgusting. Arbor had already risen into the air. He stroked the tiny goosebumps on his arms and lowered his wrist. His fingers lightly clasped, and 5 iron arrows shot towards the riverbank with a whoosh like shooting stars chasing after the moon. When the iron arrows shot into the river, a strange hissing sound came from the depths of the river. It was like an iron rod scraping against the ground, producing a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Afterwards, all the corpse-eating vines that were attacking simultaneously fell limply to the ground, motionless. The expressions on all the holy water sect disciples' faces were extremely colorful. No one expected that they would encounter this kind of situation the moment they left the Great Snow Mountain. There really wasn't a moment of peace. After Arbor killed the corpse-eating vine's main body, all the corpse-eating vines stopped moving. Chang Yushi hastily took out a match and burned all the corpse-eating vines on the riverbank to a crisp. Morongsun's face darkened. "I'm afraid the water route won't work. Cranes aren't suited for long-distance travel. Also, if something happens in the air, we'll be even more passive." Morongsun pondered for a moment before saying, "For now, we can only go to 5 Moon City to exchange for some horses." Lu Yun glanced at her disciples with a dark expression. "Have you all forgotten your master's instructions when you're outside? Outside, unlike in the sect, you must maintain vigilance at all times and mustn't be impulsive." Disciple knows her mistake. Xianxia admitted her mistake with a red face and turned to thank Arbor. "Thank you, little junior sister." Little junior sister's reaction just now was shockingly fast. This meant that ever since she left the Snow Mountain, she hadn't relaxed her guard at all and was constantly in a tense state of battle readiness. When they thought of this, all the female disciples were ashamed. They thought that they were much older than little junior sister, but they weren't as steady and decisive as this little girl. The group could only turn back to Five Moon City and head directly to the city lord's estate. These past years, the Holy Water sect had accepted many missions in Five Moon City, so they could be considered old acquaintances with the city lord of Five Moon City. When the guards brought them to the south side of the city lord's estate, the city lord was personally digging in a small patch of blackened soil. There were 3 or 4 retainers following him with deeply furrowed brows. When the city lord saw Morongsun's group, he hastily cleaned up the dust on his body and welcomed them with a smile. He cupped his hands from afar and politely said, "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. City Lord Wu is too courteous." Morongsun cupped her fists in greeting and explained her intentions with a smile. Wu Mantian readily agreed and immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare horses. "Can the land the city lord dug be planted?" Xianxia asked with a smile. Wu Mantian sighed and shook his head. Nowadays, the amount of land that can be planted in the city is decreasing, and there aren't many seeds left in the storage. Because many seeds that were planted in the ground could not grow anything at all, and in the end they all rotted in the ground. We've basically searched all the nearby villages, and there's nothing left to collect. In the past few years, the food supply had been getting less and less. If they continued to use up their food reserves like this, they might not even be able to last a year. At that time, we can only migrate to the large fortifications in the north. Wu Mantian's eyes were filled with yearning. "I heard that northern Moi has established 13 great fortifications, and their iron bastions are impregnable. I just don't know if they will accept outsiders." Morongsun, Xianxia, and Lu Yun's faces darkened slightly. 2 years ago, after the old king of the Chou kingdom was poisoned to death by a favored concubine, his sons fought over the throne and almost killed each other. Currently, the Chou kingdom only existed in name. At least Wu Mantian was taking care of Five Moon City, so it was still alright. If they really had to move the city, it would be a huge movement. "Husband." As they spoke, a young woman with a simple face rushed over while crying and running while carrying a 5 or 6-year-old girl. "Madam, what happened?" Wu Mantian was shocked and hastily walked up to catch the young woman who was staggering over. "Husband, hurry and save Chuer. Save her. Quickly invite the estate doctor here." Wu Mantian couldn't help but panic when he saw his unconscious daughter foaming at the mouth. "The estate doctor said Chuer can't be saved." The young madam cried out with a pained expression, "Husband, this concubine heard that several peak masters from Holy Water sect came to the estate. This person must be the Holy Water sect's peak master." The young madam hastily knelt in front of Morongsun with the child in her arms. "Please save my daughter, peak master. Save her." Morongsun was dumbfounded. She was a peak master and a mystic cultivator instructor, but she didn't know anything about the art of medicine, alright? How could she endure being forced to do something beyond her ability like this? Morongsun hastily stopped the city lord madam from kneeling. "Madam, please rise, madam." Morongsun turned to city lord Wu and helplessly said, "I won't hide it from you too. If you want to seek treatment, it's better to find Celestial Medicine Valley. There's only one person in our Holy Water sect who knows a bit about medicine, and she's the sect master's personal maidservant. She's still in the Holy Water sect." The city lord madam fell to the ground like a deflated balloon. The city lord hastily reached out to support her. Madam. Chuer." The city lord madam hugged her daughter and wailed. "My poor daughter. If you keep strangling her like this, she really will die soon." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out amidst the crying. The voice was crisp and clear, like a stream of spring water caressing through a snowy mountain. The city lord and madam looked in the direction of the voice in a daze, only to see a 12 or 13-year-old little girl with black hair and plain clothes looking at them with cold eyes. Morongsun, she was about to mediate the situation when she heard her little disciple angrily rebuke, "What's the use of crying? Can crying alone solve the problem? You. Put her down." The city lord madam reflexively let go, but she still dazedly stared at the little girl. Suddenly, she felt her leg lighten. It turned out the little girl had carried her daughter to the side and placed her on the edge of the field. Morongsun was about to speak when her gaze froze. He saw his little disciple skillfully twisting Chuer's wrist. He first felt her pulse, then opened her eyelids to take a look. Then, she took out a small needle bag from her waist and took out several silver needles. She directly inserted a few needles into the patient's body. Her speed was so fast that it almost dazzled these laymen. Eh? Eldest senior sister, my disciple knows how to treat patients? Xianxia was simply stupefied. She turned to look at Murong's son, whose gaze had frozen, and involuntarily laughed in schadenfreude. No? This is the first time you've heard about it, right? Ha ha ha. Murongson stretched out her hand and forcefully pushed the fool's head to the side, shooting her an irritated glare. By this time Arbor had quickly pulled out the needle and turned the girl upside down. With a wah sound, the girl spat out a mouthful of black liquid, and her complexion improved significantly. The mayor and his wife looked in front of them with surprise and joy. They hurriedly ran over and reached out to pick up the little girl. They kept saying to Arbor, "Thank you, little girl. Thank you." Arbor expressionlessly looked at the city lord and his wife. She swallowed heartbreak grass. Heartbreak grass? The city lord and his wife looked at each other in surprise. They had never heard of this medicinal herb's name before. That's heartbreak grass. Arbor casually pointed at the 3 pots placed in the corridor in the distance. The city lord's wife was shocked. It's poisonous? Its poison is concentrated near the root. Even adults can't take it after swallowing it, let alone children. You're randomly eating again. The city lord's wife grasped her daughter's hand in exasperation and lightly patted it twice. Mother, I'm hungry. The little girl's face was ghastly pale, and she weakly whined. City Lord Wu was dazed and regretted his past actions. In order to live frugally, City Lord Wu mobilized the entire city and ordered everyone to only eat 1 meal a day. Almost all of the city's citizens passed their days half-starved. As the city lord, he naturally had to set an example and lead the way. His entire family suffered with him. Adults could endure it, but when a child was hungry, she could only randomly grab something to eat. She probably ate the heartbreak grass planted by the roadside raw. The city lord's wife's tears streamed down like rain, and she looked up at City Lord Wu with resentment. Her poison is mostly cured, but to prevent the remaining poison from wreaking havoc in her body, take 1 pill a day for 7 days. Arbor tossed a small jade bottle to the city lord's wife with a wave of her hand. Thank you, godly physician, thank you, godly physician. The city lord and his wife were endlessly grateful and repeatedly thanked her. Arbor shook her head, her stoic face solemn and serious. I'm not some godly physician. I probably only know a little about medicine. Everyone, Morong Sun and Yang Shirong met each other's eyes and were speechless at the same time. This was truly F***ket up. She could revive a dying child with just a few random needles, and she only knew a little about medicine. How could people who truly knew a little about medicine endure this? How could Morong Sun and the others know that the little stoic was purely thinking this in her heart? Her innate medical skills had always been a bit strange and unfathomable. If you said she knew medicine, she felt like she had never learned it in her life. If you said she didn't know anything, she could roughly name any poisonous herb or wondrous medicine with a single glance. If she encountered a sudden illness, she could immediately treat the patient. Every time she inserted needles, she felt like she had inserted needles countless times. The strangest thing was that she even ran to the Holy Water sect to specifically flip through the books and found a few medical and herbal books to check. She found that the various herbs in the herbal book completely overlapped with some of the information in her mind. The only difference was probably the names of the herbs. For example, she only knew the name of the heartbreak grass after reading the herbal book. Before she flipped through the book, the name of another herb with similar characteristics and toxicity popped up in her mind. After flipping through all the medical books, she only felt a sense of déjà vu, as if she had flipped through countless medical and poison books in the past. The Holy Water sect's medical books were all the most common books circulating on the market, so she couldn't compare more. She could only say that she had a rough idea and suspected that she might have some knowledge of medicine. Ahem, madam, can I take a look at the medicine in your hand? Yang Shirong stared curiously at the jade bottle in the mayor's wife's hand. The city lord's wife hurriedly offered it with both hands. Yang Shirong poured out a small round-sized, jet-black pill from the jade bottle. Everyone stared blankly at Arbor, unable to take their eyes off him. Morong-sun was also curious. Disciple, could this be a pill that you made yourself? Arbor glanced at the medicine in Yang Shirong's hand and slowly nodded. She only made some small pills according to the medicinal techniques described in the common medical books. At first, her movements were a bit stiff, but the more she made, the more familiar she felt. It was as if she had made countless pills, powders, and even liquid medicine before. Morong-sun and the others stared at her dumbfoundedly for a long time. It was not until the neighing of horses that everyone was interrupted from their days. After the three peak masters bid farewell to Wu Mantian and his wife, they led their disciples out of the city lord's estate. Along the way, all of the holy water sect's female disciples were bewildered and did not regain their senses for a long time. Little junior sister's medical skills were astonishing. The acupuncture technique that little junior sister revealed just now was simply an eye-opener. Not only was their little junior sister exceptionally talented in martial arts, but she also seemed to be very knowledgeable in medicine. Little junior sister was such a knowledgeable person in medicine, but she merely said aloofly, "I only know a little bit." All of the senior sisters felt very subtle. Their hearts were struck by this miraculous little junior sister. After silently hurrying for a while, Morong-sun was the first to catch her breath. She turned to look at her little disciple. "Jojo. You know medicine?" "I know a little bit," the little stoic expressionlessly replied and focused on the road in front of her. "You're clearly extremely skilled with your skills. How is that a little bit?" Peak Master Morong roared in her mind before turning around with a grin. "So it's like that. Then why didn't you tell Master?" At this moment, he heard Yang Shirong's giggling in the background. Morong-sun inwardly ground her teeth. Master has never asked. Xiaomu suddenly cast a glance behind her, her slender brows creasing slightly. Morong-sun, disciple, what else can Master say after you answered like that? This little fellow's ability to end a conversation with 3 sentences was truly improving. Arbor abruptly pulled on the reins and turned his horse around to stare at the road they came from. Morong-sun and the others were startled and also urged their horses to turn around, their gazes becoming guarded. "Still not coming out?" Arbor muttered in a clear voice. Gurgle. In the air, a cloud of water mist suddenly condensed together. With a bang, it transformed into a small ball of water. Its whole body was emitting a blue light, flickering from time to time. "Lady Holy Water!" Chang Yushi and the others cried out in surprise. The 3 peak masters' expressions changed, and they worked together to set up a soundproof barrier, enclosing Lady Holy Water within it. Don't joke around. If the sacred water was exposed in front of people, then it wouldn't just be a matter of Seacone Planet fighting over it. Even the 6 prefectures and 3 prefectures would join the fray. Goody. The water blob flashed to Arbor's side. The water blob shook a little, and little hands and feet stretched out of the water blob. It turned into an onion-headed baby and looked at its master with a cute face. Arbor was expressionless. "Didn't I tell you to stay in the sect? Master." The little water baby looked at her pitifully, its big blue eyes blinking. It was so adorable that the senior sister's heart softened. Chang Yushi was the first one who couldn't take it anymore. She hurriedly jumped out to speak for Lord Holy Water. "Little junior sister, I think Lord Holy Water is pretty good. You should bring it along." Right. Shueshao also nodded hastily. "Lord Holy Water also gave us each a small bottle of sacred water. It knows its mistake and can change. Little junior sister, please forgive it." Su Shanshan and all the first peak disciples nodded in agreement. The disciples from the other 2 peaks were all dumbfounded and turned to look at Shueshao in unison. "Senior sister Shui, what did you say? Lord Holy Water gave you a small bottle of sacred water? How many drops were in a small bottle? What they heard couldn't be true, right? You all want some too?" The little stoic interrupted at this moment and took out a large bottle from her storage talisman. "Bring your own bottles and pour some for you. It cried a lot last time, so it should work, right? Everyone." The 3 peak masters all twitched their mouths at the same time. The senior sisters couldn't describe how traumatized they were right now. He only felt that in front of little junior sister, nothing seemed to be a problem, However, all of them acted in unison and hastily took out bottles of varying sizes from their inner worlds to line up to receive the holy water. Morongsun helplessly looked at these disciples and reminded them, remember, don't use the holy water to level up during the competition. Even if you lose the competition, you can't use it to avoid being discovered and coveted by people with ulterior motives. Yes. The holy water sect disciples nodded in acknowledgement. Morongsun then nodded and looked at Arbor. Disciple, quickly put away the holy water and don't rashly show it to others. This item is hard to find even in tens of thousands of years. If it falls into the eyes of people with ulterior motives, they'll definitely fight you to the death. But this is the holy item that the sect worships, silly disciple. The sect has instructed for the past 100 years that if the holy water wants to leave one day, we should naturally let it leave and not obstruct it. It can be seen that the holy water is free. Now that the holy water has chosen a master and has chosen a disciple of our holy water sect, isn't that great? This item is hard to find even in tens of thousands of years, so hurry and put it away. The little stoic's gaze shifted, and she awkwardly glanced at the water child. The water child suddenly felt that Master's glance seemed to contain a bit of disdain. Wah, the water child was so sad. It's soft and slippery, so it's not easy to carry. Master, I can turn into a solid state and not move at all. After saying that, the water child's entire body curled into a small square block of ice and landed in Arbor's hand with a thump. Arbor was speechless. After a while, he asked, what other appearance can you turn into? This block of ice could only be thrown into a storage talisman. I can turn into an ice ring. No, it's too conspicuous. She didn't want to cause trouble for no reason. How about this? The block of ice curled up and shrunk several times, turning into a round, thumb-sized ice bead. Arbor finally nodded in satisfaction. Master, you can do whatever you want. I won't touch it. The little ice bead's soft and cute voice sounded. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. He raised his hand and gently stroked the ice bead. What are you talking about? I'll put you in my waist pocket. You can move if you want, but don't come out to meet people. Being outside the sect was different from being in the sect. She knew very well how sinister people could be. It was best to be careful. Once the little tree woke up, she could put it back on Paradise Planet so that she wouldn't have to worry about it. Yes, Master is the best. Dian loves Master the most. As a result, the Holy Water Sect's party hurried on their journey without rest. After more than 20 days, they arrived at the adventurer base near the Great Swamp. Master, I've confirmed it. This is the only way to the west. If you want to go to Xianxia Valley, you must pass through this great desolate swamp, whether by water, land, or air. Hidden Flower followed behind his master and wandered around this area. Why isn't he here yet? Mo Lian frowned. He had arrived at this base 3 days in advance, but he still hadn't seen the little fellow. Calculating the time, she should be here in the next few days. Just as he was speaking, a 17 or 18-year-old girl suddenly stumbled out of the crowd and pounced on Mo Lian. Hidden Flower's brows twitched, and he couldn't resist facepalming. Again. After entering this base, he couldn't even tell how many girls had rushed to pounce on his master. Was it really that fun to be mercilessly kicked out like this and not even touch the corner of his master's clothes? Lord Mo raised his phoenix eyes slightly, and his expression was gentle. He only reached out and lightly brushed his sleeves before walking forward as if he hadn't seen anything. It was as if it wasn't a beautiful girl who wanted to throw herself into his arms, but a blind little bird that had flown over and been unceremoniously flicked away by him. Hidden Flower, who was following behind his master, chuckled silently in his heart before following her like a lackey. He would just pretend that he didn't see his master occasionally going crazy or something. He was a considerate and loyal little guard, so he wouldn't say things like, "Master, you're really crazy." Mo Lian hadn't taken 2 steps when she suddenly stopped. She abruptly turned around and narrowed her phoenix eyes as she swept her gaze over the passers-by behind her. When the passers-by's gazes landed on him, they all subconsciously paused in their steps, and their gazes lingered on him for a moment. Under a moon-white robe was a tall and slender youth. His posture was tall and straight, and his features were clear and elegant. He was as elegant and unrestrained as colored glass, and he was like a piece of sparkling and translucent jade that had fallen from a snowy peak. He was indescribably beautiful. Hidden Flower was slightly taken aback. He took 2 steps forward and softly called out, "Master?" Mo Lian retracted her gaze and muttered to herself, "I have a strange feeling," as if the little fellow had already come to his side. "Go to the nearby inns and ask." "Yes." Hidden Flower immediately accepted the order and led a small group of black-clothed youths to inspect the inns from door to door. When Hidden Flower led the group of youths past a bustling pavilion with a tall and wide entrance that had adventurers coming and going, he only raised his head to glance at the large gold-gilded black signboard before calmly walking past the door. He didn't even bring anyone in to take a look. Inside Morning Sunlight Pavilion, Arbor expressionlessly stood in front of the counter and flipped through a box of blank talisman papers provided by the shopkeeper. "This is all of the blank talisman papers in this pavilion." The old shopkeeper was over 50 years old. His face was simple and amiable, and there was a faint smile on his face from beginning to end. Arbor nodded and closed the box of blank talismans. "How much food?" She had been cultivating in seclusion in the sect for many years, so she had long been unaware of the prices in the outside world. That was why she asked. The old shopkeeper was stunned, and before he could speak, he heard a sharp laughter mixed with sarcasm coming from behind him. "Haha, what a country bumpkin, exchanging food for food. Are you kidding me? Get out of the way." Arbor turned his head slightly and saw a young girl with an oval face and vertical eyebrows. She was walking forward with her chin held high. The young girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing a blue brocade gown with a butterfly pattern, a red muslin cover, and a lake green pleated skirt. As she walked, the hem of her skirt fluttered in the wind. "Shopkeeper, I'm here to pick up the defensive profound clothes that I ordered yesterday." The girl raised her chin high, as if her chin would fall off if she didn't. When the girl approached, she deliberately bumped into Arbor with her shoulder. How could Arbor let her have her way? He leaned to the side to avoid her, but his brows were slightly furrowed, and a trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. He thought to himself, what an arrogant girl. "Miss Ning, the things are ready." The shopkeeper smiled at her without much change in his expression. He took out a long brocade box from the bottom of the cabinet and placed it in front of the girl. He extended his hand and politely said, "According to the rules, please show me your treasure talisman." The young girl raised her lips and cast a haughty sidelong glance at Arbor. She pinched a red diamond-shaped jade talisman between her fingers and handed it to the shopkeeper. After the shopkeeper received it, he carefully appraised it and touched the mark engraved on the back of the jade talisman before respectfully returning it to the young girl. "Hello, this is a red jade treasure talisman. It requires 1,000 points to exchange for this defensive mystic garment. Would you like to deduct the points to exchange now?" "Exchange." The young girl smiled complacently and faintly turned her head to sweep Arbor a glance. She couldn't help but get angry with this glance. She originally thought that the little girl next to her would be so ashamed that she wouldn't be able to lift her head after being ridiculed by her. Who would have expected that she would still see a wooden face? The little girl's gaze curiously landed on the red jade treasure talisman, and her gaze wandered back and forth between the long brocade box and the red jade treasure talisman. "Who allowed you to casually look at other people's things? Country bumpkin." "Scram." The young girl furiously pushed Arbor. A disapproving voice came from the side. "Junior sister, what are you doing? How can you be so rude?" Ning Baifan stomped her feet and looked at the tall and handsome man next to her with displeasure. "Senior brother, why are you speaking up for the country bumpkin?" The little stoic directly ignored the senior brother and sister pair and looked curiously at Morning Sunlight Pavilion's shopkeeper. "Do you want to exchange the items here?" The shopkeeper nodded with a smile. "That's right, little miss. Morning Sunlight Pavilion doesn't directly sell items to individuals. The sale will only be conducted as a public auction. A large-scale auction will be held at the beginning of every month. If the little miss is interested, you can come take a look then." "Where did that red jade treasure talisman and those points come from?" our dear Chiao Mu continued to ask. "Country bumpkin." Ning Baifan's arm was pulled by her senior brother, but she still couldn't resist rebuking Miss Chiao. "Shopkeeper, why are you being so long-winded with her? Hurry and help me wrap things up properly." This girl looks like a country bumpkin from some remote village. What's there to chat about? Arbor suddenly turned his head and frowned at the girl. He expressionlessly said, "You're very annoying. If you interrupt again, I'll have you die." The crowd that was originally watching the show with relish suddenly had black lines appear on their faces. As soon as this little girl walked into Morning Sunlight Pavilion, she had already attracted everyone's attention. There was no other reason than that she was too elegant and refined, even more so than a snowman. Ning Bifan was also angry because her senior martial brother couldn't take his eyes off the little girl as soon as he entered Morning Sunlight Pavilion. Now that he heard the little stoic's words, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Why don't you try? Hit me? Come and hit me." Slap. The little stoic's hand was as fast as lightning, and her palm struck Ning Bifan's small oval face. The shopkeeper couldn't resist twitching his mouth. He was close, so he naturally could see how fast the little stoic attacked. Almost as soon as that girl finished her provocative words, the little stoic slapped her across the face. He was really asking for it. Blood trickled from the corner of Ning Bifan's mouth from the slap. She covered her face with one hand and abruptly straightened her body. Her eyes were red as she stared incredulously at the stoic face. She shrieked sternly, You dare to hit me?" The little stoic was baffled. She lowered her head to look at her small hand, then raised her head to look at Ning Bifan, who was livid. "Weren't you the one who asked me to hit you?" Everyone, Ning Bifan clenched her fists as if she had gone mad and pounced at Miss Xiao with mystic energy. There was a loud rumble. Ning Bifan's attack was repelled by Miss Xiao and sent her flying out along with the window frame. Miss Ning clung onto half of the wooden window frame and was smashed out along with half of the shattered wall. She sprawled on the ground. The people on the street, they saw a young lady flying out along with the window frame. The passers-by hastily dodged in all directions and stared dumbfoundedly at the young lady crashing onto the ground with a bang. She was so dizzy that she fell flat on her face, and her entire face was bleeding. Soon after, some broken pieces of the wall and wooden window fell onto her body and head with a pitter-patter, making her look rather disheveled. "Junior sister." The tall man bent over and jumped out of the window hole. He hastily ran to his junior sister and reached out to help her up. Ning Bifan clung to her senior brother with a wah and collapsed into the man's arms while crying. Morning Sunlight Pavilion's shopkeeper's head was filled with black lines, and he hastily walked out of the room. Looking at the disheveled Miss Ning, he hastily said that the wall and window were smashed. "You have to compensate for it." The passers-by, "Shopkeeper, do you think you're being honest by doing this? The young lady fell so hard that her face looked like a pig's head, yet you still chased after her to ask for compensation." Ning Bifan only felt that she had never been so dark in her 18 years of life. She was bawling her eyes out as she raised her head and roared at the shopkeeper, "Did I smash it? Are you sick in the head? Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. Go find her for compensation." She pointed at our dear Chiao Mu, who had followed them out. The little stoic only felt that this young lady was a bit baffling, so she walked to the shopkeeper's side and said, "You didn't finish speaking just now." The shopkeeper glanced speechlessly at the little fellow and explained patiently, "The treasure-gathering talisman is our Morning Sunlight Pavilion's unique permit exchange certificate. In the past, 10,000 gold taels could exchange for a red jade treasure-gathering talisman, 100,000 gold taels could exchange for a blue jade treasure-gathering talisman, and 1,000,000 gold taels could exchange for a black jade treasure-gathering talisman. You can obtain a certain amount of points every time you come to buy something." "Oh." The little fellow decisively ended the conversation. The corner of the old shopkeeper's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but continue, "Nowadays, we don't sell treasure talismans anymore, unless you can bring out a good auction item." The little stoic didn't say anything and just looked at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper could tell that the little stoic in front of him was still waiting for him to continue explaining, so he could only speechlessly continue, The 500 blank talismans you took a fancy to just now require 3,000 points to exchange." "TSK," Ning Bifan couldn't help but sneer, 3,000 points, do you even have it, country bumpkin?" She had accumulated 1,000 points over the past 6 years. She didn't believe that the country bumpkin in front of her had 3,000 points. "You don't either." The little stoic turned to glance at Ning Bifan, her expression saying, "Why bother making things difficult for a poor person?" Even the shopkeeper couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're simply. Ning Bifan trembled with anger. "Alright, junior sister, stop messing around." The man frowned impatiently. "Let's take the things and leave. Master is still waiting for us at the inn." "No, you have to pay the compensation first," the old shopkeeper said sullenly. Ning Bifan stomped her feet in anger and casually threw a bag of grain to the old shopkeeper. "Is it enough?" The old shopkeeper shook his head. Ning Bifan was furious and threw out another bag. She was so angry that her heart ached. "So many beans, it's enough for you to hire 2 people to repair 10 walls." The shopkeeper finally stopped talking. Ning Bifan turned her head and pointed at Arbor. "Little village girl. Don't be complacent, I'm the daughter of Xianxia's master, Ning Guilai, Ning Bifan. If you have the guts, tell me your name. I'll settle this with you later." "Oh." Arbor nods, not responding at all. This attitude is simply enough to anger a dead person back to life. Little village girl. Ning Bifan's head is about to explode, and she wants to curse. "You're so annoying. I don't even know you, so why are you being so long-winded with me all day?" Arbor suddenly flashes, the silver-white blade in her hand flashes, and a line of snow slashes towards Ning Bifan's neck. "Junior sister." The man behind her sees everything clearly. If that dagger really slashes Ning Bifan's neck, it will really take her life. The man is so frightened that he breaks out in cold sweat. He hastily reaches out and forcefully pulls his junior sister behind him. In a hurry, he circulates a wisp of mystic energy and grabs Arbor's wrist with his bare hand. Seeing that the 5 fingers are about to touch her wrist, Arbor's slender wrist slightly rotates, and the dagger in her left hand instantly swaps. The dagger in her left hand shoots out like lightning. "Ah!" Ning Bifan turns pale with fright, falling on her but on the ground. Taking a closer look, the dagger that flew out of her hand is now stuck horizontally in Ning Bifan's chest. But because Ning Bifan is wearing a defensive mystic artifact, the dagger only pierces 2 centimeters and can't go any further, so only a faint trace of blood can be seen on her chest. Ning Bifan is still in a state of shock, her whole body slightly trembling. The man turns his head to glance at her, then frowns at Arbor. "Little miss, you're too ruthless. My junior sister only has a few words with you, why do you have to take her life? What sect do you belong to? Senior brother, don't talk too much with her. This witch must be from some demonic sect. Kill her." Ning Bifan sits on the ground, shouting angrily with bloodshot eyes. Arbor expressionlessly glances at her. She swipes the air, and her fingers faintly pull out a pitch-black ferrule. "You also want to die? Miss, you might not be overconfident." A trace of anger appeared on the man's face. Previously, he had seen this little girl's cold appearance and couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He didn't expect that once he really came into contact with her, he would be angered half to death by her cold temperament. "I'm a level 10 mystic cultivator. Even if I don't summon my mystic beast, a mere level 8 mystic cultivator like you might not be my match." The man's words made the crowd gasp. A level 8 mystic cultivator? This little girl looked to be around 12 or 13 years old, but she had already broken through to become a level 8 mystic cultivator? No wonder he was so aloof and cold. "I also don't want to bully the weak. Apologize to my junior sister, and I'll let you go." "How about it?" the man said indifferently. "Senior brother." Ning Bifan angrily pounded the ground and roared, "I don't want her apology, and I don't want to let her off. Kill this demoness for me. Kill her." "Shut up," the man growled. The little stoic lifted her eyelids slightly, and the ferrule in her hand shook lightly. "A load of nonsense. We'll know once we fight. Blabbering nonsense all day long." "Blabbering my ass, let's fight." It was rare for Master to say that they would stay for a day at this adventurer base so they could split up and move freely. She only came out to buy a blank talisman, so how did she encounter this pair of oddballs? The little stoic thought, if I take them down, I won't have so much to say. On the other side, Master Huifeng's ghostly figure appeared next to him. "Lian. This subordinate received news that someone is causing trouble in front of Morning Sunlight Pavilion. Mo Lian raised her brows. Go take a look. When the two arrived at Morning Sunlight Pavilion's entrance, they happened to see a slender and petite plain-colored figure gracefully land on the ground and take a few light steps forward. Lord Mo abruptly stopped in his tracks, and his gaze fixed on that small figure. You lost. Who was the one who was overly confident? He heard the little girl coldly say a few words, as cold and emotionless as before. Although he didn't see her small face, he could already imagine that the little fellow's face was definitely paralyzed and expressionless when she said this. Cough. Miss Ming's senior brother coughed out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest and looked at Arbor in disbelief. The battle between the two just now happened too quickly. Not to mention the normal people watching, even he himself was still in a stupefied state. He didn't understand why a level 10 Mystic Cultivator's Mystic Chi attack would actually be repelled by a level 8 Mystic Cultivator. Defensive Mystic Weapon. The little girl definitely had a defensive Mystic Weapon on her. Miss Ming's senior brother's gaze gradually changed. He clenched his right fist and struggled to get up. He roared with a face full of anger, come out. Suddenly, a giant python covered in black scales abruptly appeared in front of Xiao Mu. It flicked out its scarlet forked tongue with a hiss, and its pair of triangular eyes gloomily cast a sidelong glance at Miss Xiao. In front of Morning Sunlight Pavilion's entrance, the originally spectating crowd all jumped in fright and hastily retreated. F*CK, this snake coiled up into 2 layers and was half a person's height. The little girl was completely tiny in front of it. Arbor subconsciously reached out to stroke the tiny particles that had appeared on his arm. Even though he kept warning himself in his heart, don't be afraid, he still couldn't resist the dense chill in the depths of his heart, and his footsteps retreated slightly. Ha 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 ha. B*TCH, I'll teach you a lesson. Python, eat her. Eat her. Ning Bifan, who had finally gotten up from the ground with great difficulty, shouted agitatedly with clenched fists. Hiss, the python opened its huge mouth, and several dozen small snakes scuttled out. All the nerves in Xiao Mu's body practically tensed up the instant her gaze landed on those crooked small snakes. All the hair on her body stood on end as she stared blankly at those things. Miss Xiao subconsciously covered herself with an eggshell. He couldn't care less about how funny the eggshell looked in front of others. She didn't want that. Don't let these disgusting things touch me. When the little snakes were about to touch Arbor's shield, the little girl felt like her head was about to explode. His hands were covered in a layer of profound light, and he was about to use his profound energy to quickly kill the little snake that was pouncing in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a white shadow suddenly landed beside him, and a familiar scent as thin as silk followed. The purple flames landed accurately on the dozens of small snakes. Xiao Mu was dumbfounded. Before she could raise her head, she felt her body suddenly become light. Her feet left the ground for a distance, and her entire body was lifted high up in the air. Bastard! She had already grown taller, so why was she still being hugged the moment she came up? The little girl turned her head and met the youth's smiling phoenix eyes. The two people's gazes were glued together and didn't pull away for a long time. The noisy sea of people around them, the rustling branches and trees, the gentle breeze, and all kinds of things, such as still sand paintings, all disappeared the moment they landed. At this moment, it was as if there was only each other left in the two's eyes. The youth was still that gentle and elegant youth with flowing phoenix eyes, while the little girl was still that expressionless little stoic who was as cold as ice. Just like in the past. Bao Bao missed me. The crown prince chuckled softly as he gazed at the black vortex swirling in the little girl's eyes. When such a voice fell into the ears of those who heard it, they all felt a little numb. Arbor didn't know what was wrong with her, but she felt like her heart was pounding non-stop like a drum. Her small face seemed to be a bit hot, and a slender and elegant figure was reflected in the depths of her pitch-black eyes. Shameless guy. She wasn't missing him. Our dear Xiao Mu reached out to push away his handsome face that was inches away from her and harumphed with a wooden expression. When she looked down, she discovered that the dozens of little snakes that had scuttled over had long been burned to ashes by the small flames at some point in time. The remaining small flame on the ground emitted a faint purple glow. The crown prince actually used a purple flame when he made his move. The little fellow stared at the embers carefully. She remembered very clearly that the flames the Crown Prince controlled 4 years ago were red. Suddenly, someone grabbed her small chin and lifted it slightly. A pair of dark eyes helplessly met Prince Mo's half-smiling gaze. The little fellow dryly asked, "What are you doing?" "What, feeling guilty? Jojo doesn't dare to look at me? What is this Bao Bao feeling guilty about? What did this Bao Bao do that I need to feel guilty about?" Looking at his refreshing expression, our dear Xiao Mu wanted to pounce on him and bite him hard. This Crown Prince who appeared as gentle as jade was probably the only one who knew how dark his heart was. "Bite here." A certain person good-naturedly turned his handsome face and pointed at his left cheek. "Bite it better." Huifeng silently stood behind his master, but 1,000 curses were already running through his heart. "Master, where's your moral integrity?" He felt that his master's serious demeanor had completely changed the moment he saw Miss Chiao. Although Arbor's small face was stoic, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. The Crown Prince looked at her and pinched her slightly cracked little face. He chuckled softly. "Bao Bao, whether you missed me or not, in short, I missed you a lot." "I missed Bao Bao." "Missed Bao Bao, a lot, a lot." Arbor felt like her stoic face was about to burn up, and a red mist must have already flown over her cheeks. When the young man said this in a soft voice, his phoenix eyes moved slightly and a smile appeared on his face. Who would be able to resist him like this? The little stoic blinked and reflexively reached out to stroke her slightly flushed small face. She replied seriously, "Oh." Crown Prince was speechless. Bao Bao successfully killed the conversation once again. Huifeng's heart was about to cramp from laughing. He pitied their master for having such a stoic face of few words. "It's hard to say." The Crown Prince helplessly glanced at the little stoic before abruptly shooting a glance at the crowd. He sneered, "Want to slip away?" The man, who was about to withdraw and leave, trembled slightly as he held his junior sister's hand. His entire body couldn't help but tremble. He didn't even dare to recall that large python in order to attract the youth's attention. He planned to quietly leave with his junior sister like this. He planned to quietly recall the profound beast once they were far away. She had tolerated and given in, but why was she still unwilling to let him go? "This stinking bug of yours scared my baby. Do you think you can just walk away like that?" The Crown Prince raised his slender fingers. 5 purple flames danced back and forth between his lustrous fingers, as mischievous as fairies. "I wasn't scared." Our dear Xiao Mu immediately retorted. "Don't try to be brave in front of me." The Crown Prince lowered his head to glance at the little girl, a smile flickering in his eyes. "See, just destroy it." "No, don't. I beg you, don't." The man abruptly turned around, his eyes shrinking in fright. Generally speaking, each mystic cultivator could only contract with one mystic beast in their lifetime. If the mystic beast died, not only would it bite back at its master and cause serious injuries, it also meant that the mystic cultivator would never be able to have another mystic beast for the rest of his life. A great mystic cultivator who lost his mystic beast and suffered serious injuries from the backlash, his future was bound to be bleak. Moreover, it could be said that he was practically a cripple. Ning Baifan's senior brother was truly scared at this time. His frightened gaze followed the movement of the youth's raised finger as he watched the youth throw out several wisps of purple flames. After the mystic beast python was enveloped by the wisps of purple flames, it instantly lost the strength to resist and writhed on the ground. The snake's tail heavily smashed onto the ground, scaring the onlookers into screaming and fleeing in all directions, afraid that they would be smashed into minced meat by the snake's tail. Ning Baifan stared blankly at Prince Mo. She actually stood there with an infatuated gaze and a stupefied expression. She even turned a blind eye to her senior brother vomiting blood on the ground in pain. At this time, there was only that handsome youth who acted ruthlessly like a celestial being in her eyes. That tyrannical youth who shot out several wisps of purple flames with a snap of his fingers and roasted the python until it rolled all over the ground. The youth was tall and slender, as clear as a jade tree. Ning Baifan's gaze was completely snatched away by the youth, and she turned a deaf ear to her senior brother's blood-curdling screams at her feet. A young girl's maiden heart pounded non-stop. Until, gouge out her eyes. A cold and distant voice came from the youth's mouth. The white-clothed youth's cold gaze on her made her entire body tremble. This was the first time he looked at her, and also the last time. A black-cloaked youth in his 20s suddenly appeared beside Ning Bifan and unhesitatingly gouged out her eyes with the long sword in his hand. Ah! Ning Bifan screamed. Bifan! A mystic energy suddenly shot out from the side and fiercely collided with the long sword in the black-cloaked youth's hand. With a crisp ding sound, the youth knitted his brows. The longsword in his hand was slightly deflected and missed Ning Bifan's temples, cutting off a clump of her long fluttering hair. However, the mystic energy that exploded from the sword had already pierced Ning Bifan's eyes. Ah! Eyes, my eyes! Ning Bifan screamed. She held her eyes with both hands, blood seeping out from between her fingers. Bifan! A suction force caused her entire body to fly out involuntarily, and she suddenly fell beside an old man. Grandpa Chow! Wha? Grandpa Chow, my eyes hurt. Ning Bifan was trembling all over because of fear. Go! The old man cast a venomous glance at the crown prince. He grabbed Ning Bifan's shoulder, lifted her up, and fled. Obliterate! The crown prince coldly ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 black-clothed youths quickly scuttled out from both sides, closely following the fleeing old man and Ning Bifan. At this time, the surroundings were already silent. The onlookers had all shrunk into a corner and were peeking at them. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Who would have thought that things would develop like this? Originally, it was just a small quarrel. Our dear Xiao Mu turned her head and looked coldly at the man who was screaming as he was burned by the purple flames. She looked at him expressionlessly, without a shred of sympathy. If she had fallen into the hands of the senior brother and junior sister, with Ning Bifan's personality, would she have let her go? Therefore, don't blame the heavens and accuse others. Where there is a cause, there is an effect. What's more, the python that the man summoned was really too disgusting. Disgusting, disgusting. Only after all the sticky snake blood on the ground had been burned away by the purple flames did the crown prince put her down. He stroked her little head and said with a smile, "It's fine now, don't be afraid." I wasn't afraid to begin with. Our dear Xiao Mu clenched her small hands tightly as she thought to herself. Gentle fingers suddenly separated her hands and grasped one of her soft hands, squeezing it in his palm. Arbor raised his head slightly to glance at him. Her small hand reflexively moved in his palm, but he held it even tighter. Greetings to the young master. The old shopkeeper returned to his senses and hastily bowed in greeting. The old man was about to break out in a cold sweat from fright. He didn't expect such a small matter would alarm the young master. Old Han, what happened just now? The crown prince held the little girl's hand and lifted his sleeve slightly, indicating for the old shopkeeper to speak without ceremony. Morning Sunlight Pavilion's old shopkeeper couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat with his sleeve. He looked at the expressionless little girl next to the crown prince with an embarrassed smile and howled inwardly, "Oh, great aunt. You should have said earlier that you were acquainted with our young master," and quickly took away that box of blank talismans. Then everything would have been fine, since the young master asked, how could Han Chong dare to conceal anything? He hastily recounted everything that happened in detail. When he mentioned that box of blank talismans, he stammered awkwardly, this old servant didn't know that this little miss was acquainted with young master. Mo Lian lowered her head to glance at the little stoic. When she saw the little stoic blinking her clear eyes at her, she couldn't help but laugh. What is it? This Morning Sunlight Pavilion is yours? The little stoic was curious. In her previous life, she had heard of Morning Sunlight Pavilion's resounding reputation, but she had never set foot inside due to her poor and pitiful circumstances, so she naturally didn't know the pavilion's rules. If the crown prince could open this Morning Sunlight Pavilion in this kind of small adventurer base in a remote corner, it could be seen that other large cities also couldn't do without this auction house. That's right. The crown prince nodded and squeezed the little stoic's small hand with a smile. Come, let's talk inside. Seeing the large hole by the door and window, the crown prince creased his brows slightly. Did you compensate? Old Han wiped the waterfall of sweat on his forehead and nodded vigorously. Yes. Just 2 bags of beans. The little fellow at the side curled his little mouth, obviously looking down on these 2 bags of beans. How do you do things? Hidden Flower, who had heard the news, winked at Old Han. 2 bags of beans is so little. Is it enough compensation? Hurry up and send more people over to ask for more compensation. Han Chong was dumbfounded. He snuck a glance at the Crown Prince's displeased expression and hurriedly nodded in agreement. He led his men and hurried to the inn where Xiang sect was staying. You don't know how to do things. Hidden Flower had just approached with a smile when the Crown Prince waved his hand in disdain. Follow Old Han and have a look. Oh, Jojo, I've saved a few thousand blank talismans for you. Let's go back later and I'll get it for you. The Crown Prince held the young lady's hand and walked into Morning Sunlight Pavilion. Master said that we'll gather at noon. Don't pay attention to her, it's not like we're short on time. Someone continued to coax and instigate. I've saved up about 5,000 blank talismans. They're all for you. The little stoic's eyes abruptly brightened. All right then, let's quickly retrieve and return. What's the hurry? We haven't seen each other for so long. We should at least have a reunion dinner before leaving together. It was a reunion dinner again. The little stoic raised her head to glance at him. Why are you here? To see my Jojo. When the Crown Prince said this, he lowered his head to look at her with a grin, a wisp of gentleness gently rippling in his phoenix eyes. The little stoic's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She only felt that the youth in front of her had picturesque features that even a myriad of mountains and rivers couldn't compare to. What a detestable evildoer. Arbor turned her head and was about to take small steps forward. The Crown Prince suddenly grabbed the little girl's hand tightly. Our dear Xiaomu was caught off guard and threw herself into his arms. This bastard. Arbor raised her hand to rub her nose and raised her head. Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince had just lowered his head, so he naturally planted a gentle kiss on her bright and clean forehead. It was soft and limp, as if a few ants were quietly crawling in her heart. A return gift. I almost forgot. The youth squeezed her small jade hand and said with a smile. Arbor's entire body froze. A trace of confusion appeared on her slightly raised face. She felt that something wasn't right. Mo Lian reached out to cup the little fellow's small face and stared into her large, rippling eyes. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Look, in that pair of beautiful eyes that were as calm as a dry well and filled with desolation, there was now his reflection. How wonderful! Our dear Xiaomu came back to her senses and expressionlessly slapped away his slender fingers. She turned around and walked directly to the counter. The Crown Prince couldn't help but laugh and slowly followed behind her. Old Han stuffed the box of 500 blank talismans back into the secret cabinet. Arbor found the right place and stood in front of the cabinet. She turned her head to look at the Crown Prince with a bit of expectation on her wooden face. Here, this is for you. He stuffed a half-black, half-white, diamond-shaped jade talisman the size of a longan. There was a small hole in the top and a thin red string holding it together. Treasure talisman? Arbor remembered what the old shopkeeper said. There were a total of 3 types of treasure talismans, red jade, blue jade, and black jade. Then what was this half-black, half-white one? A key. Mo Lian took a few steps forward and held the little girl's small hand. He led her into a small room and pulled her to a row of cabinets with carved jade ornaments. These ornaments were all carved with all kinds of small, circular, diamond-shaped, and square holes. Arbor was intelligent and immediately understood. He placed the diamond-shaped jade talisman on one of the vases, and a small secret door suddenly opened on one side of the wall. All of Morning Sunlight Pavilion's private vaults can be opened with this key. Seeing the little fellow suddenly raise her head to look at him, he couldn't help but laugh and raise his hand to stroke her head. If you don't want to look for it, it's fine to have the shopkeeper retrieve it. There were 3 more doors after that, each of which could be opened with the diamond-shaped jade talisman in Arbor's hand. Finally, they entered a warehouse. Arbor found 500 blank talismans on a long table. Only then did he realize that the shopkeeper had already transferred the talismans into the storehouse. But that was also true. Most people in their line of work were very cautious. She guessed that when she and Miss Ning were arguing, the old shopkeeper had already quietly ordered his subordinates to move the items back. Look at how anxious you are about these 500 blank talismans. The Crown Prince chuckled. Let's go. I'll take you home to get 5,000 talismans. Arbor silently returned the jade talisman tied by the red string to him. The crown prince shook his head. I'll give it to you. In the future, when morning sunlight pavilions people see this thing, it'll be like seeing me. There definitely won't be any misunderstandings like before. The little girl's eyes widened slightly. She couldn't help but snort. If I take a little today and a little tomorrow, I'll soon empty your morning sunlight pavilion. The crown prince laughed loudly and reached out to pick up the little girl. He tapped her little forehead with his finger. Naughty, you think I only have this little private property? Our dear Xiaomu stared blankly at him. Just how rich was this guy? From his tone, it seemed like he didn't care about all of Morning Sunlight Pavilion's assets. That's right. He was the most famous genius crown prince of Northern Mo and the person all of Northern Mo looked up to. Darling Xiaomu lowered her head and unconsciously poked her fingers together before silently stuffing the jade talisman with the red string into her waist pouch. The crown prince chuckled. Although he couldn't see the expression on the little fellow's stoic face, he could feel the happiness in her heart. Oh, it seemed like he had to get Hidden Flower to sort out an inventory of his assets. She didn't expect that the crown prince would own a comfortable 2-story pavilion residence in this kind of small adventurer's residence in the wilderness of the Great Western Territory. This person really knew how to enjoy life. Darling, wait here for a while and play with these blank talismans first. The crown prince carried her to the bedroom on the second floor and stuffed a large box of blank talismans into her hands. Then, he left her in the room and went out by himself. Our dear Xiaomu's mouth twitched. It wasn't like she was counting banknotes. She didn't have the hobby of counting talismans. But so many blank talismans really make this darling's heart feel very comfortable. Miss Xiao flipped through the box of blank talismans and started counting silently in her heart. When she counted to 2,000, there was still a thick stack at the bottom. Our dear Xiaomu speechlessly put down the talismans in her hand. What was going on? She was actually so bored that she was counting talismans. In fact, while she was in seclusion in the mystical treasured land, the golden talisman jade tome had already flipped to the third jade slip. The contents of the third jade slip started from intermediate-level talismans. Thus, she had already learned how to inscribe intermediate-level talismans 2 to 3 years ago. She just didn't have any extra blank talismans to practice with. Thus, when she had free time, she would just practice on ordinary paper. Now that she had so many blank talismans, the little girl was overjoyed. In addition, the third jade slip also instructed her to look for something called ebony. She reckoned that she might be able to inscribe intermediate-level talismans on ebony in the future. If ebony was easy to find, she wouldn't have to worry about blank talismans in the future. When the crown prince came in, his gaze fell on young Arbor, who was kneeling in front of the low table beside the bed. The little girl was holding a golden beaded talisman brush and drawing a talisman with concentration, and her expression was calm and indifferent. Mid-level talisman, blue summoning talisman has been completed. Randomly summons a type of natural animal or plant. Effect, 6 days. The level of the summoning must not exceed the user's profound strength by more than 4 levels. The little girl put down the talisman pen and reached out to pick up the middle-level blue summoning talisman. She frowned and looked at it. She had previously used a low-level yellow talisman to summon a blue luan that could ascend to the sky, disregarding the low-level yellow talisman's own rule of no more than 3 levels of profound strength, and even more so, disregarding the time limit. Therefore, this middle-grade blue talisman was really hard to say. Arbor had tried to summon Newbie ever since he brought her with him, but it seemed that the talisman did not respond. Either the summoning failed, or Newbie was messing with it. Jojo. The crown prince saw that she had finished drawing the talisman and was still staring blankly for a long time. He couldn't help but call out to her. Arbor turned around to look at him. Holding the blue talisman, he stood up and quickly walked to his side. I have a batch of low-level talismans, but they are useless now. I'll put them all up for auction at Morning Sunlight Pavilion. Do you think you can sell them? The crown prince glanced at her in amusement. How much do you have? 100 blue storage talismans, 80 yellow summoning talismans, 20 blue summoning talismans, and a portion of low-level auxiliary talismans. Will anyone buy this much? The little girl asked with her head tilted. talismans have always been popular goods. Guamon City's talisman patrician families don't produce much. Most of the talismans they draw are first satisfied internally, and only when there are more will some trickle out. There are basically not many talismans on the market. The Crown Prince held the little girl's hand and walked downstairs. So, what nonsense are you saying? If you take them out to auction, you'll find it too little, not too much. So it's like that. Arbor's eyes brightened. Then how much can I exchange for after auctioning these things? I probably don't need food anymore. I want to exchange for some ebony. Do you know what ebony is? Emo Lian's footsteps paused, and she said with a nod, ebony basically grows in the south. Do you have any requests? Arbor thought for a moment. The wood has to be undamaged, and there aren't many other requests. It needs to be cut into small pieces, about the size of a bamboo tablet. For drawing talismans? The Crown Prince asked with a smile. Arbor nodded vigorously. Ebony isn't that rare, so you don't need to exchange for it with auction items. The Crown Prince squeezed her small hand and said, I'll have someone prepare a batch for you first. As for those auction items, how about I exchange them all for mid-grade magnetite at the beginning of the month? Are all transactions in auction houses using magnetite now? That's right. Emo Lian nodded with a faint smile. In the past, gold could be used for transactions, but now? Those lousy stones aren't worth anything anymore. When ordinary people traded, they naturally used food as a medium. For mystic cultivators, magnetite transactions are naturally more convenient. Just leave the mid-grade magnetite in Morning Sunlight Pavilion. If I need it, I'll come get it. If not, give it to your subordinates. Mid-grade magnetite was suitable for level 5 to level 8 mystic cultivators. If she completely merged with the small water ball's essence water, she probably wouldn't need mid-grade magnetite anymore. During this journey of more than 20 days, Xiaomu would travel at dawn and rest at night. Whenever she had free time, she would secretly assimilate the essence water and suppress the growth of her cultivation. Once she released this suppression, her cultivation would definitely experience a qualitative leap. But now was not the time. After the two of them reached an agreement, the Crown Prince pulled Xiaomu to the dining room on the first floor and sat down. Only then did Arbor realize that in less than an hour, the Crown Prince had made a table full of dishes by himself. What's wrong? Hurry and eat. Emo Lian passed the chopsticks to the little fellow and looked at her in amusement. Why was she looking at him with such a strange expression? It was as if he had done something unbelievable. How could it not be strange? Arbor bit his chopsticks and tasted the fish. The Crown Prince was actually a good cook, and the taste was quite good. It was simply too shocking. As the Northern Prince Mo, shouldn't he have been given everything he wanted since he was born? You cooked all of this? He truly was an omnipotent youth. Arbor looked down at her fair hands. She didn't even seem to know how to make soup. In any case, she had Sister Fatty to take care of her in the sect all these years, so she didn't need to worry about food. The little stoic focused on cultivation. How is it? As long as I want to learn, I naturally learn well. Prince Mo lightly patted the little fellow's forehead with a smug expression. Hurry and eat. You're too skinny, so you must nourish yourself. He had learned it for a long time and specially cooked it for the little fellow. It would be best if he raised the little fellow until she was round and smooth. Hugging her would be comfortable. Arbor's belly was a bit round from eating this meal. She lightly patted her belly and reached out to take a plate of oranges from the Crown Prince. Xiaomu lowered her head and silently ate 2 slices. So sweet. She didn't let go of the plate. Although she was a bit full, she greedily ate 2 more slices. Emo Lian tidied up everything and came over. He saw the little fellow gnawing on a plate of oranges. Her little appearance was truly adorable. He walked to her side and held her small hand. His heart felt like it was scratched by a kitten's claws. A trace of a smile appeared on his lips. Let's go. We can go out to digest the food. Where are we going? To tell your master that we're going to Xianxia Valley together. Arbor, you didn't stay at an inn after arriving at the adventurer base. Where did you go? The Crown Prince squeezed the little fellow's hand in passing. We, young master. The moment the two opened the door and walked out, the old shopkeeper, who had been waiting for a long time, jumped in front of the crown prince. "You've gotten your debt back?" Mo Lian indifferently glanced at Han Chong. The old shopkeeper nodded like he was pounding garlic. The young master had already sent Sir Hidden Flower to follow them. How could they not get it back? Moreover, after those people from Wanxiang sect discovered that their young Miss Ning Baifan had also died, how could they dare to stay? They quickly scattered like birds and beasts. "And be smarter in the future. Don't be so easy to talk to," the crown prince instructed before waving his sleeves to let old Han leave. The old shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead. When he left, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Heavens, with the current market, 2 bags of beans aren't even enough to repair a wall. How dark is the young master's heart? No, the little girl's heart is even darker. If the little girl didn't complain, how could the young master send people to ruthlessly get his debt back? After old Han returned to Morning Sunlight Pavilion, he hurriedly gathered all his subordinates for an emergency meeting and exhorted them to never offend the young master's little girl. Because the consequences would be much more serious than offending his young master. That one something Ning something? She's really dead? The little girl lightly tugged on the crown prince's hand, asking the youth with her gaze. Of course. Mo Lian nodded knowingly. To how could he allow this little girl, who was so arrogant to say that she wanted to kill him, to live? Then why did you dig out her eyes? The little fellow tilted her head and asked whatever came to her mind. Because she keeps staring at me. I don't want her to look at me. That's because you're good looking. You can't blame others for staring at you, the little girl said with a serious expression. There was a hint of cuteness in her little stoic face. It was really quite interesting. Hui Feng, who was silently following behind them, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. He always felt that when the crown prince and the little girl were chatting together, the scene was especially strange. Mo Lian couldn't resist laughing out loud. Between me and Duan Yu, who's prettier? You. The little girl replied without any hesitation before adding, actually, Duan Yu's looks aren't bad either. Hui Feng almost cramped up from laughing, and he snuck a glance at the crown prince. Sure enough, he saw that his lord's handsome face was smeared with a layer of black. Pfft, the little girl said that Duan Yu was quite good-looking, stabbing the crown prince in the heart. Don't worry, he's definitely become ugly now. The crown prince held the little girl's hand tightly and stabbed his opponent with all his might. Who? Duan Yu. That's really pitiful. The little girl pursed her lips. Hui Feng felt like he couldn't take it anymore. He was about to pass out from laughing. How could these two people's conversation be so strange and hair-raising? At this time, Omni-Faction's faction master Ning Guilai also received news of his beloved daughter Ning Baifan's death. A beautiful figure stood in the ancestral hall of the sect. Her appearance was almost identical to Ning Baifan's. This woman was Ning Baifan's twin sister, Ning Bihuan. Her eyes were fixed on a faintly pulsating life lantern miniature in front of her, and a cold smile hung at the corner of her mouth. The tiny life lantern miniature recorded everything her younger sister experienced at the last moment of her life. There was no sorrow in Ning Bihuan's eyes, not even the slightest emotion. She only stared somewhat dazedly at the white-clothed youth in the life lantern miniature. He was very strong. She had never seen anyone use those few wisps of purple flames between his fingers before. It was him, the handsome youth that her foolish younger sister couldn't forget even at the moment of her death. In the life lantern miniature, she couldn't see the white-clothed youth's appearance at all, but she could feel his power. He was indeed very strong. Ning Bihuan sneered and turned to look at her father standing to the side. Ning Guilai straightened his back, and the corners of his mouth stiffly drooped slightly. For a moment, he was somewhat unable to accept that his daughter had died so miserably in the desolate land of the Great Western region. Let me go to battle, father. Ning Bihuan stepped forward and said coldly, I know father doesn't want to participate in this battle between the 3 sects and 5 factions, so you sent that idiot to make up the numbers. Let second uncle lead the team and represent our sect in battle. But now, the situation is stronger than the person. We can't shrink back anymore. That idiot's dead is dead, but I can't let anyone stand on top of our sect and behave atrociously. Bihuan. That's your younger sister. Ning Guilai angrily rebuked as he looked furiously at his eldest daughter. His eldest daughter's talent was exceptional, and her cultivation level naturally wasn't something his younger daughter could compare to. Although his eldest daughter wasn't wrong and his younger daughter was indeed a bit stupid, they were both his flesh and blood. How could he not feel heartache for his younger daughter? Indeed, he didn't want to participate in this battle between the 3 sects and 5 factions, which was why he sent his younger daughter with mediocre aptitude to Xianxia Valley. But if he had known earlier that today's matter would happen, how could he have looked on helplessly as his younger daughter went to her death? Father, please allow me to represent the sect in battle. The sect's glory cannot be tarnished. Only if the flame in the heart isn't extinguished can we face any difficulties in the world. Father, please allow your daughter to go to Xianxia Valley. After Ning Bihuan finished speaking, she reached out and heavily pounded her chest. The old man lowered his eyes dejectedly and finally nodded helplessly. Ning Bihuan got up and strode outside. She raised her arm and shouted, "Let's go." This trip would definitely be very rushed. After all, there were only 40 days left until the competition. On the other side, the crown prince held Miss Xiao's hand as they arrived at a small farmhouse's courtyard. Live here? Yes, second martial uncle's friend's house. We're just staying for a night to rest and reorganize. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Jojo, please. Su Shanshan and Shui Zhao's voices came to an abrupt halt as they looked at the young man in white who was holding their junior sister's hand. They all had an impression of this young man. They had met once in Xianxia town. At that time, he had held Jojo's hand and shot an arrow that took the life of a level 3 zombie puppet. It had left a deep impression on him. Senior sisters, Mo Lian wants to go with us. He also wants to go to Xianxia Valley. Arbor ran past his 2 senior sisters. I'll go talk to Master. Greetings, senior sisters, Prince Mo said courteously. Su Shanshan and Shui Xiao didn't dare to be arrogant and hurriedly returned the crown prince's greeting. During the celebration banquet for the operation in Xianxia town, the city lord had respectfully addressed him as Your Highness, so he must be of noble birth. Although the holy water sect transcended the secular world, in reality, no one could escape from the secular world in their lifetime. Looking at this youth, disregarding his noble status, his martial arts skills were quite worthy of respect. Morong Sun and her youngest disciple walked out of the room hand in hand. When her eyes landed on Prince Mo, she was slightly startled. So Your Highness has graced us with your presence. Morong Sun cupped her fists with a smile. Mo Lian returned the greeting and said with a smile, "Greetings to Peak Master Morong." The little stoic thought, Master and the Crown Prince know each other. But that's right. The 3 sects and 5 factions competition invitations were all sent to the old great king of Mo Kingdom, so it could be seen that they had some interactions with the royal court. Perhaps there would be other influential officials from other kingdoms attending this competition besides Prince Mo. Morong Sun didn't say anything when the crown prince wanted to head to Xianxia Valley with the holy water sect. However, when she saw the crown prince holding her youngest disciple's hand and saying that they were going out for a stroll, she suddenly felt like she had ket a dog. What was going on? Why did it look like her disciple's son-in-law was visiting? Was this appropriate, huh? Her youngest disciple. She actually silently ran off with the crown prince without saying anything. Was this appropriate, huh? Little disciple, come back here. When it was close to evening, all of the holy water sect disciples returned to the courtyard. The crown prince and the little stoic finally returned unhurriedly. The crown prince was also carrying a basket of vegetables in his left hand and a bag of pastries in his right. Morong Sun and the others twitched their mouths oddly. They felt like this scene was a bit strange. Such a handsome young man in white who seemed to be above the common populace was carrying a basket of vegetables in his hand. Cough cough cough. How could these vegetables match up to his noble hands? But even so, it still couldn't obscure his jade-like handsomeness in the slightest. The little stoic directed the crown prince to put down the vegetables and looked up at him, hinting for him to explain with her eyes. The crown prince chuckled involuntarily and patted the little fellow's head. He then said, "We met a strange uncle on the way and begged everyone to exchange magnetite. Jojo pitied him, so he used a mid-grade magnetite to exchange for some vegetables and a bag of seeds." Arbor nodded and tugged at his sleeve. The Crown Prince said, "Oh, that's right. We also brought some snacks for the senior sisters." The group of senior and junior sisters from the Holy Water sect cheered and surrounded the table, talking all at once. As expected of our blood-related junior sister. She thinks of senior sister wherever she goes. Xianxia snatched a piece of dessert. "Hey, there's still a dessert shop in the adventurer's base?" "Yes, exchanged with magnetite. 2 pieces of low-grade magnetite for a packet of pastries." The Crown Prince nodded. Xiaomu nodded. "It's very cheap." The group of senior and junior sisters who were eating almost choked on their own saliva, this pair of prodigal children. "You actually used 2 pieces of low-grade magnetite to exchange for snacks. Do you know that you will be struck by lightning for being so extravagant?" "Junior sister Yang, your friend said that he was going to prepare the meal. How is the preparation going?" Morong-sun coughed lightly and said, "It's getting late. He started preparing in the afternoon until now. Let's eat early and rest early. We still have to hurry on with our journey tomorrow morning." "I'll go take a look." Peak Master Yang had just finished speaking when they heard a huge explosion coming from the kitchen. Bang! The group of Holy Water sect disciples jumped in fright and looked at each other in bewilderment. "What's that sound?" Shueshao asked in bewilderment. Yang Shirong slapped her thigh and hastily dashed toward the kitchen. "Friend, how are you?" Cough cough, ah cough cough. A middle-aged man covered in soot and grime burrowed out of the kitchen ruins and hastily waved his hand at the Holy Water sect's master and disciples who had surrounded him. "Nothing, cough cough, it's nothing. It's nothing, cough cough. Don't be nervous, cough cough cough." Although Morong-sun's expression was calm, her lips still twitched involuntarily. As expected, a dumbass friend was also a dumbass. She shouldn't have agreed to stay here with that dumbass. Wouldn't it be better to just find an inn to stay at? Why did she have to save on those 2 expenses? All in all, it would only take 1 night. Lu Yun covered half of her face with her sleeves and chuckled. "Looks like our dinner tonight is ruined." "Ah, it's nothing, it's nothing. I'll go make some preparations. You guys wait in the living room first. The kitchen already blew up for you, so what else can you prepare?" Yang Shirong casually knocked the middle-aged man's head. Everyone's lips twitched, finding this scene comical. "Then let's make a few racks and roast them simply." Morong-sun turned to Prince Mo. "I'm fine with anything." Mo Lian smiled faintly. "That's right, young Master Mo and little junior sister just happened to bring back a large basket of vegetables with meat and vegetables. How timely." Hence, the group of people busied themselves setting up the roasting racks, washing vegetables, and picking vegetables. They divided up the work and worked extremely quickly. When night fell, the 3 large pots of stewed pork rib soup on the racks were already emitting white smoke, and the aroma assailed their nostrils. Arbor was afraid that there was not enough food, so he secretly took out more food from his storage talisman. Everyone ate very happily this meal. Halfway through, Morong-sun took out 2 jugs of wine from her inner world and drank with her 2 junior sisters. Under the night sky, the faint firelight reflected off the little girl's face. For some reason, clusters of fireworks lit up in the distance. The sparkling fireworks blossomed under the dark curtain, illuminating the night. Mo Lian propped up her chin with one hand, and her gaze landed on her little stoic's face. The little girl was holding a small bowl of soup in her hands, and she was drinking it sip by sip with her small head lowered. Her appearance was truly adorable. Occasionally, she would raise her head to look at the people from the sect. Her gaze was exceptionally moving. There was no longer any trace of coldness in her eyes. Instead, it was filled with warmth. But Arbor didn't know that this kind of night, where the master and his disciples drank and barbecued together, might not happen again in the future. Her gaze fell on her master, who was clinking her cup with Marshal Uncle Lou's. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled, at ease. At least at this moment, everyone was very happy. Morong-sun and Lu Yun clinked their glasses and downed their drinks. Yang Shirong was chewing on a scalding pig trotter as she glanced at the 2 of them. The scene of her lips curling up was like a faintly flowing ink painting that took root in the depths of the little stoic's heart. Eternity was nothing more than this. Bang! The fireworks in the distance were dazzling, but they disappeared quickly. After the crowd dispersed, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Only a small ember was left on the grill, burning faintly. The next day, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, everyone was ready to set off. They could only ride horses to the front of the great swamp. After that, they could only abandon their horses and travel on foot. A large wetland appeared before their eyes. The aquatic plants were lush, and there was a layer of black puddles underneath. The trees were crooked, and their branches were haphazardly extended. It was dark and damp. Caw. After a low and hoarse call, a strange bird with bald wings flapped its wings and flew over the crowd from a slanted branch. Be careful, everyone, Morongsun instructed and took out a wooden stick she prepared beforehand from her inner world. Everyone also opened their inner worlds and took out their pathfinding sticks before cautiously following behind Morongsun. The group was silent and did not make a sound. Everyone's attention was focused on the swamp overgrown with aquatic plants beneath their feet. Knowing that the path would be difficult to traverse, everyone had already changed into tall riding boots. This great swamp was extremely vast, and the entire swamp was interwoven with withered branches and trees, so it was not suitable for mystic energy to fly. Moreover, the journey was too far. If they flew halfway and their mystic energy ran out, the rest of the journey would be even more difficult. Hence, everyone was prepared to cross the great swamp on foot from the start. Arbor was at the front of the group in the middle. She stepped on the soft mud and leaves as she trudged forward. After walking for a while, she looked up at the intertwined tree branches that stretched across the sky. These messy tree branches nearly blocked the entire sky. She really disliked this place. It was so gloomy that it made her feel uncomfortable. Her small hand landed in Prince Mo's dry palm. He squeezed her hand and quietly said, "If we're fast, we can leave this place in 3 days. There's a dense swamp gas above here, so normal flying mystic beasts can't cross it. Little Seven can, but he's still in closed-door cultivation. Weak Chicken should be able to do it too," Arbor thought. However, Weak Chicken's body is not as big as the Crown Prince's golden dragon. It'll probably be a bit strenuous to carry 30 people across this great swamp, and there might not be enough seats to sit on. But in the end, the little fellow felt that Weak Chicken was a bit unreliable. If something happened during the journey, she didn't know who she could cry to. *T, there's a snake here. It freaking almost crawled under my skirt just now. It scared me to death. Chang Yushi screamed incessantly. Yang Shirong slapped the back of her head and reprimanded, "You're a girl, so don't be so rude." Darling Qiao's entire body quivered. Almost like a conditioned reflex, she suddenly jumped onto Prince Mo and reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. The Crown Prince felt as if he had caught a hot potato. He did not know whether to hug the little girl or throw her away. Embarrassed, he met the 3 Peak Masters' murderous gazes, which looked like they were looking at a lecher. The group of senior sisters from the Holy Water sect all turned their heads and looked at the two of them with sparkling, gossipy gazes. Something's wrong. Isn't little junior sister and this young master Mo a little too intimate? Tsk. At the moment of danger, little junior sister's first reflexive jump into his arms was already a huge problem. Put her down. Morongsun immediately jumped out to break up the affectionate couple and pulled the little girl to her side with a dark face. This stinky brat, don't think that she didn't notice that his arms were hugging her so smoothly. This probably wasn't his first time hugging her. Prince Mo coughed lightly and hastily walked past Su Shanshan and Xue Xiao to follow closely behind Morongsun. Peak Master, you still have to lead the way, so it's not suitable for you to look after Jojo. Let me do it. After saying that, he pulled a certain Jojo back to his side as naturally as could be. Arbor did not have much of a reaction and merely rubbed her arm. Chang Yushi's words just now made her feel very disgusted. That sticky and cold thing almost crawled under senior sister Chang's skirt. Oh my god, don't be scared, Jojo. The youth bent down and whispered comfortingly into Qiao Mu's ear, "If it dares to approach you, immediately roast it into ashes." Arbor looked up at the Crown Prince and reflexively clenched his fists. No. I'm not afraid of it. I want to beat it to death myself. Good. The Crown Prince praised the little fellow with a grin. I knew my Jojo would be fearless. Arbor exhaled in relief and felt his taut nerves relax a bit. Being grasped by the crown prince's slender fingers made him feel at ease, as if a type of energy was injected into him. Morongsun's face darkened as she glanced at the youth. D***mn brat, don't push your luck. It's already good enough that I let you come along, but now you're abducting my disciple right in front of me. This is simply preposterous. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Yang Shirong walked next to Morongsun and chuckled as she fanned her with her hand. I've already gotten used to it. My disciple is so outstanding, so it's normal for everyone to want to steal my disciple. Who are you calling your disciple? Morongsun roared. Seeing her two senior sisters daily quarrel again, Lu Yun helplessly rolled her eyes. She took out an umbrella from her inner world and leisurely followed behind them. Xianxia muttered exasperatedly, why are the two ant masters always at odds with each other? Doya spread her hands and said with a smile, it can't be helped. During the entrance exam, little junior sister was clearly brought back by second ant master, but eldest ant master snatched her back not long after. This is the way the two ant masters get along. Ah. Before the other female disciple from Third Peak could finish speaking, she suddenly felt her body abruptly sink, and she involuntarily cried out in alarm. Mingxia. Xianxia and Doya reflexively reached out and grabbed one of Mingxia's arms each. Their faces were slightly pale as they held on tightly. The others hastily rushed over after hearing the news. Prince Mo tightened his grip on the little girl's hand, his expression solemn. These quagmires can change their direction. It was clearly fine when they walked past, but when it was Mingxia's turn, she sank into the quagmires. Don't worry. Turn your body slightly to the side and maintain it. Morongsun took out the rope Yu Xian prepared from her inner world and quickly tied a knot around Mingxia. Morongsun gathered her energy and leaped up, pulling Mingxia's entire body out of the swamp. However, what followed was a swamp crocodile with wet bumps all over its face, bearing its fangs. No, to be precise, it was a corpse crocodile that had mutated. Be careful. It's a level 3 mutant swamp crocodile. Arbor was shocked. He reflexively took out his crow-repeating crossbow and shot an arrow without aiming. The black gold arrow pierced through the swamp crocodile's open jaw and flew out of its back, creating a hole that was neither big nor small. With a splash, the corpse crocodile was shot back into the depths of the aquatic plants. Mingxia stretched out her hand to hold onto a withered branch and hung in midair. However, her eyes were staring blankly at the corpse swamp crocodile that had been shot back into the water by her junior martial sister. She could not help but tremble slightly. She was just one step away from being bitten by the zombie crocodile. Are you hurt? Morongsun asked anxiously. No. Mingxia shook her head, still shaken. Be careful of your surroundings. The little stoic expressionlessly shouted. The black gold arrow that had just been shot out of the corpse crocodile's mouth returned to her with a fishy stench. Arbor slightly stretched out his arm, and the crow-gold arrow flipped in the air. With a light flick, he shook off the dirt on the arrow and steadily landed on the crow-repeating crossbow. At this time, pairs of small eyes emitting a faint red light peeked out from the underbrush around the swamp. There were about 20 or so zombie crocodiles that were rapidly swimming towards the crowd. Truly disgusting things. The holy water sect disciples all stood back to back and struck balls of mystic energy at the floating zombie crocodiles. Wherever the white light flashed, the zombie crocodiles were blasted into pieces by the mystic energy. After all, this group of people were all level 10 mystic cultivators and above, so they did not expend much mystic energy to deal with these level 3 mutated zombie crocodiles. However, they needed to be careful and not let the zombie crocodiles get close. If they were bitten, it would not be a laughing matter. Although 20 or so zombie crocodiles looked like a lot, each of the 30 holy water sect disciples only had to deal with 1 or 2 zombie crocodiles. Moreover, there were also 3 peak masters present, so the crown prince basically did not have to make a move. The battle was nearing its end. Morongsun blasted open the head of the last zombie crocodile and abruptly turned to look at the disciples. Her gaze finally landed on her youngest disciple. Are you all right? We're fine. All the disciples relaxed slightly, but their gazes were still vigilant as they roamed around, guarding against any zombie crocodiles that slipped through and suddenly burrowed out to attack the crowd. Arbor lowered the crow-repeating crossbow in his hand and said with a solemn expression, "Be careful. Don't get bitten by these things. Everyone nodded in succession with a heavy heart. Continue forward. Morongsun turned around to lead the way. Yang Shirong also lost the mood to joke with her senior sister and quickly followed. Alright, be careful and keep up with the group. Let's go quickly. Lu Yun had the disciples follow in a single file, and she ended up bringing up the rear. After this zombie crocodile attack, everyone's expressions turned solemn, and they were very cautious as they continuously probed the surrounding water plants with wooden sticks. After walking for a whole day, they were all in a state of full alert. By the time night fell, everyone was dragging their feet, feeling very tired. Morongsun gazed ahead. It was still a vast and boundless wetland with lush trees, seemingly without end in sight. Because the night had completely shrouded this area, the group's speed was obviously much slower. The occasional hissing and gurgling sounds in the swamp made the hairs on their bodies stand on end. The little stoic had already involuntarily drawn close to the crown prince, and her tiny figure was about to hang on to him. She didn't know why, but every step she took in the night felt wet and slippery. It was as if there were countless snakes and insects crawling under her feet, causing her arms to inexplicably have a string of small goosebumps. His body suddenly felt light, and his feet had already left the soft wet ground. What greeted him was the faint scent of the youth's body. The goosebumps all over her body disappeared in an instant. She felt as if her small body was soaking in a warm hot spring, clean and refreshing. The sound of the wind and the sound of the insects was particularly clear in the silence. The crown prince lowered his head to look at her. That pair of slightly bright phoenix-like eyes emitted a faint light under the night sky, which was extremely beautiful. Sleep if you're sleepy. The crown prince chuckled and whispered into her ear, you're growing right now. If you don't sleep, you won't be able to grow tall in the future. What nonsense. She had to continue growing taller. The little stoic harumphed lightly and blinked her tired and sore eyes in this night where she couldn't see the moon or stars. She really did feel a bit sleepy after hearing this fellow's words. It was mainly because she had been highly focused this entire time, but now that she was enveloped by a reassuring aura, she felt even more tired after relaxing. Be good and sleep for a bit. I'll wake you up when it's daybreak. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The little fellow batted her long eyelashes, and her large, bright eyes closed slightly. I can hold on. Mo Lian chuckled softly and lowered her head slightly. She reached out and gently stroked her small face. Sleep, little fellow. You're still young, so there are many things you don't need to force yourself to do. Be good and sleep for a bit. It'll be daybreak soon. Arbor opened her small mouth, and her slightly closed eyes weakly opened. Before her drowsiness overwhelmed her, a trace of astonishment flitted through her mind. Apothecary. The crown prince, this guy, was actually an apothecary. He only lightly stroked her, and that faint fragrance of medicine wafted into her nose, causing her to sink into drowsiness. Since her rebirth, this was the first time she discovered someone with a special ability like an apothecary. Their every breath carried a trace of medicinal power. High-level apothecaries could instantly make small wounds on a person's body disappear. In her previous life, apothecaries were also her friend's research subjects. He madly researched the mysteries of inner-world growth and was even more passionate about researching apothecaries' bodies. Back then, there were actually 2 other people who were locked up in the other 2 small black rooms with her. However, they were locked up separately, so she didn't see those 2 people face to face. She could only hear 2 different painful whimpers when the cruel and inhumane experiment began. When she was carried out of that small iron cage by Master, those 2 people had already been tortured to death, probably because she didn't hear their voices for a long, long time afterward. She lived on humbly and was treated as a tiny pet, living under Master's meticulous care. Before Arbor fell asleep, she opened her mouth slightly and softly called out Mo Lian. Her eyebrows furrowed uneasily. Prince Mo was such a strong young man, it was impossible for him to be captured by that pervert to be experimented on. Impossible, impossible, this kitten-like cry touched the young man's heart, and he subconsciously lowered his eyes to look at her. The little fellow's little hands were tightly clutching onto his clothes in his sleep, and he didn't seem to be sleeping very well. Mo Lian leaned closer to her and gently blew at her. Looking at the little fellow's slightly relaxed eyebrows, she smiled with satisfaction. When Arbor opened his eyes, what appeared in his dazed eyes was the darkness of intertwining branches. His mind was still a little muddled. However, when he heard Master Murongsun's furious roar of D*mn brat, hurry and put down my disciple, he regained some clarity. Peak Master Murong had been holding it in for an entire night. He was so angry that his liver hurt. If it wasn't for the fact that her child needed a good night's sleep, she would have beaten him up long ago. Although this D*mn brat had good intentions, she couldn't allow him to freaking take advantage of her little disciple. Hug, hug. Look at how practiced he was. He was clearly used to hugging her. Prince Mo helplessly put down the little girl. He was afraid that her legs would go limp after sleeping for an entire night, so he reached out to support her soft waist. Jojo, good afternoon. The young man's bright phoenix eyes held a faint smile, which rippled in front of her eyes. Eh? She actually slept all the way until noon. The little girl took off her cloak and threw it back to the youth. She couldn't resist covering her face. Then, she angrily glared at Mo Lien. It was all this guy's fault. How much medicinal power did he give her to make her sleep all the way until noon? How was this appropriate? If people asked in the future, how did you feel after going to the Great Swamp? She couldn't tell them. Haha, I almost got out of the swamp after sleeping, right? Did you sleep well? The youth put away the cloak with a chuckle and rubbed his hand against her face. Did you dream of me? Dream your A*s. She could see you day and night. If you didn't let her off even in her dreams, would there still be justice in this world? When Mo Lien saw her turning her head away in a huff, she couldn't help but sigh softly and reveal a "what a pity that Jojo didn't dream of me" expression. Stop here and rest for a bit. Murongsun grumpily shouted. Her knife-like gaze scraped Prince Mo's body before she hastily walked over and pulled her little disciple over. Everyone was worried about the swamps that could move at any time at night, so they didn't dare to rest in order to avoid falling into danger. After walking for a day and night, everyone didn't eat much. Even the 3 peak masters were a bit tired, let alone the disciples. Everyone found a slightly drier place and patted a few more pieces of cloth under their bodies before sitting down to rest. Lu Yun said, let's rest for an hour first. There's probably still half of the journey left. Sleep if you want to after eating. I'll call you when it's time, Xianxia also said. All the disciples took out dry rations and water from their inner worlds and silently took 2 bites before leaning back against each other and closing their eyes to doze off. The little stoic sat next to her master and nibbled on a snack before looking up at the crown prince. She wanted to ask him if he wanted to sleep, but, disciple, hurry and eat. Rest a bit after eating. You're still young, and you've been cultivating in the sect all this time. You don't know that people's hearts aren't what they used to be. There are too many bad guys in the world, so you have to protect yourself. Murongsun turned the little fellow's head back and irritably glared at Prince Mo. The latter had an innocent look on his face. Bad Silver was definitely not him. When the hour was up, everyone got up and set off again. Other than Arbor, all of the Holy Water Sect's disciples were great mystic cultivators level 10 and above. Although the journey was very arduous, a mystic cultivator's body was very valiant, so it wasn't a problem for them to last several days. The group hurried on for another half a day. Along the way, they encountered danger of falling into a swamp twice. Both of them were resolved by the Peak Master. This swamp is a nuisance. If a person falls into it, they will sink deeper and deeper if they use their Xian energy. Doya used the wooden stick in her hand to poke at the water plants. That's right. That's why eldest martial uncle prepared so many ropes in advance. Fortunately, Master and the others are accompanying us to Xisha Valley. Murongsun and Xianxia suddenly stopped and raised their hands, gesturing for everyone to stop. Everyone's nerves, which had just calmed down, tensed up again. A series of clanking noises came from the distance. Occasionally, it was mixed with the sound of mystic energy flowing and the crowd's shouts. Murongsun and Xianxia jumped onto the tangled branches that extended diagonally to the left and right and carefully looked at the source of the noise. There's a group of people over there. They seem to have encountered quite a bit of trouble. Not only was it not a small problem, it was simply a life-threatening problem. More than half of the 100 or so people surrounded by the zombie crocodiles were dead or injured, and the remaining 50 or so people were still bitterly holding on. The reason why this team was in such a tragic state was not only because they encountered more than 200 zombie crocodiles, in addition, they just so happened to run into the zombie crocodile king. Oh my goodness, the zombie crocodile king was the size of a small mound when it laid there. Its entire body was covered in lumps, and it revealed a mouthful of eerie, conical fangs when it opened its mouth. There weren't many mystic cultivators in the team, only about 20 people. How could those ordinary guards withstand the attacks of the zombie crocodiles? They became delicious food for the zombie crocodiles in minutes. Be careful, Princess Me. Just as a small zombie crocodile was about to bite Xiaomi's leg, a youth rushed out from the side and hurriedly brandished his mystic energy, repelling the zombie crocodile. On the other side, a youth in a brocade robe with a grave and stern face slightly spat out his 3-foot-long sword and took the zombie crocodile's head. A white light flashed, and an ugly zombie crocodile's head was severed and flew high into the air. TSK, Bailey Shi, look at you. You're so violent that those zombie crocodiles don't dare to approach you. The youth who spoke was about the same age as Bailey Shi, about 17 or 18 years old, and was dressed in indigo robes. Brother Xia, Brother Xia, Brother Xia. Bailey Shi, your cousin is calling you, the youth in indigo robes said with a mischievous smile. Don't talk nonsense. TSK. Bad temper. Even if you don't like to talk, I don't like to talk either. The youth in indigo robe stopped, and his gaze followed the cluster of withered branches. He curled his lips and laughed loudly. Hey, friends over there, can you come out and help? If we can't hold on, those big things won't recognize you as relatives and will still run to your place to bite you. Morongsun knitted her brows. The path ahead was a path they had to pass through, so they definitely could not go around it. Master, let's not go. Wait until they're almost done fighting, then we'll go and finish off 2 more strikes to collect the supplies. The little stoic's icy voice involuntarily made the 3 peak masters and all the senior sisters twitch their mouths. Even the 2 handsome youths fighting couldn't resist looking back. Could this be the legendary looting a burning house? Friend, it's not nice of you to do this. The 2 youths couldn't clearly see who was hiding at the other end of the wetland. They only sensed that there were quite a number of people in that group, and there were a few particularly tyrannical auras among them. You're kind? You're in the same team, yet you don't care about the life and death of your teammates. Why should others help you? Arbor sneered. The 2 youths were clearly handling the corpse crocodiles with ease, but they were lazy, waiting for the corpse crocodiles to pounce on them before slashing with their swords. Those corpse crocodiles weren't stupid either. They had a bit of intelligence. Seeing that the 2 youths were tough to chew on, they all ran over to attack the other ordinary guards in the group. This resulted in the death of more than half of the entire team. Since they didn't care about the lives of their subordinates, why should they, as outsiders, meddle in other people's business? It wasn't like they had nothing better to do. Tisk, judging from your voice, you're young, but your words are icy and unreasonable. You must be a little girl with mediocre looks. Just as Wei Nanfeng finished speaking with a mischievous grin, he saw a beam of red flames shooting towards his mouth. F***CK. What kind of person acted so viciously, throwing a flame at his mouth at the slightest disagreement? Wei Nanfeng withdrew his playful expression and abruptly turned his body to dodge. A mystic energy circled in his hand and struck the flame. However, the flame was only slightly deflected by his mystic energy and scuttled past his collar, scorching a clump of his hair in an instant. Wei Nanfeng's smiling baby face abruptly changed color. Lowering his head to look, half of his indigo-colored sleeve had been burned away by the falling flame. Simply preposterous, Wei Nanfeng's baby face completely sank, and his eyes narrowed with a trace of coldness. Who is it? Mo Lian simply held the little girl's hand and slowly walked out of the thick thickets of the wetland. Stopping at a distance, she threw Wei Nanfeng an icy glance from afar. Wei Nanfeng's gloomy baby face instantly turned from dark to sunny, and he suddenly beamed with joy. Oh, it's Crown Prince Lian. I was wondering who was so bold to actually dare to burn this prince's sleeve and hair. TSK, so it's Crown Prince Lian who has graced us with his presence. Crown Prince, why are you in the mood to leisurely walk around the great desolate swamp today? Could it be that Northern Mua's government affairs have been properly handled? I heard that a small base in your northern Wa was attacked by a zombie horde some time ago, and many civilians died. As the crown prince, you should be quite busy. Bang! The little girl raised her slender right arm without any warning and suddenly shot out a black gold arrow. With a whoosh, the black gold arrow pierced through the air and headed straight for Wei Nanfeng's uncovered mouth, completely freezing and distorting a certain person's baby face. Wei Nanfeng's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly activated his defensive mystic weapon. His entire person cut a sorry figure as he did a perfect roll to the side, barely dodging that black gold arrow. He reached out to lift up a strand of his long hair. Just as he was about to shout, he heard a buzzing sound from behind his head. It was so close that all the hair on his body stood up. F***CK. This arrow can turn. It's coming again. Bailey she suddenly made his move. His grave and stern face was expressionless as he clamped the buzzing black gold arrow between his 2 fingers. He was able to clamp the black gold arrow with just the strength of 2 fingers. When this ability was revealed, everyone present revealed shocked expressions. The little stoic raised her voice slightly and shouted coldly, "If you dare break it, I'll have you die." As soon as he finished speaking, the profound energy in his entire body increased explosively. As his black hair fluttered, his entire body leaped high into the air and flew onto a horizontal branch. A circle of talismans suddenly appeared around his body. The profound guiding talisman array was a new talisman array that she had just learned. Within 15 minutes, it could completely absorb the profound energy between heaven and earth into one's body in an endless stream to replenish one's rapidly depleted profound energy. Wei Nanfeng slightly opened his mouth, his baby face was filled with disbelief. What did he see? This cold little girl with picturesque features and jade-like skin was no more than 12 or 13 years old. She actually used a talisman array as soon as she made a move. Could she be? Talisman Master, Bailey she replied expressionlessly, but he loosened his grip, allowing that black gold arrow to fly back to the little girl's side with a whoosh. Arbor reached out to catch it and carefully examined it. Upon seeing that it was undamaged, she coldly glared at Bailey she and slowly withdrew the profound guiding talisman array around her body. Mo Lian lightly leaped to the little girl's side and carried her down with a grin, patting her head. Wei Nanfeng opened his mouth and only asked after a while, "Little girl, I don't think I have any grievances with you. Why are you so ruthless in your first move? You're not allowed to talk about him." Arbor turned her small head and glared at him coldly. The crown prince stared blankly, then his brows slightly curved as he laughed softly. His mood was so happy that he wished he could fly. If it weren't for Jojo's honorable master glaring at him from the side, he would have picked up the little fellow and fiercely kissed her stoic little face. However, in the next second, the crown prince was met with Wei Nanfeng's 100,000 cannon fire. "You still have the freaking face to laugh. I almost died. Who asked you to offend my Jojo? Serves you right." The crown prince lightly snorted as he held onto Arbor's small hand and walked around them. Arbor slightly wrinkled her brows as she coldly glanced at Wei Nanfeng and Bailey Shi. Seeming to have sensed something, she lifted her eyes to look at Prince Mo. "These 2 people of inferior character are both your friends?" She now recalled that Wei Nanfeng's tone of voice just now was more of mockery and not sarcasm. To be able to use such a familiar tone to speak to the crown prince, they were naturally friends. Furthermore, Wei Nanfeng also referred to himself as this prince, so he must be a dignitary from some country. Without a doubt, they were friends. Mo Lian lowered his head to meet the little fellow's cold gaze. His smiling face suddenly froze as his heart inexplicably thumped. Wei Nanfeng immediately grinned from ear to ear as he moved forward. "What do you mean by inferior character?" "Of course. Little fellow, you've really insulted the wrong person. I'm good friends with your Lian Gage. We won't get to know each other unless we fight, we'll be friends from now on." The crown prince's heart skipped a beat. He practically wanted to immediately stop him from continuing to speak, but Wei Nanfeng quickly finished speaking. "Who's your friend?" Arbor fiercely pulled her small hand out of the crown prince's palm and turned to face Wei Nanfeng's handsome face. Raising her hand, she fiercely struck him with a wave of mystic energy, forcing him to retreat. "I, Arbor, have never had any friends." "No friends?" The little girl's angry shout, coupled with her cold and murderous gaze, seemed to be swearing an oath to the heavens. In an instant, everyone present was petrified into statues. The word friend was a hurdle in her heart that she couldn't get over. It was like using a sharp dagger to fiercely stab her heart. She hated hearing the word friend the most. Didn't like it. You, who are you? How dare you use such an attitude to yell at my brother Rong? Xiao Mu's extremely ferocious gaze that was brimming with sternness instantly shut the mouth of a sweet 16-year-old girl who was rushing over. Jojo. The crown prince suddenly felt that his voice was slightly dry. He reached out in a panic to grab her small hand, but in the next second, she mercilessly slapped his hand away. At that moment, the crown prince felt as if the sky was about to fall. He didn't feel pain in his hand, but he felt pain in his heart. For the first time in 18 years, he felt flustered and helpless, and even a little baffled. Why did this happen? Why was it like this? He was fine just a moment ago. He had finally managed to break a little of this little fellow's shell, but in the blink of an eye, she had wrapped herself up again, not allowing anyone to step even half an inch into her territory. You're all cut from the same cloth. Arbor coldly glanced at them. In the hearts of these bigwigs, everyone other than them was an ant. However, the bottom line that Arbor guarded in his heart was, at least when we're teammates, we can fight side by side and die together, but we absolutely won't stab each other in the back. How can you have the face to say that you're my, Arbor's, friend? Scram immediately. Arbor then pattered to Master Murongsun's side. Master, let's go. We're not on the same side as them. That's not it. Hey, little lady. Hey. Wei Nanfeng chased after her with a baffled expression. He turned his head to sneak a glance at the crown prince, but he was frightened by the cold and furious glint in the crown prince's pitch-black pupils. Lian. No, I don't know what the little lady is angry about. How was his character bad? His character couldn't be too good. Bailey. She stood on the side with his arms crossed and suddenly explained, strictly speaking, we can't be considered teammates with those guards. They're only Princess Xiaomi's guards. What? The little lady is angry with Lian because of those little guards that died? Just now, he and Bailey she indeed didn't try their best to slaughter those zombie crocodiles. They were just playing around with those little things in a joking manner. The little guards' deaths couldn't be blamed on them, right? Xiaomi insisted on bringing so many normal guards with her on this trip. He already told her that normal guards were useless. How could she blame him and Bailey she for this? Who exactly was protecting who? As masters, was there a need for them to protect a few weakling guards? Don't follow me. Mo Lian vented her anger on the two of them and hastily followed the holy water sect's departing group. Wei Nanfeng's baby face also darkened. How could he not follow? There was only this one path out of the great swamp. Soon after, the holy water sect's group slaughtered their way into the zombie crocodile horde, sweeping everything before them as if they were chopping vegetables. Mo Lian followed and ferociously struck the zombie crocodile king with her purple flames, venting her stifled and agitated emotions. The zombie crocodile king that was still incomparably ferocious immediately shriveled up under the flames like a ball that was suffocating. Jojo. Mo Lian hastily went up to explain, but before she could get close, Su Shanshan blocked her with a cold expression. Young Master Mo, little junior sister's mood might not be very good right now. You should not disturb her for now. Su Shanshan's expression was slightly displeased as she extended her hand to block Mo Lian's path. Senior sister, young Master Mo, don't say any more. You should walk a bit further away with your friends. I feel that junior sister doesn't really want to see you guys right now. Su Shanshan's sword hilt rudely pushed Mo Lian lightly. With this push, Mo Lian felt like she was 10,000 steps away. Little junior sister was so sensible that it made one's heart ache. Even so, they still made her unhappy. Su Shanshan and the other senior sisters immediately lost their good impression of Prince Mo. Master, I once had a team. The little stoic crouched next to a patch of aquatic plants that had been completely dyed muddy by blood. She held a branch in one hand and subconsciously poked at the mud on the wetland. There are body cultivators, mystic cultivators, superhumans, and normal people. Every one of them is very useful. Even if they are just ordinary people, they are all working hard for this team. Later, the environment became worse and worse, and survival became more and more difficult. Everyone slowly died, and in the end, only me and a teammate were left. The little stoic suddenly smiled. However, Morongsun felt that her disciple was better off not smiling. This smile was too desolate. Her eyes were filled with a black fog, and she could not see any light or hope. At least when we're teammates, we shouldn't stab each other in the back. We should support each other, right? The little stoic suddenly cried. Morongsun had never seen such a sorrowful expression on the stoic's face. Seeing her disciple's tears fall down in strings, Morongsun's heart ached to the extreme. Master, you don't know. When you couldn't see anything clearly, even the earth was black. In those pitch black, dim, and completely helpless days, I especially hoped that there would be someone who could help me. Help me. Even if it was just a little help, it would be enough. The little stoic softly mumbled to herself. Even if Morongsun didn't understand, her youngest disciple had been cultivating in the sect since she was 7 years old. Where did she get the time to form a team? But she knew that her youngest disciple's tone right now was especially desolate and helpless. When she stared at you, her gaze was empty, as if she was looking through your soul at an unknown place. She tenderly hugged her youngest disciple and gently patted her small body. Silly child, it's all in the past. Everything is in the past. You still have Master. Master will definitely accompany you. Don't worry, Master will skin whoever dares to bully you. I definitely won't be polite to them. Mo Lian, who was blocked in the distance, dazedly stared at the small figure crouching by the aquatic plants. She cried. He actually angered her to tears. 2 streaks of sparkling and translucent tear stains actually hung on her small, stoic face that had always been expressionless. Mo Lian felt like he was struck by lightning. He stood there dumbstruck, not even noticing that his fingers had turned blue from clenching them so hard that they were about to break. He was about to hate himself to death. Right now, there were only 5 words echoing in his mind: forward. Work. Done. Up. Up. He previously worked so hard and worked so hard for so long before he finally tore open a small hole in the little fellow's impenetrable heart. But now, she had completely shrunk back inside. She was like a small quail that wrapped herself up tightly again, not revealing a trace of wind and not allowing anyone to look at her. Just like back then, when she was calmly killing people by the quagmire with a wooden expression and turned around to apathetically glance at him, he couldn't accept this. As soon as he recalled her apathetic gaze that completely ignored him and her expression that was like a pool of stagnant water in a barren desert, he completely couldn't accept the reality that he was about to face. Wasn't it enough that he admitted his mistake? Why was it like this? Everything was fine just now. No, he had to talk to her. He had to make things clear to her immediately. He wasn't a silk pants like Wei Nanfeng. She didn't like him befriending someone like Wei Nanfeng, so their friendship was over. Jojo. Mo Lian's figure flashed, and she was about to rush to Arbor's side. Shuexiao was furious. She pulled out her sword and pointed it at him. What are you doing? I told you not to come over. Do you think my junior sister is not sad enough? Get lost. I want to talk to Jojo. Mo Lian's pitch-black phoenix eyes flashed slightly, and a few purple flames suddenly rose from her fingertips as she angrily roared. Crown Prince. Bailey, she appeared in front of him in a flash and reached out to block him. Think carefully. If you make a move, you won't be able to turn back. With the little girl's eagerness to protect her sect, if they really did something to her sect, would they be able to turn back? Mo Lian stood there in a daze. His eyes stared straight at the little girl's little face that had turned her head around. There was still a drop of lustrous tear on her little face. The little girl's expression was ice-cold as she stared at him. In that pair of eyes, there was indeed no warmth. He couldn't accept it, he couldn't accept it. How could he go back to the past like this? He had worked so hard, wanting her to accept him. The purple flames on her fingertips slowly dimmed. Mo Lian stared blankly at the little girl and muttered to herself, Jojo, you can try to understand me a little more. After a day and a half, everyone successfully left the Great Swamp. Perhaps it was because the group became serious later on that their firepower was too fierce or something else, but the zombie crocodiles they encountered later were all taken care of in a matter of minutes, and there were no more casualties. After exiting the Great Swamp, the closest place to rest was a desolate and dilapidated village. At the entrance of the village was a dilapidated tea house made of straw. There were many dilapidated tables and stools placed outside, but they were still barely usable. When Morong-sun led the group over, the curtains of the tattered mat inside the tea house just happened to be lifted from the inside. As soon as they met, they were three burly men with their sleeves rolled up high, revealing their strong muscles. They were all covered in dirt. When the leader noticed Morong-sun alone, he revealed his yellowed teeth and chuckled. "Oh my, second brother, third brother, I didn't expect there to be a fat sheep in this dilapidated village. We can capture them and send them to Black City together with the goods inside." When the group of holy water sect disciples silently walked up and drew their swords, the burly man revealed a dumbfounded expression again. These young ladies could not be mentioned in the same breath as the goods inside, but they looked like they were not to be trifled with. When the leader looked up, he finally discovered that there was another group of 50 or so people following behind the young ladies. He was instantly terrified. The three burly men knelt on the ground with a plop and wailed pitifully, "Great aunt, please spare our lives. We were blind and offended your esteemed guests." "Hey, miss, wait." Seeing Arbor walk into the dilapidated tea house without a word, the burly man cried out in alarm. "You are the villagers here?" Morong-sun asked coldly. "And no. We just passed by and stopped here to rest." The burly man's eyes flickered. Arbor quickly walked out of the tea house, her stoic face brimming with killing intent. Without any explanation, he snatched the sword from a senior sister's hand and slashed it over. The long and flat head flew high into the air and was turned into a bloody mist by a terrifying profound energy in the air, which sprinkled down. The other two burly men nearly peed their pants in fright. Their bodies trembled as they shrieked in a distorted voice, What are you doing? Slaughtering pigs." "Can't you see?" the little girl said coldly. "Those inside are your cows and sheep. And all of you are nothing but pigs in my eyes. In this world, if you don't want to be a pig, if you don't want to be a cow or a sheep, then you should become stronger. However, you won't have another chance in this lifetime." As soon as he finished speaking, he sliced off a head with his sword, mercilessly taking the lives of the other two. "Little girl, when are you going to stop messing around?" Wei Nanfeng's face was slightly hot. It couldn't be said that he wasn't shocked in his heart, but he was more angry out of humiliation. This little girl who killed decisively was truly terrifying. When she did not speak, almost no one dared to speak. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was unbearable. Along the way, even the restless Xiaomi stopped making a fuss and kept her mouth shut. Arbor coldly glanced at him. Wei Nanfeng could not describe what he felt from that gaze. It was so dark that not a single ray of light could be seen. Wei Nanfeng was a bit discouraged. He irritably raked his hair and said, Fine, just take it that Bailey and I were wrong. We shouldn't disregard the lives of our teammates. We know we were wrong, okay? But all of this has nothing to do with Crown Prince Lien. Can you not take your anger out on him for no reason? Shut up." The Crown Prince suddenly rebuked angrily. The oval-faced girl standing next to Bailey, she did not even dare to breathe loudly. She felt like there was a rock pressing down on her heart. It was unbearable. Arbor silently walked to the side. The holy water sect's young ladies entered the thatched tea house. Not long after, they brought out a dozen women and children with tattered clothes and wounds of various sizes. The naive Princess Xiaomi abruptly widened her eyes, and shock filled her oval face. Them? Among these women and children who were sold to Black City, the oldest was in her 20s, while the youngest was only 7 or 8 years old. Every single one of them had been ruthlessly abused and imprisoned in a dark room for too long. As a result, their expressions were still empty and lifeless even when they walked under the sunlight. Arbor's gaze landed on the last young woman. The young woman was not tall, and there was a half-dried bloodstain on her forehead. Half of her face had been beaten black and blue. Something was wrapped in a piece of moldy rag, and she held it tightly in her arms. Just as the two senior sisters were about to approach, they were stopped by Arbor. Arbor raised the sword in her hand bit by bit. She felt that this ordinary sword was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. "What are you doing?" Xiaomi furrowed her brows and shouted angrily, "Are you addicted to killing people?" "Shut up." Not only did Mo Lian yell at her, but Bailey Shi and Wei Nanfeng also yelled at her in unison. Xiaomi instantly felt extremely aggrieved, and her tears were about to fall out. Why were they all scolding her? Sorry, Arbor coldly muttered. The young woman seemed to have sensed something and suddenly loosened the moldy rag in her hand. A monster with a head twice the size of its body crawled out and bared its fangs at everyone. Ah! Xiaomi shrieked, zombie, zombie, hurry, hurry and kill it. Bailey's cold gaze made Xiaomi instantly shut her mouth. Miss, can't you let us go? I'll take him to a secluded forest deep in the mountains and spend his last days there. The young woman suddenly knelt down with a plop and pleaded in a tearful voice. Arbor's fingers had already turned slightly white from gripping the sword, but she still shook her head. Sorry, I can't. You've already entered the late stage of the incubation period and will soon lose your consciousness. The young woman covered her face and sobbed. The strange-headed baby in her arms ground its fangs and suddenly pounced. The little woman hugged her child tightly with her frail arms. Seeing that it couldn't get away, the little zombie turned around and bit her arm. This scene frightened Princess Xiaomi. She took a few steps back and hid behind Bailey. The young woman didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. With a gentle expression, she lowered her head to look at her child. Miss, I beg you. Can you chop off our heads and bury them together? I want to be with my own children forever. Is that okay? Arbor's eyes reddened as he nodded solemnly. Okay. I wish you all good fortune and good health in your next life. A cold glint flashed across the 3-foot-long green peak that flew into the air. Under the illumination of the noon sun, there wasn't the slightest bit of warmth. Emo Lian found the little fellow on a small slope outside the village. At that time, she was standing there with her back to him. Her fingertips were resting on a thin leaf, and she was playing a sad tune that he had never heard before. Like the Zhuling residence above, like the gate of grief below. Transcending the difficulties of the 3 realms, passing through the primitive bricks, after the tune ended, she stood there for a long time without turning her head. Until the sun set in the west and the curtain of night faintly shrouded, she stood there motionless like a statue. Emo Lian's heart was so stifled that it was about to explode, he could no longer restrain his explosive emotions. His figure flashed, and he quickly landed beside her. He stretched out his arm and forcefully pulled her into his embrace. Babies, after the 4th watch, I'll go out tonight. See you all tomorrow. Give out candy tomorrow. Her small body that was almost cold from the night breeze suddenly fell into a warm embrace. Arbor was about to move when his low voice sounded in her ear. Don't move, Jojo, don't move. Don't push me away again. Jojo. Tell me, where did I go wrong? If you tell me to change, I'll change right away. Don't be like this, Xiao Xiao. Don't be so depressed. Don't be like this, Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao. His head was buried in her black hair, stubbornly hugging her and not letting go. Xiaomu turned around with some difficulty, but before she could raise her head to look at him, her small head was hugged by his hand and tightly pressed into his chest. Jojo, it's my fault. I made you cry. Prince was depressed and his voice was slightly hoarse. The moment he saw her cry, he wanted to kill himself. How could he make Jojo cry? Arbor was finally able to look up. Her small hand pressed against his chin and gently pushed his face up. She looked straight into his eyes and said, Your friend said I was being unreasonable. Our friendship is over. We're no longer friends. Prince gritted his teeth. He scooped Arbor's small body up and hugged her tightly. Arbor reached out her small hand and pushed him gently. Prince immediately looked hurt. Don't push me, Jojo. You can't push me away, you can't. When she resolutely pushed his hand away, he really felt that his heart was about to stop and his breathing wasn't smooth. Don't push him away, Jojo, don't. Arbor held it in for a long time. Her small face was red. I can't breathe. Crown Prince looked down and thought, oh, so Jojo pushed me a little further away because she wanted to get some fresh air. The youth subconsciously loosened his arms and loosened his grip on her. When I saw your 2 friends disregard the lives of their teammates, I thought of some bad things. I didn't control my emotions well. I was a little out of control and even took my anger out on you. So sorry, Arbor said gloomily. No, it's my fault. I made Jojo cry. I deserve to die. It's not because of you. Xiaomu interrupted his self-reproach before continuing with a sigh. However, didn't that Bailey say it already? Those were just guards, not teammates. Perhaps in the eyes of those in power like you, the lives of those ordinary guards are not as interesting as the corpse crocodiles. That's true. In such a world, humans might not be able to live like dogs. Arbor's lips curled up mockingly. His eyes revealed a cold light as he said faintly. Jojo, if you don't want me to be friends with them, then I won't. From now on, I have nothing to do with them. Is that okay? Mo Lian hurriedly grabbed the little girl's hand and said. Arbor suddenly raised his little head and stared at him with his dark eyes. Why? You don't like it. But why are you accommodating me like this? Why? Why? Why do you still have to ask why? Mo Lian lifted Xiaomu up at once, and he met her pair of large, round, black eyes. He abruptly pulled her into his embrace, hugging her tightly. Because everything in the world is not as important as Jojo. He rested his head on her shoulder and his low voice came from her hair. Arbor looked at him seriously. It's not good for you to be like this. You've become used to giving in to me. I'll become more willful in front of you. She calmed down and thought about it carefully. Why was she angry at him for no reason? It was because she didn't like the lousy teammates he had. She couldn't throw a tantrum at him just because she didn't like his friends. This was obviously inappropriate. But what was the reason? It was all because he had spoiled her. She should swallow the bitter fruit of her own spoiling. Xiaomu lowered her head and reached out to touch her fingers. Mo Lian lifted her chin and looked at her seriously. Jojo, I don't think Jojo is willful at all. Instead, he felt that this little rascal's heart was deeply suppressed, as if she had a stomach full of secrets that couldn't be stripped away. Arbor looked at him quickly and then lowered her head again. Mo Lian set her down and circled his arms around her body. He lowered his head to plant a soft and gentle kiss on her forehead. It's just that, whether you hit me or bite me in the future, don't throw my hand away again, alright? At that moment, he was really flustered. He was so flustered that he couldn't tell north from south. Her small and soft hand placed in his and pressed his fingers. Okay. Mo Lian laughed in a low voice. In the past, this word could kill a conversation, but today, it was especially pleasing to the ear. Mo Lian, Prince's heart skipped a beat. He sat down with the little girl in his arms and looked down at her. Go on. We can't change this dark world. We can't change anyone. But I always think that if we're in the same team, we should trust each other more. Sometimes, maybe it's just a small gesture, but it's enough to let a pitiful person in the endless abyss see a ray of light. Just like me at that time, giving up on a teammate is tantamount to betrayal. It's just like that, it's nothing, okay. Mo Lian folded his arms and looked down at her. Jojo, try to trust me completely, okay? No matter how this world changes, I'll give up everything, but I won't give up on Jojo, okay? I will never betray Jojo. Arbor turned his little face and looked at him seriously for a while. His little head paused slightly. Mo Lian couldn't help but burst with joy. As long as his Jojo was willing to try, even if she was covered in 1,000-year-old ice and 10,000-year-old frost, he would spare no effort to break it open little by little, so that she could truly walk out of it. Arbor arched his body in his arms and stretched out his hand to yawn. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night, and he had spent so much energy along the way. His little body was really tired. Go to sleep. I'll stay here with you. How did you find this place? The little girl asked half awake. You didn't hit my senior sister, did you? No, they hit me. Mo Lian pinched her little hand, feeling wronged. Oh. At the same time, in the shabby tea house, a group of senior sisters from the Holy Water sect were angrily kicking and beating the dozens of golems in front of them. These golems were all 10th level body cultivators and above, but they didn't fight with them. They didn't react no matter how they kicked or hit them. They just pestered them endlessly and refused to let them leave the thatched hut. The senior sisters were so angry that they all vomited blood. They beat them until their arms and hands hurt, but these golems didn't hurt at all. When the three peak masters returned from inspecting the vicinity, they saw their disciples fighting with the golems. It had to be said that it was a bit funny. The group of holy water sect disciples sullenly fought with the golems and kept swinging their hands as they beat them up. Their hands freaking hurt. Bailey Shi, Wei Nanfeng, and the others were sitting outside and watching as if they were watching a show. There was no danger, but the group of girls were flushed with anger. Who did this? Morongsun pulled out a golem. That wooden fellow hugged her back and didn't fight with her. She could beat him up however she wanted. He just pestered her endlessly and wouldn't let go. It's young Master Mo, Su Shanshan said in exasperation and amusement. We didn't let him go find little junior sister, so he used this kind of vicious move. Morongsun flicked the golem's head, but before she could kick it, the golem suddenly stopped moving. Morongsun turned around and saw that the other golems had also stopped moving. F***CK. Chang Yushi angrily kicked the golem in front of her. Why did it stop? Morongsun was also speechless, but she had broad horizons, so she naturally knew more than the disciples. These golems need to be supported by spirit stones, so they probably ran out of spirit stones. But speaking of which, that D*MN punk was quite generous to be able to take out so many golems at once to deal with them. Master, I'll go wring that punk's head off. The hot-tempered Shueshao angrily said. Forget it, let him do as he pleases. Morongsun shook her head. The D*MN punk was quite attentive to her youngest disciple. It would be good to have him persuade the little girl so that she wouldn't be left alone all the time. Her heart ached just looking at her. Peak Master Morong, after leaving this village, we can reach Shuang City near Xianxia Valley after walking on the official road for about 10 days. Since it's still early, we can recuperate in the city for 4 to 5 days. How about this Highness be the host? There was only one city within a radius of 1,000 feet, so it could be imagined how lively it was inside. Wei Nanfeng was anxious to mend his relationship with the little girl, so he was busy roping in the holy water sect. We can recuperate for a few days, but you don't have to be the host. Morongsun waved her hand. Yang Shirong snorted. Isn't that so? The holy water sect isn't so poor that they can't afford to raise their disciples. If we're not on the same side, we won't be able to walk together no matter what. You better save your breath. It's best if you take your team and scram now. Why do you keep following us? Don't. Wei Nanfeng didn't get angry, and instead chuckled as he moved forward. 3 peak masters, please give me a chance. Don't worry, I will arrange everything properly. It will definitely allow everyone to rest comfortably. Humph. Everyone snorted in agreement. After a night of silence, the little stoic finally ran back around noon the next day. The holy water sect disciples surrounded them in a hubbub and used their daggers to stare at the crown prince, who was holding little junior sister's hand. Junior sister, are you all right? The little stoic shook her head. I've made senior sisters worry. Silly girl. As long as you're happy, nothing else matters. Su Shanshan raised her hand and patted her head. Morongsun walked over and irritably glared at the crown prince. Put away your golem. Mechanical puppet? The little stoic raised her head and looked at the crown prince in confusion. The crown prince squeezed her small hand and looked back innocently. I didn't do anything, but I was ganged up on by your senior sisters. He had the nerve to say that. The holy water sect disciple spat. Beat his A**s. This guy ran faster than a rabbit and left behind a pile of golems for them to deal with. If this counted as ganging up on him? Was there still justice in this world? Arbor glanced at the crown prince, who happened to be looking down at her, and winked mischievously at her. Why do you have so many golems? How many spirit stones did you spend? Arbor curiously looked at the dozens of golems collapsed on the ground. She saw that some of them were grotesquely shaped, and there were all kinds of shapes and sizes. These are actually all defective products and don't have any attack power. The crown prince stored these collapsed golems into his inner world and turned to smile at her. Your big treasure can be considered the second finished product. I made a lot before, but almost all of them were failures or half-finished products. Bah. They don't have any attack power, but they beat me until my hand is about to break. Chang Yushi rolled her eyes in exasperation. I gave you all the spirit stones. I don't have any spirit stones. So it was only enough to stall the senior sisters for a while. Mo Lian gently tugged on the little fellow's hand and quietly said, Jojo, if the senior sisters beat me up, you'll save me, right? Arbor nodded her head with certainty. The crown prince was in a good mood, and his eyes curved into crescents as he lightly coughed. Before he could laugh, Morong Sun, who had been eavesdropping on the side, suddenly jumped out and waved her hand with a taut face. Enough. If there's nothing else, pack up. We'll set off immediately. After saying that, she snatched Arbor's hand and pulled her to her side. She amiably asked, My disciple, did you sleep well last night? Everyone. The peak master's face-changing skills were getting better and better. Not far from the village, there was a smooth official road. It was naturally much smoother than the swamp-filled land from before. Everyone had abandoned their horses outside the great swamp, so they could only summon mystic beasts with decent running speed. Mystic beasts like tigers, wolves, and leopards were naturally the best. It was not a big problem to ride 2 or 3 more people. Tap, tap, tap. The little girl ran to Xianxia's side and reached out to touch the 7-star white tiger's fur. Her 2 black pearl-like eyes rippled with faint love. Huh. The little girl pinched the white fur on the tiger's head and felt that it was very comfortable to touch. Little did she know that the others were looking at her and secretly adding in their hearts, Jojo doesn't like cute things or snakes. Jojo likes large birds of prey. It seems that the bigger and fiercer they are, the more she likes them. The 7-star white tiger rubbed against her palm. Come, junior sister. Xianxia jumped onto the 7-star white tiger's back and extended her hand. The little girl patted the white tiger's head and shook her head. No need, senior sister. I'll let newbie lead us. The scene was like a show of wealth. One summoned Lone Wolf, the other summoned Earthshatter Bear. The little girl ran back to Mo Lian and took newbie out of her pocket. Newbie, who had been depressed all the way, looked at its little master dizzily. The little girl poked its round body with her finger. Transform. Newbie flapped its short wings. Eat and sleep all day. Eat and run all day. The little girl poked its belly again. Wei Nanfeng and the others, who had been paying attention to her, could not help but burst into laughter. Little girl, what can this little chick transform into? You're not a level 10 mystic cultivator yet. Let me lend you a gray wolf to ride. Princess Mi of the Shao Kingdom sat on an earth-shattering bear, her hands gripping the black bear's glossy mane as she spoke loftily with her back straightened. She spoke as if she was a level 10 mystic cultivator. In reality, the black bear Princess Mi was sitting on didn't belong to her. It belonged to her personal bodyguard, Gong Sanyang. Arbor didn't even turn his head and turned a deaf ear to Xiaomi's words. It wasn't that this naive Princess Mi of the Shao Kingdom was a bad person. When she saw those rescued women and children, her eyes would also redden in sympathy. However, this princess had always been used to being lofty, so her words were filled with an air of bossiness. Arbor poked Weak Chick's body with his finger. Hurry and transform. Xiaomi was about to laugh out loud but was interrupted by a chirp. Her mouth gaped open in shock. The little chick in Xiaomu's arms flapped its short wings and flew into the air. Its pair of small wings abruptly transformed into a pair of long, bluish-green wings, whipping up gusts of gales in the air. Other than the holy water sex people watching calmly, even the crown prince couldn't resist raising his handsome brows. His darling Qiao was impressive. Although she hadn't signed a contract with a mystic beast, she actually had an ancient Qingyuan by her side. At this moment, Wei Nanfeng's jaw dropped. A trace of astonishment flashed across Bailey Shi's expressionless face. Xiaomi was even more shocked as she looked at the large cyan blue bird circling in the sky. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Why do you have a mystic beast? Xiaomi stared at Arbor in astonishment for a moment before shaking her head and saying, Impossible. The law states that no mystic cultivator below level 10 can form a contract with a mystic beast. This is Mo Kingdom's crown prince's mystic beast, right? Arbor ignored her and was in no mood to explain other people's doubts. He beckoned to a certain bird that was still circling in the air. Come down. Qingyuan flapped its wings and swooped down with a whoosh, scaring Xiaomi, who was sitting on the black bear's back. Her body tilted and she nearly rolled off the bear's back. Princess! The young bodyguard, Gong Sanyang, hastily rushed forward to support her. You're not allowed to cause trouble. Arbor shouted in annoyance. Qingyuan quickly flapped its wings and landed in front of her obediently, looking at her with its cute little eyes. Acting cute my ass. Arbor endured a fist that was about to land on its head. With a light leap, it was already on Qingyuan's back. In a flash, Mo Lian stood beside the little girl. She smiled and held her little hand. Jojo, give me a ride. Get down here, you stinking brat. Way something wind has lone wolf. Hurry and go. Morong Sun shouted as she rolled up her sleeves. Baby, run. Your master is here. Mo Lian pulled Arbor's little hand. Before Arbor could speak, the cyan phoenix suddenly spread its wings and flew into the sky. With a whoosh, it spread its wings and flew up. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the horizon. This speed was too fast for the people below to catch up. Stinking brat, get back here. Wei Nanfeng's feeble voice was mixed in with Morong Sun's incessant scolding. Senior Morong, this junior's name is Wei Nanfeng. Shut up. Morong Sun grumpily shouted. Her figure flashed and nimbly mounted Su Shanshan's 7-star white tiger. Shanshan, your little junior sister was kidnapped. Hurry and chase after her. Su Shanshan, Arbor and Mo Lian rode Qingyuan and flew in front, stopping from time to wait for their master's group. It was not until 10 days later that the group noisily arrived at the foot of Shuang City. From afar, they saw a troop of tribal cavalry slaughtering the screaming and fleeing commoners outside the city gates. Today ends at 5 p.m. See you tomorrow. Ah. Under the trampling of the steeds' iron hooves, several old and frail people were trampled to death. Their chests were flattened, and blood splattered everywhere. Cries filled the air, and the city gate was in a mess. At the same time, the soldiers on the city gate tower gripped their bows until their hands turned slightly blue, and they stood in formation with unsightly expressions. It was not that they did not see the suffering of the citizens outside the city gate, but because of the orders from above, they were not allowed to leave without permission. When Morong Sun and the others approached the city gate, they recalled their mystic beasts to avoid any unnecessary collisions. Currently, everyone was walking forward on foot. When they saw the scene of people being killed and robbed, a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. They had always heard rumors about how chaotic the western border was, but seeing was believing. No matter how much they heard, it was not as real and bloody as what they saw in front of their eyes. The western tribal group had been at war for years, and the citizens all fled to Shuang City. However, Shuang City was not a place that just any cat or dog could enter. One had to pay an exorbitant sum of goods to enter the city, and it could be said that most of the poor citizens flinched at the sight of it. Was there any meaning in these tribal cavalry unscrupulously drawing their swords and slaughtering unarmed citizens? Among the crowd, the first to react was Shao Kingdom's Princess Mi. This princess shrieked in shock, "What are these people doing? Stop. Hurry and make them stop. Quickly go and help." Yes, princess. Gong Sunyang executed the princess's order without hesitation and led the remaining half of the royal guards toward the tribal cavalry. Gong Sunyang was the first to collide with a tribal clansman riding a tall horse. Gong Sunyang had the strength of a level 10 mystic cultivator, so the moment they came into contact, a mystic energy directly sent that clansman flying from his horse, crashing into the ground with a boom. The spear in Gong Sunyang's hand pierced through that tribal clansman's chest in the next second, killing him on the spot. Princess Mi's other royal guards also clashed with the tribal cavalry, and a series of clanging sounds rang out as their weapons clashed. Doya angrily clenched her small fists. These people are from the Aikido tribe. They're accustomed to doing evil in the western wastelands. Be careful, they have the Eagle Battle team. They might even come over to counterattack. Wei Nanfeng stealthily glanced at the little girl. Seeing that her little stoic face didn't show any signs of emotion, he involuntarily coughed dryly. The little girl's heart was too hard to understand. No matter how he tried to please her along the way, the little girl still ignored him. Mo Lian, this inhumane person, always wanted to end their friendship. It was simply indescribable, At this moment, Princess Xiaomi was bursting with a sense of justice as she stepped forward to stop the massacre. However, the little girl didn't have any reaction at all. If they don't dare to resist, then even if we save them now, they won't be able to survive for long in the wilderness, Mo Lian said indifferently. The little stoic's silent eyes suddenly brightened. He understood, that's right, that's the logic. Princess Mi's kindness could not be of much use at this moment. This was because most of the people lining up outside the city were young and strong. Disregarding those several elderly people who had long been trampled to death by the horses' hooves, over 100 young and strong men didn't even have the strength to retaliate when faced with 7 to 8 galloping tribal cavalry. These tribal cavalry were only normal people. Unlike those rescued women and children, they indeed didn't have the ability to fight back when facing a few burly human traffickers. However, these young and strong men in front of him could obviously fight back and save themselves, but they blindly scattered and fled, and were finally caught up and killed on the spot. To be honest, Arbor really didn't want to save people who had completely lost their will to fight. However, this kind-hearted Princess Mi made a move like a thunderbolt. Princess Mi only had 50 or so bodyguards left, and 3 or 4 people were injured in the confrontation with the cavalry. After 10 days of trekking, the bodyguards were actually already exhausted, but because of Princess Mi's orders, they couldn't resist and could only brace themselves to fight against the tribe's cavalry. They weren't like Princess Mi, who had the earth-shattering bear as a means of transportation. The bodyguards were all running to Shuang City. Fortunately, they had an expert like Gong Sanyang among them, and it didn't take long for them to completely annihilate the 8 cavalry. However, before they could catch their breath, waves of eagle cries came from the distant horizon. Doya clenched her hands, and her expression changed slightly. The eagle battle squad of the Aikido tribe is here. On the city gate tower, a middle-aged general with an ugly expression quickly walked forward. Holding onto the city gate railing, the general raised his head to look at the eagle battle squad flying over from afar, and cursed angrily, "Who are those people below? They actually attracted the eagle battle squad of the Aikido tribe. Simply bastards. Quickly inform City Lord Luge. General, what should we do now?" "Don't worry about anything. As long as they don't endanger Shuang City's gate, let them fight." The middle-aged general sneered, and raised his head to look at the pitch-black eagle battle squad flying over. There were a total of 12 eagles in the battle squad, and there were 2 to 3 people standing on each eagle's back. As they approached Shuang City's gate, the people on the eagle's back began to throw sharpened bamboo towards the crowd below. Swoosh swoosh. The wind blew past their ears. One of Princess Mi's bodyguards couldn't escape in time, and his left shoulder was pierced by a sharp bamboo falling from the sky. He let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. Following that, he was once again pierced in the waist and head by several sharp bamboo, and died on the spot. Preposterous. Mo Lian pulled the little girl into his arms. He flicked his sleeves and pushed aside a few sharp bamboos. His handsome face sank all of a sudden. "Are you all right?" He lowered his head and caressed the little girl's face. "Arbor, what can happen to me? A bunch of blind barbarians." Yang Shirong threw the bamboo to the side and scolded angrily. "Ah." Princess Mi was suddenly pressed to the ground by Gong Sanyang. She felt a faint pain on her scalp as a bamboo stick whizzed past. "Damned bastards." Princess Mi said angrily, "What are these city guards doing? Why aren't they opening the city gates? I'm going to ask my father to send troops to kill them." "Save it, princess." Wei Nanfeng sneered, "At this time, the city guards will only sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Why would they open the city gates? Damn it. Even with our status, we can't make him open the city gate?" Princess Mi crawled up and clenched her fists fiercely. She felt that her entire body had been dirted the moment she laid down. Right now, her eyes were no longer her eyes, her nose was no longer her nose. She only felt uncomfortable all over. "Please, princess. You are the princess of Southern Xiao Kingdom. I am the prince of Northern Wei. I don't have anything to do with this western territory. How can we let them open the city gates in this kind of situation, tell me?" "Ah!" Xiaomi screamed. While clutching her head where the hairpin fell, Princess Mi was abruptly pulled to her side by the royal guard, Gong Sanyang, and both of them fell to the ground again. Princess Mi's pure princess heart immediately wanted to explode. Her skirt, her clothes, her exquisite makeup, they were all ruined by these barbarians. Ah! Arbor poked his head out of Mo Lian's embrace and silently looked at the princess who was kneeling on the ground and continuously pounding the ground, finding her a bit funny. Princess Mi was actually not annoying, but her behavior was a bit childish at times. In addition, the princess's lofty status caused her to never empathize with other people's feelings. Hence, many times, the words that entered her ears sounded a bit sharp and unpleasant to the ears. However, she was only 16 years old. She was very young and still had a long way to go. This truly was a farce. Morong Sun was a bit angry. In the eyes of normal people, a battle team formed by 12 eagles really seemed very, very powerful, but what was it in the eyes of mystic cultivators? Moreover, aside from Princess Mi's normal royal guards, who didn't have contracted mystic beasts to protect themselves, if they really released all their mystic beasts, with their strength, they could take down the entire Shuang city in 4 hours, let alone this tiny eagle battle team. Aikido people, listen up. If you don't want to die, then hurry and leave. When we counterattack, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Wei Nanfeng shouted coldly, his mocking voice traveling far into the sky. On the eagle's back, an Aikido young man with a head full of pigtails said with a cold and handsome face, "It was you who killed our Aikido tribesmen." Xiaomi shrieked and cursed, her face and neck red. A bunch of cowards. Weren't you the ones who attacked first? Arbor turned his head to look at the princess, who had a head of messy hair and was bouncing on the spot, and his mouth twitched. Mo Lian immediately sensed the little fellow's urge to laugh, and she looked down with a smile in her eyes. Her Jojo was amused by Princess Mi based on this, that Princess Mi who caused a ruckus the entire way didn't look so repulsive anymore. Aikido will win. The Aikido tribe will win. The slogan of the Aikido tribe of the Western Wilderness instantly resounded throughout the sky. Bang! A black gold arrow soared into the sky and struck a male eagle in the blink of an eye. After a tragic eagle cry, the eagle and the 2 people fell from the sky and crashed into the ground, creating a small pit. The eagle didn't climb out, and neither did the 2 people. He didn't know if he was dead or not, but from the looks of it, it was no different from being dead. Princess Mi opened her mouth and turned around to look at the little girl who poked her head out of Prince Mo's bosom and silently lowered her crow-repeating crossbow. Morong Sun, Wei Nanfeng, and the others also looked at Miss Chiao with twitching mouths. You talk too much. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The little girl threw Wei Nanfeng a look of disdain. Still shouting into the air, if he had that kind of energy, he would have already been beaten down. What kind of prince is he? What kind of bullshit prince is he? Wei Nanfeng glanced at Mo Lian aggrievedly. Your wife always dislikes me, this isn't good. The latter rolled her eyes at him and completely ignored him. Wei Nanfeng, you have a wife but no friends. Absolutely, our friendship is over. Seeing the little girl casually shoot an arrow that could penetrate the eagle's wing, the Aikido leader felt chills in his heart. Before he could react, the others had already made their move. The mystic cultivators with flying mystic beasts released their mystic beasts one after another and flew into the air to attack the eagles. The mystic cultivators without flying mystic beasts also released mystic energy and aimed at the people on the eagles from a distance. Mystic energy bombarded over and quickly beat the Aikido tribe's eagle battle squadron into a sorry state. More than half of the 30-odd Aikido tribesmen were dead or injured. In the end, the leader and a dozen or so Aikido tribesmen were tied up and forced to kneel on the ground. Princess Mi stepped forward with disheveled hair and kicked the leader. Do you submit? No. I submit. The leader of Aikido glared at the princess fiercely with a pair of bell-sized eyes. Doya looked at the leader with some worry. You're the Aikido tribe leader's son, right? From what she knew, the leader of the Eagle Battle Squadron was usually a direct relative of the tribe leader. The Aikido tribe wouldn't take this lying down. After they lost this time, they might even lead a large-scale tribe to attack Shuang City. The Aikido tribesmen had primitive barbarism in their bones and blood, so they wouldn't easily admit defeat. That's right. ACI raised his chin and looked at Doya with a sneer. He shouted sternly, Who are you? Why do you know me? I'll tell you. Let me go immediately. I, ACI, am the third son of the Aikido tribe's tribe leader. I'm the eagle's son. Ya struggled and shouted, if you dare to harm me, my father and my brothers won't let you guys go. Just wait to die. Arbor suddenly summoned a feral from his conscious. Mo Lian's mouth twitched, and she subconsciously let go of the little fellow. As expected, the little fellow leaped forward and viciously smacked the feral on Assie's head. Slap. A crisp sound rang. As expected, Assie's head was incomparably hard and wasn't smashed into watermelon paste. Only a trail of blood flowed down from his braids and down his high nose bridge. The three peak masters reached out to cover their faces. Here we go again, the little fellow seems to dislike people who talk too much. For example, that Wei Nanfeng was completely disliked by her. The little girl went up and kicked him twice. When he fell to the ground, she directly swung her ferrule and smacked him heavily, causing Yas to roll on the ground. The Yasi people looked at this savage little girl in shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. In the western region, men were supreme. Which woman dared to beat up their young master like this? The little girl ruthlessly whipped ACI until he was on the verge of death and unable to speak. Then, she finally stopped and looked at Murong Sun. Master, let's enter the city. Murong Sun nodded frantically. Okay. Wei Nanfeng kept rolling his eyes at the side. Your disciple is about to whip someone to death. Why didn't the master say anything? The little girl ran to the city gate and waved at the stunned general on the city tower. Then, she pointed at the city gate in front of them. Open the city gates. Chang Yushi immediately acted as the little girl's translator. She waved her hand at the general upstairs and shouted out loud. Who are you people? Judging from their savage appearance, a group of 80 or so people actually dared to attack the Aikido tribe. How would the middle-aged general dare to open the gate and welcome this group of plague gods? It would be best if they ran as far away as possible. A trace of impatience flashed past Arbor's eyes. Why is it so troublesome to enter the city? Are these people sick? Do they have to clean up to be nimble? The little girl raised her hand and threw the little chick into the air, and coldly shouted, open this gate. Screech. The azure wings suddenly spread out, and the little chick suddenly transformed into a divine bird, azure lawn that covered the sky in front of everyone, scaring the soldiers on the city gate tower until their hearts and lungs started to tremble. Screech, the azure lawn circled in the air, and suddenly turned its head, and spat out an extreme Arctic frost slash at the city gate. Everyone stared blankly at it. An icy cold air instantly spread in all directions, and the extreme Arctic frost slash swept across the city gate with a frightening vibrating force. After a loud boom, the ground was cut open by the frost slash, creating a deep crack. A wild ice blade directly landed on the city gate, and immediately cut open a clear white mark on the grand city gate. The general on the city gate tower screamed, you guys, stop. Stop. Archers, get ready. If you don't stop, immediately release the arrows. Release. Ah. Before that general finished shouting, he saw the azure lawn flapping its enormous wings in the air suddenly charge over. After a sharp screech, it spat out an icy cold air, and immediately wrapped around that pitiful general, melting him into an ice sculpture in a matter of minutes. Wei Nanfeng felt that at this time, he should perform well, and strive to leave a good impression in front of the little girl, so as to prevent his friendship with Mo Lian from really ending, but before he could shout to the general, the little girl started fighting with someone again, and in a short while, that general was frozen. Wei Nanfeng felt a faint sadness, he still hadn't displayed his negotiation eloquence. Screech. The azure lawn circled half a circle in the air, and looked like it was about to turn back and release another attack. A steady shout sounded from the city gate tower, everyone, please stop. A misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Open the city gate, immediately open the city gate. Big Green, come back. The little girl waved her hand towards the sky, and spoke concisely and powerfully. The azure lawn rapidly swooped down, and when it reached the little girl, it had already transformed into a little chick, and cutely jumped onto the little girl's shoulder. Well done. The little girl's face was taut as she gave a rare compliment. Coo. Daching flapped its wings happily. The city gate finally opened. The one who spoke on the city tower was Shuang City's city lord, Lu Ge. After he received the news, he rushed to the gate of Shuang City without stopping. Only then did he prevent a disaster. At this moment, his forehead was covered in sweat. He wiped it with his sleeve and hurriedly ordered people to carry the general's ice sculpture down the city gate tower to welcome this group of fiends. He couldn't help but secretly blame the general for not being tactful. Wasn't this just asking for a snub? With the strength of these people, even the Eagle battle team could be annihilated in minutes. If they wanted to kill them, it would be too easy. They actually didn't allow anyone to enter the city. This was simply courting death. You are all mystic cultivators, right? You have to abide by the rules after entering our Shuang City. You have to pay a fee to enter the city. There are about 80 people in your group, right? Including the ones at the back, there were 100 people. It doesn't need to be too much, just pay. Before the document of Shuang City's entry into the city was finished, he felt as if he was being watched by many people. It was as if those scorching gazes were going to burn a hole in his body. The city lord looked at his subordinates resentfully for failing to meet his expectations. Are you a bunch of idiots? Under these circumstances, you can actually ask people to pay a fee to enter the city? The little stoic looked coldly at that document. Do you want to pay a fee or do you want your life? Life, 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 life. The city lord repeatedly answered and then kicked that clerk's butt, kicking him to the back of the group. City Lord Luge was nearly 50 years old and had a goatee. He was currently smiling apologetically at Murong Sun and the others. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Everyone has come from afar, so please enter the city to rest. Compensation. The little stoic suddenly said. The 3 Peak Masters and the Holy Water Sect's senior sisters all twitched their mouths. However, Mo Lian couldn't resist laughing out loud. We spent a lot of effort outside the city before we could enter. As compensation, this city lord, do as you see fit. Well said. As expected, the Crown Prince understood her intentions the best. The little stoic nodded her head in agreement and looked up to give the Crown Prince an admiring gaze. Mo Lian's eyes were smiling as he met her gaze. Wei Nanfeng was simply speechless. As expected, this couple was bound to be a family. How could they behave so shamelessly in such a logical manner? City Lord Luge wished for nothing more than to immediately pounce on that clerk and give him a good thrashing. Tell me what you're like. You don't know how to adapt to circumstances. You just had to mention payment. Now that you mention it, it made him think of some compensation. He didn't receive the payment and had to be dug out as compensation. How infuriating. City Lord Luge wanted to go cry. He quietly asked with a sullen face, what kind of compensation does this miss want? Our Shuang City citizens also don't have a good life. Food and supplies have always been tight. Do you have seeds? The little stoic asked coldly. Yes, 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 we have a lot of seeds. City Lord Luge nodded repeatedly. These days, seeds simply couldn't grow anything in the ground. After failing several times, everyone didn't want to waste the effort to work in the fields again. If they had that time, they might as well go out and hunt. Even if they caught a skinny rabbit in the nearby wasteland, they could at least eat until they were half full. Give me 1/3 of your seeds. Miss, it's not a problem to give you half of the seeds. It's just that there are quite a lot of seeds. You. City Lord Luge hastily said, can your inner world fit? You don't have to worry about that. The little stoic waved her hand and then turned to wave at the women and children huddled at the back of the group. Make proper arrangements for these people. After saying that, he threw a bag of food to the city lord. They will be the citizens of Shuang City in the future. Don't neglect them. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. The city lord was a little surprised and hurriedly nodded. In his heart, he had a good impression of this outspoken little girl. In fact, she didn't need to pay for these women and children at all, but she still came according to the rules of Shuang City. She wanted him to treat these people equally after taking them into Shuang City. This girl was cold on the outside but not cold on the inside. It was hard for people to have a bad impression of her. That little girl. Then, our general, can you restore him to his original state? The city lord hurriedly waved his hand and had people carry the ice sculpture of the general over. Everyone burst into laughter. The shape of this ice sculpture was really unique. Inside the sculpture wrapped in ice, the general lifted his leg and pretended to fly. The long saber in his hand was raised high, and the frightened expression on his face was lifelike. Then, he was sealed in ice. Even his eyelids were covered in a layer of frost. How tragic, this general, everyone thought at the same time. Arbor raised his head to look at Mo Lian. The latter knowingly threw out a red flame and melted the ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Today's 6th watch is over. See you tomorrow. After the layer of ice fell off, that general returned to his senses with a shudder and started coughing. However, the little stoic's eyes narrowed dangerously, and she abruptly looked up at the crown prince again, glaring at him with an unpleasant expression. Mo Lian hastily reached out to hold her soft fingers and whispered, "I won't do it again in the future." "Really, I promise." Everyone was baffled. They didn't understand what they were talking about. Wei Nanfeng even lowered his head to look at himself, thinking, this time, it wasn't me who angered the little great ant, right? Only Mo Lian and Arbor knew what was going on. The reason why Arbor was glaring at him was entirely because he discovered that the crown prince controlled 2 types of flames. The purple flames were strong, and the red flames were weak. That's why he definitely wouldn't release the purple flames when he was melting someone's ice, so as to avoid roasting that unlucky general instantly. Just like when he previously dealt with Wei Nanfeng, he also released the red flames. However, when senior sister Xiao blocked his path, he was so angry that he wanted to release the purple flames. At that time, he really went crazy and wholeheartedly wanted to directly kill senior sister Xiao who was blocking his path. Humph. The little stoic glared at him again. Mo Lian hastily tugged at her small hand and repeatedly promised that he wouldn't dare, but he was endlessly afraid in his heart. If Shi hadn't stopped him at that time, perhaps he really wouldn't have been able to turn back. Thinking of this, his back broke out in cold sweat. Shi actually understood the exchange between the two, but Wei Nanfeng and the rest were bewildered. They didn't understand how the two could communicate with just their gazes. The city lord waved his hand to have people support the general back to rest, and he said to everyone with a smile, "Then let's enter the city first. Come, please come in." The little stoic nodded and walked into the city with the crown prince first. The group of people behind them followed in, and from an angle that the little stoic couldn't see, they all face-bombed or snickered secretly. This won't do. Why did it feel like a group of bandits swaggering into the city? Hey, stop right there. Princess Xiaomi shouted, and Wei Nanfeng didn't even have time to reach out to grab her. "Oh my, eldest miss. What mischief are you up to now? Provoking the little stoic for no reason?" Didn't he see what kind of people were around the little stoic? They were all a bunch of people who were protective of their own. "You'll be beaten up, sister. Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, no one would be able to help you." Arbor turned his head to look at Princess Mi who was running in front of him and asked in a cold voice, "What's the matter?" Xiaomi glared at Arbor for a while before she suddenly rushed forward and slapped paralyzed Zhou's shoulder heavily. She placed her hands on her hips and said, "You're called Arbor, right? You're not bad. You can be my sister from now on. My name is Xiaomi. Princess of the Southern Xiao Kingdom, you're welcome to visit my Southern Xiao Kingdom after the competition. I'll definitely treat you well." Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that another bloody conflict was about to happen. In the end, the development of the situation made everyone laugh involuntarily. Girls are all strange creatures. You can befriend them just like that. Weren't there a lot of unpleasant things along the way? Morong Sun decided to rest in Shuang City for a few days. The city lord arranged accommodations for the group of people without hesitation, and then quickly arranged for carts of seeds to be transported over. Peak Master Morong. The city lord of Shuang City finally learned of the Holy Water sect group's identity, and a very friendly smile immediately piled on his face. He cursed the stupid general to death 10,000 times in his mind. "Look at you, you dare to insult anyone. You had a head on your shoulder, yet you didn't even figure out the situation and actually dared to attack a group of mystic cultivators." The fact that the city gates weren't blasted apart by the mystic cultivators was already giving them face. "Is there anything else, city lord?" Morong Sun sat in the wooden armchair and finally leisurely poured a cup of hot tea. Hurrying on the road had truly exhausted her, and her disciples' bodies definitely couldn't take it. Anyway, there was still more than half a month until the competition, so it was fine to rest here for a few more days. Peak Master Morong. I heard from the general's report that, you captured the third son of the Aikido tribe's chief. That's right. Morong Sun nodded and huffed, this punk is arrogant and despotic. We have to properly deal with his bones. Yes, yes, yes. The city lord nodded frantically before looking at Morong Sun with a distressed expression. However, the Aikido tribe is brave and skilled in battle. If the chief knows that his third son is in our Shuwang city, he definitely won't let this go. Morong Sun slapped the table heavily. My disciple beat him up. I'll naturally take care of it if something happens. You don't need to worry about this, City Lord. City Lord Luge immediately beamed like a flower. He was relieved with Morong Sun's words. You guys, on the other hand. You're so timid, cowering in this city all day like cowards. I think you should change that guard general of yours as soon as possible. He doesn't have any manliness at all. He doesn't even dare to let out a fart when he sees so many civilians being killed outside the city gate tower. He's simply a coward. Morong Sun raised her hand and harumphed before continuing, however, the group of people who were scared witless by the Aikido tribe are even more cowardly. They couldn't beat a few cavalrymen even with so many people. What do you mean the Western Wastelands produces heroes in large numbers? Scram. PFFF, Yang Shirong spat out her tea. Lu Yun's mouth twitched. Eldest senior sister rarely scolded people so much, but once she did, it was endless. City Lord Luge speechlessly lowered his head and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He weakly said, Peak Master, it's the Aikido tribe, not the Aikido tribe. Who cares about your Aikido or Aikido? Let them come. Don't worry and go back. Our holy water sect will stay here for a few more days. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Morong Sun waved her hand like she was shooing away a fly. All right, we need to rest. Governor Luge hurriedly excused himself with an apologetic smile. When he turned around, he was grinning from ear to ear. What kind of general is that? Hurry up and change him. Get someone brave and resourceful. Seriously. I don't know if he's a relative or not, but he still wants such a coward. Morong Sun grumbled again. The city lord staggered and hurriedly went back to replace the generals. 2 days later. The Aikido tribesmen were tied up and thrown into the woodshed to fend for themselves for 3 days and 2 nights. They were so hungry that their stomachs were rumbling and they were about to faint. The door suddenly opened, and everyone couldn't help but shudder when they saw the expressionless little girl who walked in first. This girl's heart was black and vicious. What was she doing here again? Take them out. Arbor stepped aside and said expressionlessly. Wei Nanfeng bravely stepped forward and grabbed the clan leader's third son, who was glaring at the little girl with a ruthless gaze. What are you glaring at? You don't want your eyes anymore. Wei Nanfeng slapped the top of that person's head. ACI struggled with all his might and hooted, I refuse to accept this. Refuse my *s. Even if you refuse to accept this, you have to hold it in. He freaking roared quite loudly after starving for 2 nights and 3 days. You'd *mn woman, if I didn't use mystic energy, how could I not be your match? ACI raised his head and angrily shouted. Just as Mo Lian was about to make a move, she was stopped by Arbor. The little girl asked coldly, what do you mean? You still want to fight? Haven't you been beaten enough? We don't know who's going to beat who yet. ACI straightened his neck, and his pitch-black eyes emitted a wolf-like luster as he continued to hoot. Wei Nanfeng looked at him speechlessly. Did he know how to write the words courting death? Did he know, young man? You're courting death. A grim killing intent flitted past Mo Lian's eyes. Arbor grabbed the crown prince's hand and turned to look at ACI. He gestured outside with his finger. Come out. Bring them all out. Arbor shouted coldly. Immediately, people dragged out all the Aikido tribesmen from the woodshed. Assie's gaze was like an untamed wild wolf in the wilderness, emitting a ruthless glint, as if he wanted to tear the little girl apart and swallow her into his stomach. Untie him. At the little girl's command, people immediately walked up and untied Assie's bound hands and feet. ACI was like a ferocious tiger freed from its cage and suddenly pounced in front of Arbor. The little fellow took a sidestep and immediately flashed behind him. Without saying a word, a fist landed heavily on Ya's back. ACI only felt a burst of pain and staggered forward a few steps. He turned his head and swung his fists fiendishly. He ran forward a few steps and swung his fists at Arbor's face with all his might. Following the whooshing of punches, gusts of wind rose. Arbor shifted his position with a sliding step and ruthlessly kicked ACI's back left knee without mercy. ACI's vicious eyes instantly emitted a severe glint like a hawk's. He fell to the ground with a howl, but before he could stand up, he felt a small foot stomp heavily on his back, nearly breaking his bones in an instant. Princess Mi, who had heard the news, guffawed with her hands on her hips. Western barbarian, you also have a day like this. You're asking for a beating. Bailey, she raised a brow and watched from the side with his arms crossed. Do you submit? The little stoic stepped on the youth's back. I don't submit. Even though ACI was currently in a sorry state, he still stiffened his neck and threw out these two words. I'm Akito's young hero. He was the son of Eagle, the son of Lone Wolf. You cannot extinguish the unyielding flame in my heart. The little stoic was bewildered. Whose son are you exactly? Do you admit defeat? The little stoic expressionlessly stomped on his foot again. No. I submit, the young ACI roared. How can I submit to a woman? So what if I'm a woman? Princess Mi raised her eyebrows. The little stoic stomped her foot on his head, scattering this youth's small braids. Cough, cough, cough. ACI's face was covered in blood as he roared angrily, Woman, what's the use of being powerful? In our western wasteland, women are born to be conquered by men. You are no exception. Mo Lian was instantly enraged. She pulled the little fellow to her side with one hand, and without any explanation, she lifted the young man up from the ground and punched him in the mouth. This punch landed solidly. The young Yas only felt the corner of his mouth rupture, and blood burst out from his lips. Even his teeth were somewhat loosened. Bastard! You dare to make a move against me. I'll slaughter you. ACI pounced at Mo Lian with reddened eyes, but the crown prince promptly kicked him to the ground. The crown prince then grabbed his loose braid and smashed his fists into that handsome face with thuds and thuds. Wei Nanfeng, who was watching the show from the side, simply couldn't bear to watch. How could this person be this stupid? Pfft. ACI spat out a mouthful of blood. ACI glared at Mo Lian with reddened eyes. If it was possible, he simply wanted to chew off a mouthful of his flesh on the spot. Don't beat him to death, Arbor said apathetically. The youths present all turned to look at her. ACI was wiping the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth as he laughed maniacally. What's wrong, you little girl? You can't bear for me, your older brother, to die? Clean your mouth. Mo Lian's gaze hardened, and he kicked out without the slightest hesitation at his chest, breaking two of that unlucky fellow's sternum. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground in a dispirited manner. His bones aren't bad. Keep him as a medicine man, Arbor said coldly. She had figured out several kinds of poisons, so she could let this foul-mouthed guy try them out one by one. Although Prince Mo didn't use mystic energy, it could be seen that his physical constitution wasn't weak since he was able to withstand the crown prince's blows barehanded and not die completely. Cruel and heartless, treating human lives like grass, was it? Then she would let him personally experience how lamentable it was to bitterly struggle at the lowest rung of society. Wei Nanfeng, Princess Mi raised her head and laughed heartily. As expected of my younger sister, good good good. Let's do it like this. This western barbarian has a foul mouth. Give him a few more poisons and poison him into a mute. ACI glowered at Princess Mi, but the latter lifted her small chin and rolled her eyes disdainfully at him. You dare to treat our young lord like this? Aren't you afraid that the Akito cavalry will flatten your Shuang city? An Akito tribesman roared angrily. Noisy. The little stoic glanced at those Akito tribesmen in displeasure. Immediately, someone stepped forward and directly stuffed this Akito tribesman's mouth with a piece of mud that came out of nowhere. That person's face flushed red, and his eyes were filled with rage from being humiliated. Feed him this. Arbor handed a small brown square box to one of the guards and said indifferently, "Feed him 1 pill every 2 hours. Feed him 11 pills a day." "Yes." When that guard received the small box, his arm trembled slightly, and he walked towards the youth ACI without looking sideways. "You dare. You bunch of bastards. Just you wait. I, ACI, won't die so easily. I will King survive." Blurg. Yas was punched in the stomach by the guard. He bent over in pain and subconsciously opened his mouth. A pill the size of a jelly bean was directly stuffed into his mouth. It dissolved in water, and before he could spit it out, the pill had already turned into liquid and flowed down his throat. Yas's handsome face was dark to begin with, and now it was as dark as the bottom of a pot. In the next 3 days, Yas deeply experienced what it felt like to be in hell. There were 24 hours in a day, and he would be in pain for 20 hours. Sometimes, he would feel as if ants were gnawing on his body. Sometimes, he would feel as if his flesh was being cut open by a sharp blade. Sometimes, he would feel as if his heart was being cut open by someone. Hundreds of silver needles were piercing his heart nonstop. Pain, pain, pain. Every morning, the wretched girl would insert needles into his body to relieve the pain as usual. She would even put ice on his forehead to help him heal the broken bones in his chest. Today, when that cool sensation touched his scalding forehead, ACI inexplicably felt his heart tremble. He struggled to half open his eyes and abruptly propped himself up to grab her wrist, gripping it tightly as he looked straight at her. "Let go." The little stoic's voice was terrifyingly calm. "If I don't let go." Slap. The little stoic's hand was as fast as lightning, and a heavy slap landed on the youth's face, directly knocking him sideways onto the bed. ACI coughed loudly while sprawled on the bed, but his fingers were still firmly gripping the little girl's wrist. When Mo Lian entered with her hands behind her back, she just so happened to see this scene. She was immediately enraged, and a slender jet-black longsword emitting a jet-black luster abruptly landed in her palm. Leaving no room for objection, she slashed at the youth Assie's left arm. ACI wasn't stupid, so he naturally dodged when he saw the sword glint and rolled inside the bed. As a result, that unhindered sword aura split the entire bed open with a clang. ACI rolled from the inside to the middle and fell into the crack in the bed. He clutched his chest and coughed for a long time, but he still couldn't crawl out. Mo Lian narrowed her phoenix eyes, and a cold glint flashed past the slender jet-black sword in her hand. She was about to slash at the youth again when Arbor grabbed her arm. "Ha ha ha ha." The youth ACI poked half his body out from under the cracked bed and cocked his head at Mo Lian smugly with a nasty expression that said, "Look, the little girl won't let you kill me. Why are you protecting him?" Mo Lian turned to look at Arbor, her expression unreadable. In that instant, the little stoic seemed to sense the youth Mo Lian's rage. She glanced at him in bewilderment before expressionlessly saying, "I still have a newly refined poison that I need him to try. It won't be too late to kill him after he's done." Ugh, cough, cough. ACI crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. When he heard the little stoic's emotionless words, a trace of fury flashed through his eyes. "The *starred woman, you." Cough, cough, cough. Mo Lian smiled faintly without batting an eyelid. She put away that slender jet-black sword and turned around while holding the little girl's small hand. "Wait a minute." Arbor pulled back his small hand and tore off a piece of his sleeve. He threw it on the ground and stomped on it. Behind the two of them, the wolf-like ACI stared fixedly at the girl's back. If his gaze could penetrate her back, there would probably be more than one hole in Xiaomu's body right now. Mo Lian's dark phoenix eyes shone even brighter. She happily held the little girl's hand again and smiled. "Why did you tear it off?" "It's dirty." Mo Lian looked back indifferently, her gaze coldly disdainful at Yasi. Her thin lips parted slightly as she silently muttered, "Don't even think about what's not yours." Yas glared back, but the other party had already retracted his gaze in disdain and left the room while holding the little girl's hand. Cough cough, cough cough. A strange pain assaulted him from his chest. Yas took a deep breath and bent down, his gaze fiercely landing on the sleeve that the little girl had stepped on. That sleeve was plain-colored, and after being stepped on, there was an extremely small shoe print on it. Yasi suddenly pounced over like an angry tiger. He clutched the pain in his chest and coughed loudly. He struggled to crawl a few steps on the ground and tightly grasped that piece of cloth in his hand. The cloth peeked out from between his fingers, and a small piece was tightly clenched in his palm. When Mo Lian and Arbor walked out hand in hand, they happened to see Wei Nanfeng winking at them with a smile. The young couple rolled their eyes at him in unison and ignored him as they strolled past him. Wei Nanfeng, I originally came here to watch a good show. I'm not angry. The two of them had just walked to the main hall when they saw City Lord Luge hurrying over to request an audience with Murong Sun. Akito's clan leader has arrived. He brought 2,000 able-bodied men from the tribe and the entire Eagle battle squad. They're waiting outside the city gates. Murong Sun raised her brows. Leave him be. Let him do as he pleases. Let's see if he dares to directly attack the city. More people? TSK. Who were you trying to scare with more people? City Lord Luge wiped the sweat from his forehead and hastily carried out the order. The next day, ACI was brought to the little stoic on his last breath. Although he was so exhausted that he was practically limp and unable to move, his pitch-black, wolf-like eyes still emitted an untamed glint. Why? ACI couldn't help but question the little girl as he looked at her icy profile. The little girl was no more than 12 or 13 years old. Her little face was as cold as snow. From his angle, he could see that she was holding a bottle of transparent liquid and gently shaking it. Her brows were slightly furrowed. Why? ACI roared angrily before the guard next to him punched him in the head. What are you roaring for? Arbor turned around and coldly stared at the youth in front of him. After the youth's braids unraveled, his half-length hair that reached his neck was disheveled and scattered around his forehead and ears. His wolf-like eyes emitted a ruthless glint through the strands of hair on his forehead. Why are you treating me like this? ACI clenched his fists and indignantly questioned, the weak are prey to the strong in the western wastelands. What do those normal people who died at the city gate have to do with you? Do you have to use a chicken feather as a token of authority to avenge them? I'm not that senseless, Arbor coldly said, other people's life and death have nothing to do with me. Then why are you punishing me? He couldn't figure it out. He also felt that the girl wasn't someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. She didn't care about those normal people who died at the city gate at all. You were the one who started it. Arbor threw down this sentence and didn't want to explain at all. He handed the medicinal liquid in his hand to the guard next to him. Give it to him to drink. This is the last time you test the medicine. If you're lucky enough to survive this time, then your life isn't meant to end yet. We'll write off all past debts. After the little stoic icily said this, she turned around and left. ACI didn't understand the reason, but he felt pain in his heart. 2 guards held him down, and he couldn't stop struggling. His gaze was tightly locked onto her chilly back for a long time. Why? Why? Do you think you can cut off all ties with me like this? Don't even think about it. Damned girl, come back here. Who the F***ck am I to write off my debt with you? Get back here. ACI angrily kicked his legs and glared at the back of the girl's head with a pair of fiendish eyes. One of the guards was almost unable to hold down the struggling youth. 2 more guards ran over from the side and hurriedly forced him to kneel on the ground. 4 of their hands desperately pressed down on his hands and poured medicine into his mouth. Yash choked on the medicinal liquid in his mouth and coughed loudly. Tisk, Wei Nanfeng walked over and lightly laughed. I say, why are you like a stupid bear, so silly and naive? Wei Nanfeng dragged a stool to sit in front of ACI and said with a chuckle, when you ran over with a troop of war eagles to throw pointed bamboo at Peak Master Murong and the others, you were already destined to be enemies with the little stoic. Do you still not understand? Ah. ACI roared angrily and suddenly pounced forward, as if he wanted to directly bite Wei Nanfeng's throat. Wah! Wei Nanfeng jumped up and hastily kicked away the stool to evade. He commanded the guards, hold him down, hold him down. He really is a mad dog, biting everyone he sees. 4 to 5 bodyguards swarmed forward and pressed ACI to the ground again. However, they didn't need to do anything else. The poison in Assie's body had already flared up, and he was powerless to resist. The youth curled up on the ground, his limbs shivering and twitching non-stop. A layer of frost covered his hair, eyebrows, and even lips. Watch him. Wei Nanfeng quickly ran out and stood under the scorching sun before his entire body couldn't help but shudder. He didn't know what kind of poison the little stoic used on him, but the poison flared up so quickly that even ACI, who was as strong as a bull, was instantly knocked to the ground. He turned to look and saw the little girl sitting under a tree with a thick book on her knees. She was currently reading with her head lowered. Her lowered eyes were peaceful and serene. How could anyone tell that she was the vicious little girl from earlier? A brown square wooden box was placed on the short table in front of her, and steam was rising from 3 cups of tea next to it. The 3 peak masters drank tea and chatted, occasionally glancing at the little girl flipping through the book. Disciple. This book was sent over by the city lord just now? Morong Sun raised her brows. Her disciple's speed at flipping through the book was a bit too frightening. Her eyes didn't linger on the page for more than 3 seconds before she turned the page. What the hell could she see from flipping through the book like this? Yes. Arbor nodded. Just as she finished flipping through the book, Mo Lian walked over. Ignoring Peak Master Morong's piercing glare, Mo Lian pulled the little girl up. He glanced at the book on the corner of the short table and slightly raised his slender brows. Jojo, let's go. A batch of the ebony you wanted is here. So fast. The little fellow's eyes brightened. Come back soon. We're about to start eating, so don't talk for too long. Peak Master Morong quickly shouted. Mo Lian lightly harumphed and hooked the little fellow's soft fingers, directly dragging her away. Your master is really annoying. Halfway there, the youth leaned close to the little girl's ear and whispered. Arbor turned around and glared at him, but the youth chuckled in return. Jojo, did you finish reading the medical book the city lord gave you? Yes, I have. The little girl replied unhappily. She didn't know why, but when she flipped through the pages, she felt that the book was extremely familiar. The content of the book was very basic, as if she had flipped through it countless times, and it was entangled in her heart after countless twists and turns. She really wanted to know how many medical books and poison collections she had read. Did she really read all the medical books and performed acupuncture no less than 1,000,000 times? Otherwise, why would she be able to concoct the clear radish pill and even refine the clear radish poison just by looking at the clear radish flower? What was given to ACI was none other than the most potent poison of the Viridian vine. Compared to the 9th grading poison pill that the princess had tried to feed him, the toxicity of the Een poison pill was worlds apart. I remember that the Imperial Physician Building has quite a number of such books. I'll get someone to sort them out and send them to you in 2 days. Arbor nodded repeatedly. She only needed to borrow it for a while before returning it. Jojo, come and take a look. Is this ebony cut into this size suitable? If not, I'll get someone to make a new one. The crown prince picked up a small piece of ebony and placed it in the little girl's hand, looking at it with a smile. It's pretty good. Arbor touched the ebony piece in her hand and nodded. At the same time, far away in Guanlon City, the old imperial physician in charge of the Imperial Physician Building suddenly sneezed while holding a medical book. He hurriedly got up and closed the door to the Imperial Physician Building, then turned around and picked up the medical book like it was a treasure. He used his sleeve to wipe off some dust on the book. Arbor stored the ebony into her only purple storage talisman, thinking that she had to draw some talismans tonight. This purple talisman had 4 cubic meters of space and could be used 400 times. Even without the paradise, it was enough for her for the time being. The previous batch of low-level talismans had been sent to the Crown Prince to be auctioned at Morning Sunlight Pavilion, so she really didn't have many talismans that could be of use to her now. She planned to draw some intermediate-level talismans to replenish her talisman reserves in case she needed them in the future. That night, Arbor toiled by candlelight and drew 100 intermediate-level blue storage talismans. 6 cubic meters of any storage space, could be used 200 times each. Living things still couldn't be used. Afterwards, she drew quite a few intermediate-level auxiliary talismans, including speed, strength, immobilization, dizziness, drowsiness, wall crossing, repeat talismans, and so on. She drew more than a dozen of each and stored them properly. When she looked up, half the night had already passed. She had drawn a total of 200 talismans, which was quite a harvest. Her talisman drawing speed also increased slightly. Arbor sat at the table and took out 2 pieces of ebony to ponder. She thought, I wonder if this talisman brush can also leave a mark on ebony. Her talisman brush was a bit magical. Normal talisman practitioners needed a cinnabar talisman brush to draw talismans, but she only needed 1 talisman brush to draw talismans. However, this ebony wasn't as soft as talisman paper. She just didn't know. Just as she was thinking, the small golden bead at the tip of the cinnabar brush suddenly lit up. Arbor's small hand tilted slightly and immediately drew a light gray mark on a piece of ebony. She quickly reached out to touch that talisman brush. When she touched the brush tip, she couldn't help but be startled. The originally soft brush hairs had all gathered together at some point, and the brush felt a bit sharp to the touch. This was truly amazing. This talisman brush was originally snatched from her apparition. Could it be, this thing was also a gift from the golden talisman jade tome? When she thought of this, the little stoic's mouth twitched unconsciously, and she found it a bit funny in her heart. She tried to continue drawing on that piece of wood she had drawn on, and a few minutes later, she completed an intermediate-level blue summoning talisman. She stared at that intermediate-level blue summoning talisman drawn on ebony, and her eyes suddenly brightened. The talisman power doubled again. The level of talisman power directly affected the duration of the talisman. Back then, the blue summoning talisman drawn on talisman paper could be used for 6 days. Now, this talisman drawn on ebony could be used for 12 days. Although the Qingyuan she summoned disregarded the rules of time from the very beginning, there was no guarantee that if this summoning talisman was given to someone else, it would follow the rules of time. That's right, I can let the Crown Prince try it out tomorrow. She hurriedly drew 2 more storage talismans. Not long after, a blue light flashed, and 2 intermediate-level blue storage talismans were completed. 12 cubic meters of storage space can be accessed 400 times each. How amazing! The fine-grade blue talisman drawn with ebony was much more spacious and easier to access than the peerless grade purple talisman she had drawn with talisman paper. She still had a lot of ebony and could draw another Xian gathering glyph array. The little girl was overjoyed. After blowing out the lamp and resting, she lay on the bed and hugged the newly drawn ebony talisman. She tossed and turned happily for a while before falling asleep in a daze. Early the next morning, when she saw Mo Lian in front of the dining hall, the little girl ran over in high spirits. She tugged at Mo Lian's hand and said, "Come with me." Affected by the little girl's happy mood, Mo Lian followed her to the open courtyard with a smile and casually teased, "What is it, Jojo? You missed me this much after not seeing me for one night?" Wei Nanfeng, Bailey Shi, Princess Mi, and the others just happened to follow over and were caught off guard by the Crown Prince's display of affection. Their hearts were truly stifled. Arbor looked up at him, staring at him with large, beady eyes for a long while before stuffing him with an ebony talisman and saying in a crisp voice, "Try it." The Crown Prince lowered his head to take a look. The ebony talisman script was intricately intertwined. Only an expert would be able to understand it. "Try opening the talisman." Seeing that he didn't respond for a long time, Arbor impatiently pulled his 5 fingers over and lowered his head to nibble on his index finger, squeezing a drop of blood onto the blue summoning talisman. The Crown Prince was immediately stupefied on the spot. His entire person had completely turned into a wooden stick, stupefied as he stood there motionlessly. He only felt the little fellow's lips and teeth landing between his fingers. It felt limp and numb, sending ripples through his heart. The originally tranquil lake water in his heart seemed to boil as it surged violently. "Oh my, miss, you've flirted Crown Prince Lian silly." Wei Nanfeng pursed his lips as he stood on the side. Suddenly, a roar sounded in his ears. When a snow leopard with a pure white body, 4 hoofs stepping on snow, and all of its fur standing on end abruptly landed in front of everyone, stomping down several nearby low shrubs, everyone present gaped as they stared dumbfoundedly at the big fellow in front of them. This? Who was this? What did he summon a mystic beast for? Mo Lian didn't regain her senses until she heard the snow leopard's roar. She looked up and saw a snow leopard with a robust figure looking at her. It gracefully walked to her side and half-crouched next to her slender legs. Arbor's round eyes stared fixedly at that snow leopard, completely unable to tear her gaze away. Why? Why was it that she always screwed up when she tried to summon and couldn't summon such a mighty snow leopard? How could the crown prince summon such a charming leopard on his first try? The little stoic ran in front of the snow leopard and extended a small hand, rubbing the snow leopard's large, furry head with an infatuated expression. Afterwards, she actually flipped over and climbed onto the snow leopard's back. The snow leopard turned its head and casually glanced at her. Then, it retracted its gaze and continued to lie quietly beside Mo Lian's legs. Wei Nanfeng's eyes almost popped out. Lian, what are you doing? Where did you get this snow leopard? Is it your mystical beast? Bailey Shi crossed his arms and softly scolded, idiot. Without waiting for Wei Nanfeng to turn around to glare at him, he coldly said, didn't you see the summoning talisman in his hand? Summoning talisman? It was as if Wei Nanfeng had heard some legend. He opened his eyes wide and ran forward, wanting to take the wooden piece from the crown prince's hand. The crown prince retracted his hand, avoiding his grasp, and glared at him. Stingy. Wei Nanfeng mumbled, I already know that after this talisman is activated, this talisman is useless to others, I just want to take a look. The crown prince didn't even want to let Wei Nanfeng take a look and directly put the ebony talisman into his clothes. He turned around to rub the little girl's head with a grin and let her down from the snow leopard. You must be hungry. Go eat breakfast first. Arbor turned around to glance at the large snow leopard, then turned around and stuffed another intermediate-level blue storage talisman inscribed with ebony into the crown prince's hand. This storage talisman has more space and access times than the one I gave you before. In the future, use this storage talisman. Wei Nanfeng suddenly exclaimed, you're a talisman practitioner. On the side, Bailey Shi glanced at him irritably. Didn't he already know that the little girl was a talisman practitioner the first time he met her? Was there a need to make such a big fuss over nothing? Bailey Shi swept a glance at Wei Nanfeng. Heavens! He was actually disliked by a talisman master. Wei Nanfeng only felt a dark cloud hovering above his head, and his chest felt so stifled. A 12 to 13-year-old talisman master could draw the legendary summoning talisman? What kind of standard was this? This was definitely a great talisman master in the midst of maturing, the kind with limitless prospects. However, he fell out with her on the first day. Wei Nanfeng had a mournful face as he followed beside Bailey Shi dejectedly. He said in a low voice, I thought that the talisman array she used when she leapt into the air to fight with you that day was just me seeing things. No matter how I thought about it later, I felt that it was impossible for a 12 to 13-year-old little girl to be able to draw talisman matrices in this world. I just. Deceiving himself like this, he brushed this matter aside and didn't think about it anymore. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but feel that he was a bit laughable. Princess Mi also recovered her wits and said with an incredulous expression, I've only heard of that family in Guanlan City, the only talisman patrician family on our Seakong planet. The number of big and small talisman masters is only a total of 100 people. Among them, there are also many who are over 60 years old. TSK, this younger sister of mine is incredible. She's already a talisman master at such a young age. Wei Nanfeng turned his head around and looked at Princess Mi resentfully. He felt that anything he said now was like using a knife to stab his heart. What are you looking at me for? I also can't help you ease your relationship with the younger sister. Princess Mi harumphed, then smiled as she pulled on Bailey Shi's arm and called out gently, Big brother Shi, let's go eat breakfast now. Bailey Shi's arm shook lightly and brushed away her approaching fingers. Then, he leaped onto a tree, and after a few leaps, his figure was nowhere to be seen. Wei Nanfeng speechlessly glanced over there, then turned to look at Princess Mi who was about to flip out, and hurriedly waved his claws and swiftly slipped away. Princess Mi was still about to say the word go when she saw that Bailey Shi had disappeared without a trace. She was so angry that she stomped her feet and chased after him, shouting, Bailey Shi, come back here. When Mo Lian and Arbor walked over hand in hand, the person who attracted the attention of the Holy Water Sect's senior sisters was not the two of them but the large snow leopard following behind them. The snow leopard's eyes were jet black, and its fur was glossy and shiny. As soon as it followed the two in, it immediately took up most of the space in the dining hall. Everyone suddenly felt that the space had become much narrower. Many pairs of curious eyes fell on the snow leopard. Junior sister, is this a side dish? Chang Yushi's words made many of the senior and junior sisters spit out their food. The brains of the people from the second peak were indeed different. Who would eat such a big snow leopard? Weren't you afraid that you would become a side dish in the snow leopard's mouth? When Morong's son, Xianxia, and Lu Yun entered, they saw this scene. The group of disciples stopped eating and all gathered around the snow leopard to watch. The snow leopard was a bit impatient from being surrounded by the senior sisters. It wanted to roar, but when it caught the crown prince's indifferent glance, it instantly stifled its roar. What were a bunch of bumpkins looking at when they surrounded it? Is there really such a miraculous item like summoning talismans? Xianxia whispered. If it's as junior sister said, then if we can summon mystic beasts in the future, then wouldn't that break the rule that mystic cultivators can only have one contracted beast? When Xiao thought of this, her eyes brightened. Arbor nodded. That should be the case. Little junior sister, please give us a summoning talisman. Please give us a summoning talisman. All the senior sisters said in unison, eagerly requesting talismans. After breakfast, I'll draw one for each of you. Okay. All the senior sisters' cheers nearly broke through the roof. I also want one, I also want one. Princess Mi, who couldn't fit into the crowd, was pushed to the back by everyone and kept jumping up and down while raising her hand. Okay. Arbor didn't decline since it was as easy as lifting a finger. Alright, aren't you going to eat after asking for talismans? Come over if you're done. Yang Shirong shook her head with a smile and called out to the disciples. Everyone was eager to request talismans and didn't have the mood to eat breakfast. They hastily finished their breakfast and looked impatiently at their little stoic junior sister. Arbor took out 30 pieces of ebony and a gold-beaded talisman pen, quickly drawing talismans. Everyone didn't dare to disturb her and only gathered far away to watch her work without blinking. However, they felt that their little junior sister's talisman drawing speed was quite fast. From what they knew, no matter how talented a talisman practitioner was in that family in Guanlan City, it was impossible for them to draw talismans so quickly. Their little junior sister was truly an extraordinary little genius. After less than an hour, Arbor distributed the summoning talismans to all the senior sisters and Princess Mi, who came up to ask for a talisman. Everyone held the ebony talismans in their hands and felt that the talisman scripts drawn on the ebony pieces were exquisite and profound. They flipped through them lovingly while carefully listening to their little junior sister's words. The summoning talisman's time limit was 12 days. This was truly beyond everyone's expectations. From what they knew, that family's residents in Guanlan City had an intermediate-level summoning talisman that could summon for 6 days. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically and abnormally lively when City Lord Luge hastily walked in with his people. Peak Master, Peak Master. Luge hastily bowed to everyone and said with a chuckle, Akito's clan leader sent someone to deliver a letter requesting for peace, requesting us to release his third son. He's also willing to pay compensation in exchange for the lives of his clansmen. Let's go take a look. Morong-san waved her hand, and everyone brought out the Akito people from the woodshed and escorted them to the city gate tower. Where's our young master? Where's our young master? The Akito people roared hoarsely. What are you being so long-winded for? Let's go. The crowd angrily dragged the dozen or so Akito people up the city wall. At the same time, Xiaomu walked into the room where the youth, ACI, was imprisoned. She creased her brows as she looked at the youth who was lying on the bed in a sorry state, but his pair of wolf-like eyes were still fixated on her. To be able to survive such a strong poison from a small bottle, there must be something strange about this young man's body. You can't kill me. I am the eagle of the wilderness, I am the destined future overlord of the West. Cough, cough, cough. His lips were dry and his throat was extremely dry. It was difficult for him to speak, but his sharp gaze followed the little girl's movements. I'll chop off your head and see how you continue to boast. Mo Lien sneered. Yas glared at Mo Lien. You're not a hero of the wilderness if you're afraid of death. Hold him down. Arbor didn't waste words and directly ordered several guards to hold Yas down on the shabby bed. He took out a silver needle and pricked one of his fingers. He carefully examined his blood, moved him to the city gate tower. Arbor turned around and left after saying this. Dear friends, after more than 4 months, the free period is about to end. The release date has been confirmed to be tomorrow. The author's stoic Xiao is going to start collecting fees. Dear friends who haven't finished reading, please hurry up and read. Tomorrow, the author will reverse the cycle and charge a fee for some of the previous free chapters. I hope that dear friends will support me. I'll release an explosive update on the day of the release. I'll shamelessly ask for a wave of tips, tomorrow. Oh, tip me on January 2nd, and help me increase my subscriptions. Dear friends who like me, please subscribe to the author in full. Thank you, everyone, for following me all the way. I hope that you will continue to accompany me on my path of growth. The fee is usually 5 book coins per 1,000 words. The price is automatically set by the system, so every author won't make a mistake. To avoid any doubts, I'll explain it first. I hope that everyone can understand. Thank you. The cold poison in his blood is gradually weakening, as if he has a natural antitoxin. Arbor pursed her lips. Perhaps his identity isn't that simple. Mo Lian raised her brows slightly. She thought of something, and her gaze darkened. When the two of them reached the city gate tower, they saw that half of the sky was occupied by the Eagle Battle team. Below the city gate, more than 2,000 Aikido tribesmen were shouting and cursing at the city lord and the others. Arbor had people lift ACI up and push him onto the city wall. A sharp dagger instantly appeared in her hand, and she held it against Asi's neck. Aikido tribe's clan leader Ahan stared at them with sharp eagle eyes and shouted, "What do you want to do? Our Aikido has already yielded so much and even handed over a letter of peace. Hurry up and release my son." "What's the use of a letter of peace?" Morongsun coldly said, "This peak master heard that you Western Wastelands people value oaths the most. How about this, you write an oath right now, stamp it with your and your entire tribe's blood seal, and hand it over. This way, even if you want to go back on your word in the future, the law of heaven will punish you on our behalf. Dream on." All of the able-bodied men in the Aikido tribe started to clamor. Without another word, Arbor threw half of Asi's body over the city wall and looked like she was going to push ACI down the city gate tower. This shocked the clamor below into abruptly stopping. Ahan's voice trembled, and he uncontrollably clenched his fists. He shouted sternly, "Little miss, please have mercy. I advise you to think clearly before acting. Asi's identity isn't someone you can afford to provoke. If anything happens to him, the entire Shuang city and the entire Western Wastelands won't be able to compensate for his honorable life." So much nonsense. Arbor forcefully pushed, and ACI plummeted down with an ashen face. Only one long leg was left dangling inside the city wall. His entire body was basically in a plummeting state, and his appearance was quite unique. Okay. We agree. We agree to anything. Where did this vicious little miss come from? She didn't leave any leeway for others to consider. Ahan's eyes were bloodshot, but there was nothing he could do. Yas was Aikido's weak spot. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to Yas. No one could bear the consequences. When the oath was handed up to the city tower, City Lord Lu Ge received it with both hands. He was so excited that he could not control himself. Great, the oath was effective. Just as Peak Master Morong had said, if the Aikido tribe members dared to go back on their words, they would be the first to receive the punishment of the heavens. None of them would be able to escape. Many thanks to Peak Master Morong. Many thanks to everyone for your help. The city lord was almost crying tears of joy. From now on, their Shuang city's days should be better. Morongsun waved her hand and had people escort ACI and his group out of the city. While the young ACI was being dragged away, his wolfish eyes were still glaring fiercely at Arbor, as if he wanted to imprint her small appearance in the depths of his eyes and engrave it in his mind. Just you wait. Damned girl. I will come back for you. Just you wait. The young man yelled fiercely. Everyone glared at him. However, the little stoic was bewildered. Who has the patience to wait for him? Pfft. Wei Nanfeng broke into laughter as he looked at the displeased Mo Lian. Wei Nanfeng winked at him and quietly teased, "Looks like your little miss hasn't been enlightened yet. Your road, TSK, is still very long." Mo Lian didn't say anything and just coldly watched Asi's back as he was dragged away. Yasi was finally carried away by the Aikido tribesmen. Even at the foot of the city gate tower, that pair of malicious eyes were still directed toward the top of the city gate tower. What an annoying guy. Don't let him see him again, Morongsun smiled and held her youngest disciple's hand. We've pretty much settled everything, and it's enough to rest for so many days. Let's enter Xianxia Valley this afternoon. Xianxia Valley was adjacent to Shuang City. Outside of Shuang City was its territory and bordered the southwest, but it didn't belong to the jurisdiction of anyone in the southwest. Its status was rather aloof. Xianxia Valley and Celestial Medicine Valley were equally famous, commonly known as the Two Valleys. Both of them were praised by the common people for standing aloof from worldly affairs, and their reputations were extremely good. The competition this time involved the 3 sects and 5 factions, so it was naturally best to hold it in a neutral land like Xianxia Valley. Morongsun's group left Shuang City under the respectful escort of City Lord Luge and the others. An hour later, they arrived at Xianxia Valley's mountain gate. Xianxia Valley was enveloped within an expanse of luxuriant flowers and green trees. The entire valley was in the shape of a gourd. The mouth of the valley was narrow, but it was said that the interior of the valley was a completely different world. The environment was extremely beautiful. There were a total of 12 disciples guarding the mountain gate. They were very refined and courteous in their treatment of people. It could be seen that Xianxia Valley's upbringing was extremely good. When the 2 chief disciples saw Morongsun and her group arrive, they hastily went up to greet them and cupped their hands in greeting. Greetings, fellow cultivators. Morongsun said with a smile, we come from the Holy Water sect. I'm Morongsun. So it is Peak Master Morong who has graced us with his presence. We did not know and have neglected you. Please forgive us. The 2 head disciples of Xianxia Valley hurriedly bowed again. Everyone is too polite. Purple Firmament Gate's eldest disciple, Bailey Shi. Heavenly Dao Sect's second disciple, Wei Nanfeng. The 2 princes reported their sect's identity and cupped their fists in greeting towards the disciples of Xianxia Valley. Please invite them in. The people from the 2 sects have already arrived yesterday. Everyone, please follow us. When they entered the valley, they saw a gurgling stream, green trees, and all kinds of precious flower species planted on both sides of the path. The fragrance of the flowers assaulted their nostrils. Xianxia Valley is indeed a paradise, the scenery is delightful. Everyone praised. When they passed by a 9-ringed corridor carved out of white jade, they came face to face with 2 people. They were dressed in gray robes that covered their entire bodies, making them look like lepers. Those 2 are friends from Ghost Faction. The Xianxia Valley disciple raised his hand and introduced them, nodding in greeting at the 2 Ghost Faction disciples. Those who walked different paths could not make plans together. Among the 5 factions, only the Purple Firmament faction was worth befriending. The other 4 factions were truly unsightly. The Holy Water sect disciples were naturally unwilling to interact with the demons and monsters of the Ghost Faction, so they immediately followed Morongsun and filed past the 2 Ghost Faction disciples without another word, not even bothering to greet them. The 2 Hellgate disciples raised their heads slightly. The one on the left had a petite figure and looked like a woman. Her gaze instantly fell on Emolien. To be precise, that piercing gaze was fixed on the little stoic beside Emolien. Arbor was currently raising his small head and whispering to Emolien beside him. When everyone walked past the 2 Ghost Faction disciples, nothing happened. It was only when the little stoic passed by that young girl from the Ghost Faction instantly attacked. Her 5 faintly black fingers caught Arbor off guard and clawed at his small face. If she was caught red-handed, the little girl's fair and frosty face would probably be ruined. Inside the main hall of the Aikido tribe, the youth ACI was carried and placed on a thick tiger-skin felt, his malicious gaze fixed on the row of people kneeling below. This old servant failed to protect his master. Please punish me, young master. Ahan knelt on one knee in front of the youth with his head lowered. Father. ACI hurriedly got up, but he was somewhat weak. What are you doing? Are you all dead? Why aren't you helping my father up? I've already said that no matter what, you're the father who raised me. There's no need to be so courteous. Ahan stood up, and a touched glimmer flashed through his eyes. He nodded and said, ACI, I've already examined your body. I've already asked the doctor to check your body, and there's nothing wrong with you. Although you were poisoned, when you left earlier, Master had already planted a poison-repelling fruit in your body, which can protect you from the corrosion of hundreds of poisons. However, that girl is vicious, and the poison she used on you is unusual. Even if you have a poison-repelling fruit in your body that can neutralize a lot of the poison, there's still a small amount of residual poison that can't be completely eliminated in a short period of time. Ahan sternly said, during this period of time, don't run out again. Stay in the tribe and properly recuperate from your injuries and completely remove the poison. ACI nodded. A tall and sturdy man suddenly stood up and cupped his hands in a low, muffled voice. Young Master. This subordinate requests permission to bring a group of people to infiltrate Shuang City overnight. Even if we can't touch a single finger of the people in the city, this subordinate and the others can secretly eliminate that audacious girl. To repay young Master for the humiliation you suffered on the city wall today. ACI abruptly straightened his body and glowered at the sturdy man. He tightly clenched his back teeth and angrily said, don't you dare touch a single strand of her hair. What did I do wrong, was written all over the sturdy man's dumbfounded face. This subordinate devoted himself to eliminating an enemy for young Master, so why did he provoke young Master's anger? It's best if you don't meddle in this young Master's affairs. ACI flew into a rage out of humiliation and threw a cup at them. Scram, scram, scram. All of you, scram. Ahan hastily signaled the two maids on the side with his eyes and hastily called for everyone to withdraw. Two maidservants stepped forward, trembling with fear. They knelt beside Assie's bed and said softly, young Master, we will help you change your bandages. ACI coldly stared at the two maids and waved his hand for them to come forward. There were countless wounds of various sizes on Yasa's body. The bone fracture in his chest had yet to heal, and the various external wounds needed to be regularly changed and reapplied with ointment. One of the maidservants held the ointment in her hand, while the other gently helped him untie the cloth that was wrapped around his wound, dipped it in the ointment, and applied it to his wound. When the ice-cold ointment was applied to his forehead, Assie's eyes suddenly opened wide and emitted a cold light. He abruptly reached out and firmly grasped the maidservant's hand. The maidservant was flustered and blushed. She stole a glance at Yasi and sweetly whispered, young Master? Woman, this young Master will definitely conquer you. ACI glared at the maidservant with an ominous glint in his eyes. He pushed her onto the bed and viciously tore at her clothes. The other maidservant holding the ointment crawled back a few steps with a red face. She lowered her head and didn't dare to take another look. Young Master, this servant can do it herself. There's no need to trouble young Master. The maidservant shyly looked at Assie's handsome face. Just as she was about to undress herself, ACI kicked her to the ground. The maidservant fell to the ground with a thump and frantically gathered her tattered clothes. She hurriedly crawled back 2 steps and knelt on the ground, not daring to raise her head as her shoulders trembled. Your status is lowly and despicable. Ugly. Slut. Simply impudent. You dare to climb onto this young Master's bed. You want to seduce this young Master's pleasure? Simply indulging in fantasy. ACI strode off the bed with his hands on his hips like an angry lion as he angrily shouted outside, where are the Warhawk guards? Young Master. Outside the door, several armored guards rushed in and stared covetously at the woman who was lying limp on the ground and trembling all over. Drag her out of here. Behead her in public. ACI roared. No. Young Master. No, don't. Young Master. It's not that this maidservant is bold. Just now, young Master, it was you who did this maidservant. No, young Master. This maidservant really didn't climb onto the bed on purpose. Young Master, please investigate thoroughly. Young Master, please investigate thoroughly. The maidservant trembled all over as 2 guards grabbed her by the arms and dragged her along the ground. Her legs kept kicking the ground as she screamed. More than half of the tribe was alarmed. The men and women all came out of their tents and looked in surprise at the young maidservant who was dragged out of the young Master's tent. Her clothes were messy and tattered, and a few strips of cloth fell loosely on her body. It was very difficult to cover her snow-white skin. The women gathered together and curled their lips in mockery as they coldly looked at the pitiful woman being escorted to be executed. What an idiot, daring to seduce young master. She deserves to die. Isn't that so? Everyone knows that young master is notoriously picky and hard to serve. She actually deluded herself into thinking of flying to the top. Simply laughable. The moment the head fell, the woman's screams and cries also disappeared. ACI stood in the tent with his hands on his hips, his cold gaze falling on the other maidservant who was kneeling on the ground with her head bowed. She was trembling and didn't dare to say a word. What's your name? Gu. Guing. ACI coldly stared at the maidservant named Guing. You also think that this young master is cruel, heartless, and unreasonable? Guing hurriedly shook her head, but her trembling shoulders had already revealed the deep fear in her heart. What are you waiting for? Come here and continue applying medicine for me. ACI retracted his cold gaze and turned around to sit on the edge of the bed. Guing hurriedly crawled a few steps forward. Without looking sideways, she stretched out her hand to apply the ointment. Women. The next time we meet, this young master will definitely conquer you. Definitely. Assie's wolfish eyes narrowed slightly as he lowered his head to look at the maidservant who was applying ointment on his chest. That extremely aggressive gaze made Gu Ying's heart tremble slightly. She steadied her wrist with all her might and continued to apply medicine to the youth without losing her patience. My Zhou section break, I've long heard that Xianxia Valley's scenery is extremely beautiful. Now that I've seen it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Before Morong Sun could finish speaking, she saw that female ghost faction disciple who brushed past them reach out at lightning speed to grab her youngest disciple's face. However, her fingers were suffused with a faint black glow, evidently dipped in poison. How could her youngest disciple's face be fine after this grab? She was simply too audacious. Morong Sun was about to explode. The ghost faction female disciple's sudden grab didn't cause the little stoic to panic in the slightest. She extended her palm even faster than the ghost faction female disciple and circulated some mystic energy around her palm to block the ghost faction female disciple's grab. Little junior sister. Everyone cried out in surprise because they could see that this female disciple's cultivation was not low. At the very least, it was not below their holy water sect disciples. They heard that the ghost faction had a set of crooked cultivation methods that allowed their cultivation speed to be many times faster than normal mystic cultivators. This ghost faction female disciple's fingers were unable to penetrate the mystic energy defense on the back of the little girl's hand and only left a shallow white mark on her left hand. Arbor lowered his head to look at the white mark on his hand. He raised his head with an icy gaze and stared at the ghost faction female disciple as if he was looking at a corpse. The next moment, the ghost faction female disciple's body flew up and was kicked far away by Mo Lian. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground with a dispirited expression. Mo Lian took Arbor's small hand and examined it carefully. Her fingers lightly caressed that shallow white mark. The ghost faction female disciple was a tough nut to crack. She didn't make a sound or cry out in pain, but she couldn't get up from the ground for a long time after being kicked by Prince Mo. The ghost faction female disciple's eyes peeked out from her long bangs. At this moment, she was staring resentfully at Arbor, who was beside Mo Lian. To be precise, her gaze was glued to Crown Prince Lian's hand that was holding the little girl's hand. What are you doing? Another ghost faction disciple hastily ran up and tried to pull the female disciple up from the ground. His eyes, which were wrapped in a gray headscarf, stared vigilantly at the holy water sect group. Who are you? Making a big fuss here. Are you an idiot? Princess Mi retorted without a second word. You were clearly the ones who made the first move, all right? What do you mean by what are we doing? What can we do? Isn't that so? There's something wrong with your head. Chang Yushi also cursed. The ghost faction disciple's gloomy eyes looked straight at Princess Mi before sweeping over everyone. He felt that he and his junior sister had no chance of winning against so many people, so he resentfully planned to support his junior sister and leave. Who knew that the little stoic would say coldly, "Did I say you could leave?" The male disciple who was supporting the ghost faction female disciple suddenly froze. He stiffened his neck and turned his head around. His malicious eyes locked onto the young lady. What do you want? My junior sister has already been reduced to this state because of you. Are you still not willing to let her go? She only has herself to blame. It has nothing to do with anyone. The little stoic shouted coldly and grabbed the feral with a swish. You want to leave so easily after injuring me? Do you think I eat vegetarian and chant Buddhist scriptures all day long and assist the common people? Me. My junior sister has already suffered. Before the male ghost faction disciple could finish his sentence, he immediately sensed the stoic-faced little girl in front of him brandishing a terrifying mystic energy towards him and his junior sister. Boom! The nearby white jade corridor trembled, and jade fragments fell from the corridor. The little stoic leaped up and arrived in front of the ghost faction disciple with a whoosh. The mystic energy in her entire body surged, and a feral fell from the air. A line of fire shot out from the feral. This Xian weapon could feel its young master's anger and had already displayed its current peak state, F***CK. Wei Nanfeng screamed savagery in his heart, but he chuckled as he watched this commotion. Speechless, really speechless. Why did he provoke the little stoic without rhyme or reason? He had finally seen through the little stoic. She was usually easy to deal with, but once you crossed her bottom line, she would absolutely exterminate you directly. There's no way she's going to waste words and reconcile with you. This little fellow clearly wants to kill you. Junior sister. The ghost faction male disciple's fury burst forth. His fist was imbued with mystic energy, and just as he was about to attack the little girl, he felt as if his fist was blocked by something, and was directly pulled backwards by a force. His arm uncontrollably rose backwards, and no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't swing it in front of the girl. Immediately, he inwardly cursed. There was an expert secretly protecting the girl and restraining him. The ghost faction male disciple raised his eyes and gazed at the motionless Prince Mo from afar. He only felt that the other youth's gaze was ice-cold and harsh, and his expression was solemn, as if he could completely dismember him into 10,000 pieces in the next second. Since he couldn't win, he could only dodge. The ghost faction male disciple protected his junior sister and dodged to the side of the corridor. However, he saw that line of fire follow them like a shadow, as if it was a gangrene attached to the bone. With a whoosh, it scuttled in front of the two people. Junior sister, please stay your hand. A Xianxia Valley disciple anxiously shouted, that's ghost faction disciple senior brother Peng Zhang and senior sister Chuan. During the preparation period, it's best that you don't come into conflict, so as to avoid affecting the competition later. Bang! The ghost faction male disciple Peng Zhang completely didn't know what was going on. The little girl actually appeared behind the two people in an instant. He clearly already hid to the other side of the corridor. How could this be? The feral swung down and directly smashed onto his junior sister's back, causing her to stagger forward a few steps and spit out another mouthful of blood. Arbor wasn't willing to give up. A cold glint flashed through his eyes, and with a whoosh, he once again flew in front of the ghost faction female disciple Chuan. He looked down at the girl with a cold gaze and raised the feral in his hand high up again. For this attack, she gathered all the mystic energy in her body, and even mobilized the mystic energy in her branch meridians. She wants her to die. Now. Immediately. Stop. After a furious shout, an elderly man in his 50s, whose hair was standing on end like needles, suddenly flew over and blocked in front of the ghost faction's female disciple, Chuan. He flew up and aimed a palm at Xiaomu's chest. How dare you, old man? Morongsun angrily shouted and arrived next to her disciple with a whoosh. A vigorous mystic energy circled around her disciple and collided with the incoming palm. After a reverberating hum, the elder was sent flying by Morongsun. He barely landed on the ground before retreating several dozen steps. He clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Junior sister. Peng Zhang, the male disciple of Ghost Gate, cried out. In the blink of an eye, while Morongsun was taking care of the elderly man, Arbor's feral, which had gathered all the mystic energy around him, had already descended and struck the ghost faction girl's head. Boom! Everyone felt that there was a reverberating sound in their ears. In an instant, they felt that everything around them had quieted down. The Hellgate girl fell heavily to the ground, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. A defensive artifact in her hand suddenly rolled out from between her fingers, smashing into the ground and breaking into pieces. Junior sister? Junior sister? Peng Zhang's voice trembled as he called out a few times in fear. Cough cough, cough cough. Blood continuously spewed out of the ghost faction girl's mouth, and there were fragments of her internal organs mixed in the blood. It was truly a ghastly sight. Xianxia Valley's disciples were already stupefied. They stood there stupidly and blankly stared at the little girl who was hovering in midair with cold and expressionless eyes. She's actually not dead yet. Her life is quite tenacious. Arbor snorted, and a mystic guiding talisman matrix abruptly floated around him. A mystic guiding talisman matrix could gather all the mystic energy in the valley's surroundings to the greatest extent and continuously replenish it into one's body. This was truly wondrous in battle. However, this mystic guiding talisman matrix made from intermediate-level yellow talismans could not last for a long time, only 15 minutes. Right now, an endless stream of mystic energy was currently replenishing the mystic energy emptiness caused by Arbor's attack just now. Seeing that the little fellow's body was once again surrounded by mystic energy and his robes were fluttering, everyone stared with their mouths agape and tongue-tied. The two Xianxia Valley disciples wished for nothing more than to faint immediately. Oh my heavens! Where did this ruthless little devil come from? She used a defensive barrier to block half of that attack, but now she thinks she's not completely dead yet and wants to attack again, right? The Xianxia Valley disciples were already cursing the two ghost faction disciples to the bone in their minds. If it weren't for that female ghost faction disciple suddenly attacking someone else, how could there be so much quarreling? This seriously made the Xianxia Valley disciples both angry and depressed. Since this happened in their valley, even if Master did not blame them, they still failed in their duties after all. They failed to satisfy the guests and even started fighting. Suddenly, stop. A dull middle-aged man's voice abruptly rang out. The two Xianxia Valley chief disciples nearly cried tears of joy. Master! Stop again? Why was it so annoying? So long-winded? Arbor narrowed his eyes. His mystic energy had already reached a critical juncture, and the ferrule in his hand emitted a jet-black light again, ready to strike after accumulating power. Let's see if you can still die this time. Let's see if you still have a defensive barrier to block it. Peak Master Murong. This little miss, please show mercy. A person who hurried over abruptly moved to Murong's Sun and Arbor's side and cupped his fists in salute. This humble one is Xianxia Valley's Valley Master, Luo Jinyang. Greetings to the three Peak Masters. Valley Master Luo hastily saluted Murong Sun and the others with a faint smile on his refined face. May I ask everyone to stop for this Valley Master's sake? What's going on? At this moment, the leader of the ghoul faction this time, Elder Gue Bubu, rushed over with 30 disciples. Seeing Choan lying on the ground in such a miserable state, Ghost Surf immediately roared, "Who did this?" Although he was shouting angrily, his furious eyes were firmly nailed onto the little stoic's face. It was obvious that this young girl suspended in midair with a black mystic weapon in her hand was the main culprit. You're blind. The little stoic uttered coldly, a sharp, murderous intent concealed in her eyes. Ghost Surf was furious. He pointed at Arbor. You little brat, you're too bold. Don't point your finger at my disciple. Just what is it? Go up and ask your disciple yourself. Murong Sun was furious. Peak Master Murong, Elder Gue. Please calm down, please calm down. As if putting out a fire, Xianxia Valley's Valley Master hastily appeased the two's fury and said with vigor, Gentlemen, let's talk things out, let's talk things out. Let's figure out what happened first. Yo! I didn't expect it to be so lively here. What is the ghoul faction planning to do by mobilizing all of their members? Do they want to start the competition in advance? A faint chuckle was heard from the corridor in the distance. They saw a youth wearing a purple robe and a jade belt walking along the white jade corridor with a grin. The youth looked to be about 17 years old. His long hair fell loosely to his waist, and his fair face and peach blossom eyes sparkled with light. The corners of his eyes were slightly upturned, and his boundless romantic charm overflowed. His gaze could clearly steal a person's breath. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, take care. A Daybreak sect disciple shielded his head with an umbrella. Eldest senior brother, it's already August, and the weather is starting to heat up. I'll fan you more, eldest senior brother. Another person was eagerly waving a fan for him. The youth rolled up his sleeves, and there was a careless smile on his thin lips as he occasionally looked up. Arbor happened to look back when she heard the sound, and she directly met the youth's smiling eyes. Both of them were startled. "Little girl." The youth's eyes brightened, and he suddenly shouted. Arbor blinked and looked at the youth who was excitedly running toward her. For a moment, she seemed to remember how the youth wanted to trick her several years ago but was ruthlessly tricked by her instead. The stoic face was still that stoic face, completely overlapping with the memory he couldn't wipe away from the bottom of his heart. Duanyu beamed with joy, and the little gloominess that had lingered in his heart these past few days was instantly swept away when he saw this little stoic. He was well aware that with the little fellow's outlandish talent, she would definitely participate in this 3 sects and 5 factions competition. Thus, he instigated Sect Master Liang Wanshan to come to Xianxia Valley early from the start so that he could see this heartless little stoic as soon as possible. Who would have expected that God's plans would always exceed man's? He waited here and there until he was about to grow moldy, but this little fellow was nowhere to be seen. Today's meeting had really surprised him. He was caught off guard and saw her. Truly surprised and delighted, Duanyu quickened his steps toward the little stoic. He didn't even glance at the ghost faction's female disciple, Choan, who was lying on the ground and foaming at the mouth. His beautiful peach blossom eyes rippled as he said with a chuckle, "Little stoic, what are you doing? Let's go. It's rare for us to meet, so I'll show you around Xianxia Valley. I've been here for several days already, so let me tell you. Don't worry about it." The crown prince slowly walked over and glanced at Duanyu with his phoenix eyes. "I will bring Jojo around Xianxia Valley." "You rascal, where do you want to go?" When Duanyu turned around, he pointed at Mo Lian as if he had seen the plague and exclaimed in shock, You. Why are you here? Preposterous. Why was this person always following the little stoic around? Humph, you don't need to worry about where I am." Mo Lian grumpily slapped Duanyu's finger away. Duanyu raised his finger again. You. Duanyu quickly bounced to the little girl's side. "Stoic face, I'm telling you, you're still young right now. You mustn't be abducted by some strange big brother. Some people look like humans, but their hearts are actually very dark and scary." Morong-sun glared at the back of Duanyu's head. Why did she feel like this youth was like a strange big brother? "What nonsense are you spouting? Peak Master Morong is here, don't you see her?" Mo Lian timely stabbed Duanyu with a soft knife. Only then did Duanyu see Morong-sun's ladylike face. He quickly wiped away his mischievous smile and solemnly walked up to greet her. "Greetings to Peak Master Morong. Disciple Duanyu, Daybreak Sect's chief disciple." While Duanyu met up with the little girl and ran to exchange pleasantries with Morong-sun, Ghost Surd had been standing on the side with a dark expression for a long time. Now that he saw that no one was paying attention to him, how could he swallow his pride? He turned his head and shouted at a ghost faction disciple in a muffled voice, "What are you still standing there for? Don't you find it embarrassing? Bring Choan back. Let's go." "Halt. Did I say you can leave?" Arbor retracted his mystic energy and shouted coldly. Ghost Surd's face was flushed red from anger, and he turned to glare at Arbor. His eyes were so dark that it looked like black water was about to drip out. "Little girl, don't go overboard in everything." "So what if I go overboard?" Arbor's expressionless and sarcastic attitude completely infuriated Ghost Surd. "Does the Holy Water Sect want to start a war with our ghost faction right now? What a load of nonsense." Arbor shouted angrily. "No one is allowed to meddle in my personal grudge with her. Get out of the way. You're in the way. You're hindering me from dealing with people." Everyone silently glanced at the little stoic before sympathetically looking at Ghost Surd, who was rebuked. Those who had been rebuked by little junior sister before were very clear that once little junior sister set her mind on dealing with someone, she would not give up just because of a few words of dissuasion from others. Perhaps, the more they dissuaded her, the more unlucky she would be. This was the first time the ghost faction elder was angered to the point of vomiting blood by a junior. His face turned dark red, and his lips trembled as he repeatedly shouted, Great. What an arrogant and despotic Holy Water Sect disciple. Everyone, what exactly is going on here? Xianxia Valley's Valley Master could only stand up and mediate for everyone present. Do you understand the truth? The little stoic suddenly turned her small face and icily faced that valley master. The valley master was taken aback by the question and shook his head in embarrassment. Since you don't understand this situation, why did you suddenly jump out and meddle in other people's business to be the peacemaker? The little fellow continued to ask expressionlessly, is it that in your eyes, I should be a person without a temper because I'm young? Because someone directly tried to disfigure me, so I have to swallow my anger and not retaliate? The valley master was rebuked until he was speechless, so he could only rub his nose and repeatedly shook his head. Young lady, not to mention your terrifying battle prowess, with that poisonous mouth of yours, who would dare to bully you? Then move aside. It's a personal grudge between me and her, so let's just settle it between the two of us. Why are you talking about sex? The little girl turned her head with a cold expression and shouted at the ghost clan girl who was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead, get up. Coward. Don't play dead on the ground. Ghost Sword only felt that his sex reputation had been completely destroyed. He angrily interrupted, you. Little girl, don't be unreasonable to be unforgiving. Today, I won't let you off. What? Cloud people words. No wonder people don't want to befriend you people. Her icy voice instantly suppressed Surt's curses, and the surrounding people were dead silent. Duan Yu inexplicably shrunk his neck. He inexplicably felt very blessed when he recalled the scene when the little girl dissed him back then. Now it appeared that the little girl had indeed been merciful when she dissed him back then. Looks were still useful. Surt Ghost pursed his lips, feeling both vexed and angry. He also bore a grudge against the ghost faction disciple, Choan, who was lying motionlessly on the ground. If it weren't for this person's brainless actions, how could the sect be humiliated like this? He really wanted to dump this burden and quit, letting this brainless female disciple Choan resolve this problem herself, but as the sect elder leading the team, how could he be willing to make his sect disciple back down in front of others? Otherwise, wouldn't he lose even more face? Ghost Surt's face was gloomy as he stared at the little stoic. You said Choan attacked you. She has no enmity with you, so why would she attack you? Ask her. She's the one who attacked, not me. Your question is rather funny. Arbor's cold gaze swept over him. Choan, speak. Why did you attack? You don't need to be afraid with the elders here. Did someone threaten you to do something that would harm the sect, so you attacked in anger? Ghost Surt's words elicited a light chuckle. Elder Ghost, why don't you set up a stall in a tea house and be a storyteller? Yang Shirong mocked. Choan lay on the ground without moving, as if she had already merged with the earth. Ghost Surt was so angry that he wished for nothing more than to lift her up and slap her twice. He had already paved the way for her, but this idiot actually didn't climb down the pole. This made his old face flush red, and he couldn't back down no matter what. Just take it that my ghost faction disciple is in the wrong. But you've punished her and hit her before. Choan is currently heavily injured, so you should have vented your anger. I haven't, Arbor replied coldly. The surrounding melon-eating crowd naturally had speechless expressions. Duan Yu's mouth twitched, but Mo Lian chuckled. His darling's angry expression is so adorable. Look at how sincere her words are, choking Elder Ghost to death with one sentence. At this time, more and more people gathered. The Heavenly Tao sect, Daybreak sect, and Purple Firmament faction disciples who had already arrived at Xianxia Valley and were waiting for the competition all came to watch the show after hearing the news. When they heard that the Ghost faction's elder was attacked by a Holy Water sect disciple, they all wanted to come and see what the situation was. It was one thing for the Purple Firmament faction disciples to have never seen the little stoic. Situi, Shang Kuan, and the others who were once familiar with the little stoic couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they saw the little stoic. They were still wondering who was insulting them, but it turned out to be their stoic little junior sister whom they hadn't seen for many years. How did the people of the Hellgate provoke this little fiend? What else do you want? You're not injured at all. Why are you holding on to my sect's disciples and not letting them go? Elder Ghost's face and ears were red. His head was probably about to be filled with blood. The little stoic extended her small, fair hand in front of the Ghost faction's elder. Everyone's gazes fell on her little paw. It was white and tender, small and delicate, and a little chubby. It was a very pretty little jade hand. Do you see this white mark? She left it behind. She injured me. The little stoic said resolutely. The surrounding crowd fell to the ground in unison. Their faces all revealed expressions of wanting to laugh but holding back their laughter. Oh my God, this little stoic was so shocking. That white mark on her little jade hand was so faint that it could be ignored. Attacking me for no reason and injuring me, she deserves to die, Arbor said coldly. How pitiful was her ruined body in her previous life. No one knew better than her how much she valued her body and skin. She didn't wish for it to receive even the slightest bit of injury again. The reddish-purple face of the ghoul sect elder began to change again, gradually becoming darker and darker. Choan! Get up! Ghost Sword angrily roared and kicked Choan. The female disciple sprawled on the ground. Elder! Junior sister is heavily injured and can't stand up by herself. I'll help her up. Pengzhang hastily walked up and used his strength to help Choan up from the ground. Choan lowered her head and didn't make a sound. Her breathing was weak as she leaned against Pengzhang. Only one eye peeked out from under her bangs, emitting a faint light. Take her away. The ghost faction elder angrily shouted, I'd like to see who dares to block our path. Bite him. Arbor pointed at the condescending ghost faction elder. A snow-white and sturdy snow leopard pounced out from behind the crowd without any explanation. It pounced forward and caught the ghost faction elder off guard, pinning him to the ground. Its sharp teeth suddenly bit the elder's left hand, causing him to scream in pain as his eyes bulged out of their sockets. Ah? This is little junior sister's mystic beast? A Daybreak sect disciple exclaimed in shock. Little junior sister has such a valiant mystic beast, so what's the point of competing? She'll lose for sure. Even Elder Ghost can't withstand a bite from this mystic beast. Are you blind? Can't you see that little junior sister's cultivation is only level 8? That's right. But how can a level 8 mystic cultivator summon a mystic beast? Everyone was talking at once, so how could they care about the ghost faction elder's wretched screams? Ah. Elder Ghost circulated a wave of mystic energy and mercilessly smashed the snow leopard's head. Unexpectedly, the snow leopard understood human nature and tilted its head to dodge. At the same time, it raised its sharp claws and slapped him across the face. Elder Ghost's face was bruised on the spot, and 3 glaring claw marks appeared on his face. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master was dumbfounded as he watched the increasingly intense farce in front of him. He opened his mouth and looked at Murongsun pleadingly. Peak Master, please be magnanimous. If the ghost faction elder suffers any injuries in Xianxia Valley, I can't bear the responsibility either. Murongsun glanced at him. Valley Master, it's just a personal grudge. Why do you have to interfere and cause trouble for yourself? Xianxia Valley's Valley Master couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that he couldn't persuade him anymore. What do you want? Finally, the female disciple of the ghost faction, Choan, opened her mouth. Her voice was so hoarse that it was as if she had been run over by a wheel. It was quite strenuous for her to speak. Just now, you used your left hand to scratch my face. Now, leave your left hand behind. Xiaomu said expressionlessly as she threw a short dagger in front of the female disciple with a clang. The snow leopard stopped, but its eyes bulged as it stared at the ghost sect elder who was wailing while holding his hands. Ghost Sword hurriedly crawled back a few steps, hurriedly escaping from the leopard's mouth. He looked back with lingering fear. The female disciple of the ghoul faction was trembling so much that her entire body was swaying. She was afraid, but more than that, she was naturally angry. Her anger was already uncontrollable and was about to overflow from her chest. If you don't leave your left hand behind, then die. The little stoic flared up as soon as she said it and was about to turn hostile and merciless on the spot. However, Pengzhang was even more decisive than the female disciple, Choan. When he saw that the little stoic was about to dash up and kill again, he immediately picked up the dagger on the ground and slashed it down. There was a flash of light. Ah, Choan let out a wretched scream. Her face paled, and her eyes closed. She immediately fainted in the crook of Pengzhang's arm. Pengzhang's eyes, which were hidden under the grey headscarf, were about to practically spill out venom. You're asking to be disgraced. Xiaomu coldly tossed out this sentence and trotted over to her master. Let's go. Ghost Sword used his hand to cover the 3 red scratches on his old face from the snow leopard and indignantly led a group of Ghost Faction disciples past the Holy Water Sect disciples in a single file. Every Ghost Faction disciple fiercely glared at the Holy Water Sect disciples with a fiendish gaze. Our rest time was delayed by some meaningless people. Let's also go. Mo Lian stepped forward and held the little fellow's hand with a smile. Am I easy to bully? Our dear Xiaomu suddenly looked up and asked softly. Before Mo Lian could answer, Wei Nanfeng, Princess Mi, the Holy Water Sect disciples, as well as the Daybreak Sect, Heavenly Dao Sect, and Violet Firmament Faction disciples watching from the side, all madly shook their heads in unison. They completely disagreed with the little stoic's words. You're easy to bully, haha. You're easy to bully, this was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. Then, why did that person suddenly want to scratch my face? The little stoic couldn't figure it out. I keep feeling like her gaze on me had a deeper meaning. It was like she was staring at an enemy from the start. Right, Jojo, Duan Yu interjected. I'm telling you, the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. I saw it clearly just now, that woman's eyes were staring straight at him. This must be a debt he incurred. He implicated you. Don't let him get so close to you. You have to know how to protect yourself, Jojo. Mo Lian raised her phoenix eyes and coldly turned to Duan Yu. However, although she was glaring at Duan Yu, Mo Lian started rapidly sorting out suspicious candidates in her mind. After sifting through all of them, a hint of inspiration flashed through her mind. What debt? Arbor was perplexed. Shut your mouth. Before Duan Yu could make a fuss, Mo Lian had already stopped him coldly. Releasing Jojo's hand, Mo Lian looked at Duan Yu with a grin. Come with me. What do you want? Duan Yu suddenly covered his chest with both hands, and his watery peach blossom eyes abruptly widened. He revealed a horrified yet beautiful face and made an action that left people speechless. Let me tell you. Threats were useless. I will not yield. Jojo, I'm telling you, don't look at how this guy looks alright and is only slightly inferior to me, but he definitely owes a buttload of favors. Ow. Before Duan Yu could finish his sentence, a line of fire suddenly struck the corner of his mouth. What the F***ck? You dare to kill me? Duan Yu threw out a handful of shooting stars with tinkling sounds. They were divided into 3 paths, with 18 shooting stars in each path. Each shooting star was the size of a date pit, and they were aimed at the crown prince's head, hands, and feet. Mo Lian withdrew the flames on her body and sent a shockwave that deflected all of Duan Yu's concealed weapons. As a result, the spectators were unlucky, accompanied by cries like "Mother, Mother, Heavens," and so on. Duan Yu's 18 shooting stars scattered. After being deflected by Mo Lian, they separately flew towards the people of Daybreak Sect, Heavenly Dao Sect, and Purple Firmament Faction. The spectators were simply dumbfounded. Who would get caught in the crossfire like you guys? Perhaps the 2 of them were fine after the fight, but the spectators were dying from watching the show. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. This drama was really one scene after another. It was so brilliant that it was an eye-opener. The little stoic looked up at the 2 people fighting further and further away. She furrowed her brows and shook her head. She sighed as if muttering to herself, men all like to fight so much. Everyone, Morong Sun was amused. She pulled her little girl over and nodded with a smile. That's why Miss is the best. Miss is so understanding and considerate, unlike those brats, each worse than the last. The brats in the surrounding circle. Morong Sun then turned to Xianxia Valley's Valley Master Luo Jinyang and said with a smile, Valley Master Luo, if there's nothing else, then we'll go rest first. Everyone, please. Valley Master Luo amiably smiled at Peak Master Morong and gestured for one of the 2 Xianxia Valley chief disciples to continue leading the Holy Water Sect's people to their residences. For this competition, Xianxia Valley specially set up several unique courtyards with beautiful environments for each sect's people to live in. The distance between each courtyard was not too far. In general, the contestants' residences were all arranged in the southern region of Xianxia Valley. The residences of the 3 sects were arranged together. The courtyards on the left and right of Holy Water Sect were respectively for Daybreak Sect and Heavenly Dao Sect. Not long after everyone entered the courtyard, Heavenly Dao Sect Master, Situ Min, and Daybreak Sect Master, Liang Wanshan, both came to visit Murong Sun and Yang Shirong. The 3 peak masters and 2 sect masters went to the main hall to chat, while the little stoic and her senior sisters went to the side rooms to pack up. There were a limited number of rooms in this small courtyard. After they were arranged, the disciples could only share 2 people to a room, which was barely enough. The remaining 2 rooms were allocated by the peak masters themselves. When Doya heard that she had to live with someone else, she immediately pounced over and hugged the little stoic's arm, shouting with all her might, little junior sister, let's live together." Chang Yushi pursed her lips. "I still want to live with little junior sister, but you beat me to it." Doya playfully stuck out her tongue at Chang Yushi before dragging the little stoic's left arm towards a small side room. "Little junior sister, do you want to sleep inside or outside?" The carriage stopped at the picturesque entrance to Xianxia Valley. A gray-haired, hunchbacked, limping elderly man in his 60s walked out of the carriage. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed heavily. "Lord Lu." The retainer hurriedly reached out to support his withered left hand. He bowed his head respectfully and said, "My lord, you've overworked yourself these past few days. Please take care of yourself." Lu Yizhi waved his hand at his retainer and didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to walk towards Xianxia Valley's entrance with his stooped body. "Who is this guest?" A female disciple guarding the entrance of Xianxia Valley was slightly taken aback, and then she very politely saluted the elder. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yizhi took out an invitation from his sleeve and handed it over. The female disciple cupped her fists and bowed, "So you're a guest elder of the ghost sect." "Greetings, Your Honor. Your ghost sect group has already moved into the 4 southern courtyard. I'll get someone to lead you there." Cough, cough, cough. "Many thanks," the old man replied in a hoarse voice. The retainer supported Lu Yizhi, and the 2 unhurriedly followed behind the Xianxia Valley disciple who was leading the way. After walking for a distance in the boundless sea of flowers, the retainer lowered his voice and asked, "Sir, we came here this time just to see that Miss Chow?" "Actually, sir, as long as you secretly send someone." The hunchbacked elderly man coughed several times and raised his head to glance coldly at the retainer. The retainer immediately stopped speaking and lowered his head. Lu Yizhi walked very slowly with a hunched back. He glanced at the Xianxia Valley disciple leading the way in the distance and coldly said, "Did you forget that the group of people you sent out didn't even enter Shijiao City's Chow family's courtyard?" The retainer hung his head even lower in shame. "It's better to wait and see. Don't be too ostentatious." The elderly man coughed several times in succession before grabbing the retainer's arm and having him speed up to catch up with the Xianxia Valley disciple in front. When the 2 people passed by the 2nd southern courtyard, they stopped and glanced inside the courtyard. The Xianxia Valley disciple hastily said, "The 1st to 3rd courtyards are where the 3 sects are located. The Holy Water sect's disciples live in the 2nd southern courtyard." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yizhi nodded while clutching his handkerchief. His pensive gaze was fixed on the entrance to the Holy Water sect's courtyard. He stared for a while before saying, "I heard that there's a spring on the Holy Water sect's snowy peak that releases water all day long. The water is clear and free of impurities, so it's named the Holy Water Spring." Cough, cough, cough. "It can even increase the mystic energy in the disciples' bodies, so it's named the Holy Water Sect." The Xianxia Valley disciple nodded with a smile. This disciple has also heard that the Holy Water Sect has more than 800 disciples. "I heard that they were all selected to enter after passing the Holy Waters test." Lu Yizhi nodded with a smile. Suddenly, he saw the courtyard's door open. A delicate and pretty girl in a red short-sleeved shirt walked out while dragging another little girl in plain clothes with a face as cold as snow. The red-clothed girl couldn't help but be startled when she saw the people standing outside the door. She subconsciously took the little girl's hand and glanced at the Xianxia Valley disciple with vigilant and suspicious eyes. "What are you standing here for?" "Little junior sister, please don't misunderstand. This is the Ghost Faction's guest elder. I'll bring them to the Ghost Faction's courtyard." The Xianxia Valley disciple nodded at the 2 with a kind smile. "Oh." Doya nodded and turned to say to Arbor, "Little junior sister, let's go." When I came in, I saw a pavilion with a pretty good view. I'll bring you up there to take a look. Arbor nodded and abruptly turned her head. A trace of severity shot out of her eyes and shot directly at the elderly retainer who was peeping at her. The attendant was shocked. Cold sweat was about to drip down from his forehead. You're up to no good. Arbor was very sensitive to people's auras. Ever since her rebirth, she could tell at a glance who was friendly to her and who was hostile to her. Lu Yiji's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily tugged at his retainer. He turned around with a stifled cough and gave the little stoic an unsightly smile. Little miss, cough cough cough, you're thinking too much. We've never met before, so why would I, cough cough, harbor ill intentions towards you? Hellgate? The little girl raised her voice slightly. The heart of the Xianxia Valley disciple who had already experienced her prowess jumped slightly, and he hurriedly went up to salute her. He tried to smooth things over with a smile. Little junior sister, please don't be angry. This old mister is only a guest elder of the ghost faction. He doesn't know anything about what happened earlier. Be careful. Arbor glanced coldly at the elderly man and his retainer. I'll be the first to send people who harbor ill intentions towards me to hell. The retainer's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He secretly exchanged glances with the elderly man and watched the little stoic leave with a myriad of emotions. As expected, she was a tough bone to chew. No wonder that person above valued her so much. She really wasn't easy to deal with. Lu Yiji and Elder Ghost were brought to the Ghost faction's courtyard. When Elder Ghost heard that Lu Yiji had come, he immediately led all the disciples out to welcome them. He respectfully led Lu Yiji and Elder Ghost into a seat in the hall. This old man heard that you guys, cough, 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 got into a conflict with a girl from the Holy Water sect and even lost face? Ghost Sir hastily bowed and begged for forgiveness. Sir Lu, why we were wrong. We disgraced the estate lord. Humph. Lu Yiji waved his hand and said disdainfully, with your lowly cultivation, don't say you're the estate lord's subordinates after you leave. Ghost Sir didn't dare to speak. He and the other ghost faction disciples hung their heads and stiffly listened to Lu Yiji's reprimand. Your ghost faction investigated the matter this old man instructed for 3 years, but there was no news at all. Sir Lu, that holy water sect is located far above the snowy peaks and has a single environment, so it's difficult to sneak in. 2 years ago, we also sent 2 female disciples to sneak in, but they didn't pass that so-called holy water test. Ghost Sir had a bitter expression when he mentioned this matter. Lu Yiji sneered. You can't even handle such a small matter, yet you still dare to call yourself the estate lord's subordinates? All of you, stop, cough, cough, cough. Sir. Ghost Sir and all the other disciples simultaneously knelt on the ground with a plop. Sir, please quell your anger and give us more time. This time, no matter what method we use, we will find out about the holy water spring. Cough, 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 cough. The elder snorted coldly and kept coughing violently into his handkerchief. Sir, is that holy water spring really effective on Sir's illness? You don't need to concern yourselves with this matter. Lu Yiji impatiently waved his hand at them again. This old man has 30 years of experience in tempering pills. Cough, cough, cough. As long as I have the holy water spring, I think it's only a matter of time before I can refine a mystic breakthrough pill that can allow me to break through to level 15 and enter the ranks of supreme experts. At that time, as long as he broke through to become a level 15 great mystic cultivator and his body entered another profound realm, he would naturally be very different from his current state. Perhaps all the pain from his previous illnesses would be swept away at that time. Suddenly, a figure pounced out from the crowd of disciples, quickly crawled a few steps, and knelt in front of Lu Yiji. He kowtowed several times and said, Elder, please bestow a level 12 mystic breakthrough pill. Choan wants to break through to level 12 in one go. You're just a cripple with a broken arm and a blind eye. What reason do you have to get an incomparably precious level 12 Xian breakthrough pill from this old man? I am willing to give up my life. Junior sister. Peng Zhang raised his head and shouted angrily. Your lowly life is of no use to this old man. Lu Yiji sneered and looked at the woman with eyes full of mockery. Choan kowtowed with all her might. Her head smashed onto the ground with loud bangs. Choan is willing to be Elder's vessel. I'm willing to offer all the profound energy in my body to you. I only ask that you give me a level 12 Xian breakthrough pill. Let me break through to level 12 in one go. Afterwards, I can personally kill my enemy in this competition. Lu Yizhi laughed hoarsely. Suddenly, he bent down and forcefully pinched the female disciple's chin, raising her face high up. Choan trembled all over. Your face was slowly mended by me needle by needle back then. For this, your father paid a huge price. Lu Yizhi flung her face away and snorted. Would this old man be interested in a fake face? Elder. Choan crawled a few steps forward and hugged Lu Yizhi's left leg with all her might. Her cries were more mournful than the last, and her eyes were filled with intense hope. I beg Elder to fulfill my wish. I beg Elder to fulfill my wish. Elder. Lu Yizhi took out a wooden box from his bosom and threw it at the woman's face. Since you're so unbearably thirsty, this old man will fulfill your wish. When this old man returns to my room in a while, I want to see you stripped and washed clean. In addition, this old man isn't interested in a withered flower. One of Choan's pupils abruptly contracted, and she tightly gripped the wooden box with both hands. Her fingernails had long embedded themselves in the box's crevices, pricking a trace of blood. Junior sister. Peng Zhang was genuinely concerned about his junior sister. He had watched her cultivate so arduously and assiduously, fearlessly going to various adventure holy lands to temper her physique and abilities. But it was precisely this hard-working her that had her left hand cut off by him. Despite the pain, now, in order to beg for a mystic breakthrough pill, she was willing to degrade herself and betray herself, willingly serving that ugly elder who was even older than her grandfather. Ah! Peng Zhang burst out with a loud yell, and then he was forcefully held down by the two disciples around him. Junior sister, you can't do this. Junior sister, junior sister. The two disciples firmly covered Peng Zhang's mouth with their hands, preventing him from making any more sounds. Peng Zhang struggled on the ground, and his pair of eyes peeked out from under the grey cloth, bursting with heartache and anger. Choan turned her head and coldly glanced at Peng Zhang with one eye. Then, she tightly gripped the wooden box in her hand and abruptly turned her face away, no longer looking at him. Senior brother, although you are very concerned about me, this is far from enough. What I need is a powerful person to protect me by my side, so that I will never suffer any harm. You. Too weak and simply don't deserve to stand by my side. That night, Choan walked step by step into Elder Lu's room. She blew out the lamp and lay on the cold bed, her whole body cold. She stared straight at the black silk canopy above her head, a teardrop falling from the corner of her eye. Her father, her family, and him. Since she couldn't rely on anyone, she could only work hard and fight for herself. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to become a great level 12 mystic cultivator. She wanted to trample that B*TCH under her feet in the competition fair and square. She wanted that heartless man to know that even if it was someone he treasured the most in his heart, once they entered the arena, life and death would be up to fate. Not everything could be controlled by him. This time, she wanted him to be powerless to reverse the situation. She just didn't know if she would still be able to see that cold and indifferent him at that time. My Joe's section break, Arbor slept in the middle of the night, only to hear a commotion outside the courtyard, and the lights were lit up little by little. Doya turned over and placed a calf on her lap. She smacked her lips and continued to sleep, showing no signs of waking up. Arbor glanced at her speechlessly. Why were they all sleeping so well? The commotion outside had already turned the sky upside down. She simply put on her clothes and got out of bed. Just as she pulled open the door, she saw two figures running in front of her one after the other. One tried to pull her left hand, while the other tried to pull her right hand. In the end, the youth who pulled her right hand had his hand slapped away by the youth who was pulling her left hand and questioned him in passing. What are you doing? Duan Yu glared at him. You're the only one allowed to hold hands? Of course. Mo Lian grumpily glanced at Duan Yu and directly pulled Arbor to the main courtyard. I wonder what's going on outside, Mo Lian whispered. I saw the 3 peak masters leave their courtyards. They can't even sleep peacefully, a senior sister who woke up grumpily said as she rubbed her eyes. Soon, they saw Yang Shirong walk in with a dark face. She waved her hand at the holy water sect disciples. Go sleep. Ignore them. All the disciples looked at each other. How could they sleep with such a loud ruckus outside? They heard a male disciple from Daybreak sect and not the Heavenly Tao sect say in a low voice, "You people from Coitus sect say you lost your pet as soon as you arrive and even insist on searching their courtyards from house to house. What kind of logic is this? How can you be so tyrannical and overbearing? Can't you wait until daybreak? Oh my! This handsome brother, why are you so fierce? This servant is so scared. Do you want to touch and see that this servant's heart is still thumping non-stop because of you?" A gentle and charming voice instantly made all the Holy Water sect disciples' hair stand on end when they heard it. F***ck, those vixens from Coitus sect came. They were as disgusting as always and had to mumble a few syllables when they spoke. Scram! Someone from the two sects shouted angrily, probably because that female disciple from Coitus sect who threw herself into the man's arms was loathed. "Ah, why are you so fierce? If you don't like this servant, then this servant won't lean on you." That woman's voice was mellow and contained a hint of seductiveness as she spoke delicately. Suddenly, she raised her voice slightly, and with a coquettish voice that gave people goosebumps, she shrieked, "Aya, it's Big Brother Sidhu. I didn't even see you. Big Brother Sidhu, why aren't you calling Mayor here?" Duan Yu shuddered all over when he heard this. Why were the women of Coitus faction each more disgusting than the last? He had to hurry and look at his little stoic more often to wash his eyes and make himself feel better. Yang Shirong's expression turned even uglier. She waved her hand at the disciples and said, "Don't worry about it. Go back to your rooms." The little stoic silently turned around, wanting to listen to Second Aunt Master and return to her room to be a very obedient child. However, the speed at which they stirred up trouble was completely out of your expectations. With a thud, the door to the second southern court, where the Holy Water sect temporarily resided, was kicked to the ground. When Xiaomu turned around, she saw Situi, that handsome youth with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and graceful features, hastily fleeing behind her and Mo Lian as if he was being chased by a ghost. "Aya, brother Situ, don't run. You're making me so nervous." The little stoic got a clear look at that girl called Mayor. Her figure was rather impressive under her bright yellow dress. At first glance, she really did have a surging something, and her slender waist couldn't be held in one hand. She was a peerless beauty, but she had a gaudy temperament. Situi hid behind the little stoic and Mo Lian. He shook his body and fiercely rubbed the fine goosebumps that protruded from his arms. He really couldn't take it anymore. Duan Yu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect things to take such a sudden turn for the worse. He was just about to find a place to hide, but it was already too late. Mayor was originally pouncing at Situi, but when she suddenly saw Duan Yu and Mo Lian after pouncing to the side, she was instantly stunned and screamed with a handkerchief stuffed in her mouth. Duan Yu jolted in fright and simply subconsciously shrunk behind the little stoic. Mo Lian, on the other hand, wasn't that cowardly. She instinctively leaned closer to the little stoic and tightly grasped the little girl's small hand. Just as Mei-er was about to pounce forward, the stoic face raised her leg and kicked Mei-er's stomach under everyone's twitching mouths, sending her flying. "Well done, Duan Yu and our dear Situi both gave the little stoic a thumbs up in their minds. Heavens, they only felt that if their limbs touched that woman from Coitus faction, they would feel very dirty and uncomfortable. The little stoic blocked evil spirits and blocked wind and moon. The stoic and icy face was simply an invincible basin of cold water that could drench people from head to toe and chill them to the core. Why are you making a fuss in the middle of the night? Can't you let people rest?" Wei Nanfeng sleepily walked in, followed by Bailey Shi and Princess Michi Mei-er struggled to crawl up from the ground, her pretty face already flushed red from anger. She turned around and stormed to Arbor, shouting angrily, "Who are you? You stink to death. Stay away from me." The little stoic's face was frigid, and she directly reached out to sweep away the fragrant breeze drifting to her nose. Duan Yu and Situi nodded repeatedly. As expected, the little stoic could do what others couldn't. She directly rebuked Chi Mei-er's face with her words. "You." Seeing that Chi Mei-er was about to get into trouble, Xisha Valley's Valley Master, who had hurried over, shouted angrily as if putting out a fire, "Stop. Miss Chi, didn't this Valley Master already send people to escort you back to your courtyard? Why are you still causing trouble in the second southern court? You came late enough today and shouldn't have disturbed other people's rest." Chi stomped her feet and her small face was covered in tears. My little pet swam away. It has a very strong poison. I was worried about everyone and was afraid that it would hurt others. That's why I ordered a group of senior and junior sisters to search the courtyards. Unexpectedly, I was misunderstood by everyone, woo-woo. The little stoic's hair stood on end when she heard this. She glared at Chi and angrily asked, "What little pet? Did it even need to swim?" "Me. My purple flower little snake." Chi sobbed. "Its venom is very strong. If I'm not careful and get bitten, I won't be able to save that person." Everyone suddenly felt a trace of panic in their hearts. They turned back and forth to check their surroundings. Seeing that there was no one around, they let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a peal of laughter was heard from inside the room, and Morongsun started out in a brocade gown. She held a thin rod in her hand and held a small snake that was slightly charred. She smiled at the person behind Chi and said, "Old witch, long time no see. I didn't expect to be given a ration as soon as I arrived. It wasn't easy to get some food these days." "Thank you, old witch. It's quite crispy and delicious when roasted. Do you want a bite too?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Peak Master Morong had actually roasted and eaten an extremely poisonous snake from the Joyous sect. He was truly a powerful person. An old woman's face with drooping wrinkles slowly appeared in front of everyone. Only then did everyone clearly see that the Joyous sect's faction master, Granny Witch, had also come. They heard that when Granny Witch was young, her figure was bewitching and voluptuous, and her beauty was out of the ordinary. Countless sect disciples prostrated themselves before her, but she used them all as vessels to absorb them one by one. Later on, Granny Witch seemed to have offended someone, causing her appearance to be completely disfigured, resulting in her current ghastly appearance. However, no one knew what kind of grudge she had with Morongsun for her to arrange for her disciple to cause such a farce as soon as she arrived at Xianxia Valley. Morongsun ate that purple-flowered snake with relish, but Granny Witch's wrinkled old face had already scrunched up into a ball. It could be seen that the old woman was very angry at this moment. She turned to her disciple, Chi and fiercely shouted, "Don't you find it embarrassing? Come back." Feeling wronged, Chi walked behind Granny Witch with small, quick steps. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shyness and timidity as she swept her gaze over the outstanding youths. "Morongsun, long time no see." When Granny Witch opened her mouth, her voice was quite crisp, like a nightingale leaving the valley. The contrast between her voice and her appearance caused people to shudder instead. "Tsk. It has been quite a while." Morongsun casually tossed the roasted snake she finished eating to the ground and cheerfully examined Granny Witch's sagging and wrinkled old face. "Old witch, your face seems to be a bit more wrinkled than it was a few years ago." Everyone could see that Granny Witch's face twitched slightly. Presumably, her mood was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. Perhaps she already wanted to butcher Peak Master Morong and chew on her flesh and her heart. "Today, it is this old woman's disciple who has disturbed everyone," Granny Witch said aloofly. "This old woman apologizes to everyone here. Let's go." Setting aside Chi that oddball, the beautiful woman in plain white clothes with only a small beaded flower in her hair behind the old woman was quite different from the red and green senior sisters around her. Her expression was serene, and her eyes were downcast. Occasionally, she would raise her head and look at everyone with a trace of benevolence. This was truly a little white flower that grew out of the mud without being stained. Everyone silently said this in their minds and looked at Miss Chi sympathetically. What a pity. A proper girl from a decent family had to follow a group of Coitus Valley witches in and out. Sigh, it truly made one's heart ache. Wait. Morongsun's voice immediately made Xianxia Valley's valley master, Luo Jinyang, jump in fright. He hastily walked up and said with an apologetic smile, "Peak Master Morong, look, it's quite late now. Can we talk about our business tomorrow?" Morongsun glared at this good-natured valley master and waved her hand. "I don't have any other intentions. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, you can leave if you want. However, I don't know which idiot kicked down my front door, so it has to be fixed immediately. Otherwise, no one will be able to sleep. Fix it." All the holy water sect disciples angrily rebuked in unison. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master, this kind old man, hurriedly nodded his head repeatedly. All right, all right, all right. I will immediately send someone to repair this courtyard door. I guarantee that it will be repaired immediately. Morong Sun glanced at this miserable valley master and harumphed. She quietly grumbled, "You're such a busybody." She even wanted the old witch to personally fix the door for her. This good-natured valley master was like a firefighter all day long. Wherever there was a fire, he would pour water on it. The valley master thought to himself, I also don't want to. Who knew that you 3 sects and 5 factions would attack me the moment you see me, and you'd go even further each time. Granny Witch led the group of Coitus sect disciples away resentfully. She was very displeased that she was unable to take Morong Sun and the others down a notch today. Before parting, that Miss Chi Mei's gaze kept roving over each of the youths. She was reluctant to part with them and found it difficult to tear her gaze away from Mo Lian. The little stoic suddenly raised her arm. While everyone's mouths twitched, a crowgold arrow pierced through the air and shot straight for Chi Mei's shifty eyes. When Chi Mei saw the arrow flying towards her, her soft waist immediately leaned backwards. With a sound, the black gold arrow flew past her face at a high speed. What are you doing? Chi Mei had just straightened her body and was about to curse when she heard another terrifying sound coming from the back of her head. Her slender waist was abruptly grabbed by Granny Witch, and her entire body floated a step to the left. She looked on helplessly as the black gold arrow that she had dodged turned around and shot towards her from the back of her head. If it weren't for Master saving her just now, her head would have been pierced by the crowgold arrow, and her life would have been forfeit. When she thought of this, Chi Mei's entire body started trembling, and her venomous eyes looked at the expressionless Arbor who was withdrawing his crowgold arrow. You. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master was simply speechless. He started to regret it. Why did he agree to the 3 sects and 5 factions back then and allow this lousy competition to be held in his valley? Woo-woo, he was a good old man who couldn't refuse other people's requests. He was always smiling all day and was persuaded to nod with just a few words. If he could have stuck to his principles back then and not allowed them to hold this event in the valley, he could have avoided so much trouble from quarreling with each other. Woo-woo. Little girl, you're so young, but your heart is so vicious. Granny Witch frowned and sneered. As expected of a disciple taught by Morong Sun, you're so vicious. Thank you for the compliment. Morong Sun tugged at her lips. D***MN girl. How could Chi Mei tolerate this? She angrily pointed at Arbor and shouted, Why are you so vicious? The little stoic glanced at her and dryly said, Don't stare at me like that. I'll kill people. Everyone, PFT. Wei Nanfeng really couldn't hold back his laughter. Duan Yu and Situ Yi, who were standing behind the little stoic, couldn't help but rub their foreheads. Little junior sister, aren't you thinking too much of yourself? She wasn't even looking at you. Chi Mei was so angry that her face turned red and green. She glared at her and shouted angrily, Who's looking at you? You. The little stoic said matter-of-factly and stretched out 2 fingers to indicate the direction of their gazes. You've been staring at me since just now. I don't like the look in your eyes. And your eyes are too ugly. You're drawing like a female ghost. It's better if you don't come out to scare people at night. Not to mention Wei Nanfeng, this idiot, who was unable to control himself from laughing. Everyone else present, including Bailey Shi, who was usually expressionless, couldn't help but twitch their eyebrows when they heard this. Mo Lian, who had been speechless all this while, suddenly lowered her head to look at the little fellow's serious expression. Well, this baby of his was very serious. She really felt that the joyous Union Valley disciple had been looking at her. For some reason, when everyone saw their little junior sister's serious stoic face, they couldn't help but roar with laughter. Morong Sun's mouth twitched, and she lightly coughed to remind the holy water sect disciples who wanted to join the crowd in roaring with laughter. Your little junior sister is still young, so don't laugh at her. Arbor was baffled and looked up at Mo Lian. Although she lived to the age of 26 in her previous life, she had never experienced any love affairs. She had toiled for half her life, constantly striving and working hard her entire life. At the time, her mother passed away, and her younger brother was only 2 years old. Her father was instigated by her stepmother to bring their family to the Chow family's main residence in Guanlan City. In the beginning, they couldn't enter the Chow family at all and were arranged to live in a small, dilapidated courtyard outside the Chow family's main residence. It wasn't until Arbor was 16 years old that her family suffered the Chow family's disdain. She was called trash until she was 16 years old, and her situation only improved after she awakened her mystic meridians. At the time, everyone thought that since she was already over 15 years old, it was impossible for her to successfully awaken her mystic meridians in this lifetime. However, she held back her energy from beginning to end. After she was 16 years old, she suddenly awakened her mystic meridians on her own one day, causing quite a stir in the Chow family at the time. After all, her situation was considered rather special. After that, even though she successfully awakened her mystic meridians, she still didn't dare to relax. At the time, she thought that since she was stupid, she had to work even harder than others. Thus, she actively participated in all kinds of missions to earn living expenses and continuously train herself in battle. She wanted to improve herself like crazy. She had walked out of danger after mission and joined a very ordinary team. Their team wasn't like other teams, which were all made up of mystic cultivators and superhumans. They didn't even care about body cultivator teams. There were even normal people in Arbor's team. The team of nearly 20 people was made up of mystic cultivators, body cultivators, superhumans, and normal people. Every time they went on a mission, everyone would do their best to help each other and try their best to survive in a vile environment. It wasn't until the second year of the mission that she broke down and cried bitterly for the first time when she saw her younger sister Xiaolin's tattered corpse in the wilderness that she cried bitterly. Even though she was called trash and good for nothing for so many years and received constant disdain from the main family, she never cried. But at that time, Xiaolin's body was truly too tragic. She couldn't hold back her tears, and they rolled down her face. She only remembered kneeling beside Xiaolin's tattered corpse and tightly gripping the doll she had given her back then, sobbing uncontrollably. Ever since Xiaolin was sent away, she secretly ran to the wealthy Dou family and visited Xiaolin a few times. She even gave her some food and a doll. The doll was embroidered for her by her mother when she was young. Later on, she gave it to Xiaolin. In her previous life, until Xiaolin's death, she didn't dare to tell Xiaolin that she was her older sister. When they met again, she saw her sister's pitiful corpse. At that time, she had been piecing Xiaolin's broken body together piece by piece as if she had gone crazy. She wanted to complete her body so that she could at least leave in one piece. But she couldn't even do that. Xiaolin's body had been left in the forest for too long and had long been gnawed on by wild dogs. She fought madly with the wild dogs and killed them all. Then she held her poor sister and wept uncontrollably. Later on, she realized that just crying was useless. What could crying do? Other than being able to vent his emotions, there was nothing else he could do. 3 years later, his teammates were eliminated one by one in the harsh environment. In the end, only she and Fan Xiuhe were left. Fan Xiuhe. When Arbor recited this name in her heart, her snowy eyes instantly filled with dark clouds. She thought she could forget, but reality proved that no matter how hard it was to recall the past, this name was still carved like a sharp blade, landing in the depths of her heart. Fan Xiuhe was a very gentle man. He was 8 years older than Arbor, and he always maintained the appearance of a smiling big brother. He was the eldest son of Guanlan City's Fan family. His birth was very noble, but he was easy to get along with. He was cultured and refined, a very good person. In the team, Fan Xiuhe had always been the leader. He had led everyone out of difficult situations many times, making everyone maintain a reverent attitude toward him. In her last life, Arbor was one of the few people that he had sincerely befriended. Friend. If the others could only be considered Arbor's teammates, then this one could definitely be considered a teammate and a good friend. After the two of them got to know each other better, Arbor was quite dependent on this good friend. His trust in her also deepened day by day, to the point that he was willing to give up his life for her. However, it was this kind of man who always had a gentle smile on his lips. This was the friend that she valued the most in her last life. When only the two of them were left, he gave her the most fatal blow. For 2 years, she had been locked up in the dark room that he had carefully prepared for her. She watched as this good friend of hers, whom she had trusted in the past, knocked on her body all day long, studying her inner world. This person had always said one sentence: "It's really strange, Arbor. Why is it that your cultivation is clearly much lower than mine, but your inner world is bigger than mine? Your mystic sense is really strange when compared to other people's. Can you seriously tell me why? I'm a person with an apparition of mystic sense. You can't lie to me. This is all thanks to the apparition of mystic sense. You have secrets on you, Arbor, don't you? Please tell me. I'll be very grateful." So funny. If she was a sensible person, she wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation. She didn't know anything, only a silly girl who didn't know anything would be deceived into such a situation. Jojo. She felt her body become light. She was actually picked up by that guy, Mo Lien, in front of everyone's eyes. She stared at him with her big, dark eyes, staring straight at him. "You're in a daze, my Jojo," Mo Lien frowned and said softly, "Your expression makes me uncomfortable." It was as if there were countless thoughts hidden within, and it was so heavy that it made one feel uncomfortable. "You must be tired after messing around for most of the night. Ciao ciao, let's go to sleep." Mo Lien simply picked up the little lady horizontally and turned around to stride towards her room. Everyone was speechless. Behind him, Morongson fumed with rage and hollered, "D*mn brat, you're really pushing your luck more and more." What did that chicken claw girl mean? Xiao Mu's puzzled voice rang out. Could it be that she wasn't looking at me? Everyone was speechless. She was just used to walking with her fingers curled up like an orchid, but you called it a chicken claw. How embarrassing. She's looking. She's looking at you. Mo Lien said with a smile. My Jojo is the best. That's right. Arbor nodded, thinking that the youth was very correct. She knew her taste was right. That gaze was clearly directed at her. That despicable woman actually dared to use such a disgusting gaze to stare at her. The arrow she shot at her just now was still too light. Today, I'll continue to update 8 chapters, a bit later. The next morning, Myriad Faction's faction master, Fei Pingyi, also rushed over with his son, Fei Qing. Xisha Valley's valley master thought that the 3 sects and 5 factions had all arrived, so he gathered everyone to discuss and advance the competition. Everyone actually understood the valley master's feelings very well and sympathized with him. He really wanted to send them, this batch of plague gods, away as soon as possible. Hurry up and finish the competition and scram. Don't cause trouble in Xisha Valley. Who knew? I am Zhou Chao. 2 days ago, I received faction master's notice that our myriad faction still needs to wait for Eldest Miss to join up. Eldest Miss and her group are estimated to arrive the day after tomorrow. A myriad faction disciple in his early 20s spoke somewhat uneasily in front of so many people from the 3 sects and 4 factions. Heh. Granny Witch laughed crisply. Her wrinkled old face was full of disdain. Ningguelai, this coward, procrastinates every time he does something. He wants to be a good person yet doesn't want to offend either side. How can there be such a good thing? Isn't that so? Myriad Faction's faction master, Fei Pingyi, was over 50 years old. He had a long, thin, and narrow horse-like face, and his small eyes were slightly narrowed as he sneered, if we had decided to have eldest Miss Ning participate in the competition from the start, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Humph. Granny Witch snorted. Forget it, we don't mind waiting 2 more days. Thank you for your understanding, seniors. The Wanxiang sect disciple wiped his sweat and respectfully bowed to the group. Myriad Faction's faction master, Ningguelai's second brother, Ningguedong, sat in the Myriad Faction's group, not daring to let out a fart. How would he dare to oppose Granny Witch and Fei Pingyi? His petty appearance was not as natural and unrestrained as that young disciple, Zhou Chao, and was very disdainful of him. We don't mind. It's only the 7th of August anyway, and there's still a long time before the scheduled 14th of August. It's fine as long as eldest Miss Ning arrives on time. Daybreak Sect's faction master, Liang Wanshan, said with a wave of his hand with a bright smile on his square face. This was Daybreak Sect's faction master, Liang Wanshan. It was the sect master that her father had always talked about. After her father was expelled from Daybreak Sect, he still held this sect master in high esteem. Looking at him now, Liang Wanshan could be considered a straightforward person. Qiao Zhongbang wasn't Liang Wanshan's disciple back then. His master was an elder in the sect. Arbor had once deliberately found time to ask about his father's past and had a chat with him. He learned that his father's master was called Wei Qing and was a very cold-hearted person, which was why he mercilessly expelled his father from Daybreak sect after his father's mystic veins were damaged. As for the person who framed Xiao Zhongbang, Arbor also knew his name. That person was called Mu Liangde, and he entered Daybreak sect at the same time as her father. They were once best friends and lived in the same room, eating and living together. But it was precisely this fellow disciple and good friend of Qiao Zhongbang's, who he didn't guard against at all, who had actually secretly plotted against him. He put a slow-acting poison in his tea and fed it to Qiao Zhongbang every day and night. Over time, the poison accumulated in his body and completely destroyed his mystic veins. If it weren't for the sapling's leaves helping her father sense mystic energy anew and reconstruct his mystic veins, Qiao Zhongbang would have completely become a cripple in this lifetime and would never be able to recover his identity as a mystic cultivator. Xisha Valley's Valley Master Luo Jinyang's eyelids suddenly twitched when he saw Miss Qiao staring fixedly at Daybreak Sect's faction master Liang Wanshan. Cough. Valley Master Luo hastily said, since no one has any objections, then let's wait for eldest Miss Ning for another 2 days. Once eldest Miss Ning arrives, the competition can be held in advance. The Omni faction disciple, Zhou Chao, didn't respond, but Liang Wanshan continued, then let's wait until eldest Miss Ning arrives. At that time, eldest Miss Ning will be fatigued from the long journey, so she will certainly need to rest for 1 or 2 days. Valley Master, the competition isn't urgent. His words were indeed reasonable. The Omni faction disciple, Zhou Chao, cupped his hands at Liang Wanshan and revealed an expression of endless gratitude. The Valley Master's eagerness to finish the competition as quickly as possible and immediately chase them out was evident. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to sense it. Xisha Valley's Valley Master, Luo Jinyang, laughed awkwardly and sighed unhappily in his heart. This group of plagues still had to stay here for a few more days. Hopefully, they wouldn't cause any more trouble for him during these few days. He kept feeling that he had rapidly aged in merely a few days, and many strands of white hair had sprouted. It was all because of the 3 sects and 5 factions' worries. Sect Master Liang, does your sect have a disciple named Mu Liangde? Arbor suddenly asked, her eyes still staring unblinkingly at Sect Master Liang Wanshan. Liang Wanshan had long discovered that this holy water sect girl had been staring at him. Yesterday, when he and the Heavenly Dao sect master, Situ Min, paid a visit to the 3 peak masters, he had noticed that this chilly little girl had been staring at him without blinking. Sect Master Liang was adept at handling matters and had already secretly ordered people to investigate. He found out that this little girl was the Holy Water sect's youngest disciple and also Peak Master Lorong's most beloved last disciple. Normally, as long as no one provoked the little girl, she would speak very politely. Liang Wanshan smiled at Arbor and said with a nod, there is indeed a person named Mu Liangde. Is Miss acquainted with him? Liangde, please stand up. All the disciples were seated behind their own sect or clan master. The 3 sects and 5 factions basically had around 30 disciples in each group. Fortunately, Xisha Cloud Valley's conference hall was quite large and was packed to the brim. When Mu Liangde of the Daybreak sect heard the sect master's call, he respectfully stood up. Wearing the Daybreak sect's unique white robe, he was over 30 years old, but his face was fair and beardless. His appearance was handsome, and his posture was confident and at ease. The moment he stood up, he attracted the coquettish glances of the Coitus sect's female disciples. Mu Liangde smiled at the young lady. May I know who you are? Liangde doesn't seem to have seen you before. The little girl nodded and said seriously, it's good that you don't know me. In the first round of the competition, I challenge you. You just have to remember that I am someone who is about to beat you to death. Everyone was speechless. The corner of Xisha Valley's Valley Master's mouth kept twitching. He had just been silently praying in his heart that the 3 sects and 5 factions should not cause any trouble for the next 2 days, and now, trouble had come again. Mu Liangde did not get angry and actually smiled very confidently. He said humbly and courteously, since Miss wants to challenge me, Then I can only accompany you. However, whether the first round of the competition is between you and me is still subject to discussion. When Arbor stood up, everyone's mouths involuntarily twitched. Arbor turned his small face and looked at Xianxia Cloud Valley's Valley Master Luo Jinyang, who had turned his head away. Good person Valley Master, I want to challenge Mu Liangda in the first round. Is that alright? The good person Valley Master really wanted to cry. Call this little girl savage, but look at her soft and squishy little thing, she was more fair and adorable than anyone else. Call her indecent. She was more serious and expressionless than anyone else. Every sentence she said sounded quite serious when separated, but it was extremely hilarious when strung together. She even said, I'm someone who's about to beat you to death. These words were truly hilarious. We still have to draw lots according to the order of the competition. This way, it's fairer for everyone. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master gave the excuse he had thought of long ago. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the little girl's slender brows furrow into a knot. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master was distressed, so he quickly smiled kindly at the little girl. However, little girl, don't be impatient. Even if you didn't draw Mu Liangda in the first round, it doesn't mean you won't draw him every time. Mu Liangda. What's going on? He felt like Xianxia Valley's Valley Master spoke as if he was a prize. Draw or not draw? If you draw, you'll get the grand prize. If you don't be discouraged and continue to draw. Then will the results of the draw be announced? Will the name of the person who draws the number plate for Mu Liangda's match be announced? The little girl seemed to be especially reasonable today as she continued to interrogate good-naturedly. The Valley Master instantly felt that the little girl was giving him face, so he nodded cheerfully. That's right, that's right. All the names of the competitors will be announced one day in advance. I will have the Valley disciples prepare them then. Okay. Our dear Xiaomu didn't say anything else and sat down obediently. Only the disciples of the 3 sects and 5 factions kept feeling some kind of energy faintly lingering above their heads. Something was wrong. There was something wrong with the little girl's style today. Shouldn't she immediately berate Mu Liangda? Why did they feel so strange when she suddenly asked the Valley Master if they would announce some sort of name list? However, Mu Liangda was oblivious to the impending calamity and smiled coolly. He lifted his white robe and sat down with a ramrod-straight posture. When he sensed a gaze, he turned his head and met Duanyu's eyes. Mu Liangda naturally did not dare to slight this sect master's eldest personal disciple. He nodded at Duanyu with a smile, but he was very puzzled as to why the other party was shooting him a meaningful gaze. When the Valley Master saw that everyone had reached a preliminary agreement, his tense mood finally eased a little. He laughed and said to everyone, since we still have to wait for 2 more days, then everyone can do as you please during these 2 days. If you want to leave the valley for a walk, that's fine. If you want to cultivate in seclusion, you'll have to hurry. The meaning behind the Valley Master's words was, whether you scram or go into seclusion, in short, please don't cause trouble in Xianxia Valley. Everyone pretended that they didn't understand what the Valley Master meant. They all nodded with a smile and followed the people from their respective sects back to their residences. For the next 2 days, the Valley Master felt very comforted. The people of the 3 sects and 5 factions all closed their doors and rested in their own courtyards. Every time Xianxia Valley's disciples went to deliver food, they would always bring back news of peace and tranquility to the Valley Master, causing the Valley Master's nerves, which had been stretched taut for 2 days, to finally relax slightly. That night, Ning Bihuan finally arrived at Xianxia Valley with a team of more than 20 people led by her. In view of everyone's excellent performance these days, the Valley Master planned to treat everyone to a small banquet out of his own pocket as a welcome dinner for everyone. When everyone arrived, Ning Bihuan's group was already there. Eldest Miss Ning led her people and boldly sat at the main table in the center. The remaining Omni-faction disciples surrounded Ning Bihuan's table and also took up 2 or 3 tables. The small feast was set up next to the flowery pavilion in the valley. There were a total of 26 tables, and the dishes could be considered very sumptuous. Xianxia Valley had always lived in seclusion, so there was quite a bit of grain stored in the valley. It was rare for them to be able to have a good meal, so the Holy Water sect disciples hurried over early, planning to occupy a good seat. In the end, they saw Ning Bihuan's corpse-like face staring gloomily at them. To be more precise, Ning Bihuan's stiff and cold corpse-like face was facing Imo Lian. Her serene eyes unwaveringly stared at the youth in front of her. She almost instantly recognized this youth as the person who had appeared in her younger sister's remnant life lamp. Her deep gaze stared straight at the youth, but she didn't receive the slightest response. The youth's gentle gaze landed on the little girl beside him the entire time, so how could he notice Ning Bihuan's gaze? The little girl had changed into a pink robe today. The little fellow, who always wore plain clothes, appeared even more pinkish and tender after changing into a small robe, as if she was carved from jade. Imo Lian didn't notice Ning Bihuan's overbearing gaze, but the little fellow caught it at once. At this time, Ning Bihuan's gaze had already shifted to the little girl. When Arbor clearly saw Ning Bihuan's appearance, she couldn't help but be taken aback. This girl seemed a bit familiar. Her face was oval, and her willowy eyebrows were slightly curved to her temples. She wore a cyan robe, and her entire person appeared to be in high spirits. Ning Bihuan saw her somewhat bewildered appearance and knew that she had already forgotten about her idiotic younger sister, Ning Bifan. It wasn't that she cared much about that idiot. She just didn't like people directly climbing over their Omni-faction's head to behave atrociously. She, the one surnamed Ning, wasn't that easy to talk to. Ning Bihuan curled her lips and looked straight at the little girl. Do you feel that my face is a bit familiar? Half a month ago, you killed someone in the adventurer base near the Great Swamp. She had the same face as me. That girl was my twin sister, Ning Bifan. Realization dawned on Arbor's face. He nodded at Ning Bihuan and said, I remember now. It's that woman who put her face in front of me and kept telling me to hit her. After I hit her, she asked me why I dared to hit her. She's such a strange person. The senior sisters of the Holy Water sect didn't understand the reason, but they could understand how hilarious it was when they heard the little fellow's explanation. Ning Bihuan naturally didn't know that such a thing had happened at the adventurer's base, but she had always understood the extent of her brainless younger sister's stupidity. She didn't doubt the young lady's words. Are you here to avenge your sister? Arbor looked at her and asked. Ning Bihuan sneered, do I look like such a bored person? If an idiot dies, then so be it. I'm here to challenge him. Ning Bihuan's finger pointed straight at the youth Imo Lian. A bellicose flame danced in her eyes. You're very strong. Youth. I want to challenge you. When the people from the Daybreak sect, the Heavenly Tao sect, and the other 4 factions came over, they just happened to see Ning Bihuan pointing at Imo Lian and issuing a challenge. Everyone couldn't help but fall silent. The competition hadn't started yet, but there were already people issuing challenges one after another. Young Master Imo isn't a member of our Holy Water sect. He only came to watch the competition. Xianxia coldly rejected Ning Bihuan's challenge. Ning Bihuan, your opponent is us. Don't get the wrong opponent. Ning Bihuan pursed her lips non-committally and stood up to look straight at Arbor. Alright then. After the competition ends, I hope to battle with young Master Imo and see who's better. Arbor was baffled. Miss Ning, why are you staring at me? Why are you staring at me when you want to challenge young Master Imo? Am I not young Master Imo? Ning Bihuan was also a bit gloomy. She originally didn't come to seek justice for her idiotic younger sister. From beginning to end, she was willing to participate in this competition with only one goal, to not let anyone bully her Omni-faction and tell anyone from the 3 sects and 5 factions that her Omni-faction couldn't be bullied. In addition, she wanted to challenge the white-clothed young master. She saw that powerful youth in the miniature of her younger sister's life lantern, and this youth practically ignited all the fighting blood in her body at that time. She wanted to fight. She was a person who lived for the sake of fighting. Hello, stoic-faced miss. Do you think I want to look at you while speaking? In reality, that young Master Imo of yours didn't even spare a glance at other people out of the corner of his eye from beginning to end. She only spoke to Arbor because she had no other choice. Imo Lian, someone wants to challenge you. The little girl tugged at his sleeve. I'm not free. Imo Lian held the little girl's small hand and followed the Holy Water sect group to take their seats. You'll definitely accept my challenge. Ning Bihuan stood up and stared darkly at Imo Lian. She threw down this sentence with a stern face, but the latter completely threw it to the back of her mind. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master hurried over after hearing the news. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw that the 3 sects and 5 factions were all present and were chatting softly, clinking cups, drinking wine, and eating. He had just received news that eldest Miss Ning had quarreled with the Holy Water sect disciples, so he thought that this group of young ladies would turn the entire banquet upside down again. Unexpectedly, the scene he saw was so harmonious. It truly surprised and delighted the Valley Master, and he almost wanted to shed a tear for himself. It truly wasn't easy to be a competent peacemaker. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone was 80% full. On a whim, Xianxia Valley's Valley Master ordered someone to bring over the lot pot and said to everyone with a chuckle, "Seeing that everyone from the 3 sects and 5 factions has gathered, I might as well bring forward the competition. If eldest Miss Ning doesn't have any objections, how about we set the competition for the day after tomorrow?" Ning Bihuan waved her hand, a stiff smile hanging on her stiff little face. "We martial artists aren't that particular. The day after tomorrow is the day after tomorrow, it's up to you." Miss Ning is truly straightforward. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master was overjoyed. "Dear ancestors, hurry up and finish the competition and scram." After the Valley Master signaled with his eyes, Xianxia Valley's disciples hastily carried the 8 bamboo tubes to the disciples of the 3 sects and 5 factions. "There are 120 pairs of numbers here. If you draw the corresponding number, go to our disciples and register." The Valley Master explained with a smile, then let all the disciples of the 3 sects and 5 factions draw lots. In any case, it was all up to luck, so no one paid much attention to it. One by one, they reached into the lot pot and took out a lot. 2 Xianxia Valley disciples sat on the side to register the lot and name. Our dear Qiao Mu abruptly stood up and pattered over to Daybreak Sect's table. Duan Yu immediately turned around in excitement, and his peach blossom eyes blinked as he asked, "Jojo, you were looking for me?" "I'm not looking for you." Arbor shook her head and looked at Mu Liangda, who was sitting at the same table as Duan Yu. Mu Liangda stood up and smiled at the little girl in a self-righteous manner. He asked amiably, "Little miss, you're looking for me again?" Duan Yu pursed his lips at him, "Who's looking for you?" "The little girl is looking for you to beat you to death." She's looking for you." Arbor nodded. "What's your number?" "This one is number 82. Mu Liangda looked at the number in his hand and smiled good-naturedly at Arbor. He wasn't afraid of this little girl. Even if the little fellow said she wanted to beat him to death on the day of the competition, he would only treat it as a joke. What a joke! This little girl even shamelessly boasted that she wanted to beat him to death in the first round of the competition, ha ha ha. It was hilarious just thinking about it. She really was a little girl spoiled rotten by her elders. It wasn't a good thing to go out and gain experience with such blind confidence. She would be killed by her own arrogance and stupidity. That's right, he just didn't believe that he, Mu Liangda, could be defeated by a little girl with his skills. Haha, don't joke around, he wasn't a simple mystic cultivator. Everyone in the sect knew of his abilities. Even his master, Wei Qing, had to take his identity into consideration and flatter him a lot of times. "Jojo." Duan Yu pulled her aside and whispered to her, "This Mu Liangda is famous in the sect for being a smiling tiger. I heard that he has some connections with Guanlon City's talisman patrician family. He seems to be from a side branch of that family. He has many powerful talismans in his possession." As he spoke, he stuffed a small box of concealed weapons into her hand. "If you really fight him, don't let him throw talismans. Feed him a bunch of shooting stars first and beat him to death." "Talisman practitioner?" The little fellow was startled, but she took the box that Duan Yu stuffed into her hand and nodded repeatedly. "Number 82 was it?" She first ran back to her own table and browsed through all the senior sisters' hands. There was no number 82. Then she ran to Situyi's table and had him check if anyone in the Heavenly Dao sect had that D*MN number 82. "Jojo, do you really want this number 82? Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but tease, "Then what if the person holding number 82 isn't willing to exchange with you? For example, if you picked a lot, your opponent would be stronger. Naturally, others wouldn't be willing to trade with you." Qiaomu cast him a glance, and her small brows creased deeply again. "Troublesome. There's no 82. Situi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he returned after asking around. Arbor was a little angry. He turned around and glanced at Bailey Shi, who was sitting in the purple firmament faction seat. He frowned and thought for a while, then ran over on his own. Do you have 82? The little fellow poked Bailey Shi's arm and stared at him. Bailey Shi glanced at her and did not refuse. However, when he went to ask his fellow disciples, there was a trace of helplessness in his eyes. His hard work paid off, and he finally got the answer from Bailey Shi. The holder of lot number 82 was a 15 or 16-year-old young girl from the Violet Firmament Guild. Her face was round like a delicate red apple. Miss Chow looked down at her lot number. I'm number 53. Are you willing to exchange with me? Sure, it's not registered anyway. Yuan Jixin, the girl who picked up lot number 82, very straightforwardly handed over the lot number in her hand. In fact, the Valley Master had long seen everything. Cough, cough, this was clearly blatant cheating. Why didn't anyone stop them? And so many shameless people even popped out to support them. Valley Master expressed that he was very stifled. Seeing them act so openly, he could only choose to be blind. Thank you. The little girl thanked him politely, took the number from the other party, and handed her number 53 to the other party. Then she added, if you can't beat that number 53, I'll help you beat him back later. I'll help you vent your anger. Yuan Jixin giggled. Number 53 took that number and glanced at it, silently speechless. Bailey Shi's mouth twitched helplessly. Miss Chow, number 53 is standing next to you. HM? What a coincidence. The little girl turned her head and saw the face of an ordinary passerby. Number 53 was also a Purple Firmament faction disciple, but he was considered one of the weaker ones among the many senior brothers and sisters. So when the little girl's gaze shot over, number 53 hurriedly raised his hands and said in exasperation, Don't worry, little girl. I definitely can't beat senior sister Yuan Jixin. Once senior sister makes a move, it'll only be a matter of 2 or 3 moves, and I'll immediately roll off the stage. This joker, everyone laughed and scolded. Yet the little fellow heaved a sigh of relief and returned to her table after bidding farewell to Bailey Shi and the others. Seeing her return, Mo Lian couldn't help but chuckle softly. The little fellow finally got her wish after busying herself for a round, but why was it so interesting? Mo Lian propped up his chin with one hand and turned his head to look at her with an uncontrollable smile. If that girl with number 82 isn't willing to exchange with you, what do you plan to do? Our dear Xiaomu was expressionless, but her 2 small brows furrowed again. That Miss Yuan is pretty good. She's not a man, so I can only drop it. Everyone was a mystic cultivator, and Mo Lian and Arbor's conversation wasn't low. The youths and youths at the nearby tables all heard it, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes when they heard this. What did she mean? So what if he was a man? Men were discriminated against, right? Wei Nanfeng chuckled as he squeezed over with a wine jug in his hand. If number 82 is a man and he's unwilling to exchange with you, from your tone, you plan to beat him up overnight and directly snatch away the number? Our dear Xiaomu nodded honestly. It couldn't be helped. She planned to do that from the start. However, number 82 was a girl, so it was better to be more refined. PFT Wei Nanfeng winked at Mo Lian and said meaningfully, I feel that this little lady is even more mischievous than you were. She needs to be taught. When Morongsun heard this, she immediately shielded her. What? You have an opinion? I teach my disciple too well. Wei Nanfeng hurriedly flattered, indeed, indeed. Peak Master Morong, this disciple has misspoken. Humph. Morongsun rolled her eyes at him and reached out to pick up food for her youngest disciple. My dear disciple, you were busy the entire night and didn't eat much. Here, eat more. Your body is still growing. Peak tt eat morong ti chow ti eat teas to eat teat. Ti chow tt after a short while, the small plates were piled up into a small hill. Come, Jojo, eat more. Mo Lian placed the chopsticks in her hand and looked at her with a grin. You'll only have the strength to beat people when you're full. Everyone, young Master Mo's style was off. If Huifeng was here, he would definitely chuckle and say, sorry, His Highness has always treated the little girl like this. 2 days later. Everyone had recuperated until they were abnormally full of energy. One team after another set out to the northern part of Xianxia Valley, which was an extremely spacious field. The forest here wasn't as lush, so the valley master had long made preparations. He ordered people to set up a large stage and also set up many seats for everyone. The 10 or so silk seats in the front row were naturally prepared for the sect masters and elders of the various sections. The disciples each sat on a row of small square stools in the back row. Some extremely bored people even prepared their own tea and snacks, intending to eat while watching the show. The valley master set up a gong on the side in imitation. A male disciple of Xianxia Valley tied a red ribbon around his head and held a gong hammer with a fluttering red ribbon in his hand. The valley master had just sat down at the head seat in the center and exchanged pleasantries with the peak masters and sect masters beside him with a smile on his face. Just as he was about to announce the rules and call out the numbers, he heard the gong ring with a clang. Everyone, the freaking valley master should be feeling very depressed right now. He hadn't even started calling out the numbers, yet that idiot disciple had already started ringing the gong. Xianxia Valley's valley master turned his head to glare at that idiot disciple from afar. That disciple stood there with an innocent expression and smiled foolishly at him while holding the gong hammer. I'll first announce the rules. We'll proceed according to the order of the lots. As long as one side concedes defeat, the competition will end. If you can still fight without admitting defeat, then continue fighting. We're all members of the 3 sects and 5 factions, so it's best if we don't overdo it. Xianxia Valley's valley master laughed. Alright, now, let's invite number 1 onto the stage. The competition begins. Everyone looked towards that young disciple holding the gong hammer. That idiot didn't hit the gong when it was supposed to and kept staring at the valley master as if waiting for his order. The valley master waited for a long time but didn't hear the gong ring. He turned his head to glare at that disciple and roared angrily, "Why don't you hit it?" Pfft! Everyone roared with laughter. With a clang from the gong, the 2 disciples number 1 flew onto the stage with vigorous postures and started exchanging blows without another word. When mystic cultivators battled, the strength of mystic energy was to a large extent. At this time, mystic cultivators had yet to realize the importance of mystic consciousness, so they could only see mystic energy flying back and forth and smashing directly at the other party. Arbor took a cursory glance at the mystic skills used by these 2 mystic cultivators and could roughly determine that they were mid-level mystic skills. Most of the mystic skills that were circulating in the market were elementary mystic skills. For people like them who had joined a sect, being able to cultivate intermediate mystic skills was already considered pretty good. Only Master's personal disciples, those kind of disciples with decent talent, would be able to practice the sect's high-level profound skills, and even be able to go to the treasure pavilion to browse the higher-level ones. In a battle of profound skills, when a high-grade profound skill went up against a mid-grade profound skill, needless to say, the high-grade profound skill would definitely have the upper hand. However, the 2 people in front of him were displaying mid-grade profound skills, so it would depend on their comprehension of the profound skills. After a smart person finished reading the profound skill, not only would he be able to completely comprehend it, he would even be able to comprehend some more profound skills based on this foundation. However, it was clear that these 2 people weren't particularly intelligent, so their mystic skills were displayed in accordance with the norm. One trained his hands, while the other cultivated a mystic skill that trained his head. Therefore, when the other party clawed at him, that person always liked to use his head to block it. This made our dear Xiaomu laugh in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Number 2. Holy Water Sect's disciple Xianxia vs. Ghost Faction's disciple Pengzhang. The Valley Master picked up the number plate beside him and announced. Today's 30 update is over, so I have to go massage my neck. If nothing unexpected happens this week, I will maintain 10 updates. Accumulated silver. The Xianxia Valley disciple forcefully struck the gong. Clang. After the gong sounded, Xianxia and the Ghost Faction disciple, Pengzhang, flew onto the stage and cupped their fists in greeting. A venomous glint flashed through the Ghost Faction disciple's eyes, and his gaze subconsciously landed on his junior sister. Chowen's senior brother will definitely avenge you today, junior sister. Everyone from the Holy Water Sect deserves to die. If it weren't for you guys, how could his junior sister, Choan, be such a strong-willed girl, submit herself to that ugly and sickly old man. Peng Zhang pulled out an item as thin as an iron wire. This was his level 7 mystic weapon, Mystic Spider Silk. It was incomparably sharp and also extremely good at concealment. Usually, only when the mystic spider silk was right in front of the enemy's eyes would they be startled to realize that it had slit their throats. Peng Zhang took out his mystic weapon right off the bat. He had made up his mind to make Xianxia bleed on the spot within 3 moves. Xianxia sneered and suddenly summoned her exquisite all from her conscious with a shake of her hand. The exquisite all was triangular, so the sharpness of its tip was definitely stronger than the mystic spider silk. Moreover, this awl also had a wondrous use, which was that the awl head could suddenly lengthen. Only when the enemy died would they realize this point. This level 9 mystic weapon was a treasure she had dug out from Maple Pavilion. It was quite handy, and she normally wouldn't take it out to use unless it was an important situation. But now, since the other party had also taken out a mystic weapon, could it be that she had to passively take a beating? Humph. None of the Holy Water Sect's members were afraid of trouble. Peng Zhang channeled mystic energy into his hands and covered the mystic spider silk. He took a step forward and directly swiped it at Xianxia's neck. When this move was used, Lu Yan's eyes turned completely gloomy. This ghost faction disciple clearly wanted to take her disciple's life from the start. Doya nervously clenched her hands. Although she didn't make a sound, her large, watery eyes clearly revealed her anxiety. Xianxia fell backward on her back and suddenly threw out the exquisite awl in her hand. Upon closer inspection, the awl's tip collided with the mystic spider silk, and it actually created a tiny spark. Xianxia's body turned upside down and quickly kicked out twice. Borrowing the force of the kick, she flipped over and landed steadily on the ground with a backflip. The exquisite awl once again returned to her hand, and a ray of profound energy light burst out from the sharp awl, sweeping out an arc-shaped energy ripple as it charged straight at Peng Zhang. Peng Zhang repeatedly took a few steps back, and he was barely able to stand firm when he felt a sweetness in his throat, causing him to fiercely swallow down a strand of surging blood. In the depths of his eyes, which were covered by the grey cloth, there was a hint of killing intent. Come out, thousand-faced venomous spider. A trace of viciousness flashed across Peng Zhang's eyes. Holy Water Sect disciple, you forced me. If it weren't for the fact that you were so insensible and refused to be executed obediently, why would I summon the thousand-faced venomous spider? This time, you're the one who brought this upon yourself, and you're going to die a miserable death. Don't blame others. Peng Zhang grinned and pointed at Xianxia. Poison spider, this is your lunch. Go. Hiss. The thousand-faced venomous spider waved its 8 long legs and crawled towards Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia's expression froze, and she hastily released her level 9 mystic beast, the silver wolf. When the silver wolf charged towards the thousand-faced venomous spider, Xianxia also swiftly dashed towards Peng Zhang. Substantial killing intent had already condensed in her eyes. Peng Zhang sneered and flung out his mystic spider silk. The instant he attracted Xianxia's attention, he swiftly took out something from his sleeve and lightly pinched it. Arbor, who was sitting in his seat, abruptly stood up and stared at Peng Zhang with his sharp, cold eyes. Hanzi, quickly admit defeat. Come down. Lu Yan also stood up and looked at her disciple with eyes full of anxiety. However, in the blink of an eye, the 8-legged venomous spider suddenly spat out a mouthful of venom with a hiss, and its sharp little venomous fangs abruptly bit at the silver wolf's paw. The silver wolf was very intelligent and naturally knew that this thousand-faced venomous spider's teeth were very formidable. However, just as it wanted to escape, it discovered that its paw was hooked by something. When it looked down, it discovered that it was a ball of spider web that had unwittingly entangled its paw. The thousand-faced venomous spider bit down on the silver wolf's white fur. The silver wolf immediately fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. On the other side, Xianxia discovered that an exotic fragrance had suddenly burrowed into her nose. Just as she cursed inwardly, she suddenly heard the silver wolf's wretched howl. She panicked, and when she was distracted again, Peng Zhang's mystic spider web was already slicing towards her neck. Punk, you dare! Lu Yan shouted, her eyes glaring so red that they were about to burst. When Xisha Valley's Valley Master saw that something was amiss, he immediately jumped up and shouted to stop, Ghost Faction disciple. You've won. Immediately release the holy water sex miss and quickly leave the stage. Split up. Split up. However, Xianxia Valley's Valley Master's shout was useless. He couldn't stop Ping Zhang's deranged actions. Xianxia tilted her body at the moment of extreme danger, and her neck arched backwards to avoid that mystic spider web. Unfortunately, her head was dizzy and swollen, and her mobility was greatly affected. Her limbs felt like they were being restrained by something, so they were very slow and exhausted from head to toe. Although she managed to avoid Ping Zhang's fatal strike towards her neck after her movements slowed down, she couldn't avoid her shoulder anymore. However, that mystic spider web pierced into her shoulder. At this time, Xianxia already couldn't feel the pain in her shoulder. She only felt that her body was very, very heavy, and her head was so heavy that she couldn't control it. Her body suddenly leaned back and fell heavily onto the stage with a bang. Senior Sister Chen. Junior Sister Hanzi. The senior and junior sisters of the Holy Water sect all stood up and shouted angrily. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master decisively flew onto the stage and grabbed Peng Zhang's moving wrist. He coldly glanced at him before saying, "Ghost faction disciple Peng Zhang wins." Humph. Peng Zhang was unwilling to accept this. He forcefully shook off the Valley Master's hand and jumped down from the arena. When he passed by Chuan, Peng Zhang's footsteps paused, and he whispered to Chuan, "Junior sister, how did I do?" Chuan revealed a pair of stern eyes from under the grey cloth scarf. She nodded with a smile and said, "Senior brother, you did well this time." On the other side, several senior sisters from the Holy Water sect had already run up the stage and carried Xianxia and the Silver Wolf down. Black liquid flowed out of their wounds, especially the Silver Wolf, which had been severely injured by the thousand-faced venomous spider. Its fur was constantly festering and falling to the ground in handfuls. Both of them were on the verge of death. Ghost faction, you're so despicable. You actually used this kind of despicable poison. Doya furiously stood up and pointed in the direction of the ghost faction as she cursed. Don't say despicable, little sister from the Holy Water sect. This is a competition. As long as you can defeat your opponent, it doesn't matter if you use poison or medicine. As long as you use the right method and defeat your opponent, you'll win. Isn't my senior brother's words reasonable? A ghost faction disciple added with a sinister smile. Senior Sister Chen. Xianxia supported Xianxia's body and anxiously looked up at Lu Yun and the others. Master, what do we do now? Everyone, take a look and see if you have any antidote pills on you. Antidote pills are useless. The Silver Wolf was poisoned by the thousand-faced venomous spider, so a simple antidote pill can't cure this kind of poison. As for Hanzi, from the looks of it, that ghost faction disciple should have given her an extremely vicious medicine that can prevent her from gathering mystic energy. How is it? How is it? I have several antidote pills here. Do you want to try swallowing them first? Daybreak sect master's daughter, Liang Qingqing, quickly walked up and crouched next to Xianxia as she asked with concern. Master said the antidote pills are useless. Xianxia was about to cry from anxiety. Everyone move aside. Don't crowd around. A cold voice interrupted, instantly causing everyone who was at a loss for words to have a flash of inspiration. That's right. Didn't little junior sister once treat City Lord Wu's daughter in Five Moon City? That's right, that's right. Back then, wasn't his daughter poisoned by that something heartbreak grass? Little junior sister cured the poison in a few strokes. Presumably, the poison in senior sister Chen's body this time. Xiaomu had already impatiently shooed everyone away before they could start a lively discussion. Everyone else very sensibly moved aside for her, but they basically still surrounded Xianxia. After Duan Yu, Situ Yi, Wei Nanfeng, and Bailey she squeezed into the crowd, they saw Mo Lian standing leisurely on the side with an empty space around her. Xianxia was lying there, and Darling Qiao was squatting next to her. She first felt her pulse before turning over the dying Silver Wolf. She took out a small wooden box and took out a pill, stuffing it into the Silver Wolf's mouth. Afterwards, she focused on performing acupuncture on Xianxia. As soon as she started, that inexplicably familiar feeling of performing acupuncture a million times welled up in her mind once again. That kind of medicinal powder which Xianxia had inhaled was scattered all over her body, turning into small grains of powder, blocking the circulation of the profound energy in Xianxia's body. Arbor's hand that was holding the needle was slightly stunned. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly sent his profound sense into his eyes and could actually see the flow of profound energy in Xianxia's body. This method of controlling the flow of mystic sense into one's eyes was one of the techniques recorded in the second layer of the Spirit Division record. She had been staying on the first level all this time, painstakingly cultivating how to use her own profound sense to control her avatar. She had only glanced at the second layer of the Spirit chapter and hadn't really studied it. However, she hadn't expected that she would be able to master it in a moment of haste. Our dear Xiao Mu was a little excited in her heart. She hurriedly mobilized all the mystic energy in her branch meridians and gathered it all into mystic sense. Then, she guided it into her eyes and observed with rapt attention. More than half of the profound energy in one of Xianxia's main profound veins was present. The reason why her profound energy had not filled her entire profound veins was because Xianxia had exhausted quite a bit of her profound energy when she fought with Ghost Gate's Pengzhang earlier and had yet to recover. This was really strange. It really allowed her to clearly see the condition of Senior Sister Chen's body. This would be beneficial for her treatment. Arbor was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses and removing the small grains of powder from Xianxia's body. If she could always observe other people's profound veins in the future, then wouldn't it be equivalent to having an additional cheating device in a battle? If she opened her profound eyes in the middle of a battle, wouldn't she be able to clearly see how much profound energy was left in her opponent's body? However, in less than 2 minutes, her mystic conscious quietly dissipated. Not only that, her little head also felt a slight prickling sensation. Presumably, it was because she had overused her mystic conscious. Arbor didn't dare to recklessly use her mystic conscious again. Thankfully, she was fast, and in that short amount of time, the small dust in Xianxia's body was more or less cleaned up. Xianxia didn't inhale much to begin with, and in addition to her quick treatment, Xianxia's face turned from ghastly pale to slightly rosy pink in no time. When everyone saw that Xianxia's complexion had improved, they couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief. Lu Yan's expression also looked better, and she asked softly, "Jojo, how's Hanzi's condition?" "It's nothing serious." Arbor stuffed a detoxification pill into Xianxia's mouth before standing up and saying, "Carry Senior Sister Hanzi over there to rest. She can't use mystic energy for 2 days, so she needs to properly nurse her body." "Okay, little junior sister." "Jojo, what's wrong?" Mo Lian suddenly grabbed her little hand and worriedly reached out to touch her slightly pale little face. "Is it very strenuous to perform acupuncture? I can help you." "I'm fine." Arbor hastily interrupted him and squeezed his hand hard, indicating for him to shut up. She knew what he wanted to say. He wanted to use medicine to help treat Senior Sister Chen. Did he think that she didn't know that there were side effects when superhumans used medicine? If the medicine was overused, it could even lead to a severe coma or something. How scary was that? It didn't take much effort for her to treat Senior Sister Chen and the Silver Wolf. Her complexion was only pale because she wanted to take a look at Senior Sister Chen's condition out of curiosity, which led to her overuse of her mystic conscious. She could recover to her original state with a little rest. It was best not to expose the Crown Prince's identity as an apothecary in front of others if possible to avoid trouble. Mo Lian's eyes curved slightly, and she chuckled softly and nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you. What were these two talking about again?" They couldn't understand. Everyone expressed their puzzlement with stifled hearts. Aya, little junior sister actually knows how to perform acupuncture. His medical skills seem to be pretty good. The person who spoke was Mulianda. It was unknown when he had approached the group, but at this moment, he was looking at Arbor with great interest, and a burst of laughter came from his mouth. "Don't you know that little junior sister wants to scold you the moment she catches you? Go further away." Everyone looked at him in disdain, but Mulianda was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. He continued to stand beside everyone and look at Arbor with a smile. Arbor didn't have time to care about her. She was trying to save Senior Sister Chen's Silver Wolf. The Silver Wolf's injuries were even more severe than Senior Sister Chen's. Its wounds had completely festered. The 1,000-faced venomous spider's venom was very strong and corrosive. Some of the flesh around the wound was even necrotic. Arbor was using a small dagger to cut off the necrotic parts of the silver wolf. He quickly cleaned the wound, took out a pack of powder, sprinkled it on the cloth, and then firmly covered the silver wolf's wound. Soon, the silver wolf's wound from the venomous spider's stab stopped festering, and the bleeding also stopped immediately. At this time, Xianxia had already faintly regained consciousness and was calling out softly, "Silver wolf, silver wolf." The senior sisters from the holy water sect immediately rushed to her side and bent down to whisper to her, "Don't worry, junior sister Chen. The silver wolf is fine. Little junior sister saved it." Only then did Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Her vision darkened, and she quickly fainted again. Peng Zhang sat in the ghost faction seating area and watched the holy water sect's people busily treating the silver wolf from afar. A disdainful and callous smile spread across his face. A waste of effort, if the mystic abandoning powder he gave Xianxia could still be cured. The silver wolf's bite from the thousand-faced venomous spider simply couldn't be treated. Those foolish women from the holy water sect still wanted to vainly save the silver wolf's life. He was very familiar with the thousand-faced venomous spider's poison. His thousand-faced venomous spider had just advanced to level 10 not long ago, so it was simply a piece of cake for it to bite a level 9 mystic beast to death. With the silver wolf dead, Xianxia, a mystic cultivator who had lost her mystic beast, naturally had her strength greatly reduced. Putting aside the fact that she couldn't contract with other mystic beasts in the future, at least her mental state definitely wouldn't be able to overcome this hurdle, and her life would come to an end. Ha ha ha. Peng Zhang straightened his back and sent a look to junior sister Chuan beside him, "Watch carefully, junior sister. Senior brother will vent your anger for you, starting with this female disciple." Chuan smiled without batting an eyelid. However, her face that was buried under the grey headscarf soon scrunched up. From her position, she just happened to be able to see the youth Mo Lian standing on the side, attentively watching a little girl who was squatting on the ground performing treatment. The youth's gaze didn't shift away from the little girl from beginning to end. This made her heart feel like it was being gnawed by thousands of ants. Not only was it riddled with holes, but it was also abnormally painful. "You will regret it." Chuan tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a cruel sneer. Peng Zhang didn't understand the situation, so he lifted his robe and crossed his legs, calmly waiting for the holy water sect's people to start wailing. However, after a long while, after 2 consecutive matches, there wasn't any movement from the holy water sect's side. Instead, they all returned to their seats in their respective positions. Peng Zhang was slightly taken aback, and he looked in the direction of the holy water sect with a frown. He turned his head and said to a junior brother beside him, "Go over and inquire about what's going on with the holy water sect." The junior disciple from the ghost faction didn't dare to go over. He felt that he might be asking for a beating if he went over. Those girls from the holy water sect didn't look like they were to be trifled with. He hesitated for a moment, yet he had no choice in the end. Under the threatening gaze of senior brother Peng Zhang, he could only stand up angrily and walk over dejectedly. Their ghost sect was like this. The higher-ups bullied the lower-ups, and the elders bullied the ordinary disciples. This was a common thing. Everyone relied on their own abilities to fight for the upper echelons. Those at the bottom basically had no way out. Especially junior brothers like them who had just entered the sect. In the eyes of those senior brothers who had grown up, they were just servants who could be ordered around. They had no status in the sect at all. The young disciple's heart trembled as he braced himself and walked up to a senior sister from the holy water sect. He used a voice that was only loud enough for him to hear and timidly asked, "May I ask the senior sister, how is the senior sister that you guys carried down just now? Who are you calling senior sister?" That female disciple suddenly stood up and raised her hand to slap this ghost faction disciple heavily on the face. "Scram! You bunch of little bastards from Hellgate, don't come and argue with us. Who knows you?" The junior disciple from Ghost Faction was about to cry. He covered one side of his face and turned to look at senior brother Peng Zhang, who was sitting in his own seat. He saw that half of his face was gloomy, and his expression was a bit frightening. "As senior sister, I also didn't want to come over." The junior disciple covered his face and retreated a step. He was so timid that he practically didn't dare to look at the expressions of the surrounding holy water sect disciples. These holy water sect women all had extremely unsightly expressions, as if they would immediately pounce on him and tear him apart. He just knew that this was an arduous task. Senior brother Pengzhang had sent him here purely to find trouble. Humph, go back and tell him that if he wants to know about our senior sister Chen's situation, then tell him to come over himself. But let's see if he dares or not. That senior sister raised her eyebrows and looked at the ghost faction disciple provocatively. Another holy water sect disciple beside her started laughing. This kind of cowardly tortoise only knows how to use some despicable methods on the stage. He doesn't even dare to run over to our territory to behave atrociously, so don't even think about it. The ghost faction disciple cast a pleading look at Pengzhang, but the latter glared at him in dissatisfaction with a taut face. The ghost faction disciple dejectedly returned to his seat and secretly said to Pengzhang, "Senior brother, the holy water sect wants you to personally go over and ask. Are they worthy?" Pengzhang sneered and rubbed his thumbs. "In order to hide our abilities before the competition, we instead caused junior sister to suffer grievances. Now, we don't need to anymore. These holy water sect girls will soon know that our ghost faction isn't so easy to provoke." Pengzhang gazed darkly at Xiaomu. Xiaomu keenly sensed his gaze and turned her head to look at him. Her pair of eyes that were as tranquil as an ancient well contained a 10,000-year-old chill, causing Pengzhang to inexplicably shudder. Xianxia's injury was simply a fuse. Following that, whenever the holy water sect disciples encountered members of the ghost faction, they would be extremely ruthless in their attacks. Both sides had injuries of varying severity. Overall, it was still the holy water sect that had the upper hand. As long as the holy water sect disciples were wary of the ghost faction's poisoning methods and seized the initiative, they would absolutely suppress the ghost faction with their orthodox cultivation techniques. After several rounds, the ghost faction disciples were all suppressed by the holy water sect girls and carried off the stage with heavy injuries. Ghostsort's expression was very unsightly. At this time, Ning Bihuan defeated a ghost faction disciple with her silver spear and even heavily injured him. The ghost faction's elder Guebu De finally couldn't help but curse, "Eldest Miss Ning, you're too heavy-handed." It was fine if the holy water sect's people had accumulated grievances with the ghost faction, but even the Omni faction's Ning Bihuan, one of the 5 factions, treated the ghost faction's people like this. Elder Ghost didn't know what to say. His old face was solemn and taut. When he looked at Ning Bihuan, there seemed to be a raging fire burning in his eyes. However, Ning Bihuan didn't care. She raised her hand to stop Elder Ghost's words. "Since we agreed on a competition, then everyone should bring out their true abilities to fight. Everyone should rely on their own abilities. If you're afraid, you can just go on stage and admit defeat. I don't care." Once he finished speaking, he shrugged in an infuriating manner, as if he looked down on Elder Ghost. Ghost Surf was angered half to death by this clumsy Ning Bihuan. He glared angrily at Pengzhang and the others. "Why haven't you carried your junior brother down yet? How shameful." He didn't pick a good day. After these few matches, more than half of their Hellgate disciples were seriously injured. How unlucky was this? Right now, he was a bit vexed about Pengzhang's previous willfulness. If it weren't for him starting this conflict, how could things have developed to such an unmanageable state? In the afternoon, the scorching sun had already risen to its highest point, and the entire area around the stage was filled with a fiery atmosphere. This match was between a Coitus faction female disciple and a Daybreak sect male disciple. The Coitus faction female disciple threw herself into the male disciple's arms as soon as she came up, startling him into retreating repeatedly. That female disciple was still muttering, "Little big brother, don't hurt me," when the Daybreak sect disciple suddenly rushed in front of her and smashed her to the ground with a slap. The entire area was silent for a moment before bursting into cheers. Arbor speechlessly looked above the stage. The Daybreak sect disciple seemed to have been provoked, and his entire body was like a little calf as he exerted a burst of brute force. He grabbed the Coitus faction female disciple's hair with one hand and even slapped her with his other hand. In the beginning, the Coitus sect disciple was still crying out softly, "Iau, oh, oh." Then, he was beaten until his true colors were revealed. Flustered and exasperated, he roared, "You little bastard, stop. This old lady's hair. This old lady's face. You freaking stop right there." Everyone, come out. The Coitus faction female disciple summoned her mystic beast. She was about to go mad from anger. Her makeup, her image, her beautiful clothes, and her headdress. They were all completely ruined by this barbarian in front of her, so angry, so angry, so angry. The Coitus faction female disciple's first sentence after summoning her mystic beast was to directly order her mystic beast to eat the bull-like youth in front of her. The Daybreak sect disciple also summoned his mystic beast. Everyone couldn't help but be amused when they saw this. It really was a bull-like creature. This bull-like creature was very large, and when it stood on the stage, the two people were directly squeezed to the edge of the stage. The fat rabbit summoned by the Coitus faction disciple was simply comical and laughable in front of the bull-like creature. Therefore, everyone soon saw that the Coitus faction female disciple and her fat rabbit were completely crushed by the Daybreak sect disciple and the mystic beast bull-like creature. The fat rabbit was being trampled under the bull-like creature's hooves, and it truly looked somewhat pitiful. The Coitus faction female disciple was no longer as coquettish and flirtatious as when she first went up on stage. At this time, she was beaten into a sorry state. Her face was ashen, and her eyes were spitting fire as she angrily said, "Wait. I admit defeat." The one-sided beating finally came to an end. The female disciple of Coitus sect cried miserably, and was fiercely glared at by Granny Witch. "Useless thing, you still have the face to cry? Master." Tears streamed down the woman's face. She felt wronged. How could she have known that the barbarian bull would completely ignore her charm technique? Did he think that she liked to throw herself at him? That was one of the basic cultivation techniques of the Coitus faction. Unfortunately, before she could fully display her charm technique, she was viciously beaten by that little brat barbarian bull. It was too infuriating. "Go back and train hard." Granny Witch's cold words caused this Coitus sect disciple to involuntarily tremble all over. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master couldn't help but sigh in relief when he saw that this beating had finally ended. He continued to call out numbers with a smile on his face. Number 82, Holy Water Sect Disciple Arbor accepts the challenge. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master was abruptly startled. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he continued to recite, Ghost Faction Disciple Choan. The audience was in an uproar. Everyone was too familiar with number 82. Wasn't this the number that the Holy Water Sect's young lady changed to? Shouldn't her opponent be that Daybreak Sect disciple Mulianda? Why did she change again? Xianxia Valley's Valley Master was stupefied halfway through his recitation. That day, he had personally witnessed the little girl brazenly switching numbers with someone else in order to directly challenge a Daybreak Sect disciple named Mulianda on the stage. But what was happening now? Duan Yu coldly glared at Mulianda. However, Mulianda merely pretended not to know why everyone was making a racket and maintained a chuckle. "Mulianda, you weren't number 82 from the start, right?" Duan Yu coldly questioned. Everyone from Daybreak Sect looked at Mulianda himself in bewilderment. The sect master's daughter, Liang Qingqing, also frowned. "Mulianda, is what senior brother Duan Yu said true? The number you reported at the start was that of Choan from the Ghost faction?" "Junior sister Qingqing, I'm also not sure about this matter." Mulianda continued to smile and feign ignorance. He wouldn't honestly admit that Choan had already come to him to talk about this before the small banquet. The two of them discussed and both felt that since the little girl mentioned it before, she would definitely tamper with the number drawing and change it to Mulianda's opponent no matter what. Choan wanted to give that little B***tch a surprise, so she secretly instructed Mulianda that she would give him a number hint during the drawing. If the little girl really came to ask him, he would report Choan's number to the little girl. Mulianda naturally approved with both hands raised. Since he was bound to have a battle with that little girl, he was quite happy for someone to challenge the little girl before him so that he could figure out her ins and outs. After all, he was still a bit flustered by the meaningful gazes that several people around him were giving him. If the little girl didn't have something outstanding about her, why were they all staring at him with those strange gazes? Choan truly hit it off with Mulianda when she came to find him and conspired against the little girl. Both of them obtained their own desires and achieved their goals. Xiaomu was originally exceptionally intelligent, so she naturally understood what Duan Yu could figure out after thinking about it for a bit. Pretty good. Jackals of the same lair even learned to scheme against the little girl. She would let them know that in the face of strength, all schemes and tricks were nothing. Arbor stood up from his seat, and Mo Lian coldly looked at the Daybreak sect disciple, Mu Lianda, who was secretly pleased with himself. There was still a refined and courteous smile on Mu Lianda's lips, but when his gaze met the Crown Prince's extremely cold and oppressive gaze, he couldn't help but quickly avert his gaze as his body inexplicably trembled slightly. Mu Lianda. When the little girl walked to the front of the stage, she suddenly turned around, and her eyes shot toward Daybreak Sect's seating area like lightning. She coldly said, "Since you want to see my strength first, then I'll let you see it. I hope you have the courage to accept my challenge in the next match. Don't be a coward." Ugly. Everyone was speechless. Mu Lianda's expression immediately turned extremely ugly, as though it had been painted green. Why was he a coward? Even his own sect's disciples were looking at him with disdain. What was going on? Duan Yu sneered. "Mu Lianda, you're a Daybreak sect disciple. You should be very clear about the situation of the 3 sects and 5 factions. It won't do you any good to be too close to people from the Ghost faction. You understand?" When Mu Lianda saw the gazes his senior and junior brothers and sisters cast over, he felt so stifled that he almost couldn't take it anymore. He and Choan were merely taking what they each needed, so why did it sound like he had betrayed the sect and colluded with the Ghost faction in Duan Yu's mouth? "Everyone, please don't misunderstand," Mu Lianda hastily said. "Senior brother Duan Yu, I really didn't get close to the Ghost faction." Duan Yu waved his hand, not wanting to speak with him anymore. Liang Qingqing also glanced at him disappointedly. "Senior brother Mu, it's wrong of you to associate yourself with the Ghost faction." Mu Lianda opened his mouth, but he was suppressing a surge of anger in his heart. He sat there sullenly as his gaze drifted towards the stage. He saw the little girl steadily walking up the stairs onto the stage. A snow leopard with white fur landed at her feet with a whoosh. Choan leaped onto the stage with a very lithe posture. It was impossible to tell that she had her hand chopped off a few days ago and was on the brink of death. Choan's gaze landed smugly on Arbor's face. "What, very surprised, right?" Her voice was very hoarse, as if it had been whipped by countless vines. It was terrifyingly coarse. "I'm not surprised. I just didn't expect that someone would be so stupid as to rush to court death," Arbor said dryly as he shook his head. "*TCH. Choan shouted roughly, her eyes glaring with a venomous glint. "Have you heard of a saying? A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes." Choan's right hand poked out from her sleeve, and everyone involuntarily sucked in a cold breath when they saw it. This person's right arm didn't look like a human hand at all. It was more like a piece of withered wood, and her 5 fingers and fingernails were twisted like long withered vines. "Demonic cultivator!" Someone suddenly shouted. "Little junior sister, be careful. This person fused with the power of a demonic plant." "Ha ha 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 ha." Choan looked up to the sky and laughed smugly. She flipped open her gray headscarf, revealing a face so fair that it was somewhat strange. "Is my face beautiful?" She used that hand that was twisted like a withered vine to gently caress her fair and smooth face. "Is it beautiful?" How should he put it? That face was quite beautiful when taken apart, but when put together, it made people feel very awkward. It was like a fake face, with a stroke here and a piece there. When put together, there was no sense of harmony at all. Arbor shook his head. "Ugly." Choan's face stiffened, and she said angrily, "What do you know? My previous face was 10,000 times more beautiful than this. It's all because of you, because of you." She approached Arbor step by step, pointed at one of her eyes, and asked with a coarse smile, "Can you tell that this is a fake eye?" Arbor nodded. "Don't be so angry. Your eyeballs might fall out." Everyone was speechless. Why was the style so strange? "Ah!" Choan shouted. She was simply about to go mad with anger. She originally wanted to scare the little slut, but who knew that the stoic face was expressionless from beginning to end? Shouldn't a normal girl at least be a little shocked when they saw her fake eyes? "Do you know who I am?" Arbor shook his head. "I don't know you." "You don't know me, haha. You don't know me, ha 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 ha." Choan felt that her words were extremely sarcastic. Her enemy didn't know her at all, but she was in so much pain because of this enemy in front of her day and night. How laughable was this? Cho-en's one eye was tearing up from laughing. Do you still remember Nian Kuei who went to Shizhou City to kill you? I am his master. The master of that pitiful worm who self-destructed after you crushed his soul. She didn't reveal a shocked expression like the others, nor did she point at Cho-en and shout, so it's you. The little fellow only tilted her head and thought for a moment before nodding and uttering an "oh." Everyone, why did they feel like they would be angered to death if they conversed with the little girl? You finally revealed your background with surging passion and deep hatred, right? It was supposed to be very exciting and should have been a gasp of surprise. However, the other party merely threw an "oh" at you indifferently, like a basin of cold water drenching you from head to toe. All of your excited emotions abruptly disappeared. Cho-en trembled in anger. You don't remember Nian Kuei? I feel that whether I remember one of your subordinates or not doesn't have much to do with our current battle. Arbor patted the snow leopard's head indifferently. After saying so much, can we get to the point? She felt that these people were very boring. Everyone liked to talk a lot of nonsense when they came up. With so much time to talk, the battle could have already ended. Cho-en looked at Arbor gloomily. You're not a level 10 mystic cultivator yet. Don't you think it's too fake to borrow someone else's mystic beast to fight? Can it be as fake as your face? You. B*TCH. These words simply pierced her girlish heart full of holes, making her feel like she was in hell, unable to see the light again. Arbor knitted his brows and pointed at Cho-en. Go tear her mouth. It's so dirty. The snow leopard abruptly charged forward. Cho-en stretched out her 5 claws, and her withered vine-like arm swept toward the snow leopard's head with a whoosh. She shouted sternly, "You're breaking the rules too much. This snow leopard isn't yours at all. You can't let it participate in the battle. If it's not mine, then is it yours? Why don't you make it listen to you?" Arbor coldly followed up. "Ah. Come out." Cho-en's eyes shot out a cold and vicious glint. With a furious shout, a very long centipede suddenly burrowed out from her side. The most disgusting thing was that there was actually an ugly human face on the centipede's head. As it crawled, that face kept faintly facing you, and several hundred pairs of slender legs densely stretched out. Xiaomu jumped back a step. Although her small face was expressionless, her entire body was bristling. Fortunately, the snow leopard took a step forward and stood in front of her, slapping the human-faced centipede. The little fellow stomped on the ground and charged towards Cho-en. With the ferrule in his hand, the profound energy in his entire body surged. He was already in a state of violent rage. So. A line of fire shot out from the ferrule, directly breaking through the solid stone tiles of the arena, scraping out a shallow gully, and surging towards Cho-en's feet. Cho-en did not panic. She swung out her vine-like arm and smashed it into the incoming line of fire. A slender figure had already arrived in front of Cho-en. Without saying a word, a ferrule struck towards Cho-en's abdomen. Cho-en's pupils constricted. She hurriedly released her vines and wrapped them around her abdomen. Bang! Unexpectedly, the little guy changed his move very quickly and punched Cho-en's forehead. This punch carried a strong gust of wind as it smashed into her forehead, causing Cho-en to retreat several steps. Mu Liangda was watching from below, and his eyes had already revealed a grave expression. As expected, this little girl was very formidable. Her combat strength seemed to be incomparable to a level 8 mystic cultivator's cultivation. Compared to level 8 mystic cultivators of the same level, she was much stronger in terms of speed and explosive power. 10 o'clock ends, see you tomorrow. Crack, the sound of her forehead cracking entered Cho-en's ears, causing her hair to stand on end. B*TCH, B*TCH. Ah, Cho-en trembled as she reached out to touch her forehead. She felt as if something had ruptured under her skin. Back then, she was implicated by Nian Kuei's self-detonation. Although she used a level 4 defensive mystic weapon at the critical moment and barely managed to save her life, she lost one eye. All the skin on her body shattered and even festered due to the explosion. Her father rushed her to the ghost sect and begged ghost physician Luigi to treat her. She was mended piece by Luigi. Her face was unnatural and uncoordinated compared to other people's normal faces. She knew better than anyone else, more than anyone else, she wanted to regain her face that originally belonged to her. But was it possible? Impossible. Because of this woman in front of her, she had already lost her face forever, but now, this woman was so cruel that she even wanted to destroy her fake face. Choan was that commandery Princess Huiyan who was doted on by everyone back then. At this moment, she was staring at the little girl standing in front of her with a sinister eye. If she hadn't coincidentally bumped into her in Xianxia Valley this time, she still wouldn't have known who the commoner village girl from Shizhou City that the crown prince had been protecting so well was. After her accident back then, her father felt that something was amiss. Nian Kuei couldn't have self-detonated for no reason, so perhaps someone was scheming against her behind the scenes. Her father quickly sent people out of the capital to Shizhou City to investigate the whole story. However, not long after, her father secretly came to tell her that the people he sent out were all intercepted and killed by His Highness the Crown Prince. In the future, they probably couldn't send people to Shizhou City to investigate anything. Otherwise, they would definitely infuriate the Crown Prince and cause unnecessary trouble. His Highness the Crown Prince was warning them not to touch that person in Shizhou City again. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Commandery Princess Huiyan was laughing so hard that she nearly choked. Suddenly, a piece of dead wood shot out from under her perfectly fine chest lapel and struck Arbor's head. Arbor had been paying attention to this mentally unstable woman. When she was laughing and crying, Arbor was already on guard against her. As a result, this piece of dead wood that suddenly drilled out from under her chest didn't hurt Arbor at all. Instead, it was broken by her with a backhand slap of her ferrule. I didn't expect that my commandery Princess Hui and of the vassal king of Nan's estate would have such a day. Huiyan turned her head and looked deeply at Mo Lian. Your Highness, do you regret it? Mo Lian's slender brows were completely furrowed. However, Duan Yu suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted, See. I told you that it was your love debt that had implicated our Jojo. Mo Lian turned to glare fiercely at Duan Yu, feeling extremely impatient with this commandery Princess Huiyan. Back then, if the vassal king of Nan hadn't sensed his intentions and immediately sent Huiyan out of the capital to become a disciple of the ghost sect, how could he have let this babbling woman off? What an inexplicable woman. She should have known when she started talking to herself and making a move on his Chow Chow. Karma was a circle. What was wrong with his darling taking revenge on her? Could it be that she was the only one allowed to kill people as she pleased and others weren't allowed to retaliate? Who was she pretending to be the victim for? Arbor furrowed his brows. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable in his heart when he saw that masquerade woman looking at Mo Lian with a mournful expression. You're not allowed to look at me and act pitiful, you're not allowed to act. Arbor tilted his head and suddenly shot up, sending waves of mystic energy toward Commandery Princess Hui and below him. The current Commandery Princess Hui and already struck fear into everyone's hearts. Strips of dead wood actually burrowed out of her body and wriggled as if they were alive. That scene was truly too beautiful, and people could not bear to look at it directly. Master, what's going on? Are demonic cultivators such terrifying existences? Doya covered her mouth with both hands, a trace of horror on her face. Lu Yun shook her head and said, No, she shouldn't be a pure demonic cultivator. This ghost faction disciple was originally a mystic cultivator. Some people in this world can't open their mystic meridians and become a mystic cultivator, so they don't hesitate to use crooked methods to merge their bodies with evil beasts and plants to pursue the realm of a demonic cultivator. This ghost faction disciple is already a level 10 mystic cultivator, so she shouldn't be pursuing a demonic cultivator, right? Lu Yun was perplexed after much thought. Yang Shirong also nodded repeatedly on the side. Morong Sun looked at Commandery Princess Huiyan on the stage. At this moment, the area below her neck was completely enveloped by intertwined dead wood. It was as if she was wrapped in a cocoon made of dead wood. Other than her head being intact, every other part of her body could no longer be called a human's. Xiaomu looked down at the puppet inside the withered wooden cocoon from above. Suddenly, she recalled the ferrule in her hand into her conscious and replaced it with a normal bow and arrow. Ha 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 ha. The deadwood cocoon crazily wriggled its body, and its head strangely tilted toward the sky. When it looked at Arbor, a vicious glint flowed through its single eye. Several hundred deadwood shaved out of the cocoon and simultaneously whipped toward Arbor in midair. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Arbor pulled back his bowstring, constantly changing his position in the air, and with astonishing speed, he kept shooting arrows at the cocoon. The deadwood cocoon went berserk, and the thousands upon thousands of deadwood roots twisted and lashed at Xiao Mu. Floating flash, Arbor's figure instantly disappeared from the spot where he was wrapped in the dead wood. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind the deadwood cocoon. He was still continuously shooting arrows at the deadwood cocoon. He was continuously drawing out a large number of arrows from the purple storage talisman. Everyone had already lost count of how many arrows this little girl had shot. Only Mo Lian, Duan Yu, Bailey Shi, the three peak masters, and the sect masters saw it very clearly and calculated it very accurately. 286, 287, 288 arrows. The little girl stopped and held the bow and arrow in midair. She looked coldly at the inhuman thing that kept going crazy and whipping the arena with a withered branch. Ah! Ah! Commandery Princess Huiyan had completely sunk into insanity. At this time, the little girl suddenly spoke. The human body has 409 acupuncture points. Among them, the 108 acupoints were more important. Now that you're in this ghastly state, I can't even see the acupuncture points below your neck clearly. So, just in case, I shot 288 arrows at you. That's about all the acupuncture points, right? The little girl muttered to herself. Your arrows are useless against me. Commandery Princess Huiyan roared angrily. You'll know very soon whether it's useful or not. Arbor coldly gazed at her. For some reason, Mu Liangda's eyelids twitched inexplicably when he heard the little girl's words. Arbor pulled back his bowstring and aimed at the withered tree cocoon. Explosive arrow. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk that arrowhead rapidly shot toward Commandery Princess Huiyan at lightning speed. Huiyan was enraged, and she abruptly swung the writhing withered tree at the arrowhead. She harshly shouted, whimsical B *tch. Do you think that a few incomparably ordinary lousy arrows can penetrate my impenetrable body? Ha 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 ha. This is the body of a level 10 mystic cultivator and a demonic cultivator, ha ha ha. Bang. A clear and crisp sound of an explosion rang out from beneath her body. This explosion seemed to have triggered a song of explosion, and explosions of various sizes immediately resounded in Commandery Princess Huiyan's body, which was like a cocoon made out of dead wood, asterisk bang bang, bang bang bang. Crack crack, asterisk the explosive arrows directly tore open holes in the withered tree cocoon, and streaks of strange red blood flowed out. Oh, so it can bleed. Arbor nodded in realization and retreated slightly. He stood at the edge of the stage and coolly gazed at Commandery Princess Huiyan, who was continuously exploding. The surroundings were already dead silent, the scene before them was truly a bit horrifying. Commandery Princess Huiyan's transformation into a withered tree cocoon was already shocking enough. But now, they were directly watching a withered tree cocoon explode inch by inch in front of them. The flesh and internal organs inside all flipped out and fell to the ground piece by piece in a sea of red and white. It was quite visually stunning. Every explosive arrow would explode after hitting the target, but Arbor controlled his previous 288 arrows so that they did not explode. It wasn't until the last arrow that triggered the universe that Commandery Princess Huiyan enjoyed. At the same time, it was the refreshing feeling of having such a large number of explosive arrows explode in her body. The scene was truly too beautiful. No one dared to keep staring. After a while, they could not resist looking away and shaking their heads repeatedly. The expressions of the ghoul sect disciples became abnormally ugly. Peng Zhang was even more heartbroken. He wanted to charge into the arena like a madman. Junior sister. Junior sister. He did not expect his junior sister to do such a crazy thing in the competition. It was all because of this little witch in front of him. It was all because of her. Senior apprentice brother Peng Zhang, senior apprentice brother Peng Zhang, you can't go. A few ghost faction disciples held him down, and secretly raised their eyes to look at Elder Ghost, who had an ugly expression on his face. When Lu Yizhi was supported by his retainer, Qiu San, he stared coldly at the stage and shook his head in disappointment. Truly a useless thing. Even after swallowing the evil body pill, it was still useless. He couldn't even beat a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Qiu San's eyes were filled with fear. Sir, you're right. Look at that lady from the Qiao family. Her methods are so cruel and vile. She's not an easy person to deal with. Humph, Lu Yiji's eyes turned cold. I think it's because Huiyan is too weak. Such a waste of my precious evil body, Dan. What a pity. Lu Yiji shook his head. If he had known that she was so weak, he would not have given it to her. He had found all kinds of medicinal ingredients and spent at least 2 years to refine this pill that was infused with the blood essence of the evil plant. What a pity, what a pity. Sir, should I help you back? Qiao-san asked quietly as he supported Lu Yiji. Since that woman called Huiyan was clearly a useless pawn, there was no need for them to continue watching. However, Lu Yiji's eyes were still fixated on Arbor on the stage. He coughed a few times in a low voice, conjecture and confusion in his eyes. I really didn't expect that a small continent like Seekong planet in the lower star domain would have such a brilliant mystic technique. Lu Yiji muttered to himself as he stared at the two people on the stage with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. This is nothing. In our Shuntian prefecture, there are probably plenty of low-level and mid-level mystic techniques like this, Qiao-san said disdainfully. Low-level and mid-level mystic technique? Lu Yiji sneered. Qiao-san, you've been by my side for so long, but your eyesight is getting worse. Qiao-san was taken aback. How brilliant can this mystic technique executed with a normal bow and arrow be? Using a normal bow and arrow to destroy the amalgamation of a level 10 mystic cultivator and a demonic cultivator is the terrifying part of this mystic technique. Lu Yiji knew better than anyone that Huiyan's current body was completely wrapped in that withered tree cocoon. Other than the area above her neck, there were originally no openings. Qiao-san, in the eyes of the Qiao family's little miss, that amalgamation of demonic plants that we thought was flawless is actually full of openings. Lu Yiji lamented. Otherwise, how could she have hit Huiyan's vitals with every arrow? How could Huiyan survive after detonating these explosive arrows? At this time, Commandery Princess Huiyan had already stepped onto the path of self-destruction. She lowered her head in horror and saw that her cocoon-like body was currently exploding inch by inch. The ground was already covered in a thick layer of withered vines and broken wood. After the outer layer of cocoon peeled off, the body inside was truly riddled with holes and was extremely horrifying. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master braced himself and jumped onto the stage that was in a complete mess. He first speechlessly glanced at Arbor, who was standing at the edge of the stage, before sighing. He walked to Arbor's side and turned to the people below the stage to announce, Holy Water Sect's disciple, Arbor, wins this match. He turned around and glanced at the badly mutilated thing on the ground and shook his head. He thought to himself that this female disciple of the ghost faction was probably not going to survive. After everyone heard Xianxia Valley's Valley Master's announcement, they were dazed for a good few seconds. Then, as if they had regained their wits, the entire place erupted into a clamor. Mixed in were the angry roars of the ghost faction disciples and the cheers of the Holy Water Sect disciples, so it was truly very chaotic. Arbor jumped down from the arena expressionlessly and walked straight in the direction of his own sect, ignoring the glares of the Hellgate disciples along the way. No one knew that under that stoic face of hers, there were also some small fluctuations in her mood. She had learned this explosive arrow technique from the Spirit Division Records technique chapter. To be honest, she still hadn't figured out what level of mystic technique the Spirit Division record was, but from the looks of it now, it really didn't seem that simple. Ever since it revealed its true form and flew into her consciousness on its own, she felt that this lousy book wasn't as simple as it seemed. Now that she looked at it, it was even more not simple. Any random minor technique in the technique chapter could explode Huiyan's supposedly powerful fusion body. Xiaomu suddenly paused in her footsteps and turned her head slightly to the side. Right in front of her, Peng Zhang was being pressed down by several ghost faction disciples. His face was brimming with fury, and his eyes were bloodshot as he glared at her. If it weren't for the ghost faction disciples holding him back, Peng Zhang would have already rushed over and probably wanted to beat her up. What a baffling person. His heart ached for his junior sister. Could it be that Arbor deserved to stand on the stage as a live target for his junior sister to slap? Victory or defeat depended on one's ability, so what was there to be unconvinced about? What he hated the most was this kind of person who pestered endlessly after losing. Arbor glanced at Peng Zhang before disdainfully withdrawing her gaze. She walked past the ghost faction members and briskly ran back to her sect. Suddenly, she heard everyone's gasps. The Holy Water sect senior sisters who were originally smiling at her from afar abruptly changed their expressions, and they cried out involuntarily, "Little junior sister, be careful." A gust of wind came from the back of Arbor's head, and an icy chill immediately hung on her stoic face. It turned out that Huiyan was struggling with her broken body as she rushed down the stage. She snatched a sword from a ghost faction disciple's hand and threw it at her back with a vicious glint in her eyes. As expected, she was a sore loser. Since she dared to sneak attack her, she would die without a burial place. Just as she was about to turn around, an extremely fast, moon-white figure landed beside her with a whoosh. The figure harshly pulled her into his embrace with his left hand, and at the same time, he raised his right hand and spread open his fingers, throwing out a leaping ball of purple flames. After the flames swept past the flying sword, that pitiful sword turned into ashes before everyone's eyes and disappeared inch by inch. Huiyan covered her fake face that had long deformed in fright. Because of her violent movements, one of her eyeballs really did fall out of its socket. The instant she covered her face with her hand, her entire body was already enveloped by a ball of purple flames. The little fellow blinked and laid in Mo Lian's embrace. A comforting, extremely faint, and relaxed aura tightly enveloped her. Everyone present simultaneously widened their eyes, and their expressions changed as they looked at the ghost faction female disciple who was struggling and screaming while being enveloped by the purple flames. Outside the arena, Lu Yiji's expression also changed for the first time as he stared in horror at the youth in white who had thrown out the purple flames. His retainer, Qiao-san, also sucked in a breath of cold air. "Sir, where did this youth come from? How could this be? Huoling?" Lu Yiji shook his head and muttered to himself, "Impossible. How could one comprehend the five-spirit origins in this kind of place? Could it be?" Qiao-san leaned close to Lu Yiji and pointed upwards. "Like us, which man or head sent them over?" "Impossible." Lu Yiji shook his head in absolute denial. "If someone from the 6 prefectures came, there's no way we wouldn't have heard of it." "That's true." Qiao-san also felt puzzled and nodded. Then could it be that this youth really comprehended the five spirits' origin powers on Sikong planet? Lu Yiji shook his head repeatedly. The fire spirit origin he comprehended is too powerful. I've never seen it even in Shuntian Prefecture. Impossible, impossible, impossible. This simply didn't conform to the rules and regulations. Regardless of how conflicted Lu Yiji and his retainer, Qiao-san, were in disbelief, the raging purple flames had already enveloped Commandery Princess Huiyan's entire body. The little fellow turned around and coolly looked at Commandery Princess Huiyan, who was howling miserably as she was roasted by the flames. "Sir, do you think that youth was sent down by one of the aristocratic families from the 6 prefectures to gain experience?" Qiao-san still didn't believe that someone could comprehend the fire spirit's origin at such a young age in this insignificant Sikong planet in the lower star domain. If that was true, then what kind of frightening talent was that? Lu Yiji didn't say anything else and silently stared at the stage for a while before turning around and quietly leaving with his attendant Qiao-san. He could only rejoice that he had only given a demonic body pill and not a level 12 mystic breakthrough pill. Otherwise, his losses would have been even greater. Huiyan wasn't of great use. At this time, Huiyan's eyes were filled with fear, bewilderment, bitter tears, vexation, struggle, and disappointment. However, none of these emotions entered the Crown Prince's eyes. His gaze didn't even linger on her for half a second. Huiyan, whose face was contorted from the pain of being burned by the purple flames, wailed miserably. No. He didn't even look at her. He didn't even shift his gaze. "Ah! Father, Huiyan is in so much pain." So much pain, only then did she remember the warning her father gave her before he sent her to the gates of hell. "Don't provoke that person in Shizhou City again, or else even father won't be able to save you." Mo Lian didn't care about how bitter and regretful Commandery Princess Huiyan was. Even now, his heart was still thumping madly. When he saw that sword heading straight for the little fellow's back, Mo Lian felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. This Huiyan simply deserved to die a million times. He even had the urge to skin her alive. Reaching out to hold the little fellow's small hand, Mo Lian lowered his head to examine her from head to toe. Seeing that she was unscathed, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness you're all right. Arbor looked up at him and suddenly patted his chest lightly. Her dark eyes clearly said, don't be afraid, what could happen to this darling? Mo Lian suddenly hugged her tightly, chuckling softly as he hugged her. His darling was so funny. Xiaomu tried her best to raise her head in his arms and stretch out her small paws to push him away. However, for some reason, his aggrieved voice from back then kept echoing in her mind, don't push me away, don't push me away. Arbor withdrew his claws somewhat sullenly, thinking to himself, maybe what happened just now really scared him a little. Sigh, men are really too easily frightened. Arbor lifted his chin helplessly, put his little hand behind his back, and patted him gently. Morongson immediately jumped up, but before she could angrily yell, D***mn punk, let go of my disciple, Xianxia Valley's Valley Master, this good-natured person, jumped out first and shouted, next match. Holy Water Sect disciple Su Shanshan accepts the challenge of Daybreak Sect disciple Liang Qingqing. The crowd's gazes that were on Mo Lian and Yi Zichen immediately shifted back to the arena. However, the shock in his heart towards the youth could not be calmed down for a long time. Only a small cluster of purple flames was left. It fell to the ground and slowly burned. As for Huiyan, she had already been burned to ashes at some point in time. Far away in Guanlan City, the old prince of the vassal king of Annan's estate suddenly received a report from the people guarding the ancestral hall. He hastily rushed to the ancestral hall and collapsed on the ground when he saw his daughter's eternal life lamp extinguished. Huiyan, she died. She didn't even leave behind a word before she died. Oh, his daughter. The old prince was overcome with grief. Princess Annam rushed over and burst into tears the moment she entered the room. Your Highness, what exactly is going on? Tell me what happened, tell me. Princess Annam felt like her heart was about to shatter. She only had a son and a daughter. Her eldest son was away most of the time, while her daughter was a caretaker. Several years ago, an inexplicable self-explosion destroyed her daughter. She had asked her husband countless times what happened, but he refused to tell her. After that, her daughter was sent to the ghost sect for treatment. She originally thought that her daughter would come back this year no matter what. Who would have expected that after waiting for so long, she would end up seeing her daughter die before her own? Princess Annam was infuriated, and she pulled the old prince to continuously interrogate him about the matter. The old prince remained silent from beginning to end, causing Princess Annam to be so anxious that she paced around him in circles. Say something. My daughter died tragically, but as her mother, I don't even have the right to know? The vassal king of Annan looked at the princess consort and sighed deeply. I will send people to investigate this matter. Is it related to that self-explosion several years ago? The princess consort was unable to restrain her anger. You still won't tell me why that person self-exploded. Tell me, did someone deliberately frame my Huiyan? Princess consort, it's not that I don't want to tell you. You won't benefit from knowing this matter. The vassal king of Annan understood his princess consort too well. She was used to making her own decisions and couldn't tolerate a grain of sand in her eyes. She was already so strict with those concubines and concubines' daughters who didn't pose any threat in the inner court, let alone if she knew that the self-explosion back then was entirely due to someone else's revenge after Huiyan's willful and reckless behavior. She had doted on Huiyan since she was young, so she wouldn't find fault with herself when something happened and would definitely blame it all on the other party. If she knew that the crown prince also had a hand in the back, with the princess consort's personality, she definitely wouldn't take things lying down. He understood his highness too well. He usually looked gentle and cheerful and didn't seem to get angry, but once he wanted to deal with you, it definitely wouldn't be as simple as killing you. He would definitely dig deeper and uproot you. Several years ago, it was he who made a prompt decision to withdraw quickly and immediately send Huiyan out of the capital. Otherwise, Huiyan would probably have died back then. My Wu family is not to be trifled with in Guanlan City. What are you worried about, Your Highness? Tell me. The princess consort questioned angrily. Recently, the Duan family has been choosing noble ladies for the second son of the third branch. If you have time, bring a few more maidservants to visit the Duan family. The old prince straightened out his mood, stood up, and left after saying this. King Consort Wu Hongma coldly watched as the vassal king of Anan walked out. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Do you think I won't be able to find anything if you don't say anything? Huiyan, don't worry. Mother will definitely avenge you. Whoever dares to touch you, Mother will turn their entire family into ashes." Eternally lost, my Zhou section break. After 1.5 days of competition, the top 20 were decided. Disciples from the 3 sects and 5 groups were selected. However, among them, the Ghost sect suffered the most. Among the 3 sects, the Holy Water sect and the Heavenly Tao sect had 4 disciples each. The Daybreak sect had 3, the Purple Firmament faction had 4, and the Omni faction and Myriad faction had 2 each. Only the Ghost sect was the most pitiful, with only Peng Zhang being selected. Moreover, during the competition, Peng Zhang's level 10 mystic beast, the 1,000-faced venomous spider, had bitten many people from the other sects, causing Arbor to be very busy with detoxification. How infuriating! It caused her to have to save people while watching the competition. Peng Zhang had made countless enemies now, and even the other members of the 5 groups hated him to the core. The first match of the top 20 was between Daybreak sect's Duan Yu and Ghost faction's Peng Zhang. Elder Ghost was a bit nervous. Their sect only had 1 person who entered the top 20, if they were eliminated this time, then they really would have no face left. If they couldn't even enter the top 10, how could they face the sect master when they returned? They would most likely be hacked to death by the sect master. Peng Zhang, you have to do well. Elder Ghost silently cheered for Peng Zhang in his mind. Peng Zhang coldly looked at the youth who was slowly walking up the stage with his arms folded. The youth was wearing a brocade robe and long shoes. He held a raven bone fan in his hand, and his face was as handsome as jade. Duan Yu was wielding a weapon. This was her first time seeing a youth wielding a weapon. Arbor's eyes brightened slightly. This was definitely the rhythm of beating Peng Zhang to death. Not bad, darling Qiao liked it. This Peng Zhang should have died long ago. He bounced around endlessly and made her so busy. Peng Zhang released the 1,000-faced venomous spider. As soon as it was released, the 1,000-faced venomous spider excitedly crawled around his feet, hissing as it brewed its venom. "Summon your mystic beast," Peng Zhang said haughtily. Duan Yu sneered, "Do I need to summon my mystic beast to deal with you guys?" "Don't joke around." He didn't say anything else and flung the raven bone fan out. The raven bone fan abruptly flew in front of Peng Zhang, but it was blocked by the mystic energy Peng Zhang channeled, unable to advance even half an inch. Peng Zhang sneered and was about to mock when his pupils abruptly contracted. Countless specks of cold light flew out from the raven bone fan and whizzed towards Peng Zhang's surroundings before exploding in succession. Peng Zhang's expression abruptly changed. He mustered all the mystic energy in his body to launch a full-scale defense, but how could he make it in time? How could he have known that this punk would use a killing move as soon as he started? He didn't give the other party any time to prepare. This was not an ordinary concealed weapon. When the cold light exploded on his body, he could clearly feel that every bit of the cold light that flew out from the black bone fan contained a strong profound energy. The mystic energy he used to defend himself was completely unable to block the specks of cold light flying out of the raven bone fan. Peng Zhang could feel that the defensive power around his body was weakening, and he could only activate his profound energy in a fluster to protect his body. He even shouted angrily, "1,000-faced venomous spider." Hiss. The 1,000-faced venomous spider swiftly crawled towards Duan Yu's leg. In the blink of an eye, the raven bone fan flew back into Duan Yu's hand. Duan Yu leaped, and his slender figure streaked across the air like a shadow. His long, loose hair suddenly swayed slightly. Hundreds of cold lights suddenly shot out from his hair and pounced on the 1,000-faced venomous spider on the ground. Hua! Everyone watched nervously, and many people couldn't help but stand up. Elder Ghost's face was even more ashen. His fingers that were pinching the armrest had already turned slightly purple. "You've done well, Peng Zhang. You're the only one left in the sect." After Duan Yu closed the raven bone fan in his hand, he flicked it slightly with his raised wrist. The black bone fan abruptly transformed into a long sword. Following the youth's figure, it was suddenly delivered to Peng Zhang's throat. The blazing sun was like fire, the sunlight shining down. At that moment, everyone felt as if the youth's figure that was suspended in midair had become transparent. The long sword slashed open Peng Zhang's neck. Peng Zhang turned pale with fright as his eyes bulged. He only heard cracking sounds coming from his throat, as if something warm was slowly flowing out. Bam! Peng Zhang powerlessly crashed to the ground. Dejected, Elder Ghost drooped his head down, laying down on the stool in defeat. The youth gracefully landed on the ground and withdrew his longsword, turning it into a fan again as he gently waved it. Needless to say, this handsomeness not only made the coitus sex love-struck infatuated, but even their own Daybreak sex female disciples clasped their faces and called him senior martial brother. When Xianxia Valley's valley master rushed up, Peng Zhang had already breathed his last. His venomous spider was still hanging on by a thread after being attacked by 100 cold glints, but it immediately died the moment its master died. With one man and one beast's corpses strewn across the stage, the valley master didn't know what to say anymore. Say that the youth was too ruthless and killed his opponent in a few moves? But he didn't even summon out his mystic beast. He clearly went easy on him. In the end, it was still because Peng Zhang was too weak. Duanyu was careless and killed him. In a moment of carelessness, Xianxia Valley's valley master comforted himself like this, but even he couldn't continue making up this lie. After Xianxia Valley's valley master announced the results of the match, Duanyu jumped down from the stage and excitedly ran toward Arbor. Jojo, I killed that bad guy. Are you happy? Duanyu's question caused the ghost faction disciples' faces to darken. Happy, Arbor replied bluntly. Humph. Mo Lian rolled her eyes at him. I'll do it in one move. Bah. Duanyu simply moved a small square stool and squeezed himself next to Arbor. Jojo, what grudge do you have with Mulianda? Tell me about it. Everyone pricked up their ears. After 2 more matches, it would be Arbor's match against Mulianda. Everyone felt that it would definitely be worth watching. Of course, they were also very curious as to why this little junior sister of the Holy Water sect kept wanting to challenge Mulianda one-on-one. Arbor tilted his head and pondered. Enemy. The little fellow suddenly thought of something and left her seat to run to Daybreak sect master Liang Wanshan. She cupped her hands respectfully. Sect master, I'm going to kill your sect's disciple, Mulianda, in a moment. It has nothing to do with our sections. This is a personal grudge between me and him. Please forgive me if I'm overboard. The stifled sect master Liang, the heavenly Dao sect master, Situ Min, laughed. Sect master Liang, this little fellow came to greet you. Morongsun also found her disciple unbearably adorable. When she received Liang Wanshan's speechless gaze, she broke into laughter and said, I really don't know why. However, this disciple of mine has always said whatever she wants to say. If she says that she has a grudge against your virtue, then that's it. Since it's a personal grudge, this sect master shouldn't interfere too much. Liang Wanshan was also speechless. It's just that Mulianda isn't as ordinary as you think. Liang Wanshan said hesitantly, you might not be able to defeat him. Sect master Liang, don't worry. I'll definitely kill him. The little fellow swore and ran off. Liang Wanshan had a stifled look on his face. Why am I getting more and more worried? Everyone burst into laughter. Why did it sound like sect master Liang was going to kill Mulianda in the end and even told the sect master not to worry? It was too comical. Arbor ran back to Mo Lian's side and told Duanyu after sitting down, I just greeted your sect master. I said that I'll kill Mulianda in a moment, and he agreed. Everyone looked at her like she was a little oddball and simply didn't know what to say. Duanyu immediately lost his integrity and encouraged, Jojo, do your best. You can do it. Mo Lian, young man, where's your integrity? You're too shameless. For the next 2 matches, they stopped after a certain point and were relatively harmonious. Shueshao and Bailey Shi fought, and Bailey Shi won. Wei Nanfeng and a Purple Firmament faction disciple fought, and Wei Nanfeng won. The 4th match was Arbor and Mulianda's match. The two were silent the entire time as they ascended the stage. They looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. I heard that you're also a talisman practitioner? Let me experience it. It was rare for Arbor to be in the mood to speak before the battle. Mulianda's face was gentle as he courteously bowed to Arbor. Little junior sister, you should make the first move. You can summon that snow leopard of yours first. Just use the talismans when I tell you to. You like to talk so much nonsense. If you won't use it, I'll use it. Arbor swung her hand, and a row of talismans flew out and suddenly leaped in front of Mulianda. Mulianda's eyes abruptly constricted. He raised his dumbfounded face and foolishly looked at the little girl who suddenly made a move. What was going on? Mulianda was truly dumbfounded. Ever since he left Guanlan City's main residence, he really hadn't seen anyone who could throw out so many talismans in one go in all these years. His first thought was, is it fake? However, that row of talismans all gathered around him and abruptly tightened. Binding Talisman Matrix, our dear Xiaomu had long planned out how to deal with this Mulianda. Wasn't this person a talisman practitioner? Then she would use talisman matrices to deal with him and let him die a worthy death. However, she seemed to have overestimated this Mulianda, staring at Mulianda, who was flustered in the binding talisman matrix and continuously using his shoulder and elbow to strike left and right. Arbor's eyes narrowed in displeasure. She asked in an extremely dissatisfied tone, "Are you really a talisman practitioner? Why can't you even crack such a simple binding talisman matrix?" This kind of binding talisman matrix was one of the more basic types of talisman matrices, and it only used beginner talismans. Even so, she could make Mulianda, a talisman practitioner, into such a sorry state? Arbor couldn't help but suspect that the person in front of her might just be a fake. Mulianda's expression truly changed. Binding Talisman Matrix, this was actually the binding talisman matrix that Patriarch once sighed and yearned for? Why did this girl know how to use talisman matrices? Ah? What's going on? None of the talisman patrician families in Guanlan City knew how to use the talisman array. How could this young lady use it? Mulianda couldn't believe his eyes. Moreover, from the girl's tone, it seemed that this binding glyph array was only the most basic glyph array to her. Who was she? Hurry up and use your talisman. Arbor glared at him unhappily. You don't have to go easy on me. Which eye of yours saw me going easy on you? Thus, a hilarious scene appeared on the stage. The little girl stood at the side of the stage and glared at Mulianda, who was trapped in the binding talisman array. What are you doing? Come out. Mulianda was speechless. Under the little fellow's repeated urging, he couldn't help but say angrily, "Little girl, don't go overboard in everything you do. Even if our patriarch were to come, he might not be able to immediately decipher this talisman formation of yours. What's more, it's just me." Xiaomu creased her brows, truly dissatisfied to the extreme in her heart. She had originally thought that if this guy was a talisman expert, she wouldn't kill him first. She would first exchange a few pointers with him, then kill him. Hearing him say this, she felt uncomfortable all over, and the fury in her heart surged. You big liar. Go to hell. Countless talismans flew out with a whoosh. He even said that he was a talisman practitioner. This stinky, shameless liar. Just looking at him made her angry. How dare he lie to her? What a waste of time, everyone. Liar, she really wanted to kill him. However, she also really wanted to test the power of other talisman masters. She had never competed with other talisman masters in all her years of drawing talismans. It felt so novel and she really wanted to give it a try. Countless talismans flew out from under her sleeves and floated in front of the stupefied Mulianda. F***CK, F***CK, F***CK. What the hell was this? Where did this girl get so many talismans? Mulianda's eyes were dazed, and his mind was in a mess. These talismans floating in front of him were engraved with runes that he could not understand at all. No, he could understand a few of them. He understood the beginner-level speed talisman, the beginner-level strength talisman, and the beginner-level safety talisman. However, he actually could not understand a single one of the mysterious runes on the remaining 200 or so talismans. Heavens, although he was only from a side branch of the talisman patrician family, he had studied in the main family for a period of time after all, so he knew the general standard of talisman masters. Although there was no lack of people who were more talented and intelligent than him, he was definitely not the worst. But now, he felt that the talismans he drew were just a pile of **T in front of the little girl's talismans. The onlookers were simply speechless. Why was this scene so funny? What happened to the promised fierce battle? Why did they only see a circle of floating talismans surrounding Mulianda? The latter was like a clown, bumping around in this circle of talismans, but no matter what he did, he was unable to shake off that circle of talismans. The funniest thing was that the little fellow was actually anxious outside the circle of talismans and repeatedly urged others to quickly come out. You didn't throw this talisman array at others? You're anxious now? The onlookers were speechless. They asked themselves honestly, if any of them were in Mulianda's position, they would definitely not feel good and would definitely be driven crazy. Take out your talismans, hurry up. The little girl pulled a long face as she impatiently glared at Mulianda, who was trapped in the binding talisman array. You. Mulianda was about to go crazy from anger. Was this girl born to piss people off? Now that he was trapped in this talisman array, there was nothing he could do. Even if he took out talismans, he couldn't throw them out of this talisman array. He was completely bound in this area. Mulianda felt that this girl was doing it on purpose. She said that on purpose to trample on his pride and dignity. Arbor's black eyes widened. He was so angry that he wanted to stomp his feet. Was this person an idiot? Why did it feel like that idiot was speaking to him in a completely different world? She had already asked him to take out his talisman, so why didn't he do so? She really wanted to see what other talisman masters were like. She urgently wanted to know what level she, as an intermediate level symbol master, was at among the symbol masters. She was so angry that Mulianda, this stupid fellow, couldn't even fulfill such a small wish for her. A Violet Firmament faction disciple who was closest to the arena kindly reminded her, "Little junior sister, I think that Mulianda probably can't walk out of the talisman array you set up. If you want him to come out, then remove the talisman array." The battle between the two of them made the onlookers anxious. You're so stupid. How can you not even crack such a basic binding talisman array? You're definitely not a talisman master. You big liar. You've fooled everyone in Daybreak Sect. Our dear Xiaomu angrily said. Arbor's words immediately enraged Mulianda so much that his lungs were about to explode. How was he not a talisman practitioner? He was an orthodox talisman practitioner, all right? He came from a prestigious family. What kind of joke was this? Mulianda furiously took out 7 to 8 talismans from his inner world and flung them one by one at Arbor. I'm a talisman practitioner. I'm a talisman practitioner from Guanlon City's Mu family. What would a little girl like you know? Arbor scooped up those yellow talismans and carefully examined them one by one. She was so angry that she threw them all to the ground and stomped on them indignantly. You liar. I knew how to draw these lousy beginner-level talismans when I was 7 years old. You still want to lie to me? You clearly stole these beginner-level talismans from who knows where, and you still dare to say that you drew them yourself. Shameless. Mulianda widened his eyes. However, the onlookers only felt that this scene was extremely exciting. From little junior sister's words, they completely understood one thing: she knew how to draw talismans when she was only 7 years old and was still a baby. Of course, Mulianda also understood. He stuttered in shock, You? Who is your master? Arbor looked at Mulianda with disappointment. Her wish to spar with a talisman practitioner was completely dashed. Fortunately, she actively accepted the challenge last night and even drew 200 different talismans. What use was that? She had already completely lost the mood to talk now. Mo Lian was all too familiar with this expression of hers. With one look, she knew that the little fellow wouldn't be able to talk anymore. Sure enough, she suddenly released her small hand and threw a little chick into the air. At the same time, she summoned a ferrule from her conscious and swung it straight at Mulianda without another word. The 60 binding talismans moved again and circled around Mulianda with a whoosh. Greatly alarmed, Mulianda hurriedly dodged and shouted, "Mystic beast, come out, shriek!" A shrill shriek came from midair, and the large cyan blue bird swooped down and spat out a large cloud of icy mist. In a single exchange, it froze the mystic beast that Mulianda had just summoned into a layer of frost. Then, it lightly waved its sharp claws. With a soft pu sound, the Xian beast that was sealed in the snow was immediately smashed into pieces by the Qingyuan's claw and fell to the ground. This time, everyone was really shocked. Wei Nanfeng rolled and jumped up from the stool. his eyes staring straight as he subconsciously waved the distinguished scholar fan in his hand, muttering incessantly, "Savage, savage. What kind of Xian beast was this? This little girl is too scary. Amazing, amazing." Princess Mi, who was at the side, slapped her thigh and cheered. "This is what a hot-blooded battle is like." Ha ha ha. Mu Liangda's expression completely changed. He suddenly felt a terrifying aura of death approaching. The binding glyph array once again encircled his body. At the same time, the little girl had already raised her fist and rushed in front of him. Boom! A fist wrapped in dense profound energy directly bombarded Mu Liangda's body. Mu Liangda blocked with a backhand, but due to the binding glyph array, most of his profound energy was restrained and unable to be used. As a result, he didn't even receive the little girl's first punch and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew out backwards. The little fellow chased after him and swung her fist again. Another fist wrapped in profound energy. This time, it directly hammered a large hole in the arena, trapping Mu Liangda inside. Immediately after a series of explosions, everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the new hole in the stage, but Mu Liangda had already disappeared. From the looks of it, he should have completely fallen into that hole. The little girl expressionlessly stood at the edge of the hole and stared at Xianxia Valley's Valley Master, who had flown onto the stage, for a while. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master speechlessly stared at her for a long time before ordering 2 disciples to go forward and carry Mu Liangda out of the hole. The onlookers couldn't help but be stupefied when they took a closer look. How could Mu Liangda's former graceful and exuberant face be seen? His entire face was even fatter than a pig's head, and his entire body was covered in blood. You. Mu Liangda was hanging on by a thread as he glared at Arbor with his eyes that had swollen into slits. He couldn't spit out another word for a long time. Mu Liangda, do you still remember Qiao Zhongbang, who entered Daybreak Sect at the same time as you? Arbor asked in a clear and cold voice as she stood with her hands behind her back. Qiao Zhongbang? Qiao Zhongbang? He didn't know how many years it had been since someone had mentioned this name to him. That youth who came from the countryside, that youth who was quite talented and was quite well liked by his master back then. His age was about the same as his, so he should be in his 30s now. This little girl was called Arbor. Realization suddenly dawned on Mu Liangda, and he struggled to raise his head from the stretcher. His deformed face was slightly contorted as he strenuously enunciated each word. You? You're Qiao Zhongbang's daughter? That's right. Arbor nodded and looked at him solemnly. Back then, you saw that my father's talent was better than yours, so you were afraid that he would steal your limelight in front of Wei Qing. Thus, you secretly poisoned him and damaged his mystic meridians, causing him to be driven out by Wei Qing. I am Qiao Zhongbang's daughter. I came to avenge my father. Do you have any objections? Everyone, could he say anything if he had any objections? Could he beg for mercy if he had any objections? The little girl didn't wait for Mu Liangda to continue speaking and continued, since you don't have any objections, you can go on your way with peace of mind. Wait. Mu Liangda narrowed his swollen eyes and coughed. You dare to kill me? I am a member of Guanlan City's Mu clan. My clan's background is so powerful, how dare you, Before Mu Liangda could finish his nonsense, the little girl waved her small hand and directly threw a handful of colorless and odorless powder at him. What happened afterwards really was only a fleeting moment. It was so fast that even Xianxia Valley's Valley Master, who was standing beside Mu Liangda, couldn't react in time. Mu Liangda, who was half sitting on the stretcher, rolled off the stretcher in pain. He covered his face with both hands and held incessantly. After rolling on the arena for a while, his voice completely disappeared, and his entire person lay upright on the arena. Arbor's small face was stoic as he looked at Mu Liangda and shook his head in disappointment. I thought that you would at least be able to resist for a moment because of your research on poisons. Yet unexpectedly, he couldn't even resist for 2 minutes. He reckoned that he had also brought that bag of vicious medicinal powder from his home back then. Did he think that he could be so awesome just because he had a powerful clan background? Wasn't he just a weakling at the mercy of others? Xianxia Valley's Valley Master glared at the little girl in front of him and was tongue-tied for a long time. He couldn't help but say angrily, "Little girl, the results of the competition were already out just now. You shouldn't have poisoned him and poisoned him to death. Arbor blinked. Didn't he die from his severe injuries? Xianxia Valley's valley master was simply infuriated by this child and glared at her back for a while before ordering people to carry Mu Liangde away. It was just that the deep hole in the arena could not be repaired right away. After the top 10 competitions name list was released, each of the 3 sects had 2 disciples qualified. Just based on the number of people, it was a complete victory. Ghost faction and Myriad faction's disciples were eliminated. Only Purple Firmament faction had 2 people qualified, while Coitus faction and Omni faction each had 1 person qualified. They were Coitus faction's Chi Mei and Omni faction's Ning Bihuan. Unfortunately, the next match was Omni faction's Ning Bihuan versus Coitus faction's Chi Mei. After Ning Bihuan ascended the stage, she hugged her silver spear and stood there with a dark expression. Although her face was not much different from her younger sister, Ning Baifan's, it was much gloomier than Ning Baifan's. She looked like someone owed her several million yuan all day long. Fortunately, she did not talk much and was not as annoying as her younger sister. After the little girl poisoned Mu Liangde to death, she was in a good mood and sat there listening to her senior sister's gossip. They were talking about Coitus faction's Granny Witch. I asked around. The reason Granny Witch hated Eldest Aunt Master so much was because her face was disfigured by Eldest Aunt Master back then. Xianxia was like an information broker, showing off the first-hand information she just obtained. Where did you ask around? As Morong Sun's eldest disciple, Su Shanshan did not know her master had such a story. Shueshao couldn't resist laughing. Where else could she ask around? Second Aunt Master most likely told her. Xianxia rubbed her hands and giggled mischievously. Then do you want to hear it? Tell us quickly. The senior sisters hastily urged Xianxia not to keep them in suspense when they heard such an interesting story. At this time, a purple talisman floated in front of the little girl's eyes. She took out several cans of snacks and fruit in succession and distributed them to the senior sisters. The senior sisters couldn't help but be amused. Oh my, look at their little junior sister. She took out food as soon as she heard a story. Although she didn't say it, she was definitely 120% curious about their master's story. When the disciples from the other 2 sects who were close to each other saw the little fellow handing out food, they also came over to divide it up. It was supposed to be a martial arts competition, but they made it seem like a gathering of the masses. Let me tell you, didn't Granny Witch from the Joyous sect capture many beautiful men as vessels back then? As he said this, his finger continuously pointed at Situ Yi, Wei Nanfeng, Duan Yu, and the others who had come forward. People like this, and this, they're definitely targets for Granny Witch to capture. The handsome men all had innocent looks on their faces. The demonic art she practices is to absorb people's yang energy. The little girl silently took a bite of the apple and raised her head to look at Xianxia, who was getting more and more ridiculous with her words. She silently turned her head away. Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh as she glanced at her. She raised her hand to remove a small piece of fruit peel from the corner of her lips. In short, she's using people as vessels to refine that thing in other people's bodies, such as profound energy, to increase her own profound energy. It's said that it can even preserve her youth and beauty. Xianxia finally hit the nail on the head and vividly described, that night, it was a dark and windy night. Granny Witch captured several beautiful men and was at the critical juncture of absorbing their mystic energy. Eldest Aunt Master suddenly broke through the window and entered. Pfft. Just hearing Xianxia's description was quite comical, so it could be imagined how delightful that scene was back then. After Eldest Aunt Master broke the window and entered, she yelled, "I'm about to die." How did you know that Eldest Aunt Master yelled, "I'm about to die"? Right. How did you know? Everyone asked curiously. Second Aunt Master must have made it up. Shueshao pursed her lips and said with a smile. How is that making it up? Xianxia glared at her. Eldest Aunt Master yelled, "I'm about to die," and then rushed up. She lifted Granny Witch, who was at the critical juncture of her cultivation, and gave her a violent beating. And then? Everyone's eyes turned round as they questioned her curiously. What else is there? Apparently, Eldest Aunt Master broke Granny Witch's cultivation on the spot. Her fair, tender, and juicy face turned into her current appearance in minutes. Chicken skin and crane hair, tsk tsk. She's very different from her past self. Chang Yushi spoke too loudly. So much so that Granny Witch and the rest all heard her, and they shot stern gazes in their direction. The Holy Water Sect's senior and junior sisters stuck out their tongues in laughter. They all pretended not to see the coitus faction's man-eating expression and averted their gazes. Everyone lowered their voices and continued to laugh and chat for a while. They all thought that it was no wonder Granny Witch looked like she wanted to eat someone when she saw eldest Aunt Master. It turned out that there was such a thing going on. At this time, after everyone finished gossiping, they finally discovered that Ning Bihuan had been standing alone on the stage for quite a while. At this time, Ning Bihuan hugged her silver spear and asked impatiently, "Is that coitus faction's Chi Mayor coming to compete or not? If she doesn't want to compete, then treat it as a forfeit and directly announce the results." However, Granny Witch's expression was very unsightly. Her expression was already unsightly enough when everyone in the Holy Water Sect knew about her gossip just now. At this time, Mayor only went to relieve herself, but she was even more displeased that she still hadn't returned. After a while, when Ning Bihuan was already so impatient that she wanted Xianxia Valley's Valley Master to announce the results again, a figure wrapped in a black cloak suddenly jumped onto the stage. At first glance, Granny Witch discovered that the person under the cloak wasn't her disciple Chi Mayor. She stood up at once and berated with a slightly grave expression, "Who are you? You're not Mayor. What did you do to Mayor?" The people from the other sects were naturally not familiar with Chi Mayor. When they heard what Granny Witch said, they could not help but feel a little strange. Why were there still people rushing to replace Chi Mayor in the arena to fight Ning Bihuan? Ning Bihuan wasn't an easy bone to chew on. However, the person on stage didn't say much, and directly sent out a wave of profound energy towards Ning Bihuan. Ning Bihuan raised her eyebrows. She raised her silver spear and charged forward. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Ning Bihuan curled her lips and coldly said, "Who the hell are you? You're not a disciple of Coitus Sect, are you?" The person who came did not make a sound. However, Morong Sun had already recognized the person at this time. Her face instantly darkened, and her complexion was quite unsightly. Yang Shirong looked at her expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong, senior sister?" "It was Ling Min," Morong Sun said coldly. "What?" The two peak masters couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. They all knew that Morong Sun did not bring Yi Ling Min with her on this trip, so her sudden appearance meant that she escaped from Sky Peak's Duantian Cliff. Yi Ling Min actually escaped from Sky Peak's Duantian Cliff on her own and entered the arena to compete without permission. Her guts were already abnormally big. At this time, Coitus Faction's Chi Mayor ran over, flustered and exasperated. Everyone turned to look and saw that unlucky woman's stench wafting over, as if she had crawled out of a cesspit. "Master, that person, she." Chi Mayor was so drunk from her own stench that she cried. How could she have known that when she went to relieve herself normally, someone actually covered her head with a sack from behind and beat her up? Her entire body was covered with the smell of feces and urine. Woo-woo, too infuriating, truly infuriating. Disaster fell from the sky when she was relieving herself. This kind of luck was indeed unparalleled. Everyone looked at this stinky girl with sympathetic gazes. Even her master, Granny Witch, disliked her stench and hurriedly avoided her when she walked over. It was truly an unexpected disaster with overwhelming bad luck. Such a delicate beauty coughing and stinking of urine truly didn't smell good. "Hurry up and go wash up," Granny Witch angrily rebuked. She still dared to make a fool of herself in front of others with such a pestilence appearance. Her old face was completely thrown away by this idiot. "Senior sister, I'll accompany you to wash up." Chi Hua, who was dressed in plain clothes and only had a small pink beaded flower on her head, walked over and draped a robe over the stinky Chi Mayor. Chi Mayor also knew that if she continued to stand here, she would definitely be an eyesore to her master. Hearing this, she could only follow Chi Hua to wash up and change clothes, hating the woman who snatched the arena from her to the bone. The two of them didn't walk far when they saw a hunchbacked old man being supported over. To avoid the old man's disdain, Chi Hua hurriedly pulled her senior sister a little closer and left after casting a glance out of the corner of her eye. "Sir, those two are disciples of Coitus Faction," Chio-san whispered. "Vulgar women, withered flowers and withered willows." Lu Yizhi coughed a few times and stood still, his cold gaze fixed on the arena. My lord, the strength of these two lower domain disciples is comparable to our soldiers, Qiu-san said. Humph, he's just an outer court soldier material and doesn't even have the qualifications to guard the inner court. Lu Yizhi's eyes were full of disdain. Suddenly, Lu Yizhi's body stiffened, and his expression changed slightly because Mo Lian and Arbor both turned their heads and gazed coldly at them. At the same time, Duan Yu also turned around with a grin and raised his brow. His gaze swept over Lu Yizhi and Qiu-san before withdrawing. Lu Yizhi didn't see Duan Yu and Ping Zhang's battle, so he didn't know how strong this youth was. However, he had a deep impression of Mo Lian. A youth who could control a powerful fire spirit, even he did not dare to easily offend him. At this moment, they were very far away from the arena, but even so, those three people could still sense them. It had to be said that even Lu Yizhi was surprised by their sharp acuity. At this time, the competition on the arena had already entered a white-hot stage. The silver spear in Ning Bihuan's hand suddenly lifted Yi Lingmin's headscarf and cloak, exposing her entire face to everyone. Senior Sister Yi? Many holy water sect disciples covered their mouths as they exclaimed softly. Yi Lingmin was holding a willow leaf saber. Because her shoulder had been struck by the mystic energy seeping out from the silver spear, her shoulder was already red. She was extremely furious, and her mind was in a mess, so her saber technique was out of order. She did not spend so much effort to participate in the competition to lose to this woman in front of her. She wanted to prove to her master that not choosing her to participate in the competition was absolutely a wrong decision. Ning Bihuan creased her brows and coldly said, "Admit defeat. I don't want to take your life, so leave the stage yourself." With a shake of her silver spear, she directly sent Yi Lingmin flying. Yi Lingmin rolled 3 times on the stage before plopping down on the ground. Her eyes revealed her unwillingness to admit defeat, and she ferociously glared at Ning Bihuan. You think you've won for sure? The two of them did not summon their mystic beasts from beginning to end, as if they had made a pact together. Ning Bihuan shook her head. You're a holy water sect disciple, right? You didn't go through the early stages of the competition and directly skipped levels to participate in the finals. This is already against the rules. I didn't bicker with you, so you should quit while you're ahead. I'm telling you, you can't win against me. Yi Lingmin's stubborn temper flared up, and she suddenly flipped her hand, pinching a small bottle in her hand. The eyelids of the 3 peak masters sitting in the front seats all twitched. Morongsun's face darkened, and she had just shouted Lingmin when she saw Yi Lingmin uncorking the bottle and drinking the 3 drops of holy water she had preserved until now in one gulp. Holy water sect disciples all knew that holy water was most effective and improved the fastest when it was consumed for the first and second time. Yi Lingmin had been reluctant to consume it a second time and had been accumulating holy water the entire time. Every time she asked Lady Holy Water for more holy water, she would preserve it until today. She swallowed it all in one gulp. The 3 peak masters' expressions were abnormally unsightly. Soon, all the mystic energy from all directions gathered above Yi Lingmin's head, forming a small vortex of stars that continuously gathered inside her body. Until it completely erupted, Yi Lingmin advanced in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with intense incredulity. Everyone knew how difficult and dangerous it was for a great level 10 mystic cultivator to advance to a great level 11 mystic cultivator. But what happened just now? Why did Yi Lingmin suddenly break through the barrier of great level 10 mystic cultivator? Before everyone could react, Yi Lingmin had already jumped up on the spot and energetically swung her saber. The lancet spun in the air and whooshed towards Ning Bihuan. Ning Bihuan's silver spear flew up. With a solemn expression, she flicked it at Yi Lingmin's blade. Immediately, she felt her wrists suddenly become heavy and she almost lost her grip on the silver spear. Let go! Yi Lingmin shouted in an awe-inspiring manner. She suddenly pulled back her lancet and chopped at Ning Bihuan's left wrist. Ning Bihuan had no choice but to retreat, but the silver spear in her hand was suddenly snatched away by Yi Lingmin. With a kick, she sent it flying. With a whoosh, it landed on the stage and stuck into the ground at an angle. Everyone was silent. Morongsun's expression was indescribably unsightly. However, Koidasek's Granny Witch's eyes were filled with doubt. Could this be the legendary holy water spring of the holy water sect? Its effects were truly so good that one could immediately advance from a level 10 Great Mystic Cultivator to level 11 after drinking a mouthful. Crushing Ningbi Huan, who was also a great level 10 Mystic Cultivator, in a matter of minutes, the godly water was really that effective. I won. Amidst the silent audience, Yi Lingmin raised the lancet in her hand above her head and shouted. On the side, Ningbi Huan clutched her chest and silently glanced at her. She directly walked to her silver spear and pulled it out from the ground. Then, she swiftly jumped off the stage and left. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master was baffled and did not know whether he should go on stage to announce the results of the competition. Seeing that no one else was going up, Yi Lingmin jumped down from the stage and walked straight to Murong Sun. She straightened her neck and bowed to the three peak masters. Master, and Master. Murong Sun's expression was unsightly to the extreme. She coldly stared at Yi Lingmin and did not say anything. She merely stared at her for a long time. This extremely powerful silent stare caused Yi Lingmin to panic. In reality, it would be best if she could enter closed-door cultivation right now. In order to win the competition just now, she swallowed 3 drops of holy water at once and forcefully raised her cultivation to level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator, obtaining an overwhelming victory. However, in reality, she did not completely assimilate these 3 drops of holy water. If she wanted to completely stabilize her cultivation as a level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator, she still needed a period of closed-door cultivation. She merely wanted to win too much. She wanted to display herself in front of her master and obtain her master's approval and affirmation too much. She wanted her master to know that she, Yi Lingmin, her master's 3rd disciple, was not inferior to anyone else. But right now, her master's aloof gaze made her feel afraid from the bottom of her heart. Yi Lingmin quietly called out, Master. Lingmin, it's because I don't know how to teach disciples that your willful, reckless, and lawless personality is today. Murong Sun's disappointed gaze made Yi Lingmin's heart tremble. Why was it like this? She won the fight. Why was her master so disappointed in her even though she won? Didn't she win? Master. Yi Lingmin completely panicked and looked at the other 2 ant masters in a daze. However, the 2 people she saw had the same grave expression. Master. Yi Lingmin wanted to reach out and grab Murong Sun's sleeve. However, Murong Sun pushed her back 2 steps. She dazedly stood there and looked up at her unfamiliar master in a daze. From today onward, you are no longer my disciple. You are also no longer a disciple of the Holy Water sect. Go, Murong Sun said aloofly. As if struck by lightning, Yi Lingmin staggered back 2 steps and looked up at Murong Sun with tear-filled eyes. She could not help but ask, Why, Master? Why? 3rd senior sister, the other disciples of First Peak were also dumbfounded. They wanted to surround Murong Sun and dissuade her, but none of them dared to move when they saw Murong Sun's warning gaze. Yi Lingmin suddenly knelt in front of Murong Sun with a plop and wailed, Master, Master, don't chase me away, Master. Disciple was wrong, Master. Your disciple was disobedient and shouldn't have run away from Duantian Cliff. Master, please forgive me this once. Master, Master, don't chase your disciple away. Murong Sun had already made up her mind. Even if other people came over to put in a few good words for Yi Lingmin, Murong Sun still insisted on expelling Yi Lingmin from the sect. Master. You can leave. Go back and think about what you did wrong. If you feel guilty in the future, take good care of your former sister when we meet again in the pugilistic world. Murong Sun turned around and did not look at Yi Lingmin again. Master. Yi Lingmin was completely flustered. She turned around and saw Arbor in a daze. She rushed in front of her and grabbed her arm, begging for mercy. Little junior sister, help 3rd senior sister. Little junior sister, go beg Master. Master likes you the most. If you speak up for me, she will definitely listen to you. Little junior sister, senior sister is begging you, wah. 3rd senior sister. Arbor blinked and looked up at Murong Sun, who was standing on the side with her back facing them. She only felt that Master's back was stiff, as if she was hiding 1,000 things that she couldn't say. 3rd senior sister, Master is in a fit of anger right now. How about you leave first, and I'll slowly persuade Master? Arbor asked softly. Yi Lingmin glanced at Arbor with teary eyes. Little junior sister, you'll really help me? Arbor nodded solemnly. Sorry. Yi Lingmin didn't expect that her little junior sister, whom she dissed the first time they met, would disregard former enmity and help her. She tightly grasped the little girl's hands and gripped them tightly. She turned around to glance at Murong Sun's cold back and didn't dare to linger any longer, running away in tears. On the other end, Lu Yizhi and Qiu San's figures had long disappeared. Qiu San supported Lu Yizhi as they walked out of the arena. Lu Yizhi was so excited that he couldn't control himself the entire way, and his entire body was trembling lightly. It's not the holy water spring, it definitely isn't the holy water spring. How was this some holy water spring? Just now, he clearly saw that the holy water sect girl in the competition clearly swallowed 3 drops of water. 3 drops of water immediately raised her from level 10 to level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator. Such a large leap, ha 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 ha. He was now very clear that the holy water spring was definitely a smokescreen thrown out by the holy water sect to conceal the holy water's true identity. They deceived the world for so many years, ha 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 ha, great. A tiny lower star domain's holy water sect could actually do whatever they wanted under the 6 prefectures' noses, how audacious. How was this some holy water spring? It was clearly holy water. Speaking of holy water, one had to mention the 5 spirits' origins. Everyone in the 6 prefectures knew that as long as one comprehended one of the 5 spirits' origins when breaking through to level 15 Great Mystic Cultivator, they could smoothly enter a higher realm and achieve the transition from the mystic realm to the spiritual realm. And among the 10 levels of the water origins, the one and only and unparalleled origin among the origins was holy water. Normally, everyone's comprehension of the 5 spirits' origins was between the 1st and the 5th level. Only those with especially good talent could comprehend the origins of the higher levels. What was the holy water? That was the foundation that could crush all the water spirits below the 9th level. Once the Holy Spirit appeared, no one would be able to contend against it. This was the holy water, holy fire, holy wood, holy earth, and holy lightning of the 5 spirit origins. Quickly go and inform all of Shantian Prefecture's forces on Seikong Planet. Immediately travel day and night to the holy water sect outside 5 Moon City. We must obtain the sacred water before the other 5 prefectures. Holy water was such an important item, so the holy water sect definitely wouldn't bring it with them when they went out this time. Presumably, it was currently quietly staying in the holy water sect's secret ground, waiting for their Shantian prefecture to come and harvest it. Ha 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 ha, no, she was waiting for him. Lu Yizhi went to seize it. Yes. Qiu San immediately cupped his fists and left in a hurry. Lu Yizhi looked up at the dark blue sky and narrowed his cold eyes slightly. He coughed several times and sneered. It seems like the weather is about to change. The rest of the competition became dull and boring. Moreover, many people's minds were no longer on the competition. In the end, it was Darling Qiao who obtained victory. Why? Because the other top 4, such as Duan Yu, Su Shanshan, Situ Yi, and Bai Li Shi, couldn't be bothered to fight with her, so she automatically advanced to first place. However, she did not feel excited or joyful at all. In the end, the 3 sects won a complete victory, but there was no joy on the holy water sect's 3 peak masters' faces. When she returned to her courtyard, all the senior sisters ran over to give her gifts. They glorified it by saying that little junior sister had won honor for the holy water sect, so they gave gifts to the champion. Su Shanshan gave her a level 15 mystic dagger and told her that she took it from Maple Pavilion and that it was quite handy. Arbor's intuition was a bit strange. Her senior sisters all ran over to give her gifts, and they were all very valuable. What happened? Arbor asked seriously. What could happen? Yang Shirong smiled and said, My little disciple. You've been in the sect for so many years, but you've never returned home. How about you go home and take a look this time? Arbor nodded. She also had this plan, but she had more or less assimilated her essence water recently, so she could not suppress her cultivation anymore. She planned to find a place to raise her cultivation before going home. Master, are you still angry at 3rd senior sister? Arbor walked to Murong Sun and tugged on her sleeve. Can't forgive her? You know what kind of person she is. Master always knew that she was unyielding and competitive, but why was she so angry today? Arbor felt that she must have overlooked something. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and Arbor hastily asked, "Is it the holy water?" Because third senior sister used holy water on the spot and attracted attention? Then what about the sex master and senior sisters? Arbor only felt that things were a bit off. Silly child, what could happen? Morong-sun said with a smile, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Go rest early. The other sects have to leave Dwelling Valley tomorrow morning. We also have to leave. Child, you haven't returned for so many years, so your parents must be worried. Stay at home for a while when you go back this time. You don't have to rush back since there's nothing going on in the sect anyway." Morong-sun tugged on Arbor's hand and quietly instructed, "Being outside is different from being in the sect. Be careful of everything and take good care of yourself along the way." "Young Master Mo is here," Su Shanshan said. Arbor walked out, a little unhappy. Mo Lian took her little hand and squeezed it. "What's wrong? Because I'm leaving tomorrow? Can't bear to part with me?" The little fellow was not in the mood to talk and laugh. She looked up at him sullenly. He suddenly thought of something and rummaged through his purple amulet. He took out a small rectangular iron box and threw it to Mo Lian. "I don't know how to open this." Mo Lian couldn't help but laugh. She lowered her head to look at the small rectangular metal box. It was cast so tightly that there wasn't a single opening. "Duan, you should know." The little fellow was still a bit sullen. "Help me hand it to him so he can study it. If you go back to the sect, then we'll have to go our separate ways tomorrow. Don't leave me with a sour gourd face. The only thing I can't forget is your little sour gourd face." Mo Lian suddenly reached out to lift her small face. "Chow chow, give me a serious smile. I really haven't seen you smile in all these years." Arbor rolled her eyes at him. How could she smile for no reason? "How about I tell you a joke for you to smile?" Mo Lian reached out to tease her little face. "Go ahead." The little stoic was not happy at all. Once upon a time, there was a bad guy called Duan Yu. One day, he was beaten to death by a good person called Mo Lian. Arbor. It really was hilarious. Arbor glanced at him and poked his chest with his finger. "It's not funny." Mo Lian reached out and pulled the little fellow into her arms, chuckling softly as she hugged her. Suddenly, an indignant voice came from the door. Duan Yu dashed over and shouted in a huff, "Of course it's not funny. Jojo, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm an incomparably good person." "Incomparably good?" Mo Lian threw him a slightly disdainful look before casually smashing that small rectangular metal box at his head. Duan Yu was so angry that he wanted to send it flying with a kick. However, just as his foot was about to touch the small metal box, Mo Lian's voice leisurely rang out, "Jojo's." Duan Yu staggered, and his kick abruptly changed into a grab. His movements were practiced and smooth as he snatched the small lousy box into his hand. "This should be a concealed weapon box," Mo Lian said dryly. Duan Yu smugly looked up and cast him a sidelong glance. He snorted and waved the small metal box in his hand, bragging, "Don't tell me it's broken. Let me tell you, this concealed weapon box is a sealing technique passed down from ancient times. Normal people absolutely can't open the seal on the outside. I'm 99% certain that there's good stuff inside." This small metal box had troubled darling Xiao for many years. When she had nothing to do, she would fiddle with it in her hands. She had soaked it in water, roasted it in fire, and even pricked it with a needle before throwing it into a frying pan. Cough, cough. Now that she heard Duan Yu's words, the little fellow pattered over to him with great interest and urged repeatedly, "Hurry and open it. You can open it too." Duan Yu tossed the small metal box and pulled Arbor to his side with one hand. He said with a chuckle, "You have to call me big brother." Classmate Mo's face darkened. Duan Yu, that punk, really knew how to push his luck. He originally thought that the icy little fellow would refuse, so Duan Yu was only joking. Who would have thought that the next second, darling Xiao straightforwardly called him big brother in a clear and crisp voice. She even impatiently tugged at his sleeve. "Let's go." Duan Yu was taken aback. Mo Lian was furious. His handsome face was ashen as he reached out and pulled the little fellow into his arms. His entire body was filled with low pressure. No matter how slow-witted Xiaomu was, she could still feel the displeasure that filled her entire body. The little fellow lifted his head from his arms and looked at his expression in bewilderment. He asked in astonishment, "What's wrong?" "You called him brother." Mo Lian gritted her teeth. Arbor nodded and turned his stoic face to look at the foolishly smiling Duanyu. He asked with a frown, "What's wrong with him?" "If it's not my brother, then is it my sister?" Mo Lian. Why am I speechless? Mo Lian's shoulders trembled, and she lowered her head to hug the little lady with a stifled chuckle. For a moment, she couldn't restrain her laughter. His darling was still young. When Duanyu returned to his senses and heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glanced at Mo Lian and harumphed. "What are you laughing at? If I'm the older sister, then you're also the older sister. Tisk. Do you think that face of yours is inferior to mine when it comes to pretending to be a girl?" "Bah. Who's a girl? Your whole family is made up of girls. Jojo, let's go. Don't get touchy. Lead the way." Mo Lian swatted away Duanyu's restless paw, which earned Duanyu's furious glare. The three of them shifted to another room and sat down. After placing the small metal box on the table, Duanyu took out a dozen or so exquisite tools from his inner world. The little girl propped up her cheeks with both hands as she curiously watched Duanyu work with her dark eyes. She really couldn't come up with something like this. She was a bit angry just thinking about it. With her brilliant brain, she couldn't even open a concealed weapon box. It was truly infuriating. This kind of concealed weapon box that has been passed down since ancient times was sealed by the ancestors using a kind of pouring technique. It can't be opened even if you slash it with a sword, soak it in water, or burn it with fire. When Duanyu said this, he reflexively looked up at Miss Qiao and discovered a strange expression on her face. Duanyu couldn't help chuckling in spite of himself. "Eh? Don't tell me you've already used all the methods I've just mentioned." As he said this, he couldn't help coughing several times while stifling his laughter. Darling Qiao harumphed and rolled her eyes at him. "Ha ha 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 ha." Duanyu couldn't hold back his hearty laughter. Blame her for being uncultured. Now that she was being laughed at, Qiamu simply turned her face aside. However, she saw that although Mo Lian didn't laugh out loud like the dunce Duanyu, he still couldn't conceal the smile in his eyes. That smile was practically flowing out from his pair of slightly curved phoenix eyes. Tisk, Duanyu controlled his laughter and quickly placated the little fellow. "You can't be blamed for being stupid." Our dear Xiaomu's eyes widened. This darling wasn't stupid to begin with. Only the Duan family of Guanlan City knows a thing or two about this kind of pouring technique. However, they also don't know how to unseal it. That family head of theirs is absolutely stupid. Even after learning concealed weapons for so many years, he probably can't open it. Duanyu pursed his lips in disdain when he recalled the faces of those people from the Duan family. Arbor quickly urged, "Hurry up and do it. Don't tell me you're going to waste time until daybreak." Duanyu's smile faded and he lowered his head to take the small metal box in his hand. He took out a small pointed awl forged from ice crystals and lightly fiddled with the four corners of the metal box. She didn't see how he did it, but his movements were so practiced that it dazzled the eyes. There was only a light click sound. There was a small hole in the top of the small iron box that was so tightly sealed that there wasn't even the slightest gap. The three heads immediately gathered together, and Duanyu simply stood up with a half-bent waist. He turned the small metal box upside down and picked up a small metal bowl in passing. A stream of corrosive liquid flowed out of the small hole, and when it fell into the small iron bowl, it made a sizzling sound. Wow, that hidden weapon master used poison to seal this hidden weapon box. Arbor recalled that she had thrown this thing into the frying pan, cough, cough, cough. Fortunately, this concealed weapon master's craftsmanship was exceptional. Otherwise, wouldn't Fat Sis's 30-year-old family heirloom have been ruined? Duanyu couldn't help teasing her when he saw the little fellow's odd expression while his hands busied themselves. "What? Did you fry it in a pot of oil?" "Baby Qiao, why am I suddenly speechless?" The two youths looked at her little face and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You really did bomb before?" Humph, Arbor propped up her chin with both hands and simply turned her head to the side to ignore them. Duan Yu's movements were rather fast. As he spoke, he had already poured out all the corrosive poison from the small hole. Then, he took out a long and thin needle. His eyes were focused, and his movements were extremely slow as he inserted the needle. Arbor nervously held her breath. Was this strange little iron box that had perplexed her for so many years finally going to be solved? Her large, dark eyes emitted a joyous glint. Crack, 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 crack. Duan Yu put down the needles in his hand and quickly placed the little iron box flat on the table. His eyes narrowed as he looked at it. The sound of a delicate spring opening could be heard from the iron box's interior. Suddenly, the two youths reached out at the same time and pulled Arbor to her feet, dragging her backward. This curious darling was stretching out her large head at the time and was caught off guard, causing her to topple backward. Mo Lian swiftly caught her and carried her up by the waist before swiftly retreating out the door. Just as the three of them stepped out of the door, Mo Lian hugged the little fellow tightly in her arms and pressed her down, causing the three of them to lie down on the ground together. They then heard an earth-shattering explosion from inside the door. The perfectly fine door was instantly blown into pieces and completely destroyed. Not only did it alarm everyone from the 3 sects and 5 factions, it even scared Xianxia Valley's Valley Master to the point of jumping up from his stool and roaring angrily, "Which bastard is blowing up the room?" Xianxia Valley's Valley Master was shocked to the point of jumping up from his chair and roaring angrily, "Which bastard is blowing up the room?" He had already swiftly dashed out the door towards the source of the sound. When the 3 sects and 5 factions, as well as Xianxia Valley's large group of disciples, rushed to the door of this room, they saw that the room was in a complete mess. After the explosion, Mo Lian and the other two promptly scooped up the metal box that had been blown out of the door and hastily ran away. Who would still foolishly stay in the same spot and wait for someone to berate them? At this time, they were running and flying, only stopping when they were far away from the southern courtyard. This place was a secluded cave in Xianxia Valley that was usually uninhabited. The three of them finally sighed in relief and exchanged glances. Arbor couldn't help but be amused by this glance. The two handsome youths, who had always tidied themselves up neatly, were now covered in dirt, as if they had jumped out from some corner of the earth. Their long hair was messy, and there was a lot of mud on their faces, making them look funny. Mo Lian's white robe was covered in dust. Her entire body was covered in dust. Duan Yu wasn't that good-looking either. His brocade robe's collar was covered in small clumps of dirt, and he was trembling as he stood there. Ha 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 ha. A clear and melodious laughter that was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar suddenly rang out. The two youths who were tidying up their clothes suddenly turned their heads, their eyes widening at the same time as they looked in shock at the little girl in front of them who was holding her stomach and laughing. Mo Lian, who had recovered her wits, flew to the little girl with a whoosh and scooped her into a hug. She excitedly murmured as she hugged her, "Jojo, you smiled, Jojo, you smiled, you smiled." It was no longer that cold and stiff smile that cracked the corners of her mouth, nor was it that expressionless little stoic face. She really smiled, smiled. Her smile was so lively and adorable as snow. In that instant, Mo Lian only felt as if the entire world had been lit up by her. The grayish-white color suddenly turned into a myriad of colors, and it was extremely beautiful. The slow-witted Duan Yu didn't manage to snatch the little girl, so he circled around the two of them and stretched out his hand, shouting, "Hurry and move aside, move aside." He hadn't seen the little girl smile so happily for half his life. Now that he finally saw it, he only saw it for a second before that rascal Mo Lian blocked him. Truly too hateful. Jojo. Mo Lian reached out to cup the little girl's small face, which still carried a trace of a smile. He lowered his head and nuzzled her smooth forehead, saying, "I hope that you will always be like this in the future, happy and happy." It would be even better if she had a permanent smile. Duan Yu couldn't snatch the little girl and could only glare from the side, but he still nodded when he heard this. Although that guy was very hateful, his words seemed to make sense, so he, reluctantly agreed. Arbor suddenly reached out to pinch a speck of mud from Mo Lian's face and shouted unhappily, "The mud on your face got on my face." Pfft. Ha 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 ha. This time, it was Duan Yu's turn to be amused, and he guffawed while pointing at Mo Lian. Mo Lian simply shamelessly picked up the little girl and purposely rubbed against her face. Right, we're all muddy, so you should join us too. Right, right. This is called enjoying blessings and enduring misfortune together. Duan Yu interjected. Arbor actually guffawed, his pair of dark eyes brimming with mirth as he gazed at Mo Lian like this. It was as if the haze in his heart had dispersed by quite a bit. Jojo. Mo Lian caressed her small face, unable to contain the smile on her lips. Thankfully, we slipped away quickly. Otherwise, if we encountered old man Xianxia, we would have been nagged by him again. Duan Yu exclaimed as he patted the dust off his sleeves. Mo Lian turned around to glare at him. You still have the cheek to say that. You even boasted that you were invincible, as if you could immediately open the concealed weapon box in your hands. Now we're all in such a sorry state. It was an accident. Duan Yu chuckled awkwardly and rubbed his nose. His peach blossom eyes flickered as he cast a bright and charming wink at Arbor. Don't worry, Jojo, it was just a small spring that wasn't turned on earlier, so it ended up like that. I'll do it again this time, and it'll be done right away. Mo Lian hugged Arbor, and the two jumped back in unison. Eh? What are you doing? Don't look at me with such distrust. Trust, you know? Trust. Go. Let's go into the cave and make sure we succeed this time. Duan Yu simply ran to their side and grabbed one in each hand, making the two unwilling people follow him into the cave. Succeed or die trying. The illuminating pearl flew high up in the air, illuminating the cave. Mo Lian pulled Arbor to sit a little further away, closer to the entrance of the cave. It would be more convenient for them to escape later. Why are you sitting so far away? Duan Yu pestered them again and sat down across from them. He picked out a long needle and started fiddling with that hole again. Don't worry, I'm an experienced worker. It really was just a slip of the hand earlier. Duan Yu looked up with a chuckle and winked at Arbor. Jojo, trust, you know? I'm the person you trust the most. Arbor's gaze flickered, and he stared fixedly at the youth. A smile hung on Duan Yu's lips as he skillfully inserted the slender needle. His frivolous smile disappeared and replaced it with a serious expression as he cracked the spring that fit the inside. Kacha. Several sounds rang out in succession, and Arbor's heart was pulled by these sounds, and his small face was filled with anxiety. Mo Lian patted his back to comfort him. Suddenly, they heard a very light and crisp crack right next to their ears. The small metal box suddenly peeled open like a flower petal, revealing a transparent, crystalline square box inside. Through the transparent crystal, one could see a thin piece of paper swaying in the crystal, rolling up and unrolling. It was very lively. What is this? Arbor exclaimed. The Tianji treasure blueprint. The two youths exclaimed in unison, their faces full of shock. What is the Tianji treasure blueprint? Arbor tugged at Mo Lian's sleeve. Speaking of the Tianji treasure blueprint, we have to talk about this person, Tianji Z. He was a very impressive trap and concealed weapons master 300 years ago. Duan Yu interrupted, this person was proficient in the art of traps and concealed weapons, and his skills were not simple at all. I was wondering who made this kind of concealed weapon box that had long been lost. So it was him. The art of traps and concealed weapons? Then this whatever map is actually a secret manual on traps and concealed weapons? It was truly bizarre. How did the Holy Water sect even have this thing? Then this thing is definitely useless to me. Arbor was discouraged. She didn't understand traps and concealed weapons, so what did she need this thing for? Here you go. Take it and study it. The little fellow unhappily pushed that transparent crystal towards Mo Lian and Duan Yu. The two youths couldn't help but laugh. Jojo, do you know that if news of this Tianji treasure blueprint leaked out, it would cause a commotion? Mo Lian helplessly looked at this ignorant little girl. Where did you get it? The little girl was disappointed. To her, it was useless even if it caused a commotion in the 6 prefectures and 3 provinces. A lousy map was completely useless to her. No matter how much of a commotion it caused, it couldn't excite her. When I went to Maple Pavilion to choose mystic techniques, it followed me all the way neurotically. She was depressed at the mention of this. At that time, she was running out of time, and this metal box tricked her just like that. I.O. This darling was still unhappy. Duan Yu couldn't help but be amused. Jojo, let me tell you, you really picked up a treasure this time. Really? What? What treasure? To the two youths who liked to study traps and concealed weapons, it was a treasure. But to her, it was just a piece of *T map. Seeing the little girl's gloomy face, the two youths laughed and stopped teasing her. Mo Lian said, Duan Yu is right this time. This really is a treasure. That's because this map itself is a divine artifact that Tian Jizi spent his entire life forging. Ah? Xiaomu was dumbfounded. This map was a divine artifact? What was a divine artifact? Mo Lian flicked her finger lightly on her little head and couldn't help but chuckle. What the hell is a divine artifact? You don't have to care about that. All you need to know is that he's extremely powerful. Come, be obedient and form a contract with it first. At the same time, I will help you seal the divine artifact and suppress it to a level suitable for your current cultivation. Otherwise, you won't be able to use it. But what about the hidden weapon technique inside? She had no use for it. The little fellow asked with a conflicted expression. Stupid. Duan Yu chuckled. Wouldn't it be fine if you formed a contract with it first and then handed the secret manual to us? This is a divine weapon, why are you still hesitating? Hurry, 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 it'll be daybreak if you hesitate any longer. No matter how she looked at it, this thin piece of paper didn't look like a divine weapon at all. Arbor expressionlessly reached out her small hand and stuck it against the outer crystal shell of the map, injecting a wisp of mystic energy. It really was only a small wisp of mystic energy, so small that it was almost negligible, but the entire crystal shell immediately peeled off. The map inside rapidly jumped up and abruptly emitted a dazzling golden light. Allow me to go out for a walk. The rest of the chapter will be even better at night. The two youths couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this situation. TSK, they completely agreed with Darling Qiao's words this time. Back then, it was definitely this fellow, this Tianji treasure blueprint that kept pestering their darling, otherwise, how could she be so unreserved? Oh my, you're a divine artifact. Why did you open on your own when she injected just a little bit of mystic energy? The two of them had already secretly decided that when the little girl's mystic energy wasn't enough to form a contract with this divine artifact, they would have to provide mystic energy from the side to support her. However, the situation was just this strange. In less than 3 seconds, the little girl successfully formed a contract with the Tianji treasure blueprint. The Tianji treasure blueprint turned into a shooting star and directly entered her conscious. The two of them stared at her dumbfoundedly for a while. Arbor didn't notice at first because she was using her mystic conscious to examine the Tianji treasure blueprint in her conscious. She couldn't see anything special about it, but after this blueprint unfolded in her conscious, she could casually flip through the mechanisms and concealed weapon techniques inside. After a glance, Darling Qiao lost interest in looking at it. Those mechanisms and concealed weapon techniques were all strange drawings that looked like scribbles. The few words were also abstruse and profound, so who could understand such a ghastly thing? When she returned to her senses, she saw the two youths looking at her with shining eyes in a daze. Our dear Xiao Mu simply didn't know that with her pitiful cultivation as a level 8 mystic cultivator, it was basically impossible for her to form a contract with this kind of divine artifact without assistance from the side. He had never seen or heard of such an oddball like her. Ahem. Duan Yu coughed lightly and said with a chuckle, this is probably fate, right, huh? Isn't that right, Prince Mo? The Tianji treasure blueprint must have taken a fancy to the little girl. How should he put it? Mo Lian glanced at him and nodded in rare agreement. Xiaomu was baffled. She didn't even know what the heck they were conversing about. She merely activated her mystic conscious and summoned that Tianji treasure blueprint out from her conscious. The mechanisms and concealed weapon techniques on this are all scribbles. You can see for yourselves. She couldn't understand it anyway. Immediately after, with a move of his profound sense, the Tianji treasure blueprint suddenly unfolded in front of the three of them. It stretched for several meters and was covered in golden light. The diagrams leaped up and floated in front of the three of them. The two youths hurriedly ran over and stood on the left and right sides of the picture. They looked at it for a while with an intoxicated look on their faces. Arbor. Blame her for being uncultured. Jojo, how about I make a copy of it? The two teenagers asked in unison. How? With a flip of their hands, they each took out a piece of jade. Arbor ran over to take a look and hurriedly asked, isn't this the underworld jade, something used to pass on techniques? Of course not. Duan Yu couldn't help but chuckle. These two pieces are ordinary crimson jade and purple jade. The kind of netherworld jade you speak of can only be discovered by chance. Not only can it be used to inherit secret techniques, but it can also be used to nourish the conscious. TSK, where can I get one? Xiaomu once again exposed her lack of culture, so she didn't say anything else. Of course, she wouldn't ask them how to make a copy. She might as well keep the Tianji treasure blueprint open and let them work on their own. This Bao is a great talisman master. When this Bao draws talismans, none of you can understand it, hence, the two youths each stood on one side of the picture. Using a strand of mystic conscious as a guide, Mo Lian and Duan Yu recorded the contents of the Tianji treasure blueprint into the crimson jade and the cup jade without missing a single word. They didn't even miss a tiny mark. Then, they flipped through the blueprints and discovered that they were all complete. Only then did the three of them say a few more words and leave to rest. The next morning, when Arbor rolled over and opened her eyes, she sensed that there was someone in the room. She lifted her eyes and saw Morong-sun standing by the window. Morong-sun turned around when she saw her moving and smiled at her. You're awake. Master. Arbor rubbed her eyes and rolled out of the blanket that was wrapped in a cocoon. Master and your Antmasters are about to set off now. Morong-sun walked to the bedside and naturally pulled the little girl to sit in front of the dressing mirror as usual. She took a comb and helped the little girl comb her messy long hair before skillfully coiling her hair into a knot. Master hasn't taught you too many things or given you anything good in all these years. You're a hard-working child and rarely make Master worry. You can keep this. Morong-sun quickly put a jade bracelet on the little girl's left wrist. The jade bracelet was engraved with a jade-colored pine tree. It was flawlessly white and sparkled with a jade-like white light. Arbor was originally a bit sleepy, but she was completely startled awake now. She looked down at the jade bracelet on her wrist. How could she not recognize it? This was clearly the key to opening Maple Pavilion. Master. Arbor stood up and nearly bumped into Morong-sun's chin. Are you saying your last words? She wasn't stupid. Don't think she didn't hear Morong-sun's words as if she was saying her last words. Why would she give her the key to Maple Pavilion without rhyme or reason? Nonsense. Morong-sun heavily smacked Arbor's head. What nonsense are you spouting? Your master is very strong, don't joke around. Who on Seikong planet has the ability to kill me? Then this? Morong-sun brusquely glanced at her. This is an early coming-of-age gift for you. That's all master can do. Nonsense, this is the symbol of the previous sect masters. Arbor was so nervous that his eyes were almost red. Moreover, she was not even 13 years old yet. There were still at least 2 years to go before her coming-of-age ceremony. Why was her master in such a hurry to give her a present in advance? Anyway, you don't have to worry about it. Just take it since I'm giving it to you. Why are you so talkative? I don't usually see you talkative, but you're really annoying today. Master, I'll go back to the sect with you, the little girl said immediately. You lass, you're so young yet so long-winded. Tell me, how many years have you not been home? Your mother and father might even think that our holy water sect is a man-eating sect that abducts children and doesn't even let them return home. Morong-sun poked her little head with a finger and couldn't resist laughing. I already said I'm fine. You just like to let your imagination run wild all day and worry too much. Alright, master really has to set off. You should also quickly pack up and go home, Master, the little fellow shouted loudly. Morong-sun looked down at her with a grin and couldn't resist teasing, What, aren't I just telling you to go home? You can't bear to part with master? You're not lying to me. Of course, when have you ever seen master lying to you? Morong-sun patted her little head with a smile and hugged her little body, gently patting her back. Master will never lie to you. Morong-sun pulled Arbor back to her stool in disbelief. After combing her long hair, Morong-sun hugged her. Alright, master has to leave. You're alone, so you have to take good care of yourself on the road and hurry home, okay? Arbor furrowed her brows and nodded hesitantly. That's a good girl. An obedient child is a good child. Alright, master's leaving. Be good by yourself. Morongsun nodded in satisfaction and forcefully pulled her gaze away from her. She turned around and left without even looking back. Soon, the Holy Water Sects team set off. Arbor ran out and stood at the door in a daze, feeling that something was off. She saw the three peak masters leading everyone away. Yang Shirong and Lu Yun turned around and waved at her. Everyone's faces were brimming with smiles as they waved goodbye to her. Arbor felt very uncomfortable and stood at the door in a daze for a long time. It wasn't until Mo Lian called her softly that she returned to her senses and turned her head to look at him. What is it? Did something happen? Mo Lian grasped her hand and gently squeezed it. Arbor thought about it but still shook her head. Are you leaving now? He had left for so long, so it was time for him to return to the capital. How about I send you back to Xianxia City? Mo Lian asked with a smile. Huifeng appeared next to the crown prince like a ghost and said icily and mechanically, Your Highness, the great king orders you to return within 3 days. 3 days? Can we fly? Even if we can fly, we can't fly to the capital? Mo Lian grumpily retorted. At this time, the great king was in the southern study, tossing a pile of tattered memorials onto the floor with a headache. Did you send an urgent message from 800 miles away? Did the crown prince reply to me? Did he say when he would return? Gong Chang'an miserably kneeled on the floor and repeatedly shook his head. This old servant already sent 2 more memorials. This unfilial son. The great king was so angry that he wanted to smash the teacup. Only then did he realize that the teacup had already been smashed, and the eunuchs had just cleaned up the floor. Why did you leave so many things for me to deal with? Gong Chang'an wept silently. Great king, you've been suppressing these matters for the past few days. You really can't blame His Highness the Crown Prince. In the past, didn't this unfilial son do things rather quickly? He finished reading 3 days' worth of memorials in half a day. Why are there so many of them today? Come and take a look. Why was this He Qijing from the Ministry of Works complaining about being poor again? Every month, you have to reach out and ask for food from me. I'm about to eat chaff myself. Gong Chang'an. He really didn't want to bother with the furious king. Can't you ask him to step down? In the past, when the crown prince was handling state affairs, there was never such a big commotion. One moment the cup was smashed, the next moment the brush washer was also smashed. Gong Chang'an felt that it was really not easy to be in their line of work. Go over and ask if that unfilial son has sent a letter back. Did he say when he would return? The great king raised his brush and drew a cross on He Qijing's memorial. Want your sister's food? Don't have it, great king, you've already asked 5 times today. Save me. Huifeng looked at his master with a different expression. He didn't say anything and merely watched silently. Master, if you take a detour to Xianxia City, then 3 days definitely won't be enough to return to the capital. You and Little Snow should return to the capital. Arbor reached out to stroke the snow leopard's large head, who was squeezed between the two of them. Little Snow is fast on her feet, so 3 days might not be enough. She should be able to return in 4 or 5 days. I'm not in a hurry, Mo Lian said softly. Huifeng moved his lips, but Mo Lian cast him a chilly glance, and he immediately shut his mouth. No need. Arbor had other plans in his mind, and he unfurled his brows slightly. He nodded at him and said, Go back as soon as possible. I'll go home by myself. At this time, Duan Yu and Situi led the people from the Daybreak sect and Heavenly Dao sect to bid her farewell. Wei Nanfeng waved his hand at her and said with a smile, Little miss, I don't know when we'll meet again after parting today. Big brother will solemnly apologize to you for our past matters. Let's bury the hatchet. You can't treat me as an enemy when we meet again. Shoo shoo shoo, where did this big brother come from? Duan Yu irritably glared at him. Arbor expressionlessly looked at Wei Nanfeng and nodded reluctantly. Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but be overjoyed, and he cast a smug look at Mo Lian. How is it? This brother has a sharp tongue, so I'm pretty good at dealing with people, right, Scram? Mo Lian rolled her eyes at him. Alright, you can all leave. I'm going home anyway. Let's bid farewell here, everyone. Arbor suppressed his thoughts, but he didn't show it on his face. When they were bidding farewell, Xianxia Valley's Valley Master also walked over with his 2 personal disciples and said with a smile, "We just sent off the Holy Water Sect group, so you'll also be leaving. Let's bid farewell together." Everyone cupped their hands in salute and politely bade farewell to Xianxia Valley's Valley Master. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master looked at these youthful youths with a smile. These were the future experts of the sect, the cornerstones of the sect. Sidui smiled at Arbor and said with a nod, "Jojo, we'll meet again in the future. Take good care of yourself on the road. You can come visit our Heavenly Tao sect when you're free. Goodbye, senior brother Sidhu." Arbor nodded. Duanyu turned around and gazed deeply at her, as if he wanted to imprint this glance into his eyes forever. The youth didn't say anything else and turned to leave with the people from the Daybreak sect and Heavenly Tao sect. The small courtyard emptied out at once. Mo Lian and Arbor looked at each other and clasped their hands together. "If you're not in a hurry after returning home, then don't return to the Holy Water sect for now. How about you come to Guanlan City to play?" Mo Lian gazed at her with a grin. "Guanlan City is really fun. When the time comes, I'll take you out for a stroll and eat good food." Arbor gave him a "I'm not a foodie" look and nodded slightly at him as a form of agreement. Mo Lian's face was full of joy. He raised his hand and patted her little head. "Then it's settled. I'll wait for you." "Yes." Arbor's eyes moved and he nodded. Mo Lian didn't know that his "I'll wait for you" had been waiting for a long time. He had waited so long that his heart was broken and cold to the bone. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let her go today. He raised his hand and hugged her. It was just a gentle hug, and then he let go. He didn't know that a long time had passed since he turned and left. If he had known, he wouldn't have let go even if he died. He wouldn't. Arbor looked at the empty small courtyard and abruptly started to leave. She felt that Master and Aunt Master must be hiding something from her. She felt that something must have happened to the sect. She decided to stealthily follow them back to take a look and follow her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to settle down. The little fellow wanted to chase after them, but her figure suddenly swayed after 2 steps, and she clutched her chest with an unsightly expression. "Miss Chow, what's wrong with you?" Xianxia Valley's Valley Master hastily rushed up and supported her nearly collapsing figure. "You? Your cultivation realm is unstable. This is a sign that you're about to advance." "You? You've been suppressing your cultivation realm to advance?" "No, your body can't take it anymore. You have to enter closed-door cultivation immediately. Just stay in our Xianxia Valley. Don't worry, I'll send disciples to guard you. I'll bring you to a secluded place." "No, you can't. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master Luo Jinyang also panicked. "You're immature, child, but I can't allow you to continue like this. If you continue suppressing it, your mystic meridians will be affected in the future. If it gets serious, it will affect your lifeline. If your master knew, she would definitely be heartbroken." "Child, why are you doing this?" Valley Master, I have a very important matter." "Wen Dan, help your little junior sister to my cultivation room and guard her well." "Valley Master, little junior sister, listen to my master. Even if I let you leave our Xianxia Valley like this, you won't be able to hold on halfway." Wen Dan hastily sent the other 2 female disciples a look and half-carried Arbor away. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master sighed heavily. "Morong Sun, I can only help you to this extent." Mo Lian sat on the snow leopard's back. After exiting the valley, she asked Hui Feng, who was straddling the Wind Wolf, "Have Ao Yi and his team arrived yet?" "They're already outside the valley. They'll accompany Miss back to Shizhou City." Mo Lian was silent for a moment before saying, "I keep feeling like something's going on." Chia Chiao's gaze didn't seem right. Moreover, Morong Sun's group left too hastily. Although they left with smiles and even greeted each other when they saw them, he kept feeling like. Mo Lian considered it for a few seconds before pointing and saying, "You, go inform Mei Yi and have him investigate what exactly happened to Holy Water Sect these past 2 days. He frowned as he recalled that day in the arena. A female disciple named Yi Lingmin drank a few drops of water and quickly advanced. Apparently, the Holy Water sect has a holy water spring. Have Mei Yi investigate this matter. Also, find some people to follow me to the Holy Water sect to take a look. Yes. Huifeng always felt that the Crown Prince was worrying too much about the Holy Water sect. The 3 sects and 5 factions were all big sections. What could possibly happen to them? Hurry up and do it. The Crown Prince frowned and urged. This subordinate will inform them now. On the other side, not long after the Holy Water sect's party left Xianxia Valley with smiles on their faces, their charming faces darkened one by one. Doya, stay here and keep watch. If you see your little junior sister come out, make her stay no matter what, Morongsun said aloofly. She understood this disciple of hers all too well. She definitely wouldn't leave the matter at that. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master might not necessarily be able to stop her. Eldest martial uncle, I want to go back with you. Doya's eyes immediately reddened as she shook her head and said loudly. Doya, your eldest martial uncle is right. You can't go back to Holy Water sect with us. Lu Yun said seriously, you forgot that you are the Alava tribe's clan leader. Your father, as well as your young brother and sister, are all looking forward to your early return. Morongsun nodded and turned to look at Su Shanshan. Shanshan, you take, Master, don't think of chasing me away. This disciple has been following Master since I was 5 and practicing martial arts in the Holy Water sect. The Holy Water sect is this disciple's home. This disciple has no other place to go, Su Shanshan said calmly. We vow to live and die with the Holy Water sect. All the disciples shouted in unison. It's over. See you tomorrow. Gurgle. The small ice bead jumped out of Arbor's waist pocket and hovered in the air, emitting a gentle light. Master, the more unstable your emotions are, the more it will affect your advancement. Why don't you quickly restrain your emotions and enter closed-door cultivation? Quickly come out after you've advanced. Lady Holy Water's soft and adorable voice rang out. Arbor sat upright in the small room that Xianxia Valley's Valley Master usually used for cultivation. Her forehead was drenched in a cold sweat. Just as Lady Holy Water had said, the current situation was indeed disadvantageous to her and the sect. She could only advance as quickly as possible and hurry back in order to shorten the time to the greatest extent. If she continued to struggle, it would only do her more harm than good. When she thought of this, Arbor took a deep breath and held her breath, blocking off her 5 senses. 10 intermediate-level blue calming talismans flew out from her fingertips. Intermediate-level talisman, blue calming talisman, for 8 hours, it would allow the person to rapidly concentrate and calm their mind, achieving the goal of doubling the mystic energy absorbed from the outside world. Lady Holy Water instantly entered Arbor's Dantian mystic domain. She circled around the remaining essence water and emitted a faint aura, accelerating this bit of essence water to fuse with Masta's mystic domain as quickly as possible. After 1 day and night, Arbor finally successfully entered the state of advancement. All the mystic energy within a radius of 300 meters in Xianxia Valley was mobilized and swarmed towards her small cultivation room at a terrifying speed. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master and his personal disciple, Wen Dan, stood outside the small room and looked up ruefully at the mystic energy that had already condensed into a large nebula. Peak Master Murong's last disciple is truly remarkable. Who knows how much she'll grow if she's given several years. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master sighed. Master, are we really unable to help with the Holy Water sect's matter? Wen Dan couldn't bear to look at the tightly shut small room. Little junior sister is exceptionally intelligent. I feel that she already knows about this matter. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master Luo Jinyang heaved a long sigh. I had the 5 elders lead the 50 disciples over. It can only be said that I'm merely showing my sincerity. Master is also the person at the helm of Xianxia Valley, so I must consider my own sect. I also can't let your martial uncles and senior brothers and sisters make some meaningless sacrifices. Disciple understands. Wen Dan nodded with a heavy heart. Master, are the people of the 6 prefectures really an existence that we can't surpass? No. Luo Jinyang shook his head and raised his hand. He said firmly, I believe that one day, someone will surpass them. You young children have outstanding talent and excellent qualifications. As long as you work hard enough and believe in the future, surpassing others is not a daydream. Master, this disciple will definitely work even harder. Wen Dan nodded heavily. It's just that junior sister will probably be alone and helpless in the future. It's too pitiful. Master, why don't we secretly leave her in Xianxia Valley? This child. I don't think we can keep it. Luo Jinyang looked funny on the surface, but he knew better than anyone else. Xianxia Valley simply couldn't keep Arbor. This little girl was bound to soar high in the future. The 6 prefectures making a move today might not necessarily be a good thing. The world was in turmoil, and danger lurked everywhere. What would happen in the future would depend on each person's fortune. 3 days later, Xiaomu opened her apathetic eyes. After completely assimilating with her essence water, her cultivation had already broken through what people called the Great Mystic Cultivator threshold, level 10. Moreover, she was steadily climbing to level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator entry level. Arbor's cold gaze revealed a trace of intense killing intent as the vortexes in the depths of her eyes spun like star fragments. She used her inner vision and saw that the second branch meridian in her body had already formed, but she was in no mood to pay attention to it right now. The Spirit Division Record's Soul Chapter had already officially entered the 3rd layer, tempering the progress of her 2nd and 3rd branch meridians. At this time, her 1st branch meridian had already expanded to the same width as her main meridian, about a finger's width. She could completely condense all the mystic energy in her branch meridian into mystic conscious, open a complete inner world, or use her mystic eyes. It would no longer affect the consumption of mystic energy in her main meridian during battle. In other words, if an ordinary level 11 mystic cultivator could condense 50% of their mystic energy into mystic conscious during battle, it would already be considered a high-level condensation of mystic conscious. Then her mystic conscious definitely wouldn't exceed the 6th level of the mystic realm. Our dear Qiao Mu, however, could condense all the mystic energy in her 1st branch meridian into mystic conscious. At the same time that her cultivation entered the great level 11 mystic cultivator realm, her mystic conscious also reached the 11th level of the mystic realm. Thus, those great level 11 mystic cultivators in the same batch as her basically couldn't compare to her in battle. Entering the cultivation of a great level 11 mystic cultivator meant that Arbor could finally contract mystic beasts, but right now, she wasn't in the mood to go to the mystic beast forest to find any powerful mystic beasts. Just as she was about to get up, she saw a snow-white ball tear open the void and rush out. HM? Startled, Arbor didn't have time to ponder why the little white squirrel could rush out of Paradise Planet on its own when she suddenly felt a slight pain in her finger. Looking down, she saw a drop of blood seeping out and merging with the snow-white ball's drop of blood. Suddenly, it emitted a dazzling and strange light. A circle of totem contract characters appeared above the human and beast's heads, flickering back and forth. Light and shadow flickered back and forth. The contract characters formed a circle of constantly swimming tadpole-like characters and gradually shrank to the size of a ring before abruptly landing beside the defensive ring. At this time, in addition to the defensive ring on Arbor's middle finger, there was an additional pitch-black, lusterless contract ring engraved with transparent embossed inscriptions on her index finger. This was beyond her expectations. Arbor simply didn't expect that the little white squirrel would suddenly rush out of Paradise Planet and successfully form a contract with her after she successfully advanced to level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator. She actually didn't like cute beasts. She liked wild beasts like the snow leopard or the 7-star white tiger. This way, she could feel a little more secure. She liked strong and healthy companions like this. They could accompany her as she grew up and walked through a prosperous life. But now, every mystic cultivator could only contract with one mystic beast in their lifetime. This was a clear rule. Therefore, Arbor wasn't as angry as she imagined. In fact, she should be angry. This little beast didn't ask for her opinion at all and contracted with her on its own. However, Arbor had always been more lenient towards partners who had been together for a long time. If she wanted to form a contract, then so be it. At most, she would use the summoning talisman to summon 2 more beasts in the future. The premise was that the summoning talisman wasn't a scam. Master. Are you angry? A small and timid voice emerged from the depths of her mind. This was the convenience of forming a contract with a beast. Even if you formed a contract with a low-level little mystic beast, as long as the contract was successful, the master and beast would be able to communicate mentally without any hindrance. Shouldn't I be angry? Arbor's voice was cold as she replied. The small voice was almost about to cry, I am sorry, master, I want to accompany master forever. I will work hard to recover, master. I will become very tired. Finally, the timid voice became weaker and weaker, as if it didn't have much confidence in itself. Arbor waved her hand at the little white squirrel curled up by her feet. The little guy's bean-like eyes suddenly lit up, and with a whoosh, it jumped into her arms. Little Furry's face was filled with happiness as it rolled around in her arms. Actually, I'm not that strong either. Arbor stroked the little white squirrel's fur in a rare moment of attentiveness, her voice indifferent as she said, if I were strong enough, perhaps she wouldn't have fallen into today's passive situation. She stood up, and her footsteps suddenly stopped. Her mystic sense naturally condensed in front of her eyes, turning into two invisible palms that pushed open the door to her inner world. She saw that her inner world, which was about 15 cubic meters in size, had expanded by more than 10 times. The originally 3-story golden mountain of jewels had now revealed its original appearance. It turned out that it had only revealed the tip of the iceberg at the beginning. Now, this golden mountain of jewels was so tall that one couldn't see the end of it. Her tiny mystic sense avatar stood at the foot of the mountain, as insignificant as a speck of dust. Her food box, Arbor's mystic sense moved, and that delicately carved red sandalwood food box suddenly flew out from under the mountain of jewels, swiftly appearing in her palm. Phew, Arbor let out a small sigh of relief. The mystic sense condensed in her branch meridians could finally allow her to retrieve things from her inner world without any hindrance. Her two small hands used a bit of force to open the lid of the food box. There were still 10 white, chubby, and cute meat buns, steaming with steam, neatly arranged in the food box. There was a line of lollipops in the gaps. Yes, when she saw this little thing, the word lollipop had inexplicably appeared in her mind. It was as if someone had once held this little thing and waved at her with a smile, coaxing her to eat it. Arbor hugged the lunchbox and sat down. For some reason, he felt a little sad. It was only when her profound sense entered the food box that she clearly realized how big the space inside was. No matter how many meat buns you took out, there seemed to be an endless supply of them. What was even more frightening was that there weren't just buns inside. She used her mystic sense to casually flip through the contents and took out several plates of soup and vegetables with different flavors. It looked like a very powerful lunchbox. It seemed that all the food in the restaurants around the world had been swept clean by it. She felt that as long as she hugged this lunchbox, even if she had never gotten anything in her life, she would not die of hunger or thirst. Master. Little Chocho's timid voice brought her back from her silence and daze. Arbor subconsciously reached out to touch his cold little face. He took out a spoon, drank a few mouthfuls of soup, and ate a few spoonfuls of rice. His eyes were a little red. Chirp chirp. Arbor hugged the little thing and muttered to herself, I seem to have forgotten something very, very important. I can't remember it no matter how hard I try. Master, don't worry. Slowly, you'll remember. The little white squirrel rubbed against her chest. I hope so. Arbor put down the spoon. Arbor set down the soup ladle and put away the food she had eaten into her inner world. Only then did she close the lid of the food box. She hugged the food box for a short while before moving it back into her inner world. Her current inner world was about 180 cubic meters. An ordinary mystic cultivator's inner world was only about 3 to 5 cubic meters. They needed to continuously train and increase their mystic conscious before they could expand their inner world. It was considered pretty good if they could expand their inner world to more than 10 cubic meters on their own. Thus, Arbor stared at her inner world in a daze for a long time. At that time, Xianxia's cultivation was much higher than hers. Xianxia was already a level 12 great mystic cultivator, but strangely, her inner world was bigger than his. It was more than half the size, exceeding 20 cubic meters. At that time, this kind of inner world could already be considered a wondrous inner world. But compared to her current inner world, it really paled in comparison. Arbor could only chuckle. Her mystic conscience crossed the jewels and gold mountain that reached the top of the barrier and saw the pair of stone statues that she had been longing to see again. No, it wasn't a pair. Arbor was dumbstruck. She stared at them for a long time. There were actually many similar stone statues. They were arranged in 8 horizontal rows. She was momentarily dazzled when she looked at them and actually couldn't see the end. Our dear Xiaomu was stunned for a while. She shifted her mystic conscience all the way over and carefully counted. She discovered that there were as many as 800 pairs of stone statues that were as tall as a 3-story building. At the back of the stone statues, there was a lone statue that looked completely different from the other stone statues. Its body was spiraling sideways, and its head was in the posture of howling at the sky. There seemed to be 2 bulging bumps on its head. A figure spiraling upward like this? Arbor's eyes abruptly contracted. She tried to use her mystic conscience to shift this statue out, but a piercing pain suddenly assaulted her mind. She quickly pulled her mystic conscience out of her inner world and threw her apparition into her conscience to continue cultivating before closing the door to her inner world. Only then did she let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that with his mystic sense, there was no problem for him to casually take out things like food boxes and jewelry, but to move such a large sculpture, he was afraid that it was still not enough. The larger the object, the heavier it was. If he wanted to take it out of his inner world, he would have to use up an enormous amount of mystic consciousness. He still hadn't reached the required level yet. It was just that coiled body, twisting and turning, looked very awkward. Could it be a big snake? At the thought that there might be a snake condor in her inner world, Xiaomu felt uncomfortable all over. She felt uncomfortable everywhere. Arbor shivered inwardly, and his heart was suddenly filled with anger. Why did she fear such a dark and twisted thing from the bottom of her heart? No. One day, he had to make a trip to the mystic beast forest. When the time came, he had to overcome this fear. Otherwise, once his enemies learned of this weakness, he would probably suffer in secret in the future. After making up his mind, Arbor tidied himself up and walked out of the cultivation room with the little white squirrel in his arms. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master Luo Jingyang, who had heard the news, quickly walked toward her with his personal disciple, Wendan. Little junior sister, congratulations on successfully advancing. Wendan's gaze flickered as he sized her up. What are you doing? Luo Jingyang's gaze revealed admiration. Your little junior sister's current cultivation is 1 level higher than yours. You naturally can't see through her cultivation. Level 11? Wendan was shocked. Little junior sister, you leaped to become a level 11 great mystic cultivator? The advancement speed of holy water sect's disciples was indeed shockingly frightening. Little junior sister was only a level 8 mystic cultivator before, so this large leap simply stunned everyone. She wasn't even 13 years old this year, but she already became a level 11 great mystic cultivator that many people yearned for even in their dreams. This was simply no harm without comparison. Once they did, they would feel that other people's talent was filled with eerie malice toward them. Arbor expressionlessly nodded and said to Xianxia Valley's Valley Master, Good Valley Master, Senior Sister Wen, I'll be leaving now. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Farewell. Little junior sister, where are you going? Wendan asked with fear and trepidation. Senior Sister Wen, why ask when you already know the answer? Arbor aloofly said, I've already been delayed in Xianxia Valley for 4 to 5 days, so I hope you two won't obstruct me again. You're wasting what little time I have left. Little junior sister, why bother? Wendan looked at her with knitted brows and said, Even if you go back, it won't make any difference. Miss Xiao, in truth, I've already sent some people to your holy water sect 4 days ago. But did you know? Those people I sent out, I expected them to not come back. On the day I left, I told them that this rescue mission would undoubtedly fail. Arbor's small fists had already unconsciously clenched tightly. Good Valley Master, be more careful in the future and don't be a goody two-shoes anymore. After I leave, take your disciples and find another place to live in seclusion for a period of time. Little junior sister. Wendan was anxious. Our Xianxia Valley isn't afraid of trouble. We're not afraid of being implicated by you. The disciples of Xianxia Valley who came after hearing the commotion all looked up at the plain-clothed little girl standing on Qingwan. They felt that the little girl's plain-clothed appearance was as cold as ice. Xianxia Valley's Valley Master said, "Miss Jiao, please reconsider." "Your master, Morong Sun, Xianxia Valley's Valley Master hadn't even finished speaking when he saw the large azure bird circle once in the air before flapping its wings and flying towards the sky. Arbor stood steadily on Blue Luan's back, his belt fluttering as he reached out and cupped his fists slightly towards everyone expressionlessly. "Good person Valley Master, fellow brothers and sisters of Xianxia Valley, I, Arbor, will remember today's grace in my heart. When we meet again in the future, I will definitely repay this kindness. Goodbye." Screech. Qingluan let out a long cry. Finally, it was no longer suppressed by its little master. It spread out its wings that were tens of meters long and rushed into the distant sky with a whoosh. Luo Jinyang raised his head and sent her off with his gaze, his eyes revealing a trace of appreciation. "Although Miss Jiao is young, she is extremely intelligent. I hope she'll be fine. Master." Wen Dan. "Pass down the order for the entire valley to make preparations. We will leave Xianxia Valley today and head to the clan's secret grounds to stay for a while." "Yes." Qingluan pierced through layers of clouds and flew out of Xianxia Valley at an extremely fast speed. Aoyi and his group, who were guarding outside Xianxia Valley, had waited for a long time until today. They almost thought that Miss Jiao wanted to stay in Xianxia Valley for a while longer. Suddenly, they saw a large bird rushing out of Xianxia Valley. Aoyi was startled and abruptly jumped out from his hiding spot. "It's Miss? What direction is that?" "Captain, that doesn't seem to be the direction of Shijiao City." Aoyi jumped up. "That's in the direction of the Holy Water Sect." "Why is Miss going to the Holy Water Sect? Didn't His Highness say that she wanted to go home?" "Don't worry about that. Quickly follow her." Aoyi was so anxious that he stomped his feet. He hastily commanded everyone to board the flying mystic beasts and chase after her. However, Qingluan was extremely fast and was already 50 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Even if they chased after her, they would be half a beat slower. Aoyi was so anxious that he was fuming. He slapped his teammate who was riding the flying mystic beast. "Make it fly faster." "It's already the fastest, Captain." Arbor activated her defensive mystic weapon with a wave of her hand and shielded herself from the fierce winds in the sky. She didn't know that Aoyi and the rest had chased after her day and night. She only sat quietly inside the defensive barrier and took out a large handful of ebony to draw talismans piece by piece. Her expression was as calm as water, and no one could see any change in her expression. However, her eyes were focused on silently carving talismans. One talisman after another, except for a few moments when she slept on Qingluan's back and opened her eyes, she began to silently draw talismans again. She drew talismans one after another until her eyes turned red, but she was still oblivious. 300 ebony blue binding talismans could form 5 intermediate-level binding talisman matrices. These intermediate-level binding talisman matrices made from ebony could bind around 10 people at once, provided that their cultivation was equal to or lower than hers. 300 ebony blue mystic guiding talismans could form 5 intermediate-level mystic guiding talisman matrices. Within an hour, she would continuously absorb the mystic energy in the world into her body to replenish her rapidly depleting mystic energy. After crossing the Great Swamp, Arbor was basically in a state where she could kill anything in her way. Whoever dared to stop her from returning to the sect would die without a doubt. Thus, when Aoyi and the rest rushed to the Great Swamp, they were simply stunned by the mess of corpses in the swamp. All the zombie crocodiles were beyond recognition. Most of them had their heads chopped off, and many of them were frozen into ice sculptures erected at the edge of the swamp. Later on, they didn't see any more zombie crocodiles causing trouble. They were probably afraid of this short-tempered little girl and quietly dispersed. In less than 6 days, Xiaomu directly exited the Great Swamp and arrived at that adventurer base from back then. Qingluan really needed to rest. It had been flying day and night without sleep for so many days and nights. Arbor felt sorry for it. When they entered the adventurer's base, Arbor put it away and let it sleep on her shoulder. She went straight to the market to find someone to buy a horse. No matter what, the earlier the better. She prepared a horse and rode towards Wuyu City. She would wait for Qing Wan to wake up before flying. Calculating the time, she estimated that she would be able to rush back in 7 days. This was already the fastest speed she could achieve on this trip. It was all because of the existence of Qing Wan. Otherwise, it would be impossible. I'm buying a horse. A cold voice rang out in the bustling market. Everyone turned to look, and when they saw the little girl's snow-white and frosty appearance, they couldn't help but be stunned. There was a lot of turnover in the adventurer's base. The little girl hadn't come for so many days, and the people doing business in the market had already changed. Yo, little girl, where are you going to buy a horse? A second-rate voice rang out from behind, causing a series of men to laugh maliciously. Arbor's gaze turned cold. Back then, when she followed Mo Lian to the bazaar, it was obvious that the crown prince wasn't easy to deal with. From start to finish, no one dared to cause trouble for them. So, it was because she looked easy to provoke? TSK, what a beautiful little lady. Coming to our adventurer base alone, are you looking for a husband? Ha 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 ha. Laughter rang out around them. Someone even joked, how many husbands does this little lady want? Soon after, a wretched howl was heard. Everyone's laughter seemed to be stuck in their throats as they stared dumbfoundedly. The loafer who was the first to tease her was actually kicked away by the little girl. His whole body flipped in the air and smashed into someone else's horse trough. His head was bruised and bleeding, and he was groaning in pain. The horse neighed in fright. Without another word, Arbor tossed out a handful of Duanyu's shooting star powder. That loafer screamed several times, but before he could get up, he fell back down heavily and died miserably on the ground. 18 small nails had appeared on his face, body, and limbs. One of them hit between his brows, seeking his soul. Kill in one step. This time, all the teasing passers-by all sucked in a cold breath and took a step back. This little lady's attack was truly ruthless, taking a life in an instant. As expected, those who dared to come to the adventurer base alone weren't easy to deal with. The men who had just teased that loafer and asked Arbor how many husbands she wanted quickly shrunk their necks and left dejectedly. Boss Ma was also trembling with fear as he looked at the little girl in front of him, whose face was covered with frost and whose body was emitting a chill that came from the depths of her bones. Arbor tossed him a mid-grade magnetite. Pick out the best horse for me. It's going to be a long journey. Yes. How could this little great-aunt be trifled with? Boss Ma naturally didn't dare to cheat her, so he quickly picked out the sturdiest horse and handed it to Arbor. Arbor mounted the horse. She had barely taken 2 steps with a flick of her wrist when 5 to 6 local ruffians holding clubs noisily came over from the road ahead. Who is it? Which little bitch killed my brother? Come out immediately. Boss Ma quickly hid behind the stable and peeked, shaking his head and sighing in his heart. These local tyrants had been in the adventurer's base for a long time. They had formed a small gang and often extorted ordinary merchants. However, today, they had probably kicked an iron plate. The little grandaunt's eyes flashed with anger. Suddenly, a jet-black ferrule appeared in front of her eyes and leaped forward. Those who block the way will die. Xiaomu swatted her ferrule down, immediately smacking the head of the local thug into his neck. When the remaining 4 or 5 little ruffians saw this, they were so scared that they peed in their pants. Their legs trembled, and they knelt down on the ground with soft knees. Great aunt, please spare us, great aunt, please spare us. Arbor straddled his horse and held a ferrule in his hand. His body was full of killing intent as his eyes swept across both sides of the road. This time, no one dared to come out and throw their lives away. They all trembled and scrambled to the corners. When a spacious road appeared in the middle, the vendors on both sides were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly moved their stalls to the corners, afraid that they would block this little great aunt's path. Arbor pulled the horse's reins and scolded. When she pulled back, the horse galloped forward and disappeared in front of everyone in a flash. After about 7 to 8 minutes, everyone finally calmed down from their fright. They looked at each other and saw the deep terror on each other's faces. This truly was a little fiend who wanted to take their lives. They blamed themselves for not bringing their eyes with them on the road. These days, not just anyone could be provoked. She might look like a soft little girl, but in reality, she was even more frightening than a demon god. After Arbor rushed out of the adventurer base, she galloped toward Five Moon City. She galloped all the way until the second night, when the horse was about to foam at the mouth, before she finally stopped and switched to Qingluan to fly in the sky again. However, it was already a bit late. At this moment, the Holy Water sect welcomed a subversive, all-around crisis. Lu Yizhi and Qiao San brought a total of more than 700 people from Shuntian Prefecture's forces on Sikong Planet. They arrived at the Holy Water sect's mountain gate a day ago and encountered Ani Prefecture's assistant manager, Hong Jinchuan, who rushed over after hearing the news. At that time, Lu Yizhi's expression was very unsightly, but after careful consideration, he reached an agreement with Hong Jinchuan. The two sides planned to first take down the Holy Water sect and find the sacred water. Then, they would see who the sacred water favored and pass peacefully. Of course, whether the other side would be unconvinced and start fighting at that time was another matter. At least for now, Shuntian Prefecture's Lu Yizhi and Ani Prefecture's Hong Jinchuan could be considered to have reached a preliminary agreement. In merely one night, these people slaughtered many Holy Water sect disciples like wolves and tigers. When Morong Sun's group hurried back, everyone had already retreated to the sect master's peak. At the beginning, many disciples were unprepared when the people from the two prefectures rushed in. So when the Holy Water sect's sect master rushed out, the disciples guarding the mountain gate were all dead. The sect master blocked Lu Yizhi and Hong Jinchuan's attacks by herself. Although she barely managed to protect the remaining disciples and led them to the sect master's peak, the sect master was clearly on the verge of death by the time the three peak masters rushed over. "Ah-sun, I really have to trouble you to take on this heavy burden this time." The Holy Water sect's sect master trembled as she took out a token and handed it to Morong Sun, who was standing at the head of her bed. "Master. From now on, Morong Sun is my Holy Water sect's 17th sect master." "Master." Yang Shirong and Lu Yun both knelt down, their eyes filled with tears as they looked at the dying sect master. Su Shanshan and the other disciples knelt at the door with their heads bowed. Drops of tears fell from their eyes onto the bamboo floor. "Ah-sun, Ah-rong, Ah-yun. Master, disciples are here." The three of them choked out, almost unable to speak. "Master's greatest achievement in this life is taking you three as my disciples." The Holy Water sect's sect master half reclined on the cushion and held her three disciples' hands. She said with a smile, "Although I call you wicked disciples all day long, I've never seen you before. But I know very well that the three of you are the most filial. Master, you should rest. You will get better." Yang Shirong sobbed. "I won't be able to recover. I know my own situation." It was already a miracle that she was able to survive until now after fighting against so many experts from the two prefectures. Right now, only the people from the two prefectures had come, and they could still hold on for a while. If everyone from the 6 prefectures were here, right now, Master will tell you a secret. The sect master coughed heavily several times and tightly gripped Morong Sun's hands, covering the heated sect master token. In the ancestral hall behind the sect master's peak, there is a mechanism behind the Buddha statue. "Ah-sun, take this token and you can activate an emergency space talisman matrix. It can directly transport you all to a place in Polan Manor. Polan Manor is the most aloof place among the 6 manors. Most of them are women, cough cough cough. You shouldn't be detected if you sneak into a remote place. Of course, this space talisman matrix hasn't been used in several hundred years. Master also doesn't know if there will be any problems during the transport process. Also, this talisman matrix can only transport 200 people. We still have 500 or so disciples left. So Ah-sun, Master will not take responsibility for this difficult decision of who stays and who goes and will entrust it to you." After saying this, the Holy Water sect's sect master clutched her chest and coughed violently. Suddenly, she straightened up and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 3 disciples' eyes glistened with tears, and their hearts were grief-stricken. They all reached out to gently press her chest. "Master! Sect master!" The master and disciples tightly clasped their hands together. The Holy Water sect's sect master heaved a long sigh of relief and slowly collapsed into her pillow. A faint smile hung on her lips, as if she had fallen asleep, and she passed away just like that. "Sect master!" The disciples outside the door wailed and wailed mournfully. Morongsun tightly gripped the sect master token in her hand and suddenly raised it with one hand. She turned around and sternly said, Yang Shirong, this sect master decrees you as the 18th sect master of the Holy Water sect effective immediately. Yang Shirong knelt on the ground and looked up, dazedly gazing at her senior sister. She cried with tears in her eyes, eldest senior sister? Rong, immediately take 200 disciples to the ancestral hall master spoke of and leave the Holy Water sect immediately. No. Senior sister. You have to leave with us. Yang Shirong jumped up from the ground and shouted loudly. This matter was caused by my lax disciplining of my disciples. I have no face to face everyone in the Holy Water sect. Everyone can leave. I can't leave. Morongsun shook her head and sternly stared at Yang Shirong. If you still treat me as your eldest senior sister, leave immediately. Eldest senior sister. I don't want eldest senior sister, eldest senior sister. Yang Shirong's voice was hoarse from crying. Xianxia, Shui Xiao, follow your second martial uncle. Master, we won't leave. The two of them refused in unison. You. Morongsun was both anxious and angry. At this moment, a disciple hurriedly rushed in and shouted, eldest martial uncle, the people from the two manors are rushing up the sect master's peak. Arong, leave immediately. Morongsun yanked Yang Shirong up from the ground and gave her a heavy shove. Second senior sister, hurry up and leave. Lu Yin also called out anxiously as she pushed the third peak's disciple, Xianxia, to Yang Shirong's side. At this moment of life and death, many disciples shouted, I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving. I vow to live and die with the Holy Water sect. Third sister, you're not leaving either? Yang Shirong's eyes widened in shock. She wanted to pull Lu Yun's arm, but Lu Yun gently shook off her hand. Second senior sister. Please take care of yourself. The heavy burden of the Holy Water sect will be entrusted to you. Lu Yun cupped her fists and smiled lightly at her. Hurry and leave. The anxious Morongsun kicked Yang Shirong and dragged her and the 200 disciples she casually picked out, pushing them out the back door. Are Holy Water sect disciples afraid of death? Morongsun asked coldly. No. You won't lose out if you kill one, but you'll make a profit if you kill two. Kill. Master, do we have to go? Second peak's disciple, Yu Gue, cried as she repeatedly looked back at the path they came from. The originally quiet and tranquil bamboo forest was now filled with the sounds of battle. The 200 disciples felt like their hearts were being burned by a raging inferno, and their eyes were brimming with tears and hatred. Go. Yang Shirong hardened her heart and flung her head, leading the 200 disciples toward the ancestral hall. It was only at the last moment that they realized there was such a special passage in the sect. Otherwise, they would have brought the child along. Now, the child was all alone. Just thinking about it made one's heart ache, second Aunt Master. Xianxia bit her lower lip and sobbed uncontrollably. Don't cry. Yang Shirong held back her tears and roared, don't disappoint the sect master and the two peak masters' intentions. We must survive with determination. There is only hope if we survive. As long as the Holy Water sect has us. The Holy Water sect will not be destroyed. Yes. The Holy Water sect will not be destroyed. No matter how difficult the path forward was. They would not shrink back, even if it was covered in thorns and hidden thorns and filled with deep ravines. Even if they had to crawl all the way until they were covered in poisonous thorns, they would do their best to crawl down, because each of them carried the lives of 800 Holy Water sect disciples on their backs, 800 disciples as one heart and one life. The Holy Water sect would not be destroyed. It would never be. When the sect master token activated the talisman matrix and a burst of moonlight enveloped the 200 disciples, strings of mysterious, transparent runes flowed around their bodies like twinkling stars. Everyone cupped their fists toward the bamboo forest and silently said with tears in their eyes, Senior and junior sisters, we will meet again someday. The ancestral hall trembled slightly before regaining its tranquility in an instant. Lu Yizhi coughed and panted heavily as he slaughtered the Holy Water sect disciples along the way. When he rushed up the sect master peak, he was blocked by a water pillar. He couldn't help but smile with narrowed eyes. The lower star domain is truly a mystical place. There's actually someone who can control the water spirit in the tiny holy water sect? Could it be that the sacred water is on you? Morong Sun sneered at him. You can come and try. You'll know whether it's on me or not. The two of them were like two shooting stars that streaked across the horizon. Suddenly, they made their moves against each other. Whooshing, whooshing, as the profound energy was activated, bursts of exploding cyclones spread out around the two of them. At the same time, Hong Jinchuan was leading many disciples from the two prefectures to kill holy water sect disciples and interrogate them about the holy water's whereabouts. I don't know. A holy water sect disciple collapsed on the ground and glared angrily at Hong Jinchuan. She laughed harshly. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you bastards. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly self-detonated. Lu Yun, who was in the middle of exchanging blows with an elder from the two manners, couldn't help but sway. She looked back and bit her lip. The holy water sect disciples' consecutive self-detonations were all blocked by the defensive mystic weapons in the hands of the two prefectures. However, at this moment, their expressions were rather ugly. This bunch of ants actually dared to resist. Until now, not a single person had revealed the whereabouts of the holy water. This really made them lose face. Hong Jinchuan's eldest disciple, Gong Yang, fiercely picked up a fat woman and slapped her. Speak. Where is the holy water? As long as you're willing to say it, I'll give you a chance to live. Sister Fat pounced and heavily knocked her head against Gong Yang's head, immediately leaving a large red mark on his forehead. She spat a mouthful of spittle on Gong Yang's face and laughed loudly. Little bastard. Go to hell. These 2 days, I've entered an important turning point in this book. After the turn, my qiao will be big. Don't be anxious, let me write slowly and write more brilliantly. It's best if you don't influence my train of thought. Today's 10 chapters will end. Tomorrow will still be 10 chapters, and the day after tomorrow, it will resume to 6 chapters. Next week, the author will be very busy. There are also some readers who are worried that the author will abuse 100 chapters to purposely separate my Qiao and the Crown Prince. That won't happen. The author will never abuse for the sake of abuse, so don't worry. Finally, please repeat after me 3 times, the author is my Qiao's biological mother. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Although Gong Yang activated his defensive artifact, he was still flung out by the force of the self-explosion. He tumbled heavily on the ground, his head bleeding from the impact. Fat sis. The girls of the first peak cried out in grief. The fat sis who took care of everyone's daily needs for 30 years, cooking soup and cooking for them every day, and beaming with smiles every day, no longer existed. D***it. Fury rose from Gong Yang's heart, and he staggered up from the ground. When he saw the disdainful gazes of the other senior and junior brothers of Ani Prefecture, fury rose from his heart. Lu Yizhi and Morong Sun's palms collided, and the two of them swiftly separated. Surprise flashed through Lu Yizhi's eyes. The highest cultivation in the lower star domain is a level 15 mystic cultivator. But I actually can't see through your cultivation. But it doesn't matter. I'll find a few more people to spar with you. Even if you can surpass level 15 and reach the spiritual realm, you must be suppressed right now. Ha ha ha, cough, cough, cough. I heard your sect master died, so the entire sect is grieving and indignant right now. Ha 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 ha, I'll go have a chat with your damn sect master. I'll see if you disciples and grand disciples are willing to let your old sect master's body be riddled with holes and become neither human nor ghost. Ha ha ha. You dare. Fury burst out of Morong Sun's eyes, and a water vortex swiftly shot over. However, before it could wrap around Lu Yizhi, that old geezer, she was entangled by 5 or 6 Xianxia Prefecture elders. In Xianxia Prefecture, these level 15 elders were, at most, just outer sect stewards. But in the star field, each and every one of them was respectfully addressed as elders. No matter how high Morong Sun's cultivation was, she was still tightly entangled by several Xianxia Prefecture elders. She could only glare at Lu Yizhi with bloodshot eyes as he charged into the sect master's room. Master! Lu Yun crazily attacked the 2 elders from the 2 prefectures from the other side, forcing them to retreat step by step. She flew over and dashed toward the sect master's room. The two elders' guts rose as they simultaneously unleashed two bursts of vigorous level 15 profound energy, attacking towards Lu Yun's back. Lu Yun staggered forward a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood, but she still dashed toward the sect master's room. Junior sister. At the same time that Murong-san formed a water defense in her hand, she abruptly flipped her hand and threw down a water judgment. Snow water that blotted out the sky and covered the earth tumbled down the snowy peak, crashing toward the 5 to 6 Xianxia prefecture elders with a boom. While the many elders of Xianxia prefecture were alarmed, evil thoughts overtook their minds, and they all worked together to channel a terrifying mystic energy vortex that directly bombarded Murong-san. Murong-san swallowed a mouthful of blood, and her eyes were crimson red. With a wave of her hand, her head of fine black hair fluttered along with her robes. In everyone's eyes, the first Peak's Peak Master's crimson robe shone brightly under the night sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire snowy peak shook, and all the snow water flowing underground was drawn out, surging towards the disciples of the two prefectures. At the same time, Lu Yizhi had already flashed into the sect master's room. He raised his large palm and was about to strangle the sect master's neck. At this time, the sect master's bed suddenly flipped over, and a person jumped out from under the bed, ruthlessly punching through the chest of Lu Yizhi, a level 15 great mystic cultivator. Pfft! Lu Yizhi spat out a mouthful of blood and hastily grabbed a large handful of pills to consume. As he swallowed the pills in large mouthfuls, he viciously glared in the direction of the bed and was stunned. Although the Holy Water sect master was ghastly pale, she still stood there perfectly fine. How was she already dead? A woman in her 50s stood beside her, supporting the sect master's arm. The two of them didn't say a word and pounced towards him. The profound energy from each of their fists intertwined and swept towards his face with a boom. Lu Yizhi was shocked. He had already experienced the sect master's strength. She was an out-and-out level 15 great mystic cultivator. As for the old woman beside the sect master, her strength was also not ordinary. Xiaohong, take the children and leave. The sect master abruptly pounced over and grabbed Lu Yizhi's body tightly. Everyone saw the door to the sect master's room being smashed open. Their sect master, who had already breathed her last, actually rushed out with Lu Yizhi in her arms and flew toward the snowy peak. Asun. Let's go. Before everyone could react, the sect master left behind her last words and rushed toward the snowy peak with Lu Yizhi in tow. At the same time, there was a huge explosion, and Yi's eyes instantly moistened. Following this explosion, half of the sect master's peak split open, and a soul-stirring avalanche began with a bang. At the same time, Duan Yu, who was rushing back to Daybreak Sect, and Situ Yi, who was at Heavenly Dao Sect, received news of the Holy Water Sect being attacked at the same time. Daybreak Sect's sect master, Liang Wanshan, made a prompt decision. The three sects are united. We can't just watch the 6 prefectures besiege the Holy Water Sect. Master, I'll go with you, Duan Yu immediately said. Everyone turned back and headed toward the Holy Water Sect. At the adventurer base, they ran into Heavenly Dao Sect's Sitamen and company and hurried toward the snowy peak. On the other side, in Five Moon City, City Lord Wu Mantian and his wife stood by the window, deeply worried. They looked up at the pitch-black sky, not knowing what to do. Everyone in Five Moon City knew about the huge commotion caused by the Holy Water Sect tonight. No one knew what happened at the Holy Water Sect's mountain gate, so the common people naturally didn't dare to poke their noses into other people's business. Until the next day. Everyone was speechless as they looked at the Holy Water Sect's mountain peaks that had been practically flattened. In particular, the sect master's peak seemed to have been directly shaved off by half of its peak. The entire peak was shorter by more than half, and the soaring flames burned for an entire night. No one dared to go there and see what had happened. The Five Moon City's city lord only dared to send 2 10th level experts over to take a look. However, very quickly, the news they brought back was that no one from the Holy Water Sect was left alive. Everything seemed to be settled. The world-shaking battle 3 days ago seemed to have been buried by the snow that never melted all year round. These past few days, the citizens of Five Moon City had been whispering in private, saying that the Holy Water Sect might have offended an expert from the Middle 6 prefectures, which led to the tragic extermination of their sect. Who did you say was exterminated? A fair and clean little hand suddenly grabbed the noisy woman's collar and lifted her up with one hand. The woman was so scared that her legs kicked wildly and she begged for mercy again and again. "Spare me, miss, spare me." After rushing for 3 days and 4 nights, they finally arrived at Arbor in Five Moon City. They couldn't accept the news at all. "Impossible," she shook her head. Master wouldn't lie to her. Arbor shook its head vigorously, then shook its head again. Suddenly, he left the noisy woman behind and sprinted towards the city gate. Everyone saw that the plain figure was as fast as a wisp of smoke. In the blink of an eye, he had passed over 100 people. They couldn't help but stare at him in amazement. Arbor dashed out of the city and quickly arrived at the foot of Snowy Peak. As soon as she reached Xianxia village, her heart trembled from the deathly stillness. Deathly stillness, it really was deathly stillness. Usually, this small village at the foot of Snowy Peak would be very lively at this time. Children's laughter mixed with women's chatter, and men came down from the mountain after a day of hard work. Smoke rose in spirals from kitchen chimneys, cheerful laughter, but now, all of this was gone. Deathly stillness, it really was a deathly stillness. Arbor dashed into the village entrance and stood there in a daze. What appeared before her were only dilapidated fences, dilapidated walls, and wreckage. It was incomparably wretched, and there wasn't a single complete corpse. "Senior sister! Senior sister!" Arbor dashed to a holy water sect disciple whose face was covered in blood and grime. She hugged her head that had rolled to the side of the grass and shook it vigorously. "Senior sister!" Arbor hugged this head tightly and didn't notice at all that her chest was already drenched in blood. "Senior sister, senior sister!" This senior sister and the others all had cultivations around level 5 or 6, and they guarded the mountain gate all year round. Arbor's eyes reddened, and she abruptly turned her head. She suddenly fished out a small, intact girl's body from under a headless corpse as if she had gone mad. She was a bit warm to the touch. This child was still alive. She was still alive. Xiaomu immediately performed acupuncture and breathed into her, promptly feeding her the best medicinal solution she had on hand. After a long while, the girl coughed out blood and weakly opened her eyes. Her eyes suddenly emitted a faint light. "I know you. You fly in the sky, Sister Immortal." The girl's voice was hoarse and gloomy as she spoke intermittently. "I'm not some immortal. I'm just a useless person. I can't save you. I can't save anyone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Arbor's tears immediately flowed down. Too late, her reply was too late. It was still too late. This girl was already incurable. If she could return half a day earlier, perhaps she could. Or perhaps if the sapling was here, she could ask it for an excellent spirit pill, but it was useless to say anything now. "Sister. My mother said that the dead will turn into monsters." The girl's internal organs were all injured, and she hadn't had enough food and water for so many days. She was already on the verge of death. As she spoke, blood constantly spurted out from her mouth. I don't want to become a monster." Arbor hugged her, tears falling on her face. She nodded heavily and said, "Sister promises you. You will never become a monster. Okay?" The little girl pointed and cried out weakly, "Am my mother." Arbor hugged her tightly and subconsciously reached out to cover her cold little hand. He murmured softly, Big sister will bury you and your mother together. You won't be separated anymore. Your mother will continue to protect you in her next life. Big sister, don't cry. You're an immortal." The little girl's voice grew weaker and weaker until there was no more sound. Arbor bit her thin lips and hugged the little girl tightly. She lowered her little head and said softly, "I'm not an immortal. I'm not. I can't even save you." Rushing all the way from Xianxia village to the mountain gate, on both sides of the mountain path, she occasionally saw several incomplete corpses of her senior sisters. Xiaomu did not know how she managed to walk up. She really did not know. She felt as if she was floating, as if she was stepping on a ball of cotton or a cloud. She staggered up the mountain while stumbling. She didn't have many tears left. In the past, Xiaomu truly did not know that a person's body could shed so many tears. So when she ascended the sect master's peak and stared blankly at the tragic scene in front of her, she didn't shed any tears. She just stood there in a daze, staring blankly. The bamboo buildings were razed to the ground, and the sect master's favorite bamboo forest was also burned to the ground. She couldn't tell which of the corpses on the ground were the enemies and which were her sisters. Her foot kicked something. She looked down and saw that she knew this person. It was Second Peak's fool, Xianxia. She squatted down and patted Xianxia's blood-stained face. She said expressionlessly, "Fool, get up. Didn't you want to be my follower? I'll allow it. Get up." Xianxia closed her eyes and didn't say anything. She no longer had her usual vigor. "Get up, get up." Arbor scooped up her body and watched as the lower half of her body fell to the ground with a crash. She walked forward in a daze and saw countless familiar faces. Third Peak Senior Marshal Sister Li Ling. The first time she met her was before the operation in Xianxia town. She walked up to her and introduced herself with a bright smile. "I'm Third Peak's Li Ling, Second Peak's Senior Marshal Sister Su Qinghu." Back then, she was carried back to Second Peak by Second Marshal Uncle. When she came out of seclusion, she saw Su Qinghu fainting from hunger on Second Peak. She thought they were idiots. Su Qinghu even asked her, "Are you very hungry?" At that time, Senior Marshal Sister Su smiled shyly at her. "I'm fine, little Junior Marshal Sister." "Fine? Not fine at all. You're all dead now, Second Senior Marshal Sister." She saw Second Senior Marshal Sister Shuizhao's half-severed body fall into the snow pit. She turned around and sprinted forward, pouncing on a body. Compared to the other pitiful Senior Marshal Sisters, eldest Senior Marshal Sister Su Xianxian's body was very intact. She quietly lay beside the snow pit with her eyes closed, leaning her head against Second Senior Marshal Sister Shuizhao's half-severed body. Arbor thought she was so sad that she couldn't cry anymore. But her tears kept falling down inexplicably. She couldn't stop it at all. "Liar." Arbor forcefully slapped eldest Senior Sister Su Xianxian's arm and whimpered, "You told me in Xianxia town that you would protect me. You wouldn't leave me alone. Liar, liar." Arbor slapped her twice again. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked back and forth at the corpses on the sect master's peak. She suddenly dragged out her voice and yelled, "Morong Sun! Morong Sun! Morong Sun, where are you? Morong Sun, you big liar! Morong Sun, you lied to me!" She dragged her tired feet and circled the entire sect master's peak, but she did not see Morong Sun. Instead, he found Third Marshal Aunt Lu Yun's head. She hugged Lu Yun's head and stumbled over to Su Xianxian's side. She placed Lu Yun beside Su Xianxian and cried until her voice was hoarse. She said pitifully, "Third Marshal Uncle, stay here and accompany eldest Marshal Sister. I still have to find my master, but I don't know where my master has gone. Third Marshal Uncle, where do you think my master went?" She then picked up Lu Yun's head and helped her wipe off the dirt on her face. With a confused expression, she asked, "Third Marshal Uncle, where do you think my master went?" "Morong Sun. Morong Sun, come out." The little fellow placed Lu Yun's head next to Su Xianxian and suddenly sprinted toward the ancestral hall. Half of the ancestral hall had been destroyed long ago, leaving behind only a small portion of lonely wreckage. Arbor dazedly flipped through the miniature life lanterns of the sect's disciples. She watched as Second Senior Sister Shuizhao's battered body was flung away at the final juncture of her battle with the enemy. Arbor could not shed any more tears. She propped up her cheek with one hand and flipped through the miniature life lanterns one by one. When she saw the sect master dragging a stooped old man up the snowy peak to self-destruct, she suddenly froze. She recognized this old man. She had met this old man once outside Xixia Valley's second southern courtyard. Later, she also saw this old man on the competition field. Wasn't he a guest elder of the Ghost faction? What exactly were the Middle Six prefectures rumored in the marketplace? Could it be that this guest elder of the Ghost faction was actually someone from the Middle Six prefectures? She did not find Morong Sun's life lantern. Perhaps because the ancestral hall collapsed, more than half of the disciples' life lanterns were smashed down by rocks. Arbor lowered her head and searched through the cracks in the rocks for a long time but could not find it. Instead, she dug until her fingers were bleeding. "Master." Chocho did not dare to speak and weakly called out, "Don't dig anymore. It probably slid down the snowy peak due to the avalanche. Morong Sun. You big liar. The little stoic expressionlessly retorted. You still have a master. Master will definitely accompany you in the future. Master has never lied to you. They were all lies. Cho, do you know? The little stoic muttered to herself hoarsely, I won't have a master in the future. Ha ha ha, what are you afraid of without a master? Without a master, you still have me, your older brother. Little beauty, as long as you're willing to return with me, I guarantee you'll eat and drink well in the future. You definitely won't have a bad life. An ear-piercing teasing laughter suddenly barged into Arbor's ears. She stood up and took a step forward. The tip of her foot kicked something like a hard iron tablet. She bent down to pick it up and flipped through it before putting it away into her inner world with an icy expression. Afterwards, she looked up at the group of people outside the ancestral hall. She recognized them all. Myriad Factions Faction Master's son, Fei Qing, sickly and lecherously eyeing holy water sect's disciples all day long. Ghost sect's elder Ghost Surd. Granny Witch and her group from Coitus sect. One of them was an old friend of Arbor's. Back when they were fighting for the paradise, Mo Lian had helped to extract a strand of her soul. She was Yao Ji of the Coitus sect. At this moment, her life spirit was still in Arbor's inner world, so when Arbor looked at her coldly, Yao Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. You pervert. You won't change even after 3 sentences. Coitus sect's Chi Mayor covered her mouth and giggled. She swayed her body flirtatiously and smiled sweetly at Arbor. Junior Marshal sister, you're the only one left. TSK, tisk, she's crying. Look, on that tear-stained face of hers. TSK, the tears haven't even dried yet. If the Holy Water sect's 3 peak masters saw this, their hearts would definitely ache. Arbor coldly stared at this woman and coldly said, what? Ghost sect, Myriad Faction, Coitus sect, and Ghost sect can't wait to hit someone when they're down? Myriad Factions Fei Qing pretentiously smiled and said, what are you saying? Our 3 factions also heard that something happened to the Holy Water sect, so we specially rushed over to take a look and offer our condolences. Little Junior Marshal sister, don't be afraid. Come to brother. Brother will protect you. Protection? Xiao Mu's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and her eyes, which were as cold as ice, slowly swept a glance at Fei Qing. Fei Qing inexplicably shuddered on the spot, but at the same time, he secretly became excited. He had always liked pretty girls, especially younger ones. He liked them even more. In the towns near Myriad Faction, there were at least 800 if not 1,000 girls who had been ruined by his hands. Chi Mayor jokingly called him a pervert, and that was not just in name. When he was in Xianxia Valley, his heart had long been itching uncontrollably in front of so many pretty girls from the Holy Water sect. Unfortunately, his father, Fei Pingyi, had severely warned him not to be rash due to the presence of the 3 peak masters. As a result, he didn't dare to make a move during the entire competition. Normally, he would have seen this exquisite and adorable little junior sister who was like a small ice sculpture long ago. Unfortunately, this little fellow was never alone. She was usually surrounded by a group of people in stars, so he didn't have a chance to make a move. But today was different. Look at the dilapidated surroundings. The Holy Water sect had been exterminated. What other backing would his little junior sister have in the future? Wouldn't it be easy for him to capture her? As he thought about this, Fei Qing's expression became even more smug. He glanced at Arbor with greed in his eyes and beckoned at her again. Little junior sister, don't be afraid. Come here. Aren't we old acquaintances? On the side, Chi Mayor giggled again. Unexpectedly, when she met Arbor's bone-chilling eyes, her heart skipped a beat for some reason. Ghost Surd impatiently roared from the side, you still have the time to waste with her? Why don't you capture her first? After speaking, he didn't care about how flustered and exasperated Fei Qing was. He stretched out his hand toward Arbor's neck. He originally thought that he would be able to pick up the little girl like picking up a little chick. Ghost Surd's eyes even emitted an evil glint. Most of the Ghost Faction's disciples who came to participate in the competition were killed by the Holy Water sect. Now, the heavens had eyes and gave them retribution for their sect's extermination. If he didn't act now, when would he? When he ruthlessly attacked, he seemed to have completely forgotten that the ghost faction's people had suffered many setbacks at the little girl's hands. When they first met, he, Ghost Surd, was already no match for the little girl. Let alone now, a silhouette flashed in front of Ghost Surd. With a sweep of his wrist, a dagger slid across Ghost Surd's neck, drawing a long line of blood on his neck. Ghost Surd subconsciously touched the line of blood on his throat. As he fell, his eyes were filled with disbelief. His life was taken away as soon as they met. Why? Yet Granny Witch's hair stood on end, and she bellowed, "Idiot, this little brat is no longer that little level 8 mystic cultivator from back then." She. Pooh. Granny Witch only felt a pain in her back. She was thrown a few steps forward and spat out a mouthful of blood. This sneak attack caused her to be greatly alarmed. The disciples of Coitus sect were also dumbfounded. They all turned their heads to look at Yao Ji, who had suddenly attacked Granny Witch. Their faces were filled with shock and astonishment as they shrieked in terror, "What are you doing, Yao Ji?" "I pledge my life to the young master." Yao Ji shouted at Xiao Mu and clawed the face of a Coitus faction disciple beside her with a backhand. Immediately, a gurgling stream of venom flowed out of that disciple's face. Previously, Yao Ji was still a bit hesitant, unsure whether she should make a move or not. One had to know that the three factions had gathered about 100 people, and the little girl was alone. If she suddenly betrayed Coitus sect and stood by the little girl's side to resist the three factions' 100 people, then she would undoubtedly die. However, her fate soul was in the little girl's hands. If she didn't help her, then she would definitely lose her life on the spot. With the little girl's ruthless temperament and vicious methods, she definitely wouldn't let an enemy like her off. Thus, Yao Ji made all kinds of calculations and felt that she would definitely die at this moment. However, when she saw the little girl slash Ghost Surd to death with a dagger, Yao Ji knew that her chance had come. The little girl seemed to be much stronger than she expected. She knew she had to gamble this time. She stood behind Granny Witch and instantly pierced Granny Witch's heart with a cold stab. How could Granny Witch and the Coitus sect disciples have anticipated that Yao Ji would suddenly make a move? Their Coitus sect's formation was thrown into chaos. At the same time, the little girl had already rushed forward. She flung out countless flying talismans, trapping Fei Qing's group. Ebony intermediate level binding talisman formation. It could bind at most 10 people at a time. These people's cultivation levels were slightly lower than hers. Once she used this binding talisman formation to bind them, everyone turned pale with fright. They were bound inside the talisman formation circle and couldn't escape no matter how hard they tried. Only now did they remember. During the competition, the little girl had once used this move against Daybreak Sect's Mu Liangda. At that time, they were still secretly mocking Mu Liangda for being useless for not being able to defeat a 12 to 13-year-old little girl. But now, when they had a taste of this binding talisman formation, their faces suddenly turned pale with fright. They couldn't move, they couldn't even release mystic energy after being bound by this binding talisman formation. Fei Qing, this useless guy, was so frightened that his face contorted. He continuously tried to break out of this talisman formation and looked up at Arbor with a pale face. Just as he called out "Little Junior Sister," the little fellow furiously raised her ferrule and smacked it down on his head. "Who's your little junior sister?" Was the 3 words "little junior sister" something a filthy guy like you could call out? "Die for me." Arbor tossed out a handful of shooting star scatters with a flick of his hand. Ding, 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 they hit the people in the array. Fei Qing and the others were like turtles in a jar, unable to resist at all. After a burst of meteor scattering, Fei Qing was horrified to find that the disciples he had pulled in front of him to resist the meteor scattering were now like live targets, their bodies covered with small nails. "You!" Fei Qing's face was filled with panic as he shouted. At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't dare to call her junior sister anymore. He also didn't dare to tease her anymore. Instead, he kept saying, "How dare you, little bitch. If you dare to hurt me, my father won't let you off." Fei Qing felt that his threat was useless. The little girl's face was expressionless as she directly struck out a mighty profound energy that fiercely struck Fei Qing's chin, directly smashing his mouth into pieces. Fei Qing's unpleasant roar came to an abrupt stop. Arbor pounced forward and fiercely struck his head with the ferrule, immediately smashing his skull open. Brain matter burst out, and he died on the spot. Since you're here, then stay. The little girl pinched two core-crushing thunders between her fingers and fiercely threw them into the crowd. Under the panicked gazes of the crowd, the core-crushing thunders suddenly exploded. Aoyi and the others chased with all their might, but when they heard the explosion halfway up the mountain, they immediately flew up the snowy peak. Little miss, you're a bit interesting. A sinister laugh came from Arbor's back. Ani Prefecture's Hong Jinchuan had actually been guarding the holy water sect this entire time. Ever since the sect master self-detonated while dragging Lu Yizhi was heavily injured and could no longer fight. The entire Shuntian Prefecture's strength was also greatly reduced. The remaining people from Shuntian Prefecture carried Lu Yizhi down the snowy peak. However, Hong Jinchuan was unwilling to give up, so he led the 300 people from Ani Prefecture to guard the sect for a few more days. Sure enough, he had been waiting for someone to come today. He had been secretly observing the little girl and learned of her identity. Holy Water Sect's first peak master, Morong Sun's personal disciple truly was a girl with outstanding strength. The disciples from the three factions could not last more than a few moves in her hands before they scattered like birds and beasts. Unfortunately, a mere level 11 mystic cultivator was nothing in his eyes. Little girl, obediently tell me the holy water's whereabouts. I can spare your life. Hong Jinchuan chuckled as he looked at Arbor. Calculating the time, the people from the other prefectures should be arriving soon. Before that, he had to trick the little girl into speaking up as soon as possible. If it didn't work, he might have to use some unpleasant methods. Holy water, Arbor muttered to himself. As expected, they came for Lady Holy Water? But why did they call it holy water? Yes, it's holy water. We received news that the holy water is inside your holy water sect. Unfortunately, they turned the entire holy water sect upside down but did not find anything. The strangest thing was that such a large sect did not even have a treasury or something like that. It simply made people depressed. Where's Morong Sun? The little girl suddenly asked coldly and did not answer Hong Jinchuan's question. Hong Jinchuan couldn't help but be angry, and his lips twitched with a fake smile. Your master? Don't tell me you still don't know? Look at your sect. Corpses are strewn everywhere and broken limbs are everywhere. Why are they so incomplete? Ha 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 ha, it's because idiots like them are all playing with self-detonation, ha ha ha. Unfortunately, to us level 15 great mystic cultivators, it's like the light of a firefly and can't harm us at all. Qiaomu suppressed the resentment in her heart and coldly gazed at them. The auras of Hong Jinchuan and the others were indeed very powerful. There were more than 300 people from Ani Prefecture, and she couldn't see through at least 100 of them, which meant that their cultivations were definitely higher than hers. Moreover, how many of them were level 15 great mystic cultivators like Hong Jinchuan? If it was only for her to challenge level 10 or level 23 great mystic cultivators above her level, she might still have a chance. But now, asking her, a mere level 11 mystic cultivator, to challenge multiple level 15 great mystic cultivators was practically sending herself to her death. Of course, she also had her trump cards and might be able to kill a few level 15 great mystic cultivators. What's your name? This old man is Hong Jinchuan of Ani Prefecture. Hong Jinchuan wasn't worried at all about the consequences of exposing his name to the little girl. In his opinion, Morong Sun, his last disciple, was already a dead person. Morong Sun self-detonated? The little girl asked expressionlessly with pursed lips. You killed her? The little girl pressed on. Hong Jinchuan became impatient. Does it matter who killed her? You're just a little girl, could it be that you want to avenge your sect by yourself? I advise you to honestly tell me the holy water's whereabouts. Otherwise. Suddenly, a binding talisman matrix landed on the 10 Ani Prefecture disciples. At the same time, Arbor flung out a core-ravaging thunder, which shattered half of the ancestral hall that had collapsed with a boom. Qingwan was released, and with a shrill cry, it swooped down and unleashed an arctic frost slash, blowing 3 to 4 Ani Prefecture disciples who were caught off guard into ice sculptures on the spot. Arbor swept her ferrule across, and those ice sculptures shattered into pieces. The severed limbs wrapped in ice tumbled to the side with a plop. Silly girl, you actually dare to be so audacious. Hong Jinchuan shouted angrily. Did she think that she was still fighting a motley crew from the three gates? What she swore to fight to the death was Ani Prefecture, one of the 6 prefectures, although this group of people might not be considered as experts in any prefecture. In the lower star field, it was more than enough to deal with a mere little girl. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. When this old man catches you, I'll break your limbs and see if you'll tell me the holy water's whereabouts. Fury flashed through Hong Jinchuan's eyes, and he instantly exploded. His fingers formed a claw as he clawed at Arbor. Clang! This claw actually grabbed a thick defensive barrier, causing the old man's claw to stiffen. What? This D*MN girl's defensive barrier was actually so sturdy. How could he know that ever since Arbor advanced to level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator, several layers of seals on her eggshell defensive barrier had also been opened? Now, it probably wouldn't be much of a problem to deal with 8 to 10 heavy blows from a level 15 Great Mystic Cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the ferrule in Arbor's hand had already gathered the power of flames, and it struck Hong Jinchuan's arm with a whoosh. Apart from his shock, Hong Jinchuan's eyes were filled with greed. Spirit weapon. D*MN girl, the Holy Water sect truly treats you very well. They're even willing to give you a spirit weapon, little girl. Unfortunately, we'll have to see if a little girl like you can keep your life to hold it. Hong Jinchuan snatched the ferrule from her hand. Tigers roared and birds chirped. Hundreds of beasts came out. Qing Wan was surrounded. Arbor flung out a small golem to block the saber slash coming from Ani Mansion's disciples from the side. My lady. Stay up late and the others flew up to the faction leader's peak and saw a scary scene. Their family's young miss was actually besieged by more than 300 men and beasts. She was struggling to hold on, and her entire body was bathed in blood. Arbor looked back and her pupils shrank. When she ran around the sect master's peak, she found that there were many broken bodies of black-clothed youths on the sect master's peak. They seemed to be the crown prince's subordinates. Why did he come here to die? This was her sect's matter and had nothing to do with others. They shouldn't have come. Stay up late and dozens of others quickly summoned their own Xian beasts and joined the battle. However, even with their participation, there was still a huge disparity in numbers. She threw out a bunch of support talismans at Stay Up Late and the others. The Mystic Guiding Talisman Matrix had already been activated, and all the mystic energy within 50 kilometers of the Holy Water sect continuously poured into her body. Greed and hesitation flashed through Hong Jinchuan's eyes. It was a bit of a pity to kill such an exceptionally talented great talisman practitioner. If you're willing to hand over the sacred water and sacrifice a strand of your soul to me, I'll spare your life and spare their lives. Arbor responded by biting the tip of her tongue and spraying a mouthful of blood onto her ferrule. The ferrule emitted a strange light. It clanged in Arbor's hand and suddenly flew out. Raging flames sprayed directly at Hong Jinchuan's face. Hong Jinchuan raised his saber to block, but the profound weapon in his hand was actually cut in half by the ferrule. The tip of the saber stabbed into the ground with a clang. A trace of fury shot out of Hong Jinchuan's eyes. The moment his body exploded, he circulated all the profound energy in his body and viciously attacked Arbor's head. In the nick of time, a faint, moon-white phantom leaped out from the ferrule and abruptly shielded the little fellow. It met the old man's ferocious attack head-on. Bang! Hong Jinchuan spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. His body was already uncontrollably sent flying backward. Arbor's large eyes widened. She subconsciously bit her lip and hurriedly ran forward a few steps. She inexplicably opened her arms, wanting to hug that faintly discernible phantom. Mo Lian. Mo Lian must be injured. He's injured. Mo Lian's phantom turned around and looked at her with an anxious expression. Arbor had just reached out to hug that phantom when he heard a soft sound. His entire body suddenly disappeared from her embrace. The little fellow foolishly made a hugging motion just like that. Wah! Mo Lian disappeared. The little fellow opened his mouth and did his best to suppress the urge to cry. Choking with sobs, he shouted at Ao Yi and the others, who had just fought a bloody battle, hurry and leave. She turned around and flew towards Sky Peak. Behind her, Ani Prefecture's people followed closely behind her like a pack of wolves and tigers. At the same time, far away in Guanlan City, Mo Lian's hand trembled as he flipped through the memorial. A trace of blood actually slid down the corner of his lips. "Your Highness?" Xiao 11Z, who had been bending over to offer him tea with both hands, was so frightened that he rolled on the ground. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Some of the officials in the southern study, who were in the middle of a meeting, also cried out when they saw this scene. "Your Highness?" Xianxia suddenly appeared beside him and called out anxiously, "Master." The red brush in Mo Lian's hand made a cracking sound. When she raised her head, her eyes were already filled with a bloody storm. Someone had touched the divine sense he had left in the feral. Something had happened to his Jojo. Mo Lian immediately stood up. "Little Seven, let's go." Weren't they going home? Weren't they going to Shizhou City? Why did they appear in the Holy Water sect? Why didn't stay up late and the others send him a message? Mo Lian was burning with anxiety. Just now, the wisp of fragmented image that was transmitted to him before the wisp of divine sense dissipated simply terrified him to the core. The little girl was covered in blood and her eyes were like ice. "Disobedient, too disobedient. Why didn't you go home obediently?" The golden dragon leaped up and flew into the sky. Everyone followed and ran out. They were tongue-tied as they looked at His Highness who was running away. "Your Highness, please don't. We haven't finished discussing the matter of Huqing's fortifications." What His Highness left for them was a speck of golden light on the horizon. The officials looked at each other in bewilderment. At this time, Arbor had already led most of the Ani Prefecture's subordinates to Sky Peak. She turned her head and coldly stared at the level 15 great mystic cultivators in the front row. The Tianji treasure blueprint abruptly flew out of her conscious. All the mystic energy in her main and branch meridians were turned into mystic conscious and frantically poured into the Tianji treasure blueprint. "Sky Peak is about to become your burial ground." She wanted these people to die. Her head already felt like it was being pricked by needles. With her current cultivation, using the divine weapon was still too forceful. Fortunately, the divine weapon was willing to cooperate. End of night watch. See you tomorrow. Take the pot lid and run. That thin piece of paper rapidly expanded before everyone's eyes, flashing with a dazzling golden brilliance. With Arbor's current level 11 Mystic Realm cultivation, he could activate the fourth layer of the Tianji treasure blueprint. Under normal circumstances, activating the third layer of the Tianji treasure blueprint wasn't a big problem. However, Arbor was currently forcefully activating the fourth layer of the Tianji treasure blueprint and carrying out a large-scale, indiscriminate group attack. Just the third layer of the Tianji treasure blueprint wasn't enough. Right now, she was facing 5 to 6 level 15 great mystic cultivators as well as 100 or so level 12 and level 3 great mystic cultivators. She wanted to bury them on Sky Peak and accompany the entire Holy Water sect in death. She needed to kill them in one strike. She didn't have a second chance. An endless stream of mystic conscious desperately squeezed into the Tianji treasure blueprint. Divine weapons were all sentient objects. It already sensed that its little master was risking her life in this desperate attack. As if she was risking her life, it wanted to reject the remaining portion of mystic conscious. It didn't want anything to happen to its little master. However, its master had already sunk into a completely deranged state, so it couldn't stop her at all. The Ani Prefecture's disciples only felt that the light was very glaring, and they couldn't resist closing their eyes. However, in the next instant, the grain-shaped concealed weapons that blotted out the sky instantly pierced through their bodies. 2 level 15 great mystic cultivators bore the brunt of the attack. The grain-shaped concealed weapons pierced through their defensive barriers and directly turned them into sieves. They even dazedly lowered their heads to glance at themselves. Afterwards, they discovered that their bodies were riddled with tiny holes, and they were all spurting out small streams of blood. Their heads instantly ruptured, revealing a bizarre and terrifying scene. Like a torrential downpour of sand, their entire bodies turned into bone dregs with a crash, and minced meat splattered all over the ground. This terrifying instant immediately scared the other level 15 great mystic cultivators into retreating several steps. They activated all the mystic energy in their bodies to reinforce their defensive barriers. The remaining 3 level 15 great mystic cultivators were already completely stupefied, and they stiffly turned their heads around. Only now did they see clearly that under the indiscriminate attacks of the Tianji treasure blueprint, the 200 or so people from the Ani Prefecture had all been reduced to a pile of bone marrow and flesh. They mixed into the snow and dyed the entire ground reddish-brown. More than 200 people. More than 200 people. They were all level 10 mystic cultivators and above, but they were killed just like that. Among them, 2 careless level 15 great mystic cultivators were also killed in this group attack. This could no longer be called a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. Arbor's mystic sense was severely damaged. After the attack, he fell limply onto the snowy ground. Her eyes stared fixedly at the pitch-black sky above her. It turned out that unknowingly, the night fog had already enveloped them. In the past, she had never felt as dark as today. Above the horizon, not even a tiny star could be seen. It was too dark, too dark. The 3 level 15 great mystic cultivators stared intently at the Xianxia treasure blueprint that had shrunk to the size of a piece of paper hovering in the air. Their eyes shone with a wolf-like ferocity. Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia treasure blueprint. Hong Jinchuan clutched the wound on his chest and ascended Sky Peak step by step. His vicious gaze landed on Arbor. D*MN lass, you're so young, but each treasure on you surpasses the last. It's a pity that beautiful women are short-lived. These things, cough, 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 will all take your life. Hong Jinchuan sneered. Previously, he had been sent flying by the counterattack of Mo Lian's projection, and even his heart meridians had been damaged. However, he was extremely glad at this moment. If it weren't for the fact that he was a step too slow, he would have most likely met the same fate as those 2 slightly weaker level 15 great mystic cultivators and lost his life to the Xianxia treasure blueprint's indiscriminate group attack. But now, Hong Jinchuan smiled maliciously and glanced disdainfully at Arbor, who had collapsed on the ground and couldn't move at all. D*MN girl, I'll give you one last chance. Hong Jinchuan forced out each word from between his teeth. Tell me the whereabouts of the holy water, and I'll spare your lowly life. Hong Jinchuan, you take the holy water. But the Xianxia treasure blueprint is mine. Suddenly, one of the 3 great mystic cultivators pounced toward the Xianxia treasure blueprint with quick steps and grabbed at the paper. Bull*T. Hong Jinchuan forcefully swung his palm. I'm the chief manager in charge of all matters in the lower star domain. How can you fight with me? That middle-aged man who was fighting over the Xianxia treasure blueprint resentfully retracted his hand and glared at Hong Jinchuan with an angry expression. Everyone is equal in front of treasures. How about this? Let's see who among us can contract it first, and it'll belong to that person. Everyone else is not allowed to say anything. Arbor lay in the ice-cold snow. Her plain dress had already been completely dyed the color of blood. On it was the blood of her fellow sect members, her own blood, but even more of it was the blood of her enemies. She only felt that her entire body was exhausted. She narrowed her eyes slightly and glared at that patch of black on the horizon as if there was no one else around. She actually didn't hear a single word that these people were arguing about beside her. D*MN girl, don't play dead. Hong Jinchuan flew into a rage out of humiliation and punched out with mystic energy. Just as it was about to land on Arbor's body, something pounced over from the side and pressed down on her body. This punch blasted it into 7 or 8 pieces. Arbor dazedly hugged that round and slippery head. Her small hands groped about on the snow beside her, wanting to pick up the scattered pieces of her arms and legs. Her debeo had completely cracked. That silly and noisy fool who would crawl over to her every few days and tell her, "Little mistress, you're so beautiful today," no longer existed. That weak chicken had been besieged until now. He wondered if it had died. There was no sound from Stay Up Late and the others. They were probably dead, too. Yes, everyone is dead. The talismans on his body had also been used up, and there wasn't much profound energy left. His profound sense was also on the verge of overdrawing. She was already, he had nothing left, she seemed to be the only one left on the snowy peak. It was so quiet that it made one's chest feel stuffy, and the rims of one's eyes were sore. Not a single tear could be shed. Perhaps very soon, she would also die. However, was she willing to die like this? She couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. Her entire conscience felt as if it had been torn apart. She could only feel this terrible pain. It was so painful that she wanted to roll back and forth on the ground in order to get rid of this mental pain. She hated these repulsive and greedy villains. She hated herself even more, hated her own incompetence. Chirp. The little white squirrel kept rubbing against her neck. Its pair of black beady eyes were filled with pitiful tear stains. Pain, her conscience felt as if someone was using a large machete to continuously slash at it. It was so painful that her entire body was trembling. Suddenly, the hatred that filled her chest had practically transformed into substantial evil thoughts that were about to flow out. The throbbing pain in her head made her curl up her small body on the snowy ground, and her gaze suddenly landed on her left hand. At some point in time, a small section of a sharp sword tip had emerged from her left hand. Fushi, sword? Inexplicably, she opened her mouth and murmured. She reluctantly reached out her right hand and stroked the small section of the sword tip. This sword? It had been hidden in her body all this time? And she, from beginning to end, had actually not sensed it at all despite growing up to this age. She could call out its name in one breath and even feel an eerie sense of familiarity wash over her. You must be my old friend, right? It's just that I don't even remember you now. Arbor squeezed out what little was left of her conscience and desperately mobilized her nearly exhausted mystic conscience, wanting to pull this sword out of her body. She could feel a majestic and terrifying power contained within the sword. She hoped to use her own hands to hold this Fushi greatsword. Right now, she especially wanted to kill someone. Hong Jinchuan and the others weren't fools. They had already smelled a hint of danger, and they narrowed their eyes at Arbor, who was curled up on the ground. What is she doing? This D*MN girl, don't tell me she still has a trump card that she hasn't revealed, the middle-aged mystic cultivator said sinisterly. Hong Jinchuan immediately frowned and said angrily, the D*MN girl probably won't reveal the whereabouts of the sacred water. Let's chop her up and look for it again. Quickly look. A sword appeared in the little girl's hand? Hong Jinchuan was startled by that mystic cultivator's shout. His gaze landed on Arbor, and he only felt a trace of coldness creep into his heart. He absolutely couldn't allow this D*MN girl to continue living. At such a young age, she had so many trump cards and such strong combat strength. Who knew if they would still be her match after a year or two? This kind of prodigy also had an irreconcilable feud with their Ani prefecture. The two sides were already in a state of irreconcilable enmity. He absolutely couldn't allow a hidden and powerful enemy to continue existing. After this battle, Ani prefecture's forces on Seikong planet were practically wiped out. Their vitality was truly greatly damaged. After expending so much manpower, if they couldn't bring back some treasures, it would be hard to explain to the manor head. It was all this damned girl's fault. She had taken out the Tianji treasure map and killed so many people from Ani prefecture. However, it didn't matter. He had already secretly planned to take the Tianji treasure blueprint as his contribution and offer it to the manor lord to curry favor. As for the holy water, that was what he wanted. This time, no matter what, he had to find the holy water. The sword is coming out, the middle-aged mystic cultivator roared. We can't let her continue. With that, the middle-aged mystic cultivator promptly sent out a mystic energy that charged towards Arbor. Chirp. The little white squirrel's fur stood on end as it abruptly jumped out from Arbor's neck and dashed towards the incoming mystic energy. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Its small body was sent flying by the profound energy and landed heavily on the snowy ground. You overestimate yourself. The middle-aged mystic cultivator harumphed angrily. Viciousness grew in his heart, and he flew to Arbor's side. Without a second word, he raised his leg and stomped on her small head. How dare you? A stern rebuke laced with earth-shattering fury abruptly struck the depths of everyone's souls like a muffled hammer. Pfft! The middle-aged mystic cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. While he was greatly alarmed, his complexion also turned ghastly pale. There was actually a projection in front of him. The figure's face was indistinct, but he knew it was a young woman's voice. It could be seen how powerful that soul projection was to be able to transmit her power through her voice and enter their conscience. Even in the middle 6 prefectures, they had never seen such a terrifying person. Who was it? Did the Holy Water sect have such a powerful backing? Who dares to harm my disciple? Soul explode. The instant that powerful projection pounced down, a powerful force that made one's heart tremble suppressed his entire body. The middle-aged mystic cultivator watched in horror as his body involuntarily spread open. It was actually, boom. The next second, the middle-aged mystic cultivator was forced to self-detonate against his will. Ah. Ah. The other two great mystic cultivators, who were scared out of their wits, immediately broke into a run when they saw that something was amiss. Can you escape? Both of you. The emotionless voice rang out again. Suddenly, four invisible barriers erected around the two level 15 great mystic cultivators, and a black fog mercilessly burned and evaporated around them. There was clearly only a wisp of concealed black fog and not a trace of smoke, but the two people's wretched howls could be heard throughout the 5 peaks. It was extremely mournful. Their figures shrunk along with the black fog around them. It was as if the water, blood, bones, and flesh in their bodies were evaporating inch by inch, losing their final supporting barrier inch by inch, until they softened into a puddle of black water and completely disappeared into the barrier. Hong Jinchuan's body trembled from head to toe. His legs were numb and weak from fright due to the scene before him. Your Excellency, please spare my life. Your Excellency, please spare my life. Hong Jinchuan involuntarily knelt down at this time with a face full of piety and extreme submission. There was not a trace of humiliation in his heart. Facing such a powerful expert with such a powerful aura, Hong Jinchuan could not muster any thoughts of resistance. Right now, his mind was filled with regret and fear. If he had known that the Holy Water sect had such a terrifying backer, how would he have dared to come and cause trouble? Pa! As the mysterious man flicked his sleeve, Hong Jinchuan suffered a heavy slap on his cheek. Immediately after, a dozen slaps fell like a storm onto Hong Jinchuan's old face. Soon, his face was swollen and his teeth were shaking as he spat out blood. How dare ants surround and attack a raging tiger? The furious shadow grabbed Hong Jinchuan and tore his body in half effortlessly. Then, he threw Hong Jinchuan to the ground like a piece of paper. Xiaomu was already lying on the snowy ground, and she was merely staring blankly at that violent apparition in a daze. So powerful, in her eyes, level 15 mystic cultivators were merely existences akin to ants. With a flip of his hand, he could destroy them in the span of a breath. Master, the shadow in front of her should be her former master that little tree mentioned. No wonder she felt that it was so familiar. Arbor felt her eyes sting, but she couldn't shed a single tear. She clearly wanted to cry so badly. Little treasure, little treasure. The illusory figure anxiously called out, "Are you all right? Don't make Master worry. Your soul is unstable, so don't recklessly use the Fushi greatsword. Take it back and don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Remember. Master. Little treasure, Master's good child. You've already grown so big and beautiful. Master only wishes for you to be well. Right now, your mind and body can't control the Fushi greatsword, so remember, don't summon it. Good child, Master and your Aunt Master both miss you very much." After that apparition abruptly dissipated, the lingering voice still lingered in her ears. The little stoic blankly laid there without moving. Her nose was sour, and a single sentence reverberated in her mind: Master and Aunt Master. Don't abandon little treasure. Don't abandon little treasure. Little treasure will be obedient. Master. The sapling's voice abruptly rang out, containing a trace of anxiety and fear. What happened? Why did you make yourself so miserable and desolate when I only went into closed-door cultivation for a little over a month? Qiuqiu, sect master, is dead. Morong's son is also dead. Eldest senior sister, second senior sister, and the others are all dead. Even Big Treasure is dead. I don't have anything left. The little stoic pitifully said as she hugged Big Treasure's round head. How could you not have anything? No matter what the future holds, at least you still have me, Qiuqiu. No matter where Master goes, Qiuqiu will accompany Master. Qiuqiu loudly exclaimed with heartache. Master, don't be afraid and don't worry. Return to Paradise Planet first. Qiuqiu, bring your senior sisters back too, okay? Okay. Arbor's voice was hoarse as she nodded lightly. Even if it was just a few broken limbs, she still wanted to properly bury them. She would bury them on Paradise Planet's peach orchard slope. That place faced a peach forest and was surrounded by a large emerald lake. Her senior sisters would definitely like that place very much, right, Master? Your conscience is about to dry up. You have to rest well and recover well. After the sapling carried Arbor back to Paradise Planet, he squatted next to her. The two beady eyes on the tree trunk were filled with worry as they looked at her. I want to lie down for a while. I don't want to think about anything or say anything. Master. Where's the holy water? Arbor suddenly thought of something, and her mind jolted. After the divine water fused with you, it will also receive a portion of my power. It should have absorbed most of it by now. I'll go and drag it over. The little tree thought for a moment and secretly sent a message to Lady Holy Water. I see that Master is in a bad mood now. You have to be careful. Ever since Arbor had fused with the essence of the holy water, the two of them had formed an indirect connection. Goody. The water ball obediently shrank itself into a small ice bead and bounced onto its master's hand. Since the life essence had completely merged with its master, Lady Holy Water could also obtain some benefits from the sapling. She then went into seclusion. Now that it had taken advantage of the small tree's power, it had also advanced to the middle stage of the infant stage. Master, you only need to summon Dian with your mind right now, and Dian can come out and attack with liquid and solid water at any time. The little ice bead abruptly transformed into a ball of water and quietly floated in the center of Xiao Mu's palm. Arbor, however, remained expressionless. Suddenly, he flipped his hand and tossed it aside. Leave. From now on, I am not your master. You can leave my mystic domain and go wherever you want. The water ball turned into an onion head water doll with a bang. It suddenly took a step and pounced towards Arbor. It cried out pitifully, Why, Master? What did Dian do wrong? Master, don't be angry. Xiaomu also knew that there was no reason for her to vent her anger. What did this have to do with Lady Holy Water? It had always obediently stayed in the Holy Water sect and didn't go out to cause trouble. It also never revealed its true form in front of others. In the end, human nature was still scary. But she, at least right now, she couldn't see this drop of water at all. She really didn't want to see it. The sapling waved its two branches and dragged Lady Holy Water over. Without any explanation, it slapped Lady Holy Water's head. What are you yelling for? Can't you see that Master is in a bad mood? After saying that, it kicked the water baby's butt and gave it a look. Lady Holy Water sobbed and ran pitifully a few steps away. Sparkling water droplets gurgled out and converged into a trickle that flowed into the stream and into the emerald lake. Master, woo-woo. The water baby moved its short legs and pitifully turned its small head to look in the direction Arbor was lying on. Master, Master. The sapling jumped in fright. It turned out that Arbor had suddenly closed its eyes and didn't say anything. It was as if it had completely fainted, and it anxiously paced around on the spot for a while. The water child rolled all the way back with gurgling sounds and melted into a ball of blue water, rubbing itself against Xiao Mu's body. Qiao, did Master faint from anger because I was useless? The sapling gloomily glanced at it. It originally wanted to beat it up to vent the stuffiness in its chest, but after thinking it over, beating it up was completely unreasonable, so it dropped the matter. The sapling picked up Arbor with its branches and casually used them to weave a more comfortable hammock for her before placing her inside. The pair of black bean-like eyes on the branch stared fixedly at its master for a while before letting out a long sigh. Dottie, don't blame Master. I don't blame her. She's just too sad. Let her rest for a while. I know she can recover. She definitely will. The sapling patted the water blob. The water blob emitted a faint blue light and bounced on the ground with gurgling sounds. Master, what's wrong? She's fainted from overexertion of her conscience. The sapling softly exclaimed, then patted the branch and said, but this might be a good thing. Let's go. Let's not disturb Master's rest. Go help me clean up the remaining fellows on the snow-capped peak. Little Tree's body emitted a vicious aura. Kill them. A strange scene appeared above the holy water sect's 5 peaks. Branches suddenly drilled out of the snow without warning. Accompanied by a wisp of agile water flow, the branches were growing at a terrifying speed. Qinghuan had lost count of how many mystical beasts she'd fought. Now, she was lying at Stay Up Late's feet, on the verge of death, waiting for the remnants of an E-prefecture to wipe her out. A sharp branch suddenly pierced through the chests of several enemies. The other 2 or 3 Ani prefecture disciples were also pierced in and out of their bodies by a strange stream of water under their watchful gazes. In an instant, blood flowed out of their 7 orifices and they fell to the ground with a loud bang. The branch dragged over the unconscious white squirrel, Chirpy, and tossed it into Paradise Planet before sliding towards Qingluan again. This was because most of the Ani prefecture's forces had been lured to Sky Peak by Arbor. The remaining small group only had 40 to 50 people. However, it was truly an extremely tragic battle for Aoye's group of several dozen against more than 50 great mystic cultivators level 12 and above and 100 mystic beasts. Out of the dozens of people in the Night Pavilion's 3 teams, only 3 remained, including him. Stay Up Late did not know how he managed to descend the snowy peak. When he was shaken, he opened his eyes and saw a few familiar faces. He recognized them. They were from the 3 sects. "Little brother, how are you? Why are you here?" Daybreak Sect Master Liang Wanshan asked him anxiously, "Do you know what happened on the snowy peak?" The series of questions threw Aoye's mind into a daze. "Who are you?" Duan Yu abruptly pulled him up, a hint of viciousness in his peach blossom eyes. "You?" Clang. A waste token fell to the ground, and everyone picked it up. Duan Yu glanced at it before releasing Aoye's collar. "You're one of the Crown Prince's men?" Cough, cough, cough. Aoye laid on the ground, so exhausted that he didn't want to move at all. He lifted his eyelids and looked up at the snowy peak. With one glance, he knew why Daybreak Sect Master and the rest were so astonished. The 5 peaks had been completely wrapped up by vines and thorns. The originally snow-white peaks had disappeared, and what stood tall were intersecting branches and dense leaves. It was as if the entire snowy peak had turned into a forest of ancient vines overnight. "How can this be?" Aoye struggled to get up, but Duan Yu ignored him and flew up the snowy peak. Situi hastily followed behind him. Many people from the 2 sects also followed suit. Unfortunately, when they reached halfway up the mountain, their path was completely blocked by vines as thick as a wrist. They chopped at these branches, trying to clear a path. Everyone was puzzled, but they didn't slow down. On the other side, Mo Lian, who was rushing to the Holy Water sect as fast as she could, was panicking. His remnant divine conscious had been able to sense the little fellow's existence the entire time. But just now, he couldn't sense anything. It was as if the little fellow had suddenly disappeared from the world. Her aura had completely vanished from the world. 7th Yen knew that his master was anxious, so he swung his dragon tail and dashed towards the Holy Water sect at a speed comparable to light. Everyone from the 2 sects had already released their Xian beasts to help them cut down the ancient vines and old trees that were blocking their way. They wanted to open up a path to the sect master's peak as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard a dragon's roar. When he looked up, he saw the crown prince standing on the back of the golden dragon, facing the wind. He was circling around the area full of ancient vines, as if he couldn't find a place to land. Duan Yu forcefully waved his hand at him and transmitted a syllable, "Fire." A burning red flame shot out from the crown prince's hand and landed on the vines in front of Duan Yu and the others, burning their way through. The speed at which the group opened up the passage increased. Under the burning flames and the ferocious push of the profound beasts, they finally forcibly opened up a path through the encirclement of ancient vines. It was just that when everyone rushed to the sect master's peak, they could not help being stunned. The peak was surrounded by branches, but it was completely empty. They didn't even see a corpse. More than half of the snowy peak had already been flattened, and only a few remaining buildings could be seen. When they looked over, they saw the desolate sight of broken branches strewn across the ground. "Jojo." Mo Lian pressed down on the golden dragon, and the human and beast both landed on the snowy peak. Everyone chopped at the surrounding vines to create a place for them to stand. Mo Lian clenched his fists and stood there for a long time. He released his consciousness, but he couldn't sense his darling's presence. She really disappeared, how could this be? Mo Lian was completely flustered. He thought he sensed wrongly. However, reality proved that even though his consciousness had spread out so far and searched from top to bottom, front to back, he still couldn't sense her existence. "Master, she's not here." The young 7th Yan solemnly shook his head at him. 7th Yan's consciousness could cover a radius of at least 3 kilometers. So to say, his Xiaoqiao really had disappeared from the holy water sect. Mo Lian refused to give up and looked at Duan Yu and the rest. "No, how could she not be here?" Duan Yu anxiously said and abruptly turned to look at Aoyi. "Where's Jojo?" Aoyi was even more at a loss. "I only saw Miss heading towards that snowy peak in the middle. When I woke up later, I was already at the foot of the snowy peak." Cough cough. "I encountered people from your 2 sections." Everyone's gazes simultaneously turned to Sky Peak, which was the most central of the 5 peaks. Mo Lian flew over without another word, burning all the branches and vines that blocked her way along the way. Everyone had decent cultivations, so they followed closely behind her and headed towards Sky Peak. "Jojo." Mo Lian pulled out her sword and slashed apart several intersecting vines in front of her. After rushing up Sky Peak, she stopped in her tracks. Traces of a fierce battle could be seen on Sky Peak. Many reddish-brown pieces of flesh were left on the snowy ground, mixing with the snow. "Jojo! Jojo!" Their shouts didn't receive any response. Duan Yu sprinted forward and threw himself beside a shallow human-shaped pit. "Come over quickly." His hand groped wildly in the snow. He felt something and dug it out of the snow. Mo Lian snatched the small piece of metal from his hand and held it tightly in her hand. Her eyes were almost about to burst into flames. It was a fragment from the little golem. Her Jojo must have been here for a while. But where was she now? She was gone. She had completely disappeared. Xiaoqiao. Mo Lian bolted for an even higher snowy peak. His heart was extremely flustered, as if it was being tightly gripped by 5 or 6 terrifying hands. It was so painful that he almost couldn't breathe. Why did this happen? Why, she was fine when they parted. Nothing had happened. His baby even smiled at him adorably. But now, when he thought of his Xiaoqiao, who was now alone somewhere, he panicked. His heart ached so much that it felt like it was being torn apart. He should have accompanied her. He should have accompanied her all the way. Mo Lian was filled with regret. More people are coming. Situi looked coldly at the winding 100-person team at the foot of the snowy peak. It's people from Luotian Prefecture. Daybreak sect Master Liang Wanshan recognized them at a glance. Heh, they want to take advantage of the situation? Then stay here forever. Duan Yu's eyes flashed with anger as he sneered. He suddenly reached out to summon his contracted beast. This was the first time everyone saw him summon a mystic beast. Its snow-white body was as large as a small mountain. 7. 7-tailed heavenly fox? Daybreak sect master stuttered. He knew that this disciple of his was quite talented. However, the legendary 7-tailed heavenly fox was actually a contract beast that Duan Yu had never summoned before. Chestnut, these are all your rations. Duan Yu pointed at the people from Luotian Prefecture on the mountain path. Thank you, master. I can have a full meal now. Brutality flitted through the 7-tailed heavenly fox's eyes, and it abruptly moved its huge body, pouncing straight at the crowd on the mountain path. The bunch of idiots from Luotian Prefecture were currently dreaming of reaping the benefits of others' quarrels. They knew that the people from Shuntian Prefecture and Ani Prefecture had already arrived first. They purposely came later so that they could take advantage of the chaos when the others were almost done fighting. It couldn't be helped. Compared to Shuntian Prefecture and Ani Prefecture, their Luotian Prefecture was slightly inferior. Wealth came from danger. In order to obtain the sacred water, Luotian Prefecture's manager racked his brains and went all out. However, it was a pity that they encountered Duan Yu and Mo Lian. 2 men in a fit of rage didn't have any rationality. At the same time that the 7-tailed heavenly fox suppressed them, the golden dragon also arrived in front of Luotian Prefecture's disciples with a roar. The 7-tailed heavenly fox spat out a mouthful of purplish-red lightning, which was followed by an earth-shattering blaze. Don't mention that thrilling feeling. The 7-tailed heavenly fox and the golden dragon practically killed a large portion of Luotian Prefecture's disciples in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Duan Yu pounced on them and threw out a bunch of concealed weapons. Luotian Prefecture's manager was almost about to doubt his life. Could it be that these youths from the lower star domain were born as monsters? They could comprehend the 5 spirits and contract such powerful beasts in a place like the lower star domain? They were much stronger than those so-called geniuses from the middle 6 prefectures. Why? Was it appropriate for them to violate the laws of the star domain? Mo Lian currently had nowhere to vent her rage. She harshly clasped the manager's neck and questioned him harshly. Tell me, why did you come to the Holy Water Sect? Where did you get the information? The steward of Luo province was on the verge of tears. He had brought a group of people here to be tortured. Sob, 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 the steward of Luotian Manor, who felt that he had been wronged, hurriedly said honestly, our Luotian Manor has planted spies in Xianxia Manor. A few days ago, we received news that there were abnormal movements in Xianxia Prefecture. After secretly inquiring about it, we learned that sacred water had appeared in the Holy Water Sect. Young master, please spare me. We're just here to pick up a bargain. We don't have any bad intentions. Xianxia Prefecture. I want all of you to beg for death. Mo Lian's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. With a gentle swipe of her slender sword, she beheaded the steward of Luotian province. Over the past few days, the citizens of 5 Moon City had been living in a state of constant fear. At the Holy Water Sect's snowy peak, a terrifying commotion would occur every few days, and the thunderous rumble of a blizzard could be heard time and time again. How would the commoners dare to investigate? However, the 5 Moon City Lord, Wu Mantian, had sent people to investigate many times, but the outcome was the same every time. There was no one left in the Holy Water Sect. Such a large sect had been overturned in an instant. Wu Mantian and his wife sighed inwardly and sent people to clean up the remaining corpses of the Xianxia village's villagers and hastily bury them. Day after day, month after month, 5 Moon City appeared to have calmed down, and the Holy Water Sect's incident had also been forgotten by the commoners. But in reality, in places where the commoners couldn't see, there had already been waves of bloody retribution. End of chapter 484. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.